Chapter 11. On the way to school. Following Yunma's words and freeing himself from his father's entanglement, Yin Kong hastily consumed a few bites of his meal before rising early. "I've finished eating him off to school now," he announced after slinging his backpack over his shoulder. He packed the lunch that Yunmu had prepared for him. Gazing at the two full lunchboxes, Yin Kong could not help but ask, "Mom, are you raising me like a pig? What are you talking about?" Yunmu set down her utensils and approached Yin Kong to tidy his attire. "I've also prepared a portion for Dato. He's a pitiful child. You should get along with him and not bully him." Yin Kong's first reaction was to wonder if Dato was some sort of illegitimate child of his mother. Considering her kindness towards him after just one meeting, however, Yunma's subsequent words dispelled his fanciful thoughts. "You must understand how crucial it is to have a trustworthy companion on the battlefield. Your father survived against all odds due to a brother he could rely on. Ah, no wonder she is my mother, thoughtful as ever, binding the future Big Boss Dato to her side, ensuring no one would dare to be arrogant before him in the future." Yin Kong could say things like, "What are you staring at? Do you believe I can have my brother take you down?" This imagined future was quite exhilarating. "All right, you should head out early. Don't be late for your first day of class," Yunmu said, gently after adjusting his clothes. Yin Kong nodded, appreciating the warm atmosphere of his family. "Dad is truly lucky to have married such a gentle woman like my mom." He glanced over at his father, who was tapping his empty bowl, and rolled his eyes internally. "I'm off," Yin Kong called out, hurriedly putting on his shoes and dashing outside. His father's envious gaze nearly made him roll his eyes to the heavens. After dismissing his father's annoying stare, Yin Kong suddenly realized, "Aren't you supposed to take me to school at my age?" Imagining his father's scheming expression in the house, Yin Kong kicked a stone on the ground, exasperated by such an irresponsible father. "Hey, Yun Kong!" Just as he was about to turn the corner, a voice rang out from behind him, disturbing the morning calm. Turning around, he saw a dust-covered figure rushing towards him. "I was looking at your back and thought of you. I didn't expect it to be you," Dato panted, appearing out of breath. "What brings you here? Your house isn't on this route to school," Yin Kong questioned, puzzled. The Uchiha clan's residence was located on the opposite side of the ninja school from Yin Kong's house, meaning Dato shouldn't have needed to pass through this street. "I came to walk with you to school. I was worried you might get lost or encounter bad people. I can protect you," Dato declared, adopting a valiant demeanor. "Bad people? How dare you say that you are the biggest troublemaker?" Yin Kong scoffed inwardly. Though he felt a twinge of gratitude, Dato was just like Naruto in personality. If you showed him a shred of kindness, he would willingly offer his heart in return. Noticing Dato was empty-handed, Yin Kong inquired, "Why didn't you bring anything? We won't be going home for lunch. What will you eat?" The ninja school in the Naruto universe, unlike schools in my homeland, had no cafeteria or snack shops. "What? We don't go home for lunch? I had no idea. I was wondering why my grandmother prepared a lunchbox for me," Dato replied, feigning innocence. "And then?" Yin Kong pressed, "What about the lunchbox?" "I ate it along with my breakfast," Dato admitted sheepishly. "Are you a pig? How can you eat so much without feeling sick?" Yin Kong was at a loss for words. "Well, I do feel a bit stuffed," Dato replied, still the innocent child he was, so naively simple. "What am I supposed to do for lunch?" Dato finally grasped the most crucial piece of information. Yes. What was he going to do for lunch? "It's taken you 2 minutes to realize this problem. I'm truly amazed by your reaction time," Yin Kong remarked. Seeing Dato's eyes light up, he quickly added, "Don't even think about it. I'm not sharing with you." "But you said we're partners." "Partners are those with whom you can entrust your back. Besides, it's just a lunchbox. We can split it," Dato insisted earnestly. "You little brat," Yin Kong thought, incredulous at how quickly Dato had thrown his words back at him. How thick-skinned and cunning he was. Yin Kong stared at Dato, who began to blush awkwardly. "How about just a small portion? I can manage with less and hold out until school is over," Dato tentatively suggested. "Dato, could you please stop looking at me with those adorably innocent eyes? I have no interest in kids, especially boys," Yin Kong thought, a flood of exasperated thoughts racing through his mind. "Dato, are you pretending to be this way on purpose?" Fortunately, Dato wasn't the scheming big boss. Just yet Yin Kong failed to detect any signs of pretense. Otherwise, he would have kicked Dato to the ground and run away. Unable to bear Dato's pitiful expression any longer, Yin Kong relented and decided against teasing him further, he took off the single shoulder bag slung over his shoulder and handed it to Dato. "You take a look." Dato eagerly accepted the bag and opened it to find two lunchboxes neatly nestled inside. "Is there one for me?" Dato asked cautiously. "I don't know, I'm definitely not a pig," Yin Kong replied, raising his hands in surrender as he walked away with a resigned expression. As Yin Kong walked ahead, he noticed Dato hadn't followed upon turning back. He was suddenly tackled by Dato, who exclaimed, "Yin Kong, you're so good to me. Since my parents are gone, you're the only one besides my grandmother who treats me this well." With that, Dato wiped his snot and tears all over Yin Kong's clothes. "For heaven's sake, there's no need to be so emotional. I just changed into this new outfit today, Dato. Keep your distance." Yin Kong lamented inwardly. Struggling to push Dato away to his surprise, Dato clung on tightly, making it impossible to shake him off. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Dato released Yin Kong at that moment. Yin Kong's clothes were utterly well. Never mind. Once Dato finished his emotional outburst, he turned to Yin Kong and declared, "Yin Kong, from today on, you're my little brother. If anyone bullies you, let me know, and I'll take care of them." With that, Dato boldly approached Yin Kong and gave him two hearty pats on the shoulder. Chapter 12. Self-Introduction. Yin Kong found himself momentarily frozen, repeatedly muttering to himself that something was off. This situation was all wrong. The one making a fuss and providing for everyone should be me. Shouldn't Dato be saying, "Big brother, from now on, they'll follow you, whoever you want to take down, they'll take down"? Why things turn out this way? Suddenly, Yin Kong felt his intellect might not be sufficient to comprehend the situation. Seeing Yin Kong lost in thought, Dato slapped him on the back again. "What's wrong, Yin Kong? Are you too excited?" Yin Kong finally snapped back to reality, furious at the absurdity of it all. "Excited? No way. Who taught you to say such things? That's not how a normal person speaks." After a moment, Dato caught his breath and replied, "I read it in a book. It said that powerful ninjas act this way." "What book?" "The Legend of the Sage of the Six Paths," Dato answered. "All right, bring it to me tomorrow, and don't believe everything you read in books. If I didn't have a good temper, I would have already taken you down." Yin Kong adjusted his clothes and turned back toward the school. Damn it, who wrote such a shameless book? I must meet them. It's unbelievable that a naive person like Dato could change so much overnight. It's better for me to keep such powerful knowledge in my possession. Yin Kong's mind began to wander again. "Yin Kong, your backpack." Seeing Yin Kong's displeasure, Dato momentarily abandoned the idea of making Yin Kong his little brother. He hurried to catch up with Yin Kong, intending to return the backpack. "Isn't there a lunchbox in there for you?" Yin Kong said, "You should carry it. We don't want it stolen." "All right, I will." Clearly, the allure of the lunchbox was strong, as Dato wasted no time slinging the bag over his shoulder. "Is this really the Dato I know?" Yin Kong mused. "Childish, innocent, good-hearted, and most importantly, foolish. This is the kind of Dato I prefer." Feeling quite pleased with himself, Yin Kong reflected. Perhaps due to Yin Kong's influence, Dato managed to arrive at school without being late. The two of them nearly entered the classroom just as the bell rang. They chose the last row, settling into a corner just as the Jiaonan teacher who would be leading their class walked into the room. A rather ordinary desk, adorned with a light green vest, a headband firmly secured upon his forehead, and a mane of medium-length black hair. There was an air about him that seemed somewhat reminiscent of the Shammate style, yet he appeared to be slightly older, perhaps in his 30s. "Greetings, everyone. I am your Chunin teacher. My name is Yamada, and know over the next 6 years, I shall guide you until you blossom into exceptional ninjas." Listening to the introduction of Teacher Yamada No, Yin Kong pondered to himself. It seems that this teacher, Yamada No, is rather amiable, isn't he? However, I've never heard of him before. Could he perhaps be yet another expendable character? Teacher Yamada No briefly introduced himself, followed by a general overview of life at the Ninja Academy, which essentially comprised theoretical classes in the morning and practical activities in the afternoon. He also touched upon the rules of the academy, such as the prohibition against tardiness or early departures, the unacceptability of skipping classes, and the necessity of respecting teachers. Curiously, he omitted the point regarding timely submission of assignments, as the Ninja Academy typically does not assign homework. To this, Yin Kong raised both hands in utmost appreciation. Now, let us begin introductions from the right side. Moving forward, Teacher Yamada, no declared, willingly passing the floor to the students. After hearing Teacher Yamada No's speech, a bespectacled boy in the front row promptly stood up and declared, "Hello everyone, my name is..." What did he say? What is that bespectacled boy talking about? Unfortunately, as the students began their self-introductions, Yun Kong's eyelids waged a prolonged battle against each other. Straining to focus on Teacher Yamada No's words, Yun Kong forced himself to tell Obito to nudge him when it was his turn, but he soon succumbed to sleep, collapsing onto the floor. Yun Kong's actions did not escape Teacher Yamada No's notice, however. The teacher paid him no heed clearly. Yun Kong was not a student worthy of his attention, hailing from a common family with no exceptional ninja talents. He was devoid of anything noteworthy. Instead of focusing on Yun Kong, the teacher's attention was drawn to the presence of Kakashi, the prodigious son of Hitaki Sakumo, who was rumored to have already mastered several ninjutsu techniques alongside Obito. There were 2 youths from the Uchiha clan and 3 others from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families, respectively. Of course, there were also a few students whose parents were ninjas, though not from prestigious clans, making them far superior to Yun Kong, a child from an ordinary family. In his eyes, Yun Kong's future achievements would likely culminate in becoming a Chunin if he were not to be relegated to mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yun Kong enjoyed a most restful slumber, perhaps due to the overwhelming number of students, or perhaps due to the incessant chatter, or perhaps simply because he had chosen an exceptionally comfortable seat when Obito roused him from his slumber. Only 2 individuals remained to introduce themselves. One was him, and the other was Obito. It was soon Obito's turn. He stood up, straightened his attire, and proclaimed, "Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Obito, and I aspire to become Hokage." Seems like the previous person also claimed he wants to be Hokage. Is Hokage that popular now? Yun Kong mused, rubbing his still sleepy eyes. My favorite foods are red bean dumplings, as well as the purple rice cakes from Yun Kong's family. In various sweets, I excel in fire-style jutsu, and I am on the verge of mastering our Uchiha clan's signature technique. The great fireball technique, of course. My shuriken skills are quite formidable as well, that's all. As Obito took his seat, the classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Obito eagerly acknowledged the clapping, though it remained uncertain how much of it was directed at the Uchiha name itself. It seems Obito is rather popular at the moment. Yun Kong reflected, perhaps it's because Uchiha Obito is destined to become a powerful ninja. Once Obito finished his introduction, Yun Kong slowly rose to his feet, inhaling deeply. "Hello everyone, my name is Yun Kong." With Yun meaning sky, just as Yun Kong began his self-introduction, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chapter 13. Casual Conversations on the Playground. Ding ding ding, just as Yun Kong was muddling through his self-introduction, a sudden ringing interrupted him. Yun Kong paused momentarily. After all, given the current state of the classroom, it was unlikely anyone could hear him anyway. He figured he could continue once the bell ceased. With that thought, Yun Kong closed his mouth and halted his speech. The bell rang briskly and briefly, lasting only about 10 seconds before fading away. Just as Yun Kong prepared to resume his self-promotion, he was caught off guard when the teacher, Yamada No, interjected at an even swifter pace. "All right, let us thank Yun Kong for his self-introduction, everyone. Please applaud." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of applause, and Yun Kong felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the teacher. Damn it. Either let me speak, or let me finish. What's the point of cutting me off midway? Before Yun Kong could fully process his thoughts, Yamada No spoke even more rapidly. "That concludes this morning's lesson. Class is dismissed." With that, he audaciously performed a body flicker technique and vanished from the classroom. This prevailing atmosphere is utterly bewildering. I am truly at a loss. It is my first encounter with teachers who seem to relish leaving class early even more than the students. Yun Kong twisted his neck, which had grown stiff from sleep, and slowly began to sink into slumber once more. Lying down to sleep is hardly satisfying. Had I known this morning's lessons would be so dull, I might as well have caught up on my sleep at home. He mused inwardly. Yun Kong intended to resume his daydreaming when he was abruptly roused again by Dai Tuesday. "I'm hungry," Dai Tu said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "If you're hungry, then eat." "Do you expect me to prepare something for you?" Yun Kong replied, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "But the bento is in your backpack, and Dai Tu's meaning was clear. He felt awkward about rummaging through Yun Kong's bag. Realizing Dai Tu's hesitation, Yun Kong shook off his drowsiness and frustration. Haven't you already opened it on the way to school? Moreover, you've been carrying your backpack the entire time. It's right in front of you in the drawer. What is there to be embarrassed about? At that moment, Dai Tu truly came across as an innocent and naive youth. Fully aware that one should not meddle with others' belongings, I am indeed astonished by your simplicity. Having been stirred awake again by Dai Tu, Yun Kong lost all desire for sleep. Accepting the bento handed to him by Dai Tu, he stood up and said, "Let's go find a quieter spot outside to eat." Surely, the woodworking school imposes no restrictions against dining in the classrooms. Yun Kong observed that several boys and girls had already retrieved their bentos early, and some close friends had even gathered together to share and taste each other's meals. However, the classroom was rather noisy. One might even say particularly raucous on the first day of school. The boys, filled with excitement and having just made new friends, unrestrained by parental oversight, had instantly entered a mode of carefree revelry. Yun Kong noticed several individuals, possibly overly exhilarated, engaging in playful antics with their food. When your stomach starts growling later, don't come crying to me, Yun Kong muttered under his breath as he left the classroom with Dai Tuesday. The school was not large, and Yun Kong quickly led Dai Tu to a relatively quiet spot, the swing set where Naruto often played alone. However, Naruto was likely busy nurturing something within Minato at this time. Yun Kong sat on a swing, beckoning to Dai Tu, who promptly followed suit. The two had no particular destination in mind. Given Dai Tu's nature, finding a place to eat was sufficient, and it was only due to Yun Kong's disposition that Dai Tu had exited the classroom with him. Once Dai Tu settled onto the swing beside Yun Kong, he swiftly produced his portion of the bento, fully embodying the essence of a foodie as he ate. He enthusiastically praised Yun's mother's cooking. "Just eat your meal. My mother isn't here, so save your compliments for when you meet her," Yun Kong said nonchalantly, savoring his food at a leisurely pace. "Did you pay attention during our self-introductions in class?" Yun Kong inquired, still chewing his food, for he had indulged in a delightful nap and felt revitalized. "Yes," Dai Tu mumbled through his mouthful. "Were there any classmates worth noting?" Yun Kong asked. "What do you mean by worth noting?" Dai Tu replied, pondering that he had only two individuals in mind, but unsure if Yun Kong meant the same. "Those who might pose a threat to you, or those you subconsciously wish to regard with importance." Yun Kong articulated. The self-introduction, while a mere formality for the first day, also served as an essential lesson in gathering intelligence, a fundamental skill for becoming a ninja. The noteworthy individuals in their classroom included another Uchiha and a girl from the Hyuga clan, as well as this generation's Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio. Yet, these were merely trivialities. He hardly deemed them worthy of concern. However, there is one boy I find quite formidable. I sensed a faint aura of bloodlust about him, suggesting he has already seen combat. Though perhaps not against humans, though, I didn't realize I had missed so much during my nap. This must be the reason that teacher, Yamada Yi, looks down on me. Yun Kong mused. "Who is it?" he asked. "The son of the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo, named Hitaki Kakashi," Dai Tu replied, momentarily pausing his voracious eating to adopt a serious demeanor that I saw him a few days ago. And even then, he was able to execute a perfect earth release technique. He has probably improved significantly since that I see. Yun Kong sighed with relief upon hearing Dai Tu's words, initially fearing an unexpected rival. It turned out to be Kakashi, the copy ninja, and Konoha's foremost technician. "Rest assured, Dai Tu, you will never be inferior to anyone," Yun Kong said, somewhat surprisingly comforting Dai Tu, given his serious expression. Yet, he soon realized that his words were as good as feeding them to a dog. For in the next moment, Dai Tu, who had just been solemn, unabashedly proclaimed, "Of course, I am destined to become Hokage." Chapter 14. The onset of conflict. Seeing Dai Tu's unwavering determination, Yun Kong could only self-soothe. Dai Tu has yet to be disheartened. Perhaps, after he faces repeated challenges from Kakashi, my consolation will prove more effective. After finishing his bento, Yun Kong retrieved his water bottle from his backpack, taking a couple of sips before handing it to Dai Tu, who was nearly choking on his meal. Typically, Yun Kong would never share his water bottle, but he could not withstand Dai Tu's pitiful gaze and reluctantly passed it over, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I have a cleanliness obsession." He consoled himself. "Well, He is Uchiha Dai too. He will be the future big boss. Consider it a good deed. Once satisfied, one must avoid movement. The best course of action is to find a place to lie down. Yun Kong felt he was in such a state, having just eaten, basking in the warm sunlight, and having awakened from a delightful slumber, he yawned once more. Dai too, in contrast, was the epitome of boundless energy. Swinging with glee, for Dai too, these moments were idyllic. He had found a true friend who treated him sincerely, and his friend's family did not despise him. Day after day, he could simply hang out and bask in the sun with his good friend. Not just idle chatter, but discussions of life aspirations. Observing Dai Tu's joyful play, Yun Kong yawned again and said, Dai Tu, enjoy yourself here for a while. I'm going to find a place to nap. As he finished speaking and rose to his feet, a discordant voice rang out behind them. Hey kid, hurry up and get off the swing. My brother wants a turn. Yun Kong, who had intended to stand up, paused mid-motion and turned to see who dared to demand his seat. Did they not realize that the future big boss, Dai Tu, was beside him? One wrong move, and they could find themselves obliterated. Of course, Yun Kong merely thought this. He recognized that Dai Tu was currently at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Nevertheless, he had no intention of yielding. Tio put it bluntly. A school is like a microcosm of society. Those with good tempers rarely end well, as the old saying goes. Gold belts for murder and arson, while road repairs yield no corpses. Yun Kong raised his head, visibly displeased, and regarded the three figures approaching. The two subordinates appeared to be of humble origins, much like Yun Kong himself, while the leader was, quite ironically, from the Uchiha clan. Dai Tu, does your Uchiha clan now have a trend of collecting lackeys? Yun Kong asked with a mocking grin. The Uchiha clan's downfall was not without its signs, and witnessing the behavior of its members now left Yun Kong with little choice but to scoff. Within just a morning, they had recruited 2 lackeys. Though one might consider it acceptable, they should at least recruit someone like Kakashi or Dai Tu. At the very least, they ought to have the Inuzuka trio. What do these 2 even amount to? One does not even consider the standing of the other before daring to provoke animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Yun Kong truly wishes to inquire whether those 2 subordinates were not specifically dispatched to malign the Uchiha lineage. Initially, Yun Kong was indifferent to their descent into depravity, feeling it bore no relevance to him. However, upon discovering that he too is considered a member of the Uchiha clan and observing the current state of the Uchihas, he finds it difficult to reconcile the fact that his father has no intention of acknowledging his ancestral roots. On one hand, he adheres to the will of Uchiha Madara. On the other hand, it is evident to all, fortunately, his father has not committed any foolish acts. Otherwise, he would unwittingly become collateral damage in the Uchiha's demise. Yet, Obito's attention is not on Yun Kong's mockery, for he has spotted a familiar face. Indeed, a familiar face, albeit one that is far from friendly. Young Master Lu, Obito stammers as he gazes at the approaching Uchiha youth. Isn't this the renowned future Hokage? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Lu declares without hesitation, activating his mocking demeanor as he approaches. What is this? Have you, a mere branch member, taken on a little brother? Uchiha Lu remarks, sizing up Yun Kong with disdain. Yun Kong, however, meets Uchiha Lu's gaze with a faint smile, silently cursing him as a fool. It's astonishing how the Uchiha clan can produce exceptional individuals like Madara, Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and even Uchiha Sasuke, yet also give rise to such obvious simpletons. Well then, Obito, this young master is off to enjoy the swings, so you and your little brother can kindly vacate the area, Uchiha Lu commands, diverting his gaze after scrutinizing Yun Kong. Obito finds himself in a predicament. Logically, he and Yun Kong had claimed this spot first, and he is unwilling to concede. Moreover, he harbors a sense of pride, believing that being a branch member does not render him inferior. Yet, years of ingrained notions of hierarchy compel him to instinctively urge Yun Kong to step aside. Yun Kong watches silently, choosing not to speak. Truth be told, he is eager to observe Obito's reaction, for the choices he makes now will dictate their future relationship, should Obito opt for peace, even if he were to become a formidable ally. Yun Kong would likely sever ties with him. Obito's choice does not disappoint Yun Kong. Apologies, young Master Lu, but this spot is claimed by Yun Kong and myself. You might want to seek another location. Obito replies, slowly resuming his seat after having stood up. What? Uchiha Lu is taken aback. unable to fathom that the typically timid Obito would dare to refuse him. For a moment, he is at a loss for words. "Did you not hear? He told you to leave." Yunkong interjects without hesitation, his words directed at both Uchiha Liu and Obito. Obito, still innocent in his demeanor, has always maintained a certain naivety. Now that he has offended someone, he feels no need for apologies. In this scenario, Yunkong wishes to impart a lesson to Obito. If the opponent intends to be adversarial, there is no need for restraint. One should strike with lethal intent. "What did you say?" Uchiha Liu snaps back, pointing an accusatory finger at Obito, unleashing a torrent of curses. Chapter 15. The confrontation. Yunkong, utterly speechless at Uchiha Liu's unprovoked aggression towards Obito, wonders if all members of the Uchiha clan possess such a disposition. It is reminiscent of the trio of fools who, suspecting Uchiha Itachi, had no qualms about provoking him, only to be met with a swift rebuttal. However, Yunkong finds a certain admiration for Uchiha Liu. His incessant barrage of insults suggests that he is well versed in such confrontations. "Obito, if a rabid dog were to bark at me in such a manner, I would gladly let you experience the taste of dog meat hot pot," Yunkong taunts, observing the growing darkness in Obito's expression as he adds fuel to the fire. "What did you say? You little brat, do you have a death wish?" Perhaps Yunkong's words have invigorated Obito, for Uchiha Liu turns to glare viciously at him, signaling to his two companions. "Beat him up, quickly." The two youths accompanying Uchiha Liu, quick to comply, take a step forward. The blonde-haired boy places a hand on Yunkong's shoulder. "Oh, you know who you've offended?" he declares, clenching his fist and preparing to strike Yunkong's face. However, as a reincarnated individual from a powerful lineage, even if he has never fought before, he is no stranger to combat. The videos of Tai Chi, Bagua, and various martial arts he had watched in his past life were not in vain. In a flash, Yunkong twists the blonde boy's wrist with a swift motion, eliciting a sharp crack, the sound of a bone fracturing. Yunkong himself is taken aback by the force of his own actions. Perhaps the chakra he refined yesterday has played a role. He reflects that his previous strength did not match this newfound power, attributing it to the chakra's inherent ability to enhance physical capabilities. Despite the thoughts racing through his mind, his actions do not falter. After breaking the boy's wrist, Yunkong swiftly rises and delivers a powerful kick to the blonde youth's shoulder. Another crack reverberates through the air as the shoulder bone shatters. Had Yunkong intended to strike the boy's head instead, he surely would have met his demise, but he refrains, fearing the ramifications of killing a classmate in the ninja academy. It is not that he fears taking a life. He acknowledges that as a future ninja, such encounters are inevitable. Rather, he is concerned about the implications of accidentally killing a fellow student. Such a fate would leave him with no choice but to abandon his aspirations of returning to a peaceful life as a civilian. The alternatives are grim: imprisonment in Konoha's dungeons or a life on the run. Yet, given his current age and abilities, escaping the village would be akin to signing his own death warrant. Nonetheless, Yunkong is unwilling to let the boy off lightly. Kindness can often invite cruelty. He steps mercilessly upon the fallen blonde youth's hand, twisting it deliberately. The boy's cries of agony, amplified by the pain of his shattered bones, become increasingly fragmented as Yunkong's weight presses down. "How ruthless. I like it," Yunkong muses, oblivious to the pale-faced young man with flowing hair observing all from beyond the iron fence. As he watches Yunkong dominate the blonde youth, a wicked grin spreads across his face, his long tongue flicking out and swaying about. Yunkong glances sideways at another youth, who, despite his ordinary black hair, sports a nose ring. Truly a delinquent, Yunkong thinks to himself, unaware that his own demeanor is far more unruly than that of the boy adorned with piercings, and his indifference to the blonde youth's suffering sends chills down the spine of the ringed youth, who laments the type of psychopath he has inadvertently crossed paths with. In a moment of clarity, the boy with the nose ring makes a wise decision. With a shout that is not one of bravado, but rather a cry of desperation, he turns and flees, stumbling twice in his haste, not daring to look back. Am I truly that terrifying? Yunkong muses, touching his own cheek, convinced of his own attractiveness. He then turns to face the astonished expressions of Obito and Uchiha Liu. Though Yunkong's actions border on the ruthless, Uchiha Liu manages to suppress his fear, stating, "Stay back. I am a member of the Uchiha clan." Yet, he instinctively takes a step back, clearly shaken by the impression Yunkong's display of prowess has left on him. "Rest assured, I shan't approach," Yunkong replies, kicking the fallen blonde youth away from the swing and reclaiming his seat. "Obito is more than enough. Uchiha Lu cast a sidelong glance at Obito. Although he had just been startled by Yunkong, it did not imply that he feared Obito. Yet, this fleeting gaze from Uchiha Lu ignited a fury within Obito. Recalling the relentless bullying he endured from his clan, that in an instant, he resembled a wild bull. Driven mad by rage, without any warning, Obito lunged forward, delivering a powerful right hook aimed at Uchiha Lu's left cheek. However, Uchiha Lu, being a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan, was trained beyond the capabilities of Yunkong or even the branch member Obito. With remarkable agility, Uchiha Lu raised his left hand, blocking with his right hand before his head. Nevertheless, the force of Obito's punch was overwhelming. Despite managing to deflect it, Uchiha Lu's body staggered to the side under the sheer power. Though Obito may have lacked extensive training, he was certainly no inept fool. He possessed the instinct to seize the moment when an opponent was vulnerable. Following his punch, he sprang into action again, executing a sweeping strike aimed at Uchiha Lu's head. This time, Uchiha Lu displayed wisdom by not taking the hit head-on. Instead, he swiftly ducked, evading Obito's attack. The gust of wind from Obito's leg tousled Uchiha Lu's stylish hair, leaving it somewhat disheveled. Seizing the opportunity presented by his evasive maneuver, Uchiha Lu turned the tide of the confrontation. "Obito, you display remarkable audacity to lay hands upon me," he declared, assuming a combat stance while chastising Obito. Psychological tactics are indeed a facet of battle. Chapter 16. The encounter with Orochimaru. Obito remained unperturbed, his eyes fixed upon Uchiha Lu like a venomous snake. Yunkong, intending to offer a word of caution to Obito, realized that his combat acumen was commendably high. Once he resolved to engage, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Wasn't Obito merely a laggard, a failure? Yet, upon closer observation, many youths of his age lacked even this level of combat insight. Yunkong, in a moment of distraction, forgot that Obito's moniker of laggard stemmed from his defeat at Kakashi's hands. Kakashi, it must be said, stands unrivaled among the younger generation, not only due to his innate talent and diligence, but also owing to the teachings of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake. While Yunkong was lost in contemplation, Obito and Uchiha Lu clashed again. Overall, Uchiha Lu had indeed gained the upper hand, albeit only slightly, perhaps due to the extensive training Uchiha Lu had received. Obito gradually found himself at a disadvantage. With his arms crossed defensively, Obito bore the brunt of a kick from Uchiha Itachi, sliding back several meters as a result. Clearly, that kick exploited Obito's inexperience. However, Obito possessed a resilience that Uchiha Lu lacked, the ability to withstand punishment. Thus far, due to inadequate training and a lack of systematic education, Obito had suffered several hidden setbacks during their skirmish. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. As time passed, he began to reclaim his footing. What initially appeared as a disadvantageous fight for Obito had now returned to a state of equilibrium. If this trend continued, victory would likely favor Obito. With the wisdom acquired from 2 lifetimes, Yunkong discerned the unfolding scenario. Indeed, as the battle progressed, Obito grew increasingly adept, gradually gaining the upper hand, while Uchiha Lu found himself struggling. Suddenly, Obito landed a solid kick to Uchiha Lu's chest. Though Uchiha Lu managed to absorb the impact, the force still sent him reeling backward. Something was amiss. Uchiha Lu should have been able to evade that kick. Yunkong's gaze sharpened as he noticed Uchiha Lu forming hand seals. Although slow, his movements were resolute. Yunkong recognized the signature technique of the Uchiha clan, fire style, great fireball technique. "Obito, get out of the way," Yunkong exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Clearly, neither dodging nor interrupting Uchiha Lu was feasible at this moment. The distance had already widened sufficiently. Obito, too, became aware of Uchiha Lu's preparations in an instant. He decided to mimic Uchiha Lu's gestures, though he was noticeably behind in executing the technique. Furthermore, based on Yunkong's recollections, it seemed Obito had yet to fully master this jutsu. The great fireball technique, being an A-rank ninjutsu, was notorious for its destructive capability. While the protagonists often escaped unharmed from its flames, Yunkong knew all too well that numerous lesser foes had perished by its fired at present. Obito was no more than cannon fodder in a moment of urgency. Yunkong spotted a half-broken brick by the tree swing that he sprinted forth, his foot crashing down with force, chakra inexplicably surging through him. In a single bound, he covered 7 or 8 meters, reaching the base of the tree, where he seized the brick. Meanwhile, Uchiha Lu shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." But Obito's hand seals were still incomplete. Before Uchiha Lu could finish invoking his final technique, Yinkong bellowed, "Fire at your head," as he hurled the brick with all his might towards Uchiha Lu. The shattered brick whistled through the air, leaving Uchiha Lu with two choices. Either continue casting the ninjutsu and risk being struck by the brick, or cease the technique and evade the projectile. In his current state, he was barely able to channel the jutsu, requiring utmost concentration without the luxury of freely moving while casting. Of course, there was a third option, decisively using the jutsu to obliterate the incoming brick. Given that the fire style's power could easily annihilate it. Moreover, Yinkong's trajectory aligned directly with the brick, presenting a slim chance for Uchiha Lu to strike him instead. The Great Fireball technique was inherently both offensive and defensive, epitomizing the adage that the best offense is a good defense. Regrettably, Uchiha Lu appeared paralyzed by fear at the sight of the incoming brick, forgetting both the ninjutsu and his need to dodge. He could only watch in horror as the brick hurtled toward his head. Yinkong, witnessing Uchiha Lu's current state, was momentarily dumbfounded. "You need to move," he thought desperately. Yinkong had merely intended to compel him to abandon the ninjutsu, not to eliminate him entirely. Should the brick prove too solid or his throw too forceful, Yinkong feared he would find himself in dire straits, such as the Uchiha. Yinkong lamented inwardly, hoping desperately that he would not cause fatal harm. It would be a grave sin to accidentally kill a child from an ordinary family, let alone one from the Uchiha clan. He could only wish that his earlier strength had been minimal. Otherwise, he would have to flee, for remaining in the village would undoubtedly lead to repercussions from the Uchiha, potentially endangering his parents as well. Even revealing his Uchiha identity might not offer protection. If anyone could shield him, it would be figures like Orochimaru or Danzo. Yet, Yinkong was resolutely opposed to aligning himself with the likes of Orochimaru or Danzo, just as the brick was about to strike Uchiha Lu. Yinkong's heart raced with trepidation when suddenly, a figure appeared before Uchiha Lu, a young man with long black hair, his complexion unnaturally pale yet strikingly handsome. Rather than feeling instant relief at the man's arrival, Yinkong was seized by an overwhelming urge to flee. Orochimaru was the one individual he most dreaded encountering, his fear of Orochimaru surpassing even that of the merciless Danzo. With a casual flick of his wrist, Orochimaru caught the brick as if it had been drawn to him, effortlessly grasping it in his hand. With a smile, Orochimaru regarded Yinkong, applying slight pressure to the brick, which instantly crumbled into ash. Yinkong stood transfixed before Orochimaru, finding it difficult to swallow under the weight of the man's gaze. Chapter 17. The affable Orochimaru. Yinkong found himself staring intently at Orochimaru, despite his efforts to avert his gaze. Orochimaru was like a vast black hole, capable of consuming all, irresistibly drawing Yinkong's attention at that moment. Yinkong comprehended the sensation Sasuke must have felt when he was scrutinized by Orochimaru back in the day. And this version of Orochimaru was not even at his peak. The palpable aura of menace enveloped him, akin to a multitude of tiny blades swirling around Yinkong, remaining ever present at his throat no matter how he attempted to evade it. This was an overwhelming presence, the kind that instills dread in those who dare to meet the gaze of a powerful being. Yinkong reflected, as Orochimaru undoubtedly intended to impress this aura upon him. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. That moment, the jutsu that Obito had been cultivating finally manifested. Although its power was not overwhelming, a fireball approximately half a meter in diameter surged forth, colliding with Orochimaru. This was a notable improvement compared to the small flames Obito had previously emitted, which were rapidly extinguished. The fireball, though modest in size, effectively demonstrated the potency of ninjutsu, despite its lack of speed. The air distorted dramatically in its wake due to the intense heat, and the ground was marked with a deep furrow several centimeters wide. However, such a display of jutsu was evidently ineffective against Orochimaru. Just as the fireball was about to engulf him, Orochimaru's form flickered and vanished before the oncoming attack, moving with such swiftness that he did not even resort to a substitution technique. Simply employing a body flicker technique to evade the fiery onslaught, Yinkong felt a surge of relief, grateful that Obito's jutsu had interrupted Orochimaru's momentum. Had it not been for Obito's intervention, Yinkong might have been left with a lingering shadow of fear, akin to Kakashi, who, despite his formidable prowess, had once been significantly challenged. Suddenly, Orochimaru appeared about 10 meters behind Yinkong. casually discarding the Uchiha emblem he held. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon Yunkong and Obito. Although the psychological assault he had just launched was disrupted by Obito's jutsu, leaving no lasting impression on Yunkong, Orochimaru seemed unfazed, given his status. Such impressions were insignificant to him. Obito, now drenched in sweat as though he had engaged in a prolonged and strenuous exercise, found the great fireball technique to be quite taxing, dragging his weary body toward Yunkong. He looked on in astonishment at the still figure of Orochimaru. One could not deny Orochimaru's charisma. Despite the palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him, there was an inexplicable quality that drew one in. Yunkong, however, was uncertain if this allure was a form of Jinjutsu. After a brief silence, Yunkong, as if just regaining his senses, grasped the still-shocked Obito and bowed respectfully to Orochimaru, addressing him as Lord Orochimaru. Regardless of his awareness of Orochimaru's numerous transgressions and the hatred he garnered, Yunkong recognized that Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin and a potential candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage in the future. To Yunkong's surprise, Orochimaru responded with a courteous nod, acknowledging both him and Obito. Next time, it would be prudent to engage in such sparring under the supervision of a teacher. Otherwise, clandestine duels such as yours can be exceedingly perilous. Orochimaru rasped. Indeed. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru, Yunkong replied, bowing once more in respect. Obito's recent display of fire jutsu had already attracted the attention of the ninja school-s instructors, and given the typical disposition of the Uchiha clan, it was highly likely that both Yunkong and Obito faced expulsion. After all, private skirmishes could easily escalate into incidents with severe repercussions, which were strictly forbidden at the Ninja Academy and within Konoha. Now that Orochimaru had categorized the incident as a sparring session without a teacher present, any subsequent punishment would likely amount to little more than verbal admonishments. As it stood, the academy seemed devoid of any substantial disciplinary measures. This effectively salvaged Yunkong and Obito's futures. Though Yunkong had previously contemplated dropping out, given his family's prominent background, he ultimately dismissed that notion. Remaining at the Ninja Academy would afford him an opportunity to gauge his abilities against those of other ninjas. It was crucial to engage with the world rather than seclude himself. Orochimaru's words also served to bolster Yunkong and Obito's standing, subtly indicating to the Uchiha clan that they were individuals of merit in his eyes, thereby guarding them against potential retribution from certain sycophants within the clan. Consequently, Yunkong felt compelled to express his gratitude to Orochimaru with a deep bow. Inwardly, he mused that perhaps Orochimaru wasn't entirely malevolent. What does it mean to be bad? Anything that is detrimental to oneself is deemed bad, and anyone who poses a threat is labeled as a villain. As for Orochimaru's intentions to eliminate his master, obliterate his lineage, or conduct horrific experiments on villagers, so long as it did not directly affect him, Orochimaru remained merely a passerby in Yunkong's eyes, regardless of how vile Orochimaru might become in the future. Yunkong was genuinely grateful to him at that moment. Yunkong's swift reaction surprised Orochimaru slightly. A 6-year-old child exhibiting such maturity was remarkable, even in the world of Naruto. This made Orochimaru, who had initially only valued Yunkong's ferocity in battle, regard him with a modicum of esteem. Yet, it was merely a flicker of recognition. Yunkong was still far from deserving of Orochimaru's full attention. Unconsciously, Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, swirling around the corner of his mouth. Interesting, he murmured. Perhaps this was a habitual expression of excitement, but Yunkong found the gesture unnervingly unsettling. Goodness, how frightening. Even if he is a good person, I should keep my distance. Had it not been for Yunkong's strong mental fortitude, he might have turned and fled. The afternoon classes are about to commence. You should hurry back to the classroom, Orochimaru remarked, turning to leave quietly, his departure as stealthy as a shadow. He was not like Jiraiya, a drifter with nothing but time to waste. He had matters of great importance to attend to, especially with the Second Shinobi World War having just concluded. Lord Orochimaru is truly amiable. As Orochimaru strode away with effortless grace, Obito exclaimed, nearly causing Yunkong to choke on his disbelief that it was a first for someone to describe Orochimaru as kind. Obito's carefree nature never ceased to astonish. Meanwhile, Uchiha, feeling humiliated, departed early, seething with rage. Had it not been for Orochimaru's intervention, he would have either faced death or severe injury and would have lost all semblance of dignity. He would have left long ago had Orochimaru not remained. Especially since he had expected some words of consolation from Orochimaru to mend his wounded pride, only to be met with indifference, left to languish. Turning away, Yinkong exited the training ground. However, he had no intention of returning to the classroom. Instead, he headed straight home. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely he would learn much during the first week. That it was better to return home and diligently work on enhancing his abilities. Although he had easily dealt with a troublemaking boy earlier, that was only because the boy was a commoner with no chakra to speak of. Were he to encounter Uchiha Ru, Yinkong was certain that in just a few exchanges, Ru would effortlessly teach him a lesson. Recognizing that little could be gained at school, Yinkong resolved to hasten home and strengthen his skills. He turned to Obito, who lagged behind, and said, "Obito, I have a stomachache this afternoon. Would you like to come home with me?" Yinkong was concerned that if he left and Uchiha Ru returned seeking trouble, Obito would be left to fend for himself. Seeing Yinkong's lively demeanor, Obito quickly realized Yinkong was planning to skip class. Yet, he hesitated. Is it really appropriate to skip class on the first day? Obito had made his stance clear. He wished to be a model student, obediently remaining in school to learn diligently though. Take care then. If Uchiha Ru comes looking for trouble, fight back if you can. If not, run away quickly. I'm heading home now, Yinkong replied, unwilling to impose his will on Obito, yet resolute in his own decision. After being a model student for over 20 years in his past life, this time he intended to be a troublesome student, one that teachers would find exasperating and classmates would disdain. What if the teacher asks about you? Obito queried, clearly concerned about Yinkong's plan. That I'll just say I have a stomachache. Yinkong waved his hand dismissively as he walked out of the campus, leaving Obito behind. Eager to distance himself from Obito's gaze, Yinkong quickened his pace, soon arriving home. His father, dozing off in the weapon shop, was somewhat drowsy as the foot traffic was sparse. Most of their customers were those to whom his father directly delivered goods. Thus, it is relatively rare for individuals to purchase weapons alone. When Yinkong unexpectedly returned home, Yun's father was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about the reason for Yinkong's early arrival. Upon learning of Yinkong's intentions, Yun's father felt both amused and exasperated, particularly at the revelation that Yinkong had already engaged in fighting on his very first day of school. This was entirely out of character for Yinkong, who had always given his father the impression of being quiet and inactive for the past 6 years. He never expected his son to possess such fighting prowess. All right, wait a moment that I will assist you in unlocking those sealed techniques. Although Yun's father felt helpless, he acknowledged that strengthening Yinkong's abilities was indeed a positive endeavor, especially in the world of ninjas, where other ninjas would not wait for him to mature. No need, Yinkong replied, that I already distilled my chakra last night. Just hand over the techniques to me. Have you truly learned it? Yun's father questioned skeptically. However, seeing Yinkong nod earnestly, he decided not to press the matter further. Ultimately, he would need to pass these techniques on to Yinkong, whether sooner or later. After memorizing the techniques, Yinkong eagerly rushed towards the secret chamber, completely disregarding his father's admonition to call for him if he was unable to unlock the seals. In fact, it soon became evident that Yinkong possessed considerable ninja talent. After 2 attempts, he successfully deciphered the opening technique for the hidden passage on his third TRY. In no time, Yinkong found himself back in the basement filled with books and scrolls, gazing at the multitude of tomes. He gradually settled down. He was not only fatigued from his hurried journey, but also needed to contemplate which ninja techniques to learn first. What was the 3-body technique again? He pondered, lifting his head and staring blankly, his mind racing. Yinkong certainly wished to directly learn techniques such as the Flying Thunder God technique or the Impure World Reincarnation, but could he truly master them at his current level? Even if it were possible, he doubted there would be any material on them among the vast collection of books. He felt it was highly improbable. Given his current chakra level, he concluded that A-rank and S-rank ninja techniques were out of reach for now. Based on his previous experiences watching Naruto, the primary techniques he needed to learn first were the 3 basic ninja arts: the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. As for the rumored additional 3-body techniques, body flicker technique, stealth technique, and binding technique, he could only chuckle at the thought. Given his current capabilities, among the 3-body techniques, mastering the substitution technique was imperative. The transformation technique would be useful in general, so learning it was sufficient. As for the clone technique, He planned to focus on the shadow clone technique, meaning he could disregard the basic clone technique books. Regarding the body flicker technique, stealth technique, and binding technique, he believed he could at least attempt to learn the body flicker technique. However, there were countless individuals who could use it effectively, yet very few could employ it in combat with the prowess of figures like the fourth Hokage, Hanzo of the Salamander, or Shursui of the Sharingan, but he was uncertain if he possessed such talent. Additionally, there was the signature technique of the Uchiha clan, fire style, great fireball technique. He wondered if, being a member of the Uchiha family, he had an affinity for the fire element. I should have asked my father for a chakra testing paper earlier, Yinkong thought to himself, realizing he had been too hasty. All right, it's decided, he murmured, touching his face. I will start by learning these techniques. Clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, shadow clone technique, body flicker technique, and the great fireball technique. He sincerely hoped the books contained the necessary information. Rising to his feet, he approached the bookshelf and began to peruse the volumes. I hope my chakra has a fire attribute, he quietly wished once more. Chapter 19. An introduction to attributes. It must be said that the collection of books in the basement was remarkably abundant, and Yinkong easily found the 6 ninja techniques he sought. He even took the time to browse through the entire library of scrolls, albeit only skimming the titles. Notably, fire-style techniques comprised 40% of the collection, while Genjutsu accounted for 30%, and the remaining 30% included various wind, earth, lightning, and water techniques. There were also some texts that could not be classified as ninja techniques, such as applications of the Sharingan and investigations into fire-style techniques. Yinkong spent the afternoon memorizing the 3 body techniques, the shadow clone technique, and the great fireball technique, while also gaining a general understanding of the contents of the secret chamber, with light footsteps. He exited the chamber, feeling a surge of joy within. These were treasures. Glancing back at the books and scrolls resting quietly on the shelves, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. With a smile, Yinkong appeared before his father. It seems you have mastered the techniques. What delightful discoveries have you made to be so jubilant? Yun's father remarked, observing the smile on Yinkong's face. What else could it be? Just the 3 body techniques and the great fireball technique. What more is there? I actually wish to learn some powerful forbidden techniques. I found some, but with my current abilities, can I truly master them? Yinkong shot a sidelong glance at his father. You really worry too much. I'm not a child. I won't engage in any lofty ambitions, Yinkong retorted. Hey, your father is merely concerned for your well-being, Yun's father exclaimed, placing his hand on Yinkong's head across the counter, somewhat annoyed. Now, speak up. Our illustrious Yinkong would not come without a purpose. What is on your mind? Yun's father turned around, appearing somewhat bored, as he picked up a weapon from the back counter to clean it while inquiring about Yinkong's intentions. Yinkong smiled sheepishly, realizing once again how perceptive his father was. I would like a chakra paper to test my chakra attributes. He felt no embarrassment. After all, his father's belongings would eventually belong to him, whether sooner or later. Why would you need to test that at such a young age? Yun's father asked. Does he already understand chakra's nature transformation? Is he planning to learn about chakra nature transformation? That seems improbable. At such a young age, even if he knows, he should not grasp its significance. Unbeknownst to Yinkong, his father was pondering deeply. I want to see if my chakra has a fire attribute. I wish to learn the fire style, great fireball technique. I see. Wait a moment. I will fetch it for you, Yun's father responded. For an ordinary family, chakra testing paper would be quite costly, but for Yun's father, who owned a weapon shop, it was merely a relatively expensive tool, akin to flash bombs and explosive tags. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from outside, followed by Obito rushing through the door in a flurry. I'm back from school, he exclaimed, panting. Understood, Yinkong replied. It is about time for school to let out. Father, could you bring out another piece? Obito has arrived, Yinkong called out to his father in the back room. All right, came Yun's father's voice in response. What is that? Obito inquired. You will find out soon enough, Yinkong replied. Just as Yinkong finished speaking, Yun's father emerged from the inner room. Obito has come, he said. Hello, uncle, Obito quickly greeted. Yes, your timing is perfect, Yun's father nodded and handed a piece of chakra testing paper to each of them. What is this? Obito asked, taking the paper in confusion, unsure of its purpose. This is chakra testing paper, used to detect chakra attributes. A ninja's ability to utilize various jutsu depends on their chakra attributes. While most ninjas can only wield one nature's jutsu, high-ranking ninjas can generally use techniques of two or more attributes. For instance, the third Hokage can employ both fire-style and earth-style techniques due to his chakra attributes being fire and earth. Yun's father explained that, of course, the third Hokage is renowned as a master of ninjutsu. He can also use wind, water, and lightning techniques. However, having a specific chakra attribute allows for greater potency with the same type of jutsu. For example, the Uchiha clan predominantly possesses fire attributes, which is why Uchiha ninjas excel at fire-style techniques. Yet, it does not mean that Uchiha ninjas cannot employ other techniques. To illustrate, a ninja with a fire attribute might also learn water-style techniques. But due to the nature of chakra, they may only be able to use lower-tier water-style jutsu, or their speed in executing the techniques might be considerably slower, and they may take longer to master water-style techniques compared to those of the same fire attribute. Thus, over time, ninjas generally focus on learning techniques that align with their chakra attributes. Bear in mind that not every ninja possesses the remarkable skill of the third Hokage, who can proficiently wield techniques across 5 different attributes. A ninja's time is limited, while the art of ninjutsu is boundless. Thus, a ninja can only strive to learn the techniques that resonate with them, thereby enhancing their own strength. Yunfu observed the somewhat vacant expression in Obito's eyes and proceeded to explain in detail. "Do you understand?" he inquired. "Did I comprehend?" Obito replied, "No one has ever explained it to me quite like this. It is no wonder that our Uchiha clan predominantly employs fire release techniques." "Well said," came another voice from outside the door. As a young man with golden hair, around 17 or 18 years of age, entered the room, Yun Kong's mouth dropped open. Had it been anyone else, he would have unreservedly mocked him for his lion-like golden mane. However, this individual, with a sunlit smile, was none other than the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, one of the greatest ninjas of the future, who would take the body flicker technique to its zenith. "I just arrived at the entrance and couldn't help but overhear your discussion on ninjutsu. I sincerely apologize for eavesdropping," Minato said as he swiftly offered his apologies to Yunfu upon entering. After all, it is quite impolite to listen in on others, especially when it pertains to ninjutsu. Nowadays in Konoha, who would willingly impart their techniques to others without charge? Yunfu nodded, accepting Minato's apology that it's no trouble. "I was merely imparting knowledge intended for the children." Anyone who beheld Minato's radiant smile would find it hard to harbor any resentment. "Hello, I am Minato Namikaze, currently a jonin of Konoha." He introduced himself as he stepped further into the room. Indeed, Yun Kong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "The 4th Hokage." Yunfu emerged from behind the counter and bowed respectfully to Minato. "I am the proprietor of this weapon shop. How may I assist you?" Regardless of the village, a jonin commands respect. Even if they are merely an ordinary one, I am about to undertake a mission and require 20 explosive tags. "Do you have any in stock?" Minato inquired. The truth was that Orochimaru had informed the 3rd Hokage of a promising young man he had encountered, prompting the 3rd Hokage to send Minato to assess the boy's abilities as well as his character. Ultimately, it was merely an observation that as for why Orochimaru did not come himself. It could be said that neither Yun Kong nor Obito had the qualifications to warrant such attention. It was already generous of Minato to come. However, upon arriving at the Konoha Academy, Minato unexpectedly discovered that Yun Kong had skipped class as the end of the school day approached. He followed Obito to this location. Yet, there was no need to divulge the true reason to Yun Kong and the others. After all, Minato's explanation was already quite impressive. It was entirely normal for a jonin of Minato's caliber to purchase explosive tags, and 20 was precisely in line with the expectations of his rank. Moreover, for a weapon shop of Yunfu's modest scale, 20 explosive tags represented the upper limit of their inventory. Given the price of explosive tags, 20 constituted a significant sum for an ordinary weapon shop. They typically stock a maximum of 20 to 30 tags, with larger orders usually being special requests. After all, their potency is considerable, and they are regulated items within Konoha. Should an individual with ill intent acquire thousands of explosive tags, the devastation would rival that of forbidden techniques. "Please hold on, I will fetch them for you," Yunfu said, gesturing for Minato to take a seat in the room while he went to retrieve the items. "There's no rush. I would like to assess the chakra attributes of these 2 youths first, and I wonder if they are suitable," Minato said with a hint of apology. "Of course," Yunfu readily agreed, recognizing that Minato's intentions were to offer guidance to Yun Kong and Obito. Receiving insight from a Jonin was a rare opportunity for both of them. Although the 12 Konoha ninja were all taught by Jonin, they were characters imbued with the protagonist's aura. Each one had a remarkable background. Take Konohamaru, a typical second-generation wealthy heir, whose later teacher was merely a special Jonin, highlighting how challenging it was to find a Jonin instructor nowadays. This is my son, Yin Kong, and this is his friend. Uchiha Obito, from the prestigious Uchiha clan, Yunfu introduced, pointing to Yun Kong, and then to Obito. Minato-sama. Both Yun Kong and Obito stepped forward, bowing respectfully to him. Very well, Minato nodded. Now, please channel your chakra into this chakra test paper. Let me see your chakra attributes. Obito, you go first, Yun Kong suggested. All right, Obito replied without hesitation, taking the chakra test paper and channeling his chakra into it. As Obito's chakra flowed into the paper, it quickly split into two sections. The left side ignited in flames, while the right crumbled into powder. So, your attributes are fire and earth. Quite impressive. You share the same attributes as the third Hokage, Minato remarked with a nod. After Minato glanced at Yun Kong, he recalled that this boy had been praised by Orochimaru. Although he had yet to discern any extraordinary qualities in him, he still held him in high regard, as Orochimaru had a keen eye for talent. Yun Kong stepped forward, initially intending to keep his chakra attributes a secret. However, since Minato expressed interest, he felt there was no need for concealment that he approached, pinching the test paper with his index and middle fingers, and infused it with his chakra. The upper half of the test paper ignited immediately, indicating a fire attribute, while the lower half wrinkled and appeared to absorb moisture as if submerged in water, revealing attributes of lightning and water. Minato nodded in approval, noting that one possessed dual attributes while the other had three. In terms of chakra attributes, they were quite commendable, considering that most ninjas had a single attribute, like himself. However, this did not significantly correlate with their potential to become strong. Yet, having met these two youths, Minato decided to familiarize himself with them and observe their growth over time. Reaching into his pocket, Minato produced a scroll and said, "Unfortunately, your attributes do not align with mine. However, I would like to gift you both a ninjutsu that my teacher bestowed upon me. Its power is comparable to the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique. But the hand signs are simpler. I shall present it to you." Minato handed the scroll to Yun Kong. The scroll prominently bore the inscription, "Fire Release, Fireball." Yunfu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the gift was a significant one. Given that Minato had only gleaned a little insight into their chakra attributes, I really cannot accept this, he began, but before he could finish, Yun Kong had already excitedly accepted the scroll from Minato's hands. This was no trivial matter. It was a technique from Minato's teacher, one of the legendary three, Jiraiya. Yun Kong was well aware of the power of Fireball. If one were to critique the Great Fireball, it would be that it attacks in the form of a spinning fireball, whereas Fireball behaves more like a burning projectile. While its range may be narrower than the Great Fireball, its penetrating power is significantly greater. Of course, all of this assumes that the same individual uses the same chakra. Moreover, the simplicity of the hand signs for Fireball means that it can be executed more swiftly. "Thank you, Minato-sama." Both Yun Kong and Obito expressed their gratitude respectfully. They exchanged glances, each feeling as though they had hit the jackpot. For Obito, the situation was even more favorable. Despite being an Uchiha, acquiring ninjutsu was no easy feat, let alone a technique that rivaled the Great Fireball. However, once you learn it, you must not share it carelessly, as it is my teacher's technique. Chapter 21. Practicing fire release techniques even after Minato's departure. Yun Kong remained immersed in excitement. It was not merely due to the ninjutsu gift, but rather the presence of Minato himself. The fourth Hokage, a figure who would later astonish the entire ninja world with his flying thunder god technique, even leading every village to issue a decree that anyone encountering the yellow flash should abandon their mission. And now, the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had taken the initiative to get to know him. Wow, this is a stroke of luck, Yun Kong thought to himself, relishing the prospect of using this connection as a reason to learn the flying thunder god technique from Minato in the future. It would be foolish to approach him without any prior acquaintance, merely to ask to learn the technique. After retrieving the explosive tags, Yunfu personally escorted Minato out of the shop, even offering discounts on the tags he purchased. Once he waved goodbye to Minato with a cheerful expression, he returned to the room and looked at Yun Kong and Obito by the way. Dad, are you really not planning to continue being a ninja? Yun Kong inquired with curiosity. When Mizamon arrived, he had conducted thorough investigations into Yun Kong's family, even uncovering the fact that Yun's father was once a ninja and a nin at that. Thus, when Mizamon took his leave, he subtly suggested that he could mention to Lord Hokage the possibility of Yun's father teaching at the Ninja Academy. However, this proposal was firmly declined by Yun's father, prompting Yun Kong's question. Never mind, I have grown weary of the ninja lifestyle. My current life is quite satisfactory, Yun's father replied. In response, Yun Kong expressed understanding, acknowledging that the life of a ninja is fraught with turbulence. Regardless of location, just like the Moonlight Gale, who, as a teacher at the academy, was silenced for overhearing information he should not have. Moreover, in the years to come, Konoha Village and the entire ninja world would be unsettled. Making the decision to withdraw quite prudent, Yun's father then feigned solemnity, clearing his throat twice, and asked, Now, tell me, what remarkable feats have you accomplished at school that have drawn the attention of a nin? And not just any ordinary nin. Remarkable feats? Yun Kong pondered dramatically for a moment. Does fighting count? Subsequently, disregarding his father's impending fury, Yun Kong seized Taito and dashed out of the house. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. With over an hour remaining until the sun fully set. Naturally, both Yun Kong and Taito were eager to explore the fire release techniques left behind by Mizamon. Yun Kong pulled Taito along, racing to the riverbank where they had previously contacted fire release techniques, arriving at the wooden dock that spanned the river. All right, let us see what Lord Mizamon has left us. Fire release, fireball technique. Yun Kong declared. Awesome. Taito, already brimming with anticipation, quickly sat cross-legged and unfurled the scroll alongside Yun Kong. The scroll meticulously detailed the hand seals for the fireball technique, the flow of chakra required for its execution, and nuances for enhancing its potency. Taito, remember these subtle details. They will greatly aid you in mastering the great fireball technique, Yun Kong advised. Taito had never received guidance on fire release techniques before, so Jiraiya's annotations proved to be immensely beneficial to him. Within a span of several minutes, Yun Kong had committed the entire scroll to memory. The fireball technique bore similarities to the great fireball technique. And after dedicating considerable effort to memorizing the latter earlier that afternoon, Yun Kong found mastering the fireball technique to be considerably easier. The term mastering may not be entirely appropriate. Perhaps committing to memory would suffice. Yun Kong, step back. Allow me to demonstrate the technique first, Taito said, having memorized the entire technique, rising to his feet. Yun Kong nodded. Having never practiced ninjutsu before, particularly fire release, it was certainly more suitable to observe Taito's demonstration. Fire release, fireball technique. Taito swiftly formed the hand seals at the end of the dock and shouted. A flame, an oval of roughly 1 meter in diameter, erupted from Taito's mouth, swiftly engulfing a 3-meter radius in front of him. The calm surface of the river was instantly bathed in crimson reflections from the fire pillar, as if a deep furrow had been plowed into the water. Taito's technique concluded in a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the flames rapidly dissipating in the absence of chakra to sustain them. However, the heat rising from the water's surface, coupled with the long, distinct mark left behind, vividly illustrated the impact of Taito's recent technique. How was that, Yun Kong? Taito turned, excitement written all over his face, his own reflection glowing red from the flames. Impressive. The power is at least half of what the great fireball technique produced earlier today, Yun Kong replied. However, I believe it would be wiser for you to perfect the great fireball technique first, as you have already had ample time to master it. Try incorporating the subtle details mentioned in the fireball technique. Yun Kong suggested. All right, that's what I was thinking too. Although the fireball technique has more power, it feels less intuitive than the great fireball technique, Taito responded. Yun Kong nodded, reflecting. Indeed, Taito responds with remarkable fluidity. I should consider myself a genius. How could I have fathomed such a complex matter? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Just as Yun Kong reveled in his self-satisfaction, Taito formed the seals once more, preparing to unleash a larger fireball. Clearly, Jiraiya's annotations had significantly aided Taito. A 1-meter diameter fireball spun towards Taito, hovering 4 or 5 meters in front of him, shrouded in a thick mist of vapor. The fireball lingered slightly longer, yet only for about 10 seconds. Gazing at the spectacle before him, Taito was left awestruck that he had never anticipated that within a mere half-day, or rather, after merely reviewing Jiraiya's scroll, he could achieve such an enhancement. As Taito celebrated, Yinkong waved his hand and approached him. Taito, step back. Witness my great fireball technique. You can perform the great fireball technique too? Taito asked, astonished, looking at Yinkong. Is it so surprising? Yinkong replied nonchalantly. Have you forgotten? My father was once a ninja and left behind some scrolls, among which is the great fireball technique. Yinkong then swiftly formed the hand seals, calling out, fire release, great fireball technique. Concentrating his chakra at his chest, he expelled it forcefully. Yinkong felt that every step he took was flawless, even perfect. Yet, merely a small flame flickered a mere few centimeters in front of him before promptly extinguishing. Coughing, as the small flame flickered and vanished, Yinkong's face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 22. The Passage of Time. The great fireball had transformed into a mere flicker, lasting not even a second. Even with Yinkong's thick skin, his face turned crimson. Cough, cough, Yinkong feigned a cough. An accident, purely an accident. Once more, Yinkong formed the seals, repeating the process, shouting, fire release, great fireball technique. A small cluster of flames hesitated, seemingly bashful, and only after Yinkong's persistent urging did it finally reveal itself. Yet, like before, it quickly extinguished in midair. Darn it, Yinkong muttered under his breath, utterly dumbfounded. This can't be right. I generally learn ninjutsu swiftly, just like when I deciphered the techniques for the secret passages in my home. I succeeded in merely 2 attempts. How could this be? This narrative should not unfold this way. Surely, I must be an extraordinary talent, unlike other reincarnated individuals who possess complete elemental affinities and the Manjiki Sharingan or Rinnegan. Yinkong, aware that his mother was an ordinary person, knew she was not of Uchiha lineage. Whether he could awaken the Sharingan remained uncertain, and yet he found himself unable to grasp even a simple fire release technique. Is heaven toying with me? Yinkong silently gazed skyward, feeling inferior even to Itachi, and certainly less capable than Sasuke. Is heaven truly playing games with me? Taito approached Yinkong, noticing his despondent expression, and patted him on the shoulder. Yinkong swiftly resolved that if Taito dared to mock him even slightly, he would not hesitate to deliver a punch. Yinkong, don't be too disheartened. After all, it's only your first attempt. Take your time. Focus on feeling the flow of chakra, and try to gather more chakra. Taito encouraged that you're a good person. Yinkong sighed at Taito's earnest attempts to console him. These are merely my own feelings, and I can't guarantee their accuracy, but you should give it a try. After all, you won't die from it. I always thought I was lacking, but after seeing you, my mood has improved significantly, and no wonder so many people come to check on me. It all makes sense now that I in a sudden shift. Taito's demeanor transformed entirely, as he feigned an epiphany. You little rascal. So you consider me a guinea pig to test your experiences, and in the process, you belittle me. Yinkong thought to himself, his eyes brimming with tears as he surveyed Taito, contemplating where to land a kick later. Come, watch as I unleash another great fireball, Taito said, forming the seals and slowly moving closer to Yinkong. Without waiting for Taito to unleash his jutsu, Yinkong, without provocation, delivered a kick, sending Taito, who was striking a pose of invincibility, tumbling into the river. Taito, seeing your dog paddling style, inexplicably lifts my spirits, Yinkong remarked just as Taito shouted from the water, fire release. Great fireball technique. You little rascal, Taito, was that really necessary? I merely intended to give you a nudge into the river. And you plan to roast me with fire? Yinkong thought in exasperation. With a speed that was almost too swift to comprehend, the body leapt into the river. Silence enveloped the scene, lingering for a considerable moment. The imagined fireball did not materialize. Instead, Yinkong surfaced from the depths of the water, only to hear the boisterous laughter of Obito echoing from the riverbank. It was at this moment that Yinkong realized he had been outwitted by Obito. Obito, can you not at least attempt to embody the essence of a true villain? Yinkong mused internally, while outwardly declaring, Obito, you are doomed. How dare you mock me? Just wait until I catch you. He surged toward the bank where Obito stood, who had already turned to flee, laughing unabashedly. Perhaps this was the life I truly yearned for, Yinkong contemplated, but how long can such a life endure? I do not know. These thoughts flitted through Yinkong's mind. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At the edge of Kanahagakure, In a small clearing where a brook flowed, two youths faced each other. These two were none other than Yunkong and Obito after school. Over the course of the week, Yunkong had managed to grasp the basics of the body flicker technique and shadow clone technique, along with two forms of fire release ninjutsu AS for the body flicker technique. Yunkong could only chuckle. Learning the body flicker technique was supposed to be simple. One merely had to channel chakra to their feet and utilize it for swift movement. Yet, Yunkong found himself uncertain of where he might end up when he attempted it. Of course, he had generously shared the aforementioned techniques with Obito. Since both had largely mastered these jutsu, they often came to this spot to spar. Obito, did you not have enough to eat for lunch? Why are your reactions so sluggish this afternoon? Yunkong teased, effortlessly dodging Obito's repeated attacks. You think I'm like you, sneaking off to some corner to nap during afternoon activities? I remember you haven't participated in any this week. The moment the teacher announced dismissal, you vanished, Obito retorted, slightly out of breath from his relentless assaults. Having initiated attack after attack, he had exhausted considerable energy. What you call the body flicker technique is nothing. Yunkong replied, unperturbed. Although he had embarrassed himself the first time he executed the body flicker technique, crashing into a tree, he maintained his composure. Obito erupted into laughter upon hearing Yunkong's response. Is that truly what you call the body flicker technique? Upon hearing this, Yunkong's expression darkened. Enough prattle. Obito, are you even capable of continuing? If not, it will be my turn. Yunkong cracked his knuckles with a mischievous grin directed at Obito. How dare you expose my shortcomings? Obito, you're asking for trouble. Why don't you come at me? Obito suddenly wore a triumphant smirk. Yunkong sensed something amiss, just as another Obito sprang from behind him. Got you. Obito yelled, landing a punch squarely on Yunkong's face, who had only just turned around to Obito's astonishment. Yunkong showed no resistance and was sent flying. With a thud, Yunkong transformed into a wooden log, leaving a clear imprint of Obito's punch. Substitution jutsu. Obito gazed at the fallen log before turning to the true Yunkong, who stood confidently before him. Your use of the clone technique is commendable. Had I not looked closely, I might have been deceived, Yunkong remarked with a smile. That is not a clone. It is a shadow clone. Obito's own clone behind Yunkong said with a smirk, suddenly reaching out. However, Yunkong seemed to anticipate this, swiftly grasping Obito's hand and countering with a strike aimed at the original Obito in a swift motion. Obito deflected Yunkong's arm, engaging in a struggle. Having learned from countless encounters with Yunkong, Obito finally understood the application of shadow clones in combat. Recalling his experiences watching Naruto, he remembered how often he had fallen victim to Kakashi's clones. Caught off guard. Meanwhile, the real Obito hastily performed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique, he shouted, as a 2-meter diameter fireball rapidly formed before him, spiraling toward Yunkong, who was entangled with Obito's clone. Almost simultaneously, another fireball surged from the opposite direction, colliding with Obito's, causing his fireball to veer away from Yunkong. That I didn't expect you to have another clone, Obito said, surprised, as he spotted yet another Yunkong emerging from the foliage. No, I am the real one, Yunkong declared, as the Yunkong entangled with Obito's clone dissipated in a puff of smoke. I have educated you countless times with this shadow clone technique. Did you truly think I would recklessly expose myself before confirming the situation? Yunkong, drenched in sweat and panting, realized that although the battle had not been excessively intense, it had been far from the effortless endeavor he had claimed. Just as Obito appeared fatigued, Yunkong felt equally drained. As the two fireballs clashed and left a deep crater in the earth, Yunkong silently breathed a sigh of relief. His week of rigorous training had not been in vain at the very least. His great fireball technique was now nearly on par with Obito's. Glancing at the setting sun in the west, he said, "Let us go home." Just 2 or 3 minutes after Yunkong and Obito departed. A white-haired boy, his face obscured, appeared like a specter at the site of their recent battle, his gaze following the direction in which Yunkong and Obito had vanished, observing the charred remnants on the ground. He murmured, "Is this the extent of their power?" In an instant, the white-haired boy transformed into a shadow, disappearing into the thicket. The following morning, precisely at 6 o'clock, Yunkong's alarm clock, as it had year after year, roused him from slumber. Groggily, he silenced the alarm and, eyes half closed as if in a dream, stumbled into the washroom to brush his teeth. Another Monday, he muttered, his disdain for the day evident. Habitually, He recalled that the ninja academy was akin to a university environment. If one did not wish to learn, no one would force them. After completing his morning routine, Yinkong hastily consumed a morsel, grabbed his lunchbox, and stepped outside. Obito was already waiting on the street leading to Yinkong's school. A few days prior, Obito had come to Yinkong's home to walk to school together, but to alleviate Obito's burden, they had agreed to meet on the street between Yinkong's house and the Uchiha clan, which was closer to the school, before proceeding together. Arriving at school without incident, Yinkong discovered that today's classes began with extracurricular activities. Not surprisingly, the previous week, the teacher had instructed the students solely on chakra extraction, imparting no other knowledge. As for the methods taught, they were as basic as one could imagine. Yinkong had even attempted to feel the process. Using the technique shown by the teacher, he sensed it would take him at least 3 days to extract chakra effectively. Wasn't it said that the ninja world was currently unstable? Wasn't it true that relations among the various ninja villages had become, or had always been, quite tense? Why then was Konohagakure so leisurely in training its ninjas? While Yinkong's mind wandered, the class's responsible Chunin, Yamada Nozomi, stood before the lined-up students and announced, "Today, I will teach you the throwing technique for shuriken." After instructing the students to form a semicircle for better observation, Yamada Nozomi continued, "Each individual has their own throwing style, yet the essence remains. Speed is paramount." As he spoke, his hand moved suddenly, and before the students could register the motion, a shuriken struck the target with precision. Yamada Nozomi's sudden action prompted a chorus of gasps and admiration from Yinkong's classmates, who were captivated by his swift execution. However, Yinkong remained unaffected. He had clearly observed Yamada Nozomi's technique, noting that it was merely a flick of the index and middle fingers that propelled the shuriken forward. This method of throwing can undoubtedly be regarded as the very foundation of all techniques. Yinkong turned his head to survey the surroundings. 4 or 5 individuals were clapping, yet their eyes unmistakably conveyed disdain. Among them 2 from the Uchiha clan, one of whom was named Hatake Kakashi. As for Obito, he looked as if his eyes were filled with little stars. Such a lack of substance. What is there to be excited about? Especially you, Obito. You will become a veritable arsenal in the future. Must you really embarrass your future self? While Yinkong was lost in thought, Yamada had already assumed his stance, beginning to elaborate on the steps in a gradual manner. Like this, the throwing hand in front, legs apart, body inclined forward, maintain your balance. Your gaze should be directed ahead, chest out, abdomen in, and hips elevated. Adjust your breathing, and ensure your arm movements are not overly grand. Primarily, utilize your wrist strength to propel the shuriken. After providing a general explanation, Yamada sent 2 shuriken flying, both striking the target center. After explaining the technique 2 or 3 times, he smiled at the eager youths, beckoning them forward. "That's it. All right, everyone whose name I call, step forward for a practice session." Chapter 24. Subtle bravado. The sun shone brightly against a cloudless sky. A perfect day for slumber, Yinkong mused. The sound echoing through the courtyard of the wood industry school was not that of footsteps, but rather the sharp thuds of shuriken striking wooden posts. Next, Hatake Kakashi. Yamada's voice echoed with a hint of anticipation. One wondered just how much the renowned son of the Leaf Village's White Fang had absorbed from his father, Shikomo Hatake. Yinkong too harbored expectations, primarily curious to gauge the difference between himself and the illustrious Kakashi. Kakashi signaled his readiness, navigating through the crowd towards the wooden post, simultaneously indicating to Yamada that he was prepared. "Begin," Yamada instructed. No sooner had Yamada's words left his lips than Kakashi's 10 shuriken formed a straight line, swiftly hurtling towards the bullseye of the post. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of shuriken striking the wood resonated almost in harmony, as all 10 shuriken found their mark in less than 5 seconds. Perfect. All shuriken hit the target within 5 seconds, and each struck the bullseye. Yamada announced, "No wonder he is the son of the Leaf Village's White Fang." Yamada mused inwardly. Indeed, the copy ninja, Hatake Kakashi, Yinkong thought to himself. The surrounding classmates erupted in cheers upon witnessing Kakashi's demonstration and Yamada's commendation. Particularly the female students, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, almost as if they were ready to declare their infatuation. Amidst the applause, Kakashi, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled away with an air of calm detachment. Though his demeanor suggested an effort to appear cool in the crowd, Obito raised his middle finger in a gesture of disdain, ensuring Kakashi noticed while emitting a couple of derisive snorts. Indeed, Kakashi caught sight of Obito's gesture. Although uncertain of its meaning, he was well aware it was not a compliment. Consequently, Kakashi mirrored the gesture back to Obito, deliberately swaying it in front of him. That it seems Kakashi still possesses a childlike nature. Yun Kong reflected upon witnessing Kakashi's reaction. Though often trying to appear aloof, Kakashi's inner child still shone through. Aware of Shikomo Hataki's tragic end, Kakashi had locked away his emotions, becoming increasingly aloof upon witnessing this scene. Obito's face turned green with envy. He spat heavily on the ground in front of Kakashi, unperturbed by the murderous glint in Kakashi's eyes, and swaggered towards the wooden post, despite his reluctance to admit it. Yun Kong had to concede that Obito had indeed picked up some bad habits from him, including the middle finger gesture and spitting. Once upon a time, Obito was the epitome of humility and kindness. Obito took the 10 shuriken, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi before inhaling deeply. Without waiting for Yamada to call for the start, he launched the shuriken in a unique manner. The shuriken flew in various trajectories. Some straight, others spinning, converging on the wooden post from every direction. An unmistakable technique from the Uchiha clan. Both Yamada and Yun Kong recognized that Obito's method of throwing shuriken was anything but simplistic. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of shuriken striking the post echoed, yet only 2 found the bullseye. 5 hit the post, and 3 went astray. As the crowd registered the results of Obito's throw, a chorus of derisive jeers erupted. As not everyone possessed the discerning eye of Yamada or Yun Kong, Kakashi maintained a calm expression amidst the crowd, while a few other gifted youths mirrored his demeanor. The remaining 2 from the Uchiha clan wore expressions of disdain. Convinced they could outperform Obito walked away amidst the jeers, a proud smile plastered on his face. However, as he passed Yun Kong unceremoniously raised his middle finger at Obito. Obito relished in this display of intellectual superiority over his peers, finding pleasure in the volume of their jeers, which only bolstered his pride. This understated bravado was a lesson imparted by Yun Kong. No wonder Yun Kong always looked down on him intellectually. This sensation of superiority was indeed exhilarating, Obito mused, until he noticed Yun Kong's middle finger. Next, Yun Kong. Yamada continued. Behold, the epitome of ostentatiousness, Yun Kong muttered under his breath as he approached the wooden post. Accepting the 10 shuriken and weighing them in his hands, he then tossed the shuriken into the air, catching 8 of them between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the 8 shuriken flew towards the post along their respective trajectories. Yun Kong then slightly bent down, catching the last 2 shuriken in his hands and swinging them in succession to this point. With Yun Kong's stance, he undoubtedly outshone everyone present. However, the first 8 shuriken whizzed past the post, embedding themselves in the trunk behind it. The remaining 2 collided mid-air, causing one to change direction and soar over the post, embedding itself in the base of the trunk, while the last shuriken disappeared into the distance, of which Yun Kong paid no mind. All missed the target. An immediate chorus of jeers erupted once more. Yet, Yun Kong raised his arms triumphantly, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle, beaming as he returned to his position. Impressive, Yamada remarked, observing the 9 shuriken embedded in the trunk. His first impression was one of admiration. From his vantage point, he clearly witnessed the 8 shuriken maneuver around the post and stick into the obscured trunk. Moreover, the last one had altered its trajectory mid-air, striking the lowest part of the trunk. Thus, Yun Kong's throwing technique rendered the distinction between hiding behind the post and standing in front of it negligible. For the first time, Yamada realized he ought to pay closer attention to Yun Kong. Even more astonishing was the fact that each shuriken had accurately pierced a leaf. As Yun Kong returned to his position, he thought to himself that the flamboyant techniques of Uchiha Itachi were indeed effective. However, he acknowledged that he still fell short compared to Itachi, who could hit multiple targets simultaneously while airborne. For now, his performance would suffice. Chapter 25. Provocation. Yun Kong, smiling, returned to the midst of the crowd, unfazed by the surrounding jeers. Of course, most of the jeers came from infatuated girls or common youth from humble backgrounds. Those with a modicum of discernment regarded Yun Kong with looks of apprehension and admiration. Observing the serious expressions on Kakashi and the others, even Yun Kong felt the weight of animosity accumulating against him. Nevertheless, this ostentatious display was undeniably exhilarating. Obito silently raised his thumb, acknowledging Yun Kong's prowess. Impressive. Truly the combat ace of ostentation. Thank you. Thank you. Yun Kong graciously accepted Obito's envious praise, allowing him to fully experience the thickness of his skin. No wonder you've been practicing shuriken throwing so diligently this past week, even pilfering my techniques. Were you planning to astonish everyone at this moment? Of course not. What is so great about making a spectacular debut? Do you think I'm like you? I aim to be the underdog, to soothe your fragile ego. Yun Kong jested lightly. The events that followed were utterly mundane, lacking any individual capable of captivating attention like Yun Kong did. Even the two boys from the Uchiha clan merely passed muster. The reason they were deemed acceptable was that Yun Kong subconsciously compared their shuriken throwing technique to that of Uchiha Itachi, only to realize it was truly subpar. Thus, they were only marginally acceptable. Soon, the 30-odd students in Yun Kong's class completed their practice swiftly as usual. Yamada Yi announced free activity and shamelessly vanished before everyone. Where shall we go? Yun Kong, as he observed their teacher's enthusiastic disappearance. Even Obito couldn't help but admire Yamada Yi's lack of professionalism. He had never been caught by his students. Where can we go? Let's practice ninjutsu first, and then I'll give you a beating, Yun Kong replied. Obito nodded, uncertain who would be beating whom, as he almost triumphed yesterday. Upon hearing Yun Kong's response, Obito understood that Yun Kong meant they would head to the small stream they often visited to practice. Speaking of which, under Yun Kong's disdainful influence, Obito, who had been trying to be a good child and a diligent student, was finally led astray on the fourth day. Henceforth, he began to frequently skip classes alongside Yun Kong. As Yun Kong and Obito chatted and laughed, preparing to exit the training ground, a sudden flurry of shuriken shot towards them from behind. The incident occurred so abruptly, especially for the unsuspecting Yun Kong and Obito. In an instant, Yun Kong felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and caught a glimpse of 4 shuriken hurtling toward them with deadly precision that in the nick of time. Yun Kong pushed Obito aside. Twisting his body with all his might, the 4 shuriken grazed Yun Kong's body, leaving 4 streaks of blood in their wake. Yun Kong flipped over, disregarding the pain from his wounds, swiftly regaining his balance and warily glancing at the 2 assailants wielding shuriken behind them. Meanwhile, Obito, propelled by Yun Kong's shove, reacted quickly, rolling on the ground and rising to his feet, his face etched with fury as he glared at the attackers. The culprits were 2 boys from the Uchiha clan. Classmates of Yun Kong, the 2 boys, clad in Uchiha's blue attire, sighed, seemingly regretful that their shuriken had failed to strike Yun Kong and Obito. However, Yun Kong and Obito were now alerted, and the attention of most classmates had been drawn. The 2 boys had no choice but to cease their actions. Exchanging glances, the 2 swiftly approached Yun Kong and Obito. Are you all right? They said in unison, promptly bowing to him. Yun Kong observed the 2 Uchiha boys bowing. The one on the right was Uchiha Pin, and the one on the left was Uchiha Miao, rumored to be brothers, though their exact relation was unclear. Over the course of a week, despite his carefree demeanor, Yun Kong had memorized the names of all his classmates. Uchiha Pin quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Yun Kong-kun, that we accidentally threw shuriken while practicing and unintentionally hurt you. Please forgive us that I see you're bleeding. You should hurry to the infirmary for treatment. We'll cover the expenses. Uchiha Miao beside him nodded in agreement, repeatedly stating it was not intentional. The classmates around them were startled, casting looks of fear or disdain towards the Uchiha boys. However, as the Uchiha duo explained, their peers' attitudes began to shift, with some even praising Uchiha Pin for his generosity and camaraderie. In stark contrast, Obito was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly, waiting for Yun Kong's command to strike the 2 boys. While others may have been oblivious to Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao's intentions, Obito was fully aware. These clan members were insufferably arrogant. Yun Kong's shuriken technique had embarrassed them, prompting their underhanded attack from behind. Just as Obito was about to refute and condemn Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, Yun Kong raised his hand to stop him. It's all right. You were merely careless. Yun Kong nodded, turning to lead Obito away. TCH, coward, Uchiha Miao muttered quietly as Yun Kong turned away. Although spoken softly, the words clearly reached both Yun Kong and Obito's ears. Obito flared up like a lit firecracker, ready to retaliate, but was once again restrained by Yun Kong. Yun Kong, are we really going to let these 2 slide? Obito whispered, incredulous. Have you ever heard the saying, a gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes 10 years? Kong replied as they stepped outside. Does that mean we'll let it go today? Obito pressed, dissatisfied that of course not that a gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes 10 years. But I am no gentleman. I will exact my revenge from dawn till dusk. Kong smiled, yet his words held a sinister edge. Now let us form the seals. Later, we will unleash fire release. Fireball technique. I'll take both of their arms. Kong continued to smile, sending a chill down Obito's spine. Fire release? Isn't that a bit extreme? Obito hesitated, aware of the technique's formidable power, fearing it could result in fatalities. Fatalities? All the better. This is self-defense. Kong shot Obito a look, emphasizing that a ninja need not show mercy, with his back turned to the two Uchiha boys. Kong swiftly formed the seals. Chapter 26. A lesson to deter others. Kong. They are still classmates. Isn't this a bit harsh? Obito, though forming his seals, continued to urge caution. Harsh. This is merely a lesson to deter others. When those two rascals ambushed us with shuriken from behind, do you think they felt it was harsh? Kong retorted. Clearly, they did not. Otherwise, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao would not have resorted to such a cowardly attack. Since they disregarded the safety of others, Obito realized that engaging these two rascals in reason would only make him foolish. The seals for the great fireball technique were swiftly completed, awaiting Kong's command. At that moment, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao watched as Kong and Obito turned away, exchanging glances once more. They believed if they attacked again, they could surely injure Kong and Obito. However, with so many classmates watching, they could no longer use the excuse of accident. Unconsciously, the two tightened their grips on their shuriken. Just as they pondered whether to strike again, Kong and Obito suddenly turned back around. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao jumped. Mistakenly believing that Kong and Obito had discovered their intentions, being young, the two felt a pang of guilt. Upon seeing Kong and Obito pivot, they instinctively forced smiles. Have we really lost our wits? How could they possibly suspect our thoughts? Uchiha Pin thought to himself, just as he was about to approach, at least to hypocritically inquire if Kong and Obito had any new demands. Unbeknownst to them, Kong took a deep breath and coldly declared, Fire release. Fireball. Kong inhaled sharply, and a 2-meter-high pillar of fire formed, resembling an arrow, shooting towards Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. The immense flames surged toward them, scorching the earth and leaving deep burn marks, while all the fallen leaves around Kong turned to ash in an instant. The trees bordering the flames wilted and caught fire under the intense heat. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao stood frozen, their minds racing with expletives that we merely threw a couple of shuriken. Even if it was intentional, we ensured no one would be harmed. Yet here you are, unleashing a fire ninjutsu. Do you not realize you could easily kill someone? Cursing aside, it was evident Kong had no intention of letting them off lightly, and they could distinctly sense the killing intent emanating from him. Such a young age, yet he harbors such intense malice. However, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Uchiha Miao was positioned at a considerable distance from Kong. Standing behind Uchiha Pin in a moment of dire urgency, Uchiha Miao sprang into action, swiftly pulling Uchiha Pin along with him, and the two managed to evade the flames in a rather clumsy manner. Although they avoided the inferno, their arms and legs were still scorched by the searing heat, emitting a faint scent of charred flesh. The flames collided with the trees behind Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, resulting in a tremendous explosion, and a tree, thick as a man's waist, was instantly reduced to ashes by the consuming fire. The surrounding classmates stood in stunned silence, gazing at the motionless Kong, suddenly realizing that the fair-faced Kong possessed a terrifying aura. Those who had previously reveled in the misfortune of others instinctively recoiled in fear. How could someone so young wield the art of fire release ninjutsu with such proficiency? The classmates couldn't help but ponder. Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, Toby, having turned around, swiftly demonstrated to those nearby the true meaning of shock. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Toby, with a clenched fist held before his mouth, launched a fireball approximately 2 meters in diameter, which spun rapidly toward the prone Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. The power of the great fireball was no less formidable than that of the flame bullet. The swirling flames bore even greater strength, and the recently scorched trees were instantaneously reduced to ashes under its influence. The surrounding classmates could not withstand the intense heat of the fireball and retreated. their faces displaying expressions of horror. This included Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, who were left in a state of disbelief at Yunkong's ruthlessness, realizing that Toby, a member of their clan, harbored no intentions of showing mercy either. As they lay weakened, they were dealt another blow. Faced with the impending fireball, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao trembled uncontrollably, unable to muster even the slightest effort to evade. Tears streamed down their faces. Their expressions filled with despair as they watched the approaching fireball. With their Nin instructor absent, they feared that even if he were present, he might not be able to save them. Was it truly their fate to perish in this place today? Such despondent thoughts crept into their minds. Had they known that Yunkong and Toby were so merciless, they would have undoubtedly avoided provoking them. Regretful thoughts flitted through their consciousness, wishing for an antidote to remorse. Just as they prepared to accept their fate amidst their chaotic musings, a white-haired, masked boy suddenly appeared before them. That was Hitaki Kakashi. Earth release. Earth wall. Kakashi formed seals with astonishing speed and struck the ground with his hands as he executed his technique. A wall of earth rose before him, shielding himself and the Uchiha duo from the impending doom. The fireball collided with the earthen barrier, producing a resounding explosion and a billowing cloud of black smoke that drew everyone's attention to the point of impact that moment. As the fireball struck the earth wall, Yunkong sprang into action, darting straight into the smoke of the explosion. Indeed, while the fireball's power was immense, Kakashi's earth release technique had perfectly countered it. Kakashi, crouched near the fragmented earthen wall, watched as Yunkong zipped past him at an incredible speed. As Yunkong brushed against Kakashi's shoulder, Kakashi instinctively shifted his foot, but quickly returned it to its place. Sighing, he realized that his intervention had inadvertently provoked Yunkong, yet he still entertained the possibility of turning an enemy into an ally. After all, had he not intervened, the two Uchiha youths might have lost their lives. However, Kakashi felt he had lost the justification to act again. At least, that was his belief. Any further action would be seen as a provocation toward Yunkong. He could distinctly sense Yunkong's hostility as he passed. Kakashi clearly did not wish to anger the immensely promising Yunkong over the failures of two inept Uchiha boys. For the moment, that was the prevailing sentiment. Chapter 27. A bet. Kakashi subtly adjusted his stance, allowing Yunkong to pass effortlessly by the instant he withdrew his foot. He sensed the palpable hostility before him vanish into thin air. For reasons unknown, Kakashi found himself exhaling deeply. The pressure Yunkong had exerted upon him in that fleeting moment had been overwhelming, particularly coming from someone of his own age. As Yunkong bypassed Kakashi, the sounds of bones cracking echoed behind him, followed by the chilling screams of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, reverberating throughout the training ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The surrounding classmates had yet to fully comprehend the situation before it reached its conclusion. Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao lay on the ground, wailing in agony, their arms broken from Yunkong's merciless kicks, with clear footprints visible on their skin. Just after Yunkong had completed this brutal act, their Nin instructor, Yamada, appeared in the midst of the crowd, having been alerted by the unmistakable sounds of the fireball explosion. Yamada's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. He had only stepped away for a brief moment, setting aside the obvious traces of fire release techniques. The sight of the two Uchiha youths howling in pain at Yunkong's feet gave him a headache. This situation was far from simple. What happened? Yamada inquired, scanning the faces of the surrounding students. When he noticed their gazes fixed on Yunkong, he too turned his attention to him. Yunkong innocently dusted off his hands and bent down to remove the ninja tool pouch from the back of Uchiha Pin's waist. Fastening it to his own, with an air of innocence, he shrugged, declaring, "I don't know. I just arrived." Yunkong spoke earnestly, and had the onlookers not witnessed his ruthless severing of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao's arms, one might have genuinely believed he had only just arrived. Kakashi, equally astonished, turned to look at Yunkong, who wore an expression of righteous indignation, as if he were untouchable. Kakashi suddenly realized that his previous assumptions about Yunkong were entirely misguided. The curious gazes of the classmates betrayed Yunkong's feigned innocence. Is that true? Yamada asked, somewhat amused. His amusement stemmed from the fact that Yunkong still intended to deny any involvement at such a moment. However, he found himself admiring Yunkong's audacity. Is a ninja not allowed to have a thick skin? Yunkong nodded earnestly, as if the preceding events were entirely foreign to him. With a mischievous grin, he glanced at his classmates. particularly as he nonchalantly cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. Even the dullest student could now perceive Yunkong's blatant threat, especially given his earlier ruthless treatment of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. Not to mention Tobi's contribution. Yunkong had clearly established his stance. Not only did Tobi dare not accuse him, but even Yunkong himself refrained from leveling blame, as the consequences were already laid out. Who would dare speak out now? The notion of selfless altruism was merely a phrase in a book. Perhaps Yunkong might not be able to manage so many gifted individuals in the future. But for now, his recent ruthlessness had left an indelible impression that Yunkong's demeanor inevitably aroused Yamada's suspicions. After all, Yamada had arrived to find Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao sprawled at Yunkong's feet. Kakashi quickly found two classmates to take Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao to the infirmary for treatment. Yamada ordered, without delay. Unable to pinpoint the perpetrator immediately, he decided to set that concern aside for the moment. The two Uchiha boys lay moaning on the ground. As for you, Yunkong, you'll accompany me for a discussion, Yamada added. Turning to leave the scene, he recognized that lingering here was futile. Any resolution would have to be sought privately. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he had no viable options. Could he truly impose this matter upon Yunkong through sheer force? While Yamada was convinced that the incident was entirely Yunkong's doing, he understood that confronting him directly would be unwise. Indeed, the earlier malicious smirk Yunkong wore was not lost on Yamada, and combined with the state of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. Even Yamada, who had not witnessed the events firsthand, could sense Yunkong's unspoken threat. However, while Yunkong could wield his power to silence all classmates, he could not bear the weight of an accusation upon him. Their identities differed. He was a teacher, and such actions would invite ridicule. Conversely, Yunkong, sharing the same status as other students, would only inspire admiration or wariness through his conduct. Thus, Yamada was left with no choice but to make this decision. Teacher, how about a bet? As Yamada contemplated this course of action, Yunkong suddenly interjected. A bet on what? Yamada inquired. Perhaps Yunkong's earlier display of shuriken practice had left a profound impression on him, or perhaps Yunkong's recent actions had caused him to view him in a new light. Otherwise, as his teacher, or rather as a chunin, there was no need for him to agree to bet with Yunkong. Upon arriving in the world of Hokage, Yunkong realized that the notion of Jinin and Chunin being mere cannon fodder, while only the Jonin were regarded as ordinary people, was utterly nonsensical. Although Jinin might be treated as expendable, once one ascended to Chunin, their fate could change dramatically in an instant. After all, how many Jonin were there in a village? In comparison to the rare Jonin, the Chunin represented the foundational combat strength of a village, and their numbers were a crucial indicator of a village's overall might. If you can catch me, I will concede, Yunkong replied. Although Yunkong's response was somewhat vague, Yamada understood that he meant he would voluntarily take responsibility for the matter, even if he were not the original culprit. Conversely, if he failed to capture Yunkong, then Yunkong would adamantly deny any involvement, ensuring that the Ninja Academy would shield him, effectively placing the blame for Yunkong's actions on the institution. That Yamada's brow relaxed slightly, and he mused to himself. So, you are afraid after all. That I thought you were beyond feared. It seemed even he was wary of the Uchiha clan's influence. However, Yamada's expression soon turned serious again. Could it be that this kid had deliberately plotted against him from the start? Given Yunkong's character, though he was unfamiliar with him, he seemed quite shameless, and certainly not reckless. Chapter 28, The Cat and the Mouse, Part 1. The fleeting thoughts in Yamada's mind were overshadowed by his greater concern. What gave Yunkong the confidence to engage in this wager? It was important to note that Yunkong was merely 6 years old. If he could escape from Yamada's sight at such a young age, it would indicate that he already possessed the strength of a genin. Very well, I accept, Yamada said after a brief moment of contemplation. Yet Yunkong wore an expression of disbelief, as if to convey, do you dare offend the Uchiha? Or do you possess the ability to ensure the Uchiha won't trouble me? Rest assured, I make this promise in the name of the Ninja Academy, Yamada retorted, his eyes flashing. Yes, even as a chunin, he couldn't afford to offend the Uchiha clan, but he had the backing of the Konoha Ninja Academy. And behind that stood the Hokage. Surely, the Hokage would not let the Uchiha clan run rampant. Yamada pondered, increasingly feeling that he might have fallen into Yunkong's trap. Are we ready? Do you have any further questions? If not, let us call off this wager, Yamada said irritably, inwardly thinking, do you think I have nothing better to do than to humor you? All right, let us begin. Kong replied with a smile that Kong initiated the contest. The surrounding classmates tightened their fists and widened their eyes, fixating on the duel between Kong and Yamada. This included Obito, who had just been thwarted by Kong's subtle signal, and Kakashi, who was supposed to escort Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Meow to the infirmary. Upon hearing Kong propose a wager, Kakashi promptly entrusted the injured Uchiha to several classmates nearby. Begin. With Kong's declaration, he suddenly launched 4 or 5 shurikens in a perfect arc towards Yamada. That it turned out that Kong had secretly secured Uchiha Pin's shuriken pouch at his waist. Already having such intentions in mind, both Yamada and Kakashi's gazes narrowed slightly, each thinking the same thing. Yamada swiftly drew a kunai from his tool pouch, spinning it rapidly in his hand before effortlessly deflecting Kong's incoming shurikens. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to use them, or you'll miss your chance, Yamada said with ease. The shurikens posed no threat to him. Kong remained calm, undistracted even by Yamada's taunts. After all, Yamada was a chunin. Even the slightest distraction could lead to capture. Kong shifted his stance slightly, gripping a few more shurikens tightly as he studied Yamada intently. Suddenly, Kong bolted away, darting to the side. Although he did not turn his back on Yamada, the direction he chose clearly indicated his intent to flee. What the? Kong's actions stunned everyone, including Yamada. This was not how the scenario was supposed to unfold. Moments ago, Kong had appeared so bold and defiant. Just when everyone assumed he was about to launch another assault, he unexpectedly turned and ran. That he truly possesses the potential to be a ninja. Yamada remarked, slightly taken aback, but quickly offering praise that Tio knows something is impossible, yet to pursue it regardless is not bravery, but rather a recipe for self-destruction. Watching Kong sprint away, Yamada chuckled, with your speed. Do you think you can escape so easily in front of everyone? Was it a trap, or was he merely luring him in? Yamada, having observed Kong's previous performance, did not think he would be foolish enough to turn his back and flee in front of a chunin. Yamada leaped into the air, landing on a branch before using all his strength to pursue Kong like a cannonball. His speed was on another level compared to Kong's, and within just 2 or 3 jumps, he quickly closed the gap between them. As he approached, Kong surprised Yamada by taking a heavy step onto a branch to his left, leveraging the rebound to propel himself backward, just as Yamada was about to catch him. Kong's shurikens swiftly sliced through the air as he passed by Yamada, resembling a series of punches thrown from a distance. Yamada responded quickly, deflecting the shurikens with his kunai. He too stepped forcefully onto the branch, using the rebound to reach for Kong once more. Yet, Kong remained composed in midair, grabbing Yamada's outstretched hand and using it as leverage to launch himself higher. As Kong soared upward, he released a volley of shurikens, which rained down in a chaotic array of lines and curves from every angle towards Yamada. Even with Yamada's prowess, he was taken aback. Grabbing another kunai with his free hand, he swung both arms in a whirlwind motion, retreating at incredible speed to evade the onslaught. Amidst the flurry, Yamada narrowly avoided the shurikens that Kong had unleashed. Though he was drenched in cold sweat, Yamada remained unfazed and looked up at Kong, perched on the branch. If you have any other techniques, now is the time to reveal them, or you'll lose your opportunity. Deep down, Yamada held a measure of admiration for Kong that he reflected on his own 6-year-old self. And even at 10, he doubted he could match Kong's current strength. Kong, without uttering a word, quickly turned and leapt down from the tree, making his escape. Yamada stretched his slightly stiff body, but refrained from pursuing Kong from behind. With his speed, he could easily catch up to Kong even if he took a longer route. Yamada jumped, weaving through the trees, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Kong. Despite Kong's sudden changes in direction, Yamada's figure flickered as he materialized in front of Kong. If you lack other abilities, this matter ends here. Kong's eyes narrowed as he moved swiftly forward, internally lamenting. I underestimated the strength of a chunin. I thought I could at least injure Yamada by catching him off guard, yet he remains completely unscathed. Kong leaped, grasping a branch, and with a swift motion, spun around to hide behind a large tree, effectively evading Yamada. The fluidity of the entire movement drew an involuntary commendation from Yamada. Chapter 29. The Cat and the Mouse, Part 2. Kong leapt, grasping a branch, and with a swift motion, spun around to hide behind a large tree, effectively evading Yamada. The fluidity of the entire movement drew an involuntary commendation from Yamada. Impressive, but you will not escape my grasp. Yamada thought to himself. He swiftly traced an arc around the obstructing tree, reappearing before Yunkong once more. Yet, Yunkong seemed to anticipate this, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What astonished Yamada even more was that Yunkong had already formed hand seals with both hands. Fire release! Fireball jutsu! Yunkong shouted. Standing in the center of the tree, he inhaled deeply, summoning a massive fireball that cascaded from above, hurtling towards Yamada. At that moment, Yamada had just arrived before Yunkong, exhausted from his previous exertions. Caught in that fleeting moment when old strength had waned but new strength had yet to manifest, Yamada had not yet assumed a defensive posture when he was engulfed by flames descending from the sky. The fireball collided with the ground, instantly enveloping everything within a 3-meter radius in flames. Thick black smoke and debris generated by the explosion permeated the air, obstructing the vision of the onlookers and Yunkong. Yunkong descended from the treetops, his footing unsteady as he skidded across the ground for more than 10 meters before regaining his balance. Beads of sweat began to form on Yunkong's forehead. Although the skirmish could hardly be classified as a full-fledged battle, the exertion had drained both his physical and mental energies significantly. He gasped for breath, his legs trembling. Despite exerting all his strength, he had still been easily thwarted by Yamada. The brief surge of power had taken its toll, and Yunkong realized he was scarcely capable of unleashing even 70% of his prowess at that moment. Furthermore, after employing 2 consecutive fire release techniques, he felt as though his chakra had been nearly depleted, making it exceedingly difficult to perform another fire technique. Indeed, it was quite commendable. Alas, it was a pity that I nearly fell into your trap. As the flames continued to burn, Yamada's voice resonated behind Yunkong, who turned to find Yamada unscathed, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Yunkong, incredulous, twisted his head to gaze at the intact Yamada, asking in bewilderment, "How is this possible?" Observing the confusion in Yunkong's eyes, a faint smile graced Yamada's lips. It was fortunate, indeed. Seeing Yunkong's expression, Yamada understood that Yunkong was merely a promising youth. Otherwise, if Yunkong had shown no change in expression, Yamada would have begun to doubt whether this truly was Yunkong. Soon, the flames from Yunkong's recently cast fire technique began to extinguish. Having lost the supply of his chakra, he turned to inspect the massive crater left by the fire technique, still revealing the charred remnants of wooden stakes. Substitution technique, Yunkong murmured. "Yes, indeed, the substitution technique. You almost managed to injure me," replied Yamada. "That I must commend you. Your timing in battle is exceptional. With a bit more training, you shall undoubtedly become a remarkable ninja," Yamada remarked, patting Yunkong's shoulder. Although Yunkong had lost his ability to endure for such an extended period before being captured and nearly injuring Yamada in the process, had already impressed him. The substitution technique. Yunkong gazed up at the sky, his youthful visage tilted at a 45-degree angle, appearing as if he were striking a pose. "Indeed, do not be hasty. The upcoming lessons will teach you this technique," Yamada explained with a smile. "Really?" A smile broke across Yunkong's face as he repeated, "Substitution technique." Suddenly, a puff of smoke enveloped Yunkong, and as he continued to gaze upward at a 45-degree angle, he transformed into a wooden stake that fell to the ground. Yunkong's use of the substitution technique caused Yamada's hand, which was resting on Yunkong's shoulder, to freeze mid-air. However, being a seasoned chunin, Yamada quickly regained his composure within half a second. "Come out, even with the substitution technique. Do you really think you can escape this school?" Yamada called out, glancing towards a large tree. As his voice echoed, Yunkong slowly emerged from behind the tree. Truly, a chunin. How formidable he was. One could only imagine the prowess of a jounin, Yunkong thought to himself. Emerging from behind the tree, Yunkong realized that such trivial tricks could not deceive a ninja, though he still held one final card that he wondered might be of use. Supporting himself against the tree, Yunkong stood at its side, gazing at Yamada. "From the looks of you, you seem to be nearly exhausted. Will you surrender, or will you choose to submit?" Yamada inquired, observing Yunkong's state. Yamada had already begun to regard him as a fish in a barrel. Despite Yunkong's recent substitution technique, which had once again surprised him, Yamada had not detected its use in the first instance. "Sensei, if I were you, I would not be so leisurely here," Yunkong stated with a smile, catching his breath before continuing. Yamada raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings. Did Yunkong still have some hidden card up his sleeve? With a smile, Yinkong tilted his head towards the direction behind Yamada. Instantly, all eyes turned towards that direction, including Yamada's. Given Yinkong's proximity, even if Yamada turned away or granted him half a minute, Yinkong could not possibly vanish from his sight. True to Yinkong's words, Yamada leisurely turned around to face the direction Yinkong had indicated. Upon taking a glance, Yamada was taken aback. A young boy was bouncing away, nearly escaping the confines of the school. Although Yinkong and Yamada had not explicitly defined the boundaries for their wager, both had subconsciously considered the school as the arena for their contest. The training ground was situated at the edge of the school, and Yamada had previously been skeptical of Yinkong's choice of direction. Initially, Yamada thought Yinkong had fled in the opposite direction simply because he had been blocking the path. However, it became evident that Yinkong had planned this all along. Sensei, not only the substitution technique, but I am also quite proficient in the shadow clone technique, one of the 3 fundamental ninjutsu, Yinkong declared nonchalantly, as if victory were assured. Indeed, he was nearly out of the training ground's confines. Hurry and pursue, or I shall truly win. Yinkong waved goodbye to Yamada. Chapter 30. Protective Talisman. Hurry and pursue, or I shall truly win. Yinkong waved goodbye to Yamada. Suddenly, Yinkong halted, turning back to face Yamada, saying, "Forget it, sensei. Why not just concede and admit defeat?" Yinkong gazed at Yamada with an expectant expression. Just as Yamada was about to spring into action, he heard Yinkong's suggestion that he glanced again at Yinkong, who was on the verge of leaping out of the school's confines, feeling somewhat conflicted. With his strength, if he were to act without restraint, he had a 70 to 80% chance of capturing Yinkong given their current distance. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in whether he could act without mercy. Their relationship was that of teacher and student, not adversaries. This bond constrained Yamada from launching a full-force attack, while Yamada was still mulling over this dilemma. A kunai flew past him and Ling Fenged in an instant. It struck Yinkong, who was attempting to escape, pinning him against the tree. Who dares to be so shameless, so despicable? Yinkong thought, his first reaction upon seeing his clone pinned against the tree as it was about to escape the school. Who is so vicious as to injure someone before my very eyes? This was Yamada's thought upon witnessing the scene. As for the others, they were momentarily unable to comprehend the swift turn of events. Bang! With a soft sound, Yinkong, pinned against the tree, struggled only briefly before transforming into a cloud of smoke. Yamada felt a surge of relief at this sight. Did he evade? Yamada pondered, perhaps unknowingly realizing that Yinkong had ascended to a significant place in his heart. As the smoke dissipated, instead of the expected wooden stake, only a solitary kunai remained lodged in the tree. Who dares? Yinkong glared fiercely at the troublemaker, thinking he had nearly won. With such interference, it's all ruined. Instantly, Yinkong's fury morphed into a dazed expression. A figure with flowing black hair, Orochimaru, approached, clapping his hands as he strolled over, proclaiming, "Truly splendid, Yinkong, but I did not expect our second meeting to leave an even greater impression than the last. You wretched Orochimaru, are you so idle? Aren't you a jounin? Shouldn't you be preparing for the third great ninja war?" Yinkong lamented inwardly. "Orochimaru, can't you achieve something greater? Why do you keep loitering around the ninja academy? I've seen you twice already. Damn it, it's one thing to see you, but you even know my name now. Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? There was no need for introductions." Yinkong sighed internally, though he displayed no outward sign of distress, quickly bowing to Orochimaru, saying, "Lord Orochimaru." The surrounding classmates and Yamada hastily bowed as well, addressing him as Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for such formalities. Witnessing Orochimaru's affable demeanor, who could have anticipated that this individual harbors the mind of a scientific madman? If Yamada Yi were to remain oblivious to the fact that the being before him is the true Orochimaru, he might as well seek a tofu block to end his life. However, time is of the essence, and he has no opportunity to attend to Orochimaru. With utmost respect, Yamada Yi approaches Orochimaru and inquires, "Lord Orochimaru, is there any service you require?" Given Orochimaru's esteemed reputation established during the Second Great Ninja War and the deliberate grandstanding by Konohagakure, most ninjas regard Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, with deference, especially considering his potential candidacy for the position of the fourth Hokage. "Nothing," Orochimaru replies in a hushed tone. His raspy voice, whether raised or lowered, seems to bear little distinction. or so Yunkong muses. Orochimaru gestures dismissively, indicating that Yamada you need not concern himself that it is implausible that Orochimaru is without purpose. His presence at the Konohagakure Ninja Academy cannot merely be for leisure. Nevertheless, Yamada is not in a position to question or interpret these matters. Once more, Orochimaru's gaze shifts to Yunkong. Yunkong-kun, you possess commendable potential. Should you find the time, do visit my residence, Orochimaru states. Yunkong cannot help but think, could it be that Orochimaru intends to become my talisman of protection? With such a statement from Orochimaru, even the Uchiha clan would be deterred from troubling Yunkong, at least in public appearances. Orochimaru, please do not take a fancy to me, Yunkong laments inwardly. Yet, the current circumstances suggest the opposite, as Orochimaru appears particularly attentive to him. Although Yunkong yearns to distance himself from Orochimaru, ideally avoiding any entanglements, the presence of such a formidable protector is not to be squandered. Yunkong hurriedly bows in gratitude. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I may trouble you in the future. Orochimaru nods, offering a few lukewarm words of encouragement to the surrounding students before turning to leave. Upon Orochimaru's departure, Yunkong exhales deeply, finally feeling a semblance of relief. The pressure exerted by Orochimaru has been overwhelming. Every response and expression must be meticulously measured in his presence. After Orochimaru exits, Yamada turns his attention to Yunkong, stating, since Lord Orochimaru has graciously agreed to protect you, let us consider our wager concluded. Indeed, teacher, Yunkong replies with a bow, acknowledging that, had it not been for Orochimaru's arrival, he would have already lost. Regardless of the sincerity behind Yunkong's words, Yamada appreciates the young man's current demeanor. Yunkong does not allow the attention from Lord Orochimaru to inflate his ego. He remains humble. Following a brief exchange with Yunkong, Yamada warns the other students to prioritize their safety before executing a hasty body flicker technique. Vanishing from sight, Yunkong, you are impressive, remarks Obito, who had been lingering nearby due to Yunkong's earlier signal. He swiftly approaches Yunkong, playfully punching his chest and smiling that Yunkong's display has undoubtedly astonished many classmates. This boy, known for dozing off in class and frequently skipping lessons, has proven to be remarkably strong in an instant. The gazes of his peers have shifted towards him with newfound respect, particularly after he decisively incapacitated Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao, repaying their transgressions in kind, which has instilled a measure of caution among his fellow students. Enough of the tomfoolery, Yunkong interjects, halting Obito's teasing. He finds the scrutiny uncomfortable, at least preferring to avoid it for the moment. Let us depart from this place, Yunkong murmurs. Soon, Yunkong leads Obito back to the stream where they often practice. Yunkong, let us have a sparring match. I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Have you been concealing your true strength? Obito exclaims, brimming with energy. Yet, Yunkong, fatigued and feeling like a worn-out dog, merely glances at him. Though the events that transpired occurred within a mere 10 minutes, they have drained Yunkong's stamina equivalent to a week of intense training. Rolling his eyes, Yunkong dismisses the exuberant Obito's suggestion. His foremost concern is whether he has caught Orochimaru's attention. While currently, being under Orochimaru's watch may have its advantages, serving as a protective charm, the implications of future encounters loom ominously in his mind. The cursed seal incident involving Akane, which was not fully developed at that time, springs to mind, presenting a daunting survival rate of merely 10%, far less than the odds of a coin toss. Contemplating Orochimaru's notorious future misdeeds sends a chill down Yunkong's spine. As he ponders, he takes refuge against a tree, slowly lowering himself to a seated position. How can I divert Orochimaru's attention? He muses. Meanwhile, Obito has begun striking a wooden post with fervor, the thuds echoing in the AI. 30 minutes swiftly elapse during Yunkong's reverie. Obito, frustrated, kicks the wooden post, using the rebound to perform a few flips in midair before landing in front of Yunkong. Come on, Yunkong, let's spar. Practicing alone is dreadfully dull, Obito insists. Yunkong shakes his head. I lack the energy, and I haven't fully recovered from earlier that I wouldn't be a worthy opponent. He declines that I in that thicket. There is someone who has been watching you for half an hour. You should confront them, Yunkong directs, pointing to a secluded bush. Is someone there? Obito exclaims, turning sharply, his gaze piercing toward the indicated thicket. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Obito remains vigilant, taking a cautious step back. Is there truly someone there? Why is there no sound? Yinkong rolls his eyes, thinking, if you doubt their presence, just throw a couple of shuriken or perform a fire technique. Why ask me? He reflects on how Naruto, during his first mission with Kakashi, would have immediately thrown a kunai at the slightest noise, displaying a level of alertness and decisiveness that Obito seems to lack. After an unbearable 3 minutes, Yinkong, unable to contain his frustration, retrieves his ninja tool pouch from behind and tosses it to Obito. Does staring have any utility? Can your eyes kill? Yinkong retorts, just throw a couple of shuriken. Obito, momentarily dazed, catches Yinkong's pouch and suddenly realizes, Yinkong, you're remarkable. You always have a plan. But one tea that hurts someone, anyone daring enough to spy on you is certainly not a good person. They either harbor ulterior motives or are psychologically unhinged. Typically, it is not a shy girl who secretly admires you, Yinkong replies. However, it is also possible that it could be someone who has followed me here out of infatuation. Yinkong muses gleefully, though he knows better than to voice such thoughts aloud. For it would be too embarrassing that it is sufficient for him to revel in his own amusement. Yinkong nods to himself, affirming, why couldn't it be a girl who has a crush on me? After all, I am destined to become the Hokage and am a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan. Obito counters, because you are not handsome to at this. Yinkong's response cuts through Obito's retort, if you do not act soon, even a rabbit will escape. Yinkong warns that in truth, Kakashi, concealed behind the foliage, is contemplating a gradual repositioning. Obito swiftly grips 2 shuriken in hand, and, with a decisive flick, sends them flying toward the bushes. The action is unembellished, straightforward, and the most direct method of shuriken throwing. As the shuriken pierce the brush, a figure bursts forth, narrowly evading the incoming projectiles, thereby exposing their presence. A figure clad in a white-haired mask and a long scarf wrapped twice around his neck, trailing off his shoulder, stands atop the wooden post Obito had just struck, gazing intently at Yinkong and Obito. Kakashi Hitaki. Yinkong involuntarily murmurs the name, astonished by the revelation that Kakashi has indeed been spying. Yinkong had always assumed such behavior was reserved for the bored and idle, like Jiraiya or Naruto, but it seems even the stoic and perpetually sleepy Kakashi engages in such antics. Obito takes a few steps forward. Kakashi, what brings you here? He inquires, his tone less than welcoming. Fortunately, it appears all is well. Obito refrained from uttering the words, Kakashi, what are you doing here? Are you secretly in love with me? Instead, he stated, I did not come to find you. Kakashi, with a leap, positioned himself beside Obito, yet his gaze traversed past him, landing on Yinkong, who was casually leaning against a tree trunk. Kakashi's intent was clear. He sought Yinkong, not Obito. Yinkong, puzzled by Kakashi's attention, thought to himself, wasn't it said that you and Obito were supposed to be a couple? Why are you looking for me? Nevertheless, Yinkong rose and approached Kakashi with polite curiosity, inquiring, Kakashi, what brings you to me? Suddenly, a familiar expression on Kakashi's face struck Yinkong, prompting him to reflect. Regrettably, upon asking this question, Yinkong was reminded of someone. Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha don't know? Yinkong realized. Isn't this the same expression Guy wore when he challenged Kakashi? Indeed, Kakashi stepped forward, unabashedly displaying his fighting spirit. I am here too, Kakashi began, but Yinkong swiftly interjected, Kakashi, I actually prefer girls. Yinkong asserted earnestly, raising 3 fingers on his right hand. I truly like girls. His serious demeanor emphasized his point. So, if you have any special requests, it would be best to seek out Obito. Chapter 32. Winning hearts with virtue. Therefore, if you have any special needs, it would be best to consult Obito. Yinkong reiterated, gesturing towards Obito. That an air of awkwardness enveloped the scene. After Yinkong's statement, he observed the bewildered expressions on Obito and Kakashi's faces, as if they had encountered extraterrestrials, their eyes wide and vacant. Ahem, Yinkong feigned a cough, hoping to jolt Obito and Kakashi back to reality. Could you two refrain from being so indecent? Please disappear from my sight. It's revolting. Yinkong waved his hand in disgust. Inwardly, Obito and Kakashi felt a surge of exasperation. Brother, we have said nothing and entertained no such thoughts. It is you who has conjured these absurd notions. Kakashi coughed again to redirect Yinkong's attention towards himself. Yinkong, right? I am Hitaki Kakashi. That I came here a few days ago to spar with you. Kakashi hastily clarified his purpose, fearing that Yunkong's rambling would obscure his intentions. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Yunkong surprisingly nodded with seriousness that, so you wish to fight me. Kakashi nodded in agreement. This interpretation was not far from the truth. Kakashi believed Yunkong to be formidable and merely sought a friendly contest. Look at me. Yunkong gestured to himself. What is wrong? You look fine, Kakashi replied, following Yunkong's gaze. There is nothing seriously wrong with you. Do I appear to be someone who has nothing better to do than engage in fights? Yunkong's tone shifted dramatically. As an individual with ideals, goals, and morals, would I engage in senseless brawls? Yunkong continued. Addressing Kakashi and Obito, we should win hearts with virtue. Just like me, I will not be swayed by wealth, nor will I falter in poverty, nor will I be subdued by power. Therefore, I must decline. Yunkong positioned himself on a moral pedestal, delivering a half-hour lecture on ethics to Obito and Kakashi in a tone reminiscent of a mentor, his words spilling forth with fervor. Do you understand? He concluded, as if to mark the end of his moral discourse. Observing the bewildered expressions on Obito and Kakashi's faces, Yunkong smiled inwardly at your age. Although the youths in Naruto are generally precocious, I surpass you in intellect. You wish to challenge me? Perhaps in the next life. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, his self-flagellating demeanor had transformed in the eyes of Kakashi and Obito into that of a fool. Kakashi inwardly cursed. What are you saying? A half-hour lecture on virtue. You speak of unity of knowledge and action, yet earlier today, you exhibited none of that virtue. You charged in and broke the arms of Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Miao. Who dared to provoke you? Kakashi looked at Yunkong, who remained oblivious, feeling his worldview begin to warp. He even contemplated asking Yunkong who bestowed upon him such audacity to be so shameless. Kakashi resolved that it would be better to act rather than listen to Yunkong's incessant prattling, which could very well last a day. Enough talk. I shall make my move, Kakashi declared. With that, Kakashi leaped into action, executing a high sweeping kick aimed at Yunkong. Kakashi had accurately predicted that had he not taken action, Yunkong would have continued to ramble indefinitely. However, before Yunkong could unleash his verbal onslaught, Kakashi had already initiated combat. When a scholar encounters a warrior, reason becomes futile. Yunkong felt precisely this as he faced Kakashi. Fortunately, having rested for half an hour and engaged in idle chatter for another half hour, his stamina had somewhat replenished. Although his chakra was not fully restored, he could manage without relying heavily on ninjutsu. Yunkong leaned back, arching his body to evade Kakashi's sweeping attack, swiftly jumping backward to create distance. I was nearly exhausted this morning. I truly lack the energy to fight you. Moreover, it's lunchtime. Shall we not return home? Each to our own families. Yet, Kakashi paid him no heed. He quickly advanced, closing the gap between them, his hand poised like a blade, executing a vertical slash, a classic sword technique. In the nick of time, Yunkong sidestepped Kakashi's strike, which narrowly grazed the tip of his nose. Close call, Yunkong thought, breaking into a cold sweat. He had nearly been felled by Kakashi's swift attack. He had forgotten just how formidable Kakashi's swordsmanship was, especially given his lineage as the inheritor of the legendary Konoha White Fang's techniques. Yunkong retreated once more to evade Kakashi's relentless assault. Constantly retreating will yield no results. Kakashi remarked that so? Yunkong muttered, halting his steps as he sidestepped Kakashi's punch. With a sudden burst of energy, he executed a high side kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Kakashi lowered himself and evaded Yunkong's strike. Now it's my turn, Yunkong declared, rapidly closing the distance to Kakashi, launching a series of rapid punches. Yunkong recalled a boxing technique he had seen in a previous life, though he had never employed it before. This was his first attempt. Kakashi, as anticipated, crossed his arms to shield his head, bracing for Yunkong's blows. While Yunkong's punches were swift, their lack of distance rendered them less impactful, rather than flail about in a futile attempt to dodge. Kakashi opted to withstand the hits. In a swift motion, Yunkong pivoted, swinging a massive right hook in a wide arc toward Kakashi. This was the follow-up to his earlier feint. Although such a tactic would be impractical in a real battle, it proved effective in a friendly sparring match. Yunkong's right hook was both rapid and fierce, catching Kakashi off guard. He had no time to evade and could only raise his left arm to block. The impact was palpable. Kakashi's arm collided with his head, sending him flying. Yet, true to his reputation, even in his youth, Kakashi was remarkable. In midair, he quickly regained his composure, executing a somersault to land gracefully on the ground. He then immediately leaped backward, re-establishing distance between himself and Yunkong. Chapter 33. Sparring. After enduring the forceful impact, Kakashi swiftly rolled to his feet and jumped back, distancing himself from Yunkong. In the world of ninjas, battles can be swift. When there is a significant disparity in strength, it often results in a quick defeat. Take, for instance, the future instances where Kakashi swiftly dispatched the Zabuza brothers or Asuma overwhelmed the Sound Ninja Pursuit team. Conversely, battles can also drag on, as seen in the prolonged conflict between Orochimaru and the third Hokage, which lasted 3 days and nights before a victor emerged. The current contest between Yunkong and Kakashi, however, featured a relatively equal power dynamic. Occasionally, when Kakashi gained the upper hand, Yunkong could swiftly retreat to regain his footing. Similarly, when Yunkong held the advantage, Kakashi could do the same. Yet Yunkong had no intention of easing off. His modus operandi was to capitalize on any weakness. With a burst of speed, Yunkong charged at Kakashi, moving so swiftly that he almost appeared to leave an afterimage in his wake. Earth-style, earthquake wave. With the aid of his retreating momentum, Kakashi swiftly distanced himself from Yunkong and rapidly performed a series of hand seals that in an instant. He completed the sequence, slamming his hands onto the ground. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. The earth beneath him erupted like waves in the ocean, rising and falling in tumultuous rhythm that Yunkong's footing faltered, momentarily stalling his forward charge. Almost immediately, the tremors beneath him intensified rather than subsided. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunkong leaped into the air, where he engaged in combat with a typical adversary. Such a bold aerial maneuver might have seemed reckless. After all, the midair position offered no solid ground to secure himself, rendering him an easy target. However, facing Kakashi, Yunkong harbored no such fears, for Kakashi bore no shuriken, nor any kunai. If he had, he would not have approached Yunkong for close combat. Indeed, Kakashi was devoid of shuriken. Yet, he remained an exceptional ninja, a prodigy of remarkable prowess. Witnessing Yunkong's leap to evade his technique, Kakashi swept his hands across the ground, gathering the swiftly rolling pebbles by the riverbank, and, mimicking the action of throwing shuriken, launched them toward Yunkong. In that moment, Yunkong felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He had nearly forgotten that the formidable Madara once communicated with the first Hokage through the very technique of tossing shuriken. Now, practicing by the creek, he found an abundance of perfectly sized pebbles. Yet, Yunkong remained undeterred. Suspended in midair, he swiftly formed hand seals. The best offense is indeed the best defense. He was not one to be flustered by a mere barrage of stones. Unlike the clumsy Uchiha-Ru, fire release, great fireball technique, Yunkong inhaled deeply, unleashing a fireball the size of 2 meters that erupted from his mouth, surging toward Kakashi on the ground. The pebbles Kakashi had sent hurtling were consumed by the intense flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. The heat of this fire was potent enough to forge steel. Yunkong mused, even amidst the chaos. The fireball, descending at an angle, was particularly challenging to counter. The flames obscured his view, leaving Yunkong uncertain whether Kakashi had evaded or not. The inferno engulfed Kakashi's position, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A massive crater, half a meter deep, was created upon impact. The flames blazed fiercely but extinguished within mere seconds. Peering into the gaping pit, Yunkong found no trace of Kakashi, yet he had anticipated this outcome. If Kakashi could be so easily dispatched, he would not be the formidable ninja he was known to be. Scanning his surroundings, Yunkong pondered Kakashi's impressive concealment technique, realizing he had yet to detect Kakashi's whereabouts. After searching intently, Yunkong concluded that he truly could not locate Kakashi. Whether it was his own inadequacy or Kakashi's mastery of stealth remained uncertain. Turning towards Obito, he called out, "Kakashi, are you going to hide like a turtle in its shell? I'll count to 3. If you do not show yourself, I shall withdraw from the fight." Yunkong's voice echoed, but the surrounding silence offered no reply. Point 1. He raised a finger, but the emptiness around him yielded no response. Point 3. He declared, yet the stillness persisted, save for Obito, who eagerly watched, anticipating his turn in the fray. "Where has he gone?" Yunkong mused, walking step by step towards Obito. His expression feigned indifference, but internally he was astounded. This was the true strength of Kakashi. Should he attempt to ambush me like this, I would be left waiting for death. Utterly unable to track his presence, suddenly, from beneath the earth he traversed, a hand shot forth, grasping Yunkong's ankle. Earth release. Heart-cutting technique. Kakashi's voice resonated from below. In an instant, the ground beneath Yunkong crumbled, plunging him into the depths. Leaving only his head above ground, Kakashi stood beside him, softly declaring, "You have lost, lost." Gazing at Kakashi, who stood beside him with a faint smile of satisfaction, Yunkong noted that Kakashi, despite his youthful appearance and mature demeanor, still possessed that competitive spirit. In truth, Yunkong wished to assert that Kakashi had not truly triumphed. He gestured toward another Yunkong, who stood quietly beside Obito, watching the scene unfold. The Yunkong trapped in the earth transformed into a plume of smoke and vanished. Shadow clone technique, or perhaps shadow clone technique. Kakashi's expression darkened quickly as he spat out those words in rapid succession. Witnessing Kakashi's sudden change in demeanor and furious advance, Yunkong wondered, could Kakashi be truly angry? He quickly pushed Obito forward, exclaiming, "Kakashi, I concede. You may battle Obito." Obito, ever the loyal comrade, exclaimed, "What, is it my turn now?" He turned to Yunkong, and upon receiving a nod, he proclaimed, "Haha, at last. It is my time to shine." Uchiha Obito. Yet, Obito's exuberance was short-lived, for in Kakashi's wrathful onslaught, he swiftly taught Obito the lessons of humility. Kakashi launched a powerful strike that landed heavily upon Obito, causing him to stagger back, seizing the moment. Kakashi closed the distance, forcing Obito to confront a chilling gust akin to a blade's edge. For the next half hour, Kakashi and Obito exhibited to Yunkong the true essence of rivalry, an unrelenting and brutal encounter. By the end of this time, both Kakashi and Obito lay exhausted on the ground, their faces resembling those of battered pigs. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Encounter with Tsunade. Half an hour later, both Kakashi and Obito lay prostrate, utterly spent. Yunkong sauntered over and took a seat beside them, remarking, "How tragic. Does it hurt?" His tone dripped with a hint of schadenfreude that he could not conceal. In truth, it was an inappropriate comparison to liken Kakashi to a pig. In contrast to Obito's truly swollen visage, Kakashi merely bore a couple of dark circles under his eyes. The battle had not been one-sided, but rather a demonstration of Kakashi's clear superiority. Obito's techniques were power-oriented, each punch and kick exuding force and dominance, reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately for Obito, Kakashi embodied the antithesis, favoring speed. Thus, Obito found himself tragically outmatched. Throughout the battle, he had been thoroughly dominated by Kakashi. Although Yunkong had trained him to utilize shadow clones for surprising results, the outcome remained the same. Obito would be swiftly outmaneuvered and overwhelmed once more, gently placing his hand upon Obito's swollen head. He drew a sharp intake of breath from Obito, who mumbled, "Be gentle, it hurts." On the other side, Kakashi had already risen swiftly, his expression unchanged, still maintaining that cool demeanor. However, the two panda eyes adorning his face lent an air of humor to the situation. "Looks like you're feeling better. Come on, we haven't determined a victor yet," Kakashi addressed Yunkong. "You look like that, and you still want to fight?" Yunkong queried, somewhat astonished at Kakashi's persistence. This behavior seemed more fitting for Might Guy or Rock Lee. "Wait, I haven't lost yet." Obito stood defiantly, glaring at Kakashi, albeit with an unsteady voice due to his injuries. "With your current state, you haven't lost? In a real battle, you would have perished long ago," Kakashi scoffed. As the tension between Kakashi and Obito escalated, Yunkong interjected, "Enough. What is there to argue about? A pig's head and a panda." He punctuated his words by giving both of them a light slap on the head, inciting glares of impending murder from them. This felt rather gratifying. After all, these were once the figures he had idolized, and now he relished the opportunity to assert his dominance over them, ignoring their indignant glares. Yunkong continued, "Stop bickering. First, let's tend to your wounds, and then I shall treat you both to lunch." Obito, true to his reputation as a glutton, perked up at the mention of food, his previous indignation transformed into eager anticipation. "This little injury hardly requires treatment. A bit of ice, and it will heal in a couple of days. Let us proceed directly to lunch." Tobirama spoke, while Kakashi turned his head away, evidently disdainful of associating with someone like Tobirama. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Yunkong hastily guided them towards the Konoha hospital. Thanks to his mother's employment there, Yunkong was relatively familiar with the Konoha Ninja Academy. After dragging Tobirama, and Kakashi along for half an hour. They finally arrived at the hospital. Throughout the journey, Yukong sensed the palpable hostility between Tobirama and Kakashi, prompting him to muse that their future camaraderie would not stem from their bickering and fighting, but rather from the emotional bonds forged through such encounters. Due to the prolonged delay, both Tobirama and Kakashi's conditions had deteriorated noticeably. Tobirama now resembled a swollen pig, while Kakashi's eye had swollen to a mere slit. As Yukong entered the hospital, several nurses and doctors recognized him, leading to his mother receiving the news almost immediately. Shortly thereafter, as Yukong was still searching for a registration spot with Kakashi and Tobirama, his mother approached him. "Yukong, what brings you to the hospital? Shouldn't you be in class?" Yukong was taken aback by the swift encounter with his mother, having intended to keep his visit a secret. Noticing a change in Yukong's expression, his mother suddenly queried, "You aren't skipping class, are you?" Her demeanor darkened, and Yukong could almost see the fierce glint in her eyes. It was no wonder students feared their teachers contacting their parents. The sheer intensity of her gaze filled him with unease and dread. Fortunately, in the world of Hokage, it was uncommon for teachers to call parents. Sensing his mother's growing displeasure, Yukong quickly introduced Tobirama and Kakashi. "Mom, I'm not skipping class. These two knuckleheads were fighting instead of studying. Since I'm familiar with the hospital, the teacher asked me to bring them here to treat their injuries." Yukong spoke rapidly, his heart steady as he cleverly shifted the blame onto Tobirama and Kakashi, presenting a reasonable and justifiable excuse. Upon seeing the swollen faces of Tobirama and Kakashi, his mother's expression softened. "I see. You can bring them along. I'll take care of their wounds." Convinced by her son's explanation, she turned and led the way, with Yukong signaling Tobirama and Kakashi to keep quiet and behave. Tobirama nodded eagerly, while Kakashi merely turned his head with an inscrutable expression. Yet, Yukong firmly believed that Kakashi, being perceptive, would refrain from speaking out of turn. With remarkable efficiency, Yukong's mother ushered the three of them into a treatment room, where she skillfully attended to Tobirama and Kakashi's injuries within mere minutes. It was only then that she recognized the pig-headed individual as Tobirama, leading to a rather unfortunate half-hour lecture directed at him. As the three wandered down the hospital corridor at a leisurely pace, a strikingly beautiful woman suddenly appeared before Yukong. Admittedly, Yukong recognized her as a notable figure from the Hokage universe, Tsunade Senju, the princess of the Senju clan and the future fifth Hokage. Tsunade walked ahead with an expressionless demeanor, flanked by numerous leaders and specialists from the Konoha hospital, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Yet, beneath that formidable exterior lay a tragic story. The Senju clan had dwindled, her brother Nawaki had perished in battle, and her beloved Kato Dan had also met a grim fate during the recent Second Great Ninja War. Yukong reflected on these thoughts, initially assuming she had departed Konoha, only to find her still present. Yet, he speculated that the Tsunade of today, the future fifth Hokage, likely suffered from hemophobia. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence to him. He merely wished to learn medical ninjutsu from her. Yukong was well aware of the significance of medical ninjutsu for a ninja, exemplified by Kabuto, whose chakra scalpel was comparable to Kakashi's Chidori and the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Kabuto had even transformed himself into a near Jinchuriki through his experiments, a feat that required the combined efforts of Itachi and Sasuke to counter. Undoubtedly, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu ranked among the finest in the ninja world, and her techniques for regeneration, sealing, and unique chakra applications were invaluable in Yukong's eyes. Regrettably, he had no acquaintance with Tsunade, nor any prior interaction, making the prospect of apprenticing under her seem utterly far-fetched. Yet, a slight smile crept upon Yukong's lips as he considered the possibility of making an impression on her. As Tsunade approached, Yukong and his companions instinctively stepped aside to clear the path. As she passed, Yukong leaned towards Kakashi and quietly inquired, "Kakashi, are you familiar with cellular activation?" His voice, though soft, was sufficient to capture the attention of everyone in the otherwise quiet corridor, including the stoic Tsunade. Her expression flickered ever so slightly, barely revealing her intrigue. Kakashi, however, was oblivious. "Cellular activation? I've never heard of it," he replied. Yukong nodded, relieved that Kakashi was unaware. Although Kakashi would eventually learn to use lightning release to stimulate his cells for activation, at this moment, he lacked the extensive experience that would come later. "Have you ever heard of the 8 Gates?" Yukong asked, refraining from a direct answer. Kakashi shook his head, signaling his unfamiliarity with the concept. "What? You've never heard of the legendary forbidden technique of the Eight Gates. Yinkong regarded Kakashi with a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Even with his mask, Kakashi's face flushed slightly, realizing he had underestimated his knowledge. All right, Yinkong conceded. Let's put it this way. Do you know about forbidden drugs? Kakashi nodded, as forbidden drugs were not unfamiliar to ninjas, who often ingested them, whether willingly or unwillingly. Certain components in these drugs can cause abnormal cellular activation, allowing the body to extract more chakra or enhance physical stamina. Cellular activation refers to the degree of cellular activation, or rather, the superlative state of cellular activation. Yinkong elaborated as he finished explaining. Tsunade and her entourage vanished around the corner of the corridor. Although Tsunade did not acknowledge it, Yinkong was certain that his words had made an impression on her, that he recalled that Tsunade's formal research into cellular activation began after Naruto's return to Konoha, when she witnessed Kabuto's use of it to rapidly heal wounds. Perhaps she had already been contemplating it, yet lacked the precise direction as Yinkong had anticipated. After turning the corner, Tsunade gestured out the window, summoning a masked ninja who appeared before her and promptly disappeared after a brief exchange. Whether Tsunade recognized Yinkong's intentional mention of cellular activation was of little concern to anyone, while Kakashi seemed lost in thought, his mind wandering elsewhere. Well, it's past noon. Let me treat you to lunch. How about some barbecue? Yinkong suggested. Kakashi appeared dazed from their previous discussion, and as for Tobarama, he was always eager for food and readily agreed. Perhaps due to their shared hunger, the trio moved swiftly. Soon arriving at a barbecue restaurant, the mealtime has long passed, and the restaurant is relatively empty. Yinkong, with great enthusiasm, ordered an ample portion of grilled meat, indulging in a feast alongside Kakashi and Obito. During this time, Yinkong and Obito utilized their transformation techniques to assume the appearances of Yun's father and Yamamoto Yeda, respectively, to procure some drinks from the establishment. Unfortunately, in the world of Naruto, minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. It is not that Yinkong is a budding alcoholic, nor that the beverages in Naruto are particularly enticing, but rather that today Yinkong needs to feign inebriation to achieve his own ends. The three of them spent a full hour and a half relishing their meal. Yinkong remained relatively sober, or rather, he needed to maintain a state of half-consciousness. Meanwhile, Obito appeared to be somewhat intoxicated. As for Kakashi, he had, under Yinkong's subtle influence, consumed a small amount as well, though perhaps due to it being his first experience with alcohol, he was not entirely lucid either. However, Kakashi, whether dining or drinking, managed to finish his food in an instant, leaving Yinkong somewhat disheartened, as he had initially intended to uncover Kakashi's true identity, which had been one of the most enigmatic aspects of the Naruto series in his previous life. Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the inebriated revelations Yinkong was about to make, or rather, deliberately divulged at that moment. In the adjacent booth, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze sat across from a middle-aged man with white hair. Engaged in conversation, the words exchanged by Yinkong and his companions clearly reached the ears of the two men. After all, Minato, being the youngest in the room, was often tasked with running errands for others. The middle-aged man, with his distinctive appearance, was none other than Kakashi's father, the legendary Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. The reason for their meeting remained unknown. Chapter 36. The start of the sensational then. I entrust my son to you. Tsukumo Hatake stated to Minato Namikaze, bowing slightly in respect. Minato quickly reciprocated the gesture, addressing him appropriately. Their demeanor suggested that their discussion revolved around Kakashi's apprenticeship. However, Tsukumo's current reputation fell short even when compared to the legendary Sannin. As one of the Sannin and a disciple of Jiraiya, Minato certainly did not dare to show any disrespect to Tsukumo-do. By the way, what brings you here, Minato? Tsukumo inquired, having noticed that Minato was inquiring about a young man named Yinkong, who was seen in the company of his son, Kakashi. Thus, Tsukumo seized this opportunity to finalize Minato's guidance of Kakashi. The third Hokage requested that I gather information on a young man named Yinkong. Or rather, to clarify certain matters, Minato replied, neither concealing nor clearly articulating the specifics of the situation. Although Tsukumo's status would typically warrant full disclosure from Minato, this was where Minato's cleverness shone through. Even though he knew that revealing the details to Tsukumo would not pose a problem, he adhered to the principle of minimizing the number of individuals privy to the third Hokage's instructions. Tsukumo nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. It seemed he too was curious to ascertain who this Yunkong was, given that he had garnered his son Kakashi's esteem. Tsukumo was all too aware of Kakashi's pride. Having watched him grow up by his side, in the booth, Obito, in a drunken stupor, proclaimed loudly that he would undoubtedly become Hokage, urging Kakashi to wait for him, promising to show him once he had recovered from his injuries in a few days. He shamelessly grasped Yunkong's hand, insisting that he would indeed become Hokage and would protect Yunkong in the future. While the three were inebriated, Yunkong suddenly sat up straight, looking intently at Obito, and declared, "You will, indeed, as long as you can survive, or rather, endure until the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. You will certainly become Hokage, either the 5th or 6th. Obito and Kakashi were taken aback by Yunkong's serious demeanor. Even as their intoxication began to wane slightly, Obito's excitement was palpable at the thought of becoming Hokage in this period of peace. "Why do you mention a Third Great Ninja War?" Kakashi inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor as he swiftly grasped the crux of Yunkong's words. Obito was similarly astonished, given that the Second Great Ninja War had only recently concluded. Yes, it's so strange. I not only know that the Third Great Ninja War is on the verge of erupting, but I also foresee the inevitable decline of Konoha, Yunkong said, as if slightly intoxicated, downing another cup of sake. "Is that so?" Kakashi responded, his expression betraying skepticism. Outside, Tsukumo and Minato were equally astonished to hear Yunkong's words, as they hadn't expected him to make such bold predictions. "Haha, I do not believe it either. Konoha is arguably at its strongest since the passing of the first and second Hokage. The old guard, including the third Hokage and Danzo, are at the peak of their power, the middle generation of Sannin. Konoha White Fang and others are renowned. The younger generation, including Minato and the new trio of Inoshikacho, have also proven themselves capable. How can you speak of decline as anything but alarmist? But what is the reality?" Yunkong countered, shifting the focus back to him. "This is indeed reality," Obito and Kakashi thought. "Is this not the truth? Fortresses are breached from within. The calamity that arises from within is not far off." Yunkong took another gulp, unabashedly declaring. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Kakashi and Obito's faces, Yunkong slammed his hand on the table, seemingly in frustration, and exclaimed, "Surely you are not unaware of the fierce competition for the position of Hokage that ensued 4 years after the demise of the second Hokage." Noticing the confused gazes of Kakashi and Obito, Yunkong continued in disbelief. "You truly do not know?" Kakashi and Obito nodded vigorously. These events were common knowledge to Yunkong from his previous life. But for the vast majority, even the majority of Jonin, they remained classified matters. Years ago, the second Hokage fell in battle, designating the current third Hokage to succeed him. However, at that time, the Hokage was far too young. In terms of personal credibility, the Hokage lacked the necessary prestige, and externally, his former comrade, Danzo, was eyeing him covetously. Those were the most challenging 4 years, indeed the most precarious for Konoha. Had it not been for the unity of the various clans in Konoha at that time, the village would have been obliterated during the First Great Ninja War. Yunkong elucidated. This revelation not only left Kakashi and Obito dumbfounded, but also shocked Minato, who was seated nearby, being relatively young. Minato was perhaps aware of some details, but not fully cognizant of the broader implications. Minato exchanged incredulous glances with Tsukumo, only to find the latter's face grave and serious, confirming that what Yunkong had articulated was undoubtedly true. Meanwhile, Yunkong continued. "Now, the election for the fourth Hokage is fast approaching." His subsequent words ruthlessly shattered Minato's assumption that Yunkong was merely indulging in fanciful musings. Indeed, the election for the fourth Hokage is imminent. Minato and Tsukumo found themselves unconsciously echoing Yunkong's sentiments to my apologies, Lord Tsukumo, Minato expressed. Glancing at Sakamoto, it was clear that Minato intended to clear the room, gathering all the upper echelons of Konoha. This matter was far too sensational. It had transcended the realm of Yunkong's drunken ramblings. Tsukumo nodded silently in agreement. Minato left, but returned within half a minute. In that brief span, Tsukumo could distinctly sense that aside from the two of them and Yunkong's trio in the adjacent booth, no one else remained in the establishment. Outside, a team of Umbu had cordoned off the barbecue restaurant. "Did you not blame me for not warning you, Kakashi?" Yunkong remarked, abruptly shifting the topic after discussing the fourth Hokage's election. Kakashi looked up, puzzled, wondering, What are you warning me about? At my age, what does the election of the fourth Hokage concern me? In response to Kakashi's bewildered expression, Yinkong swallowed, then said, I hope you won't take offense at what I am about to say. Kakashi, with a furrowed brow, urged, just say it already. Make your point so I can decide whether or not to retaliate. Why do you leave me hanging? As Kakashi nodded in impatience, Yinkong stepped back slightly and said, Go home and soothe your father's fragile ego. Chapter 37. The tide of events. Go home and soothe your father's fragile ego. Yinkong said earnestly to Kakashi that as his words fell, Obito, in a fit of laughter, sprayed the mixture of alcohol and meat from his mouth. Kakashi glared fiercely at Yinkong. Having idolized his father since childhood, he could not abide anyone speaking ill of him if Yinkong did not apologize soon. Kakashi might very well retaliate violently. He shot a deadly glare at Obito. Meanwhile, Tsukumo, seated next door, trembled slightly as he held his teacup, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, from the moment he rose to fame. He garnered both praise and scorn in equal measure. Evaluations of him were as numerous as the stars in the sky, yet for the first time, someone dared to label him as fragile. Sitting across from him, Mizumon made a valiant effort to appear indifferent, but it was evident that he was taken aback by Yinkong's astonishing words. Who would have thought to call the illustrious Konoha White Fang sensitive? This young man was indeed unprecedented in his audacity. I told you not to get angry, Yinkong declared, casually approaching Kakashi and resting his arm on Kakashi's shoulder. Honestly, I'm not the one saying this. Go back and ask your father, what is the most crucial skill for a ninja? Yinkong continued, not waiting for Kakashi's response as he answered his own question. It's having no shame. Make sure your father learns this well. A shameless ninja is a competent ninja. Even if your father cannot attain my level of innate talent, he should at least strive to be as unabashed as Obito. Yinkong gestured towards Obito, who was still stuffing food into his mouth despite clearly being full. That if all else fails, have your father come to me as a disciple. I guarantee that I will personally instruct him, ensuring he becomes proficient in a month and reaches Obito's level within 3 to 5 months. Yinkong asserted at this point. Not only Kakashi but even Shikaku, sitting nearby, wore a rather dark expression, just as Yinkong was speaking with fervor. The upper echelons of Konoha arrived at the barbecue shop almost simultaneously. The third Hokage, flanked by his 2 advisors, Danzo, the leaders of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, as well as the heads of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, all gathered at this seemingly inconspicuous eatery. That it was quite a feat for Konoha's high-ranking officials to abandon their busy schedules for Yinkong's drunken ramblings. All right, enough jesting, Yinkong said as he positioned himself directly across from Kakashi. Gauging that his playful banter had sufficiently delayed time for the Konoha leaders to arrive, if Tsunade failed to notice the signals he left behind and consequently did not achieve the desired effect. Yinkong could only lament Konoha's misfortune. There was little more he could do at this point. The rest would be up to Kakashi to disseminate. After all, the elite of Konoha were formidable ninjas. And Yinkong was uncertain if they had all arrived, though he believed it was sufficient for just the third Hokage or his informants to be present. Furthermore, Yinkong dared not venture outside to check, for that would render his carefully crafted facade utterly meaningless. Kakashi, let me ask you, what is the first issue Konoha would face if a fourth Hokage were to be elected? Yinkong inquired. Given Kakashi's adamant refusal to engage in Konoha's political affairs in the future, it was evident that his political acumen was considerable. However, it remained uncertain whether this wisdom had developed after Shikaka's death or if he had always possessed such potential. Kakashi, under Yinkong's intense gaze, remained silent for a moment before finally swallowing hard and responding, Are you suggesting my father? Yinkong adopted an expression that conveyed Kakashi was not entirely foolish, allowing him to understand that his inference was correct. In reality, Yinkong had been steering the conversation toward Kakashi's father for quite some time. With Kakashi's intelligence, it was improbable that he did not realize that Yinkong's subsequent remarks would undoubtedly pertain to his father. Impossible. My father has no intention of contending for the position of fourth Hokage. Kakashi replied skeptically, I can't tell if you're naive or genuinely innocent. Perhaps I am unaware whether the Konoha White Fang is naive or innocent. Yinkong chuckled to Oh, you believe people will simply accept that? Do you think I would believe it? Will the third Hokage believe it? Will those eligible to vie for the fourth Hokage position believe it? Yinkong continued, each statement piercing Kakashi's heart like a dagger, forcing him to accept the veracity of Yinkong's claims. For within Yinkong's words, Even Kakashi began to doubt his father's assertions of non-competition, let alone others. The crux of the matter lies not in whether you choose to compete, but rather in whether you possess the ability to compete, Yunkong concluded definitively. Indeed, Kakashi mused, resonating with Yunkong's assertion, it was not merely about the desire to compete, but about the strength to do so. Meanwhile, the Konoha elite, seated in an orderly fashion around the table, found their gazes inadvertently drawn to Shikaku. Shikaku maintained a stoic expression, seemingly oblivious to the attention of others. Yet, internally, he was overwhelmed, as Yunkong had articulated his predicament with clarity. The essence of the matter was not whether one chose to compete, but whether one had the capacity to do so. Otherwise, given his status, why would he entrust his son Kakashi to Minato for training? Rather than nurturing him himself, would he truly be inferior to anyone? However, Yunkong's next statement shattered Kakashi's final vestiges of hope. Are you suggesting your father should openly declare to Lord Hokage and everyone else that he has no intention of competing for the Hokage position? Or perhaps temporarily leave the village during the election? Yunkong continued. When have you ever seen two tigers contend while allowing a hungry wolf to lurk nearby? Even if this wolf insists it is merely passing through. Merely a bystander. Yunkong paused for emphasis. Moreover, the most critical point is this. Others may fail in competition without dire consequences, but for your father, should he choose not to compete, the only outcome is death. Yunkong stated earnestly, his demeanor slightly tipsy, yet his eyes sharp and clear, revealing to Kakashi that Yunkong was not fabricating or exaggerating. The world we inhabit is one of chaos, in this maelstrom. Even if you wish to abstain from conflict, you must engage in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Taking a step forward leads to vast horizons, while retreating results in a grave without a burial. Thus, we are left with no choice but to advance. Chapter 38. Speaking of Uchiha Madara, Yunkong said, turning to Kakashi with a serious inquiry, do you understand? Kakashi shook his head, not because he failed to grasp Yunkong's words, but rather because he was perplexed by why Yunkong asserted that his father would inevitably perish if he did not compete for Hokage. Kakashi opened his mouth to question Yunkong about the certainty of his father's demise. But before he could speak, Yunkong interrupted, proactively addressing the matter. Are you wondering why I claim that even if your father were to fail in his bid for Hokage, it does not necessarily mean he would die? Or who could possibly kill your father? Given the strength of the Konoha White Fang, even the current third Hokage may not be able to defeat him. Yunkong explained. Kakashi nodded. The Konoha White Fang was a name earned through blood and battle. The fact that he had risen from a commoner, or a mere non-Hokage figure in Konoha, to such a renowned status spoke volumes about Shikaku's exceptional prowess. Even if he were not a match for the third Hokage, it would still be a formidable challenge for the Hokage to eliminate the White Fang. First, let us discuss why your father would inevitably perish. Yunkong raised a finger, methodically elucidating point by point. It's a straightforward issue, one that anyone can deduce, yet no one dares to voice. Your father is not from the Hokage lineage, from the establishment of Konoha by the first Hokage, through the second, and now to the third. Do you not discern the pattern of succession for the Hokage position? Yunkong elaborated. The second Hokage was the brother of the first, and the current third Hokage is a disciple of both the first and second. Even Danzo, who once vied for the Hokage position against the third, was a disciple of the second Hokage. Regardless of who wins or loses, the Hokage position remains within the lineage of the first Hokage. Yunkong stated. Then, with a sudden chuckle, Yunkong added, have you not noticed that our Konoha White Fang's position bears a striking resemblance to that of the individual who co-founded Konoha alongside the first Hokage? Who is that person? Kakashi queried, as Yunkong's revelations were entirely new to him. It was precisely because these notions were unfamiliar that Kakashi found himself questioning the veracity of Yunkong's claims. However, this did not deter him from seeking clarity on these matters or asking on behalf of his father, as he intended to relay everything he learned today word for word to his father. Obito, too, wore a curious expression. Anyone who had co-founded Konoha with the Hokage must have been an extraordinary figure. As for the earlier discourse between Yunkong and Kakashi, Obito could not comprehend. With his limited understanding, he instinctively rejected these darker insinuations, failing to take them to heart. Kakashi, being young, was somewhat excused for his ignorance. However, Yunkong's disdain was palpable as he remarked, you truly are oblivious. How is it that you do not know about this individual from your lineage? Yinkong was unaware that his disdainful words towards Obito fell upon the ears of the Uchiha clan leader next door, causing a rare flush of color to appear on the otherwise stoic face of the Uchiha patriarch. However, it was an inescapable truth. While Uchiha Madara had once made significant contributions to the history of the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village, his treachery could not be overlooked. His betrayal was one thing, but his return to bring about the demise of the first Hokage, though not directly, yet indirectly causing the great leader's death, ensured that he would be relegated to the shadows of history. Fortunately, Yinkong did not dwell on this matter, merely mentioning it in passing. This esteemed figure was known as Uchiha Madara. Yinkong's expression bore an ambiguous blend of joy and sorrow, tinged with a hint of mockery. As he uttered Madara's name, the hearts of all those in the upper echelons of Konoha echoed with the same name, particularly Kakashi, who reflected on how closely his current identity mirrored that of Uchiha Madara. "Are you not aware?" Yinkong inquired, raising an eyebrow at Obito and Kakashi. Both nodded in eager understanding that it seemed Yinkong was poised to share stories of this illustrious figure. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Obito nodding vigorously. After all, this man had once been a key figure in the establishment of Konoha alongside the first Hokage. These two facts alone were enough to pique Obito's interest. Kakashi, too, feigned an attentive demeanor, eager to discover the similarities between his father and the great individual Yinkong spoke of. "Let us begin with the establishment of Konoha," Yinkong began, during the Warring States period. Two of the most formidable clans in the shinobi world existed, the Uchiha and the Senju. These powerful clans gave rise to two legendary ninjas, each shaping the destiny of their respective clans. One bore the name Uchiha Madara, and the other, Senju Hashirama. Observing the bewildered expressions of Kakashi and Obito, Yinkong clarified, "You may not be familiar with the name Senju Hashirama. We are more inclined to refer to him as the first Hokage." Realization dawned upon Kakashi and Obito, understanding why Yinkong had invoked Hashirama's name. He was indeed the first Hokage. And then what happened? Obito pressed, his curiosity piqued. What transpired between these two powerful ninjas? "Many events unfolded," Yinkong replied, his tone vague, hinting at the complexity and brutality of the tale. "You need not concern yourselves with the details." This prompted Obito to pout in disappointment. "What does this have to do with my father?" Kakashi inquired. "Of course it is relevant that in their day, Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage established the Hidden Leaf Village. In fact, it was Madara who named it. His prestige was unparalleled. Yet now, do you know even the slightest of his deeds?" Yinkong continued. It was evident that Kakashi and Obito were oblivious, or rather, that over 95% of the villagers were unaware, thanks to the higher-ups' deliberate concealment. "Are you aware of why the Land of Fire stands as the mightiest of the 5 great nations? The first Hokage, despite his greatness, was too gentle in nature. Without Madara's imposing presence, how could Konoha instill fear in the other nations? Remember, Madara single-handedly subdued the entire land of Earth." Yinkong mused, a smile creeping upon his lips. Tinged with nostalgia and sentiment, it was a terrifying existence capable of commanding the entire land of Earth. His words resonated in Kakashi and Obito's minds, compelling them to ponder the true might of Uchiha Madara. During that time, it was said, though the term said may not be entirely accurate, that the first Hokage himself declared Madara as his successor for the position of second Hokage. "And what happened next?" Yinkong inquired, his gaze piercing. Kakashi and Obito understood the implications. The second Hokage was the younger brother of the first, which merely indicated that Madara had become a scapegoat in terms of contributions to Konoha. Madara far surpassed Kakashi's father, and in terms of strength, even the renowned White Fang of Konoha could not begin to compare to Madara's prowess. Yet, they both shared a rather unfortunate status. Neither was of Hokage lineage. Given this, it is indeed tragic for Kakashi's father. Yinkong's assertion seemed entirely plausible. As for their veracity, who would truly care? Yinkong certainly did not, and he noted that Obito would not question it, while Kakashi's focus shifted to the plight of his father. Meanwhile, the crowd of Konoha's higher-ups may or may not have been paying heed to Yinkong's musings. He was unaware of their presence. Despite having laid some groundwork, Tsunade had ignored him entirely, thus preventing the sequence of events Yinkong had envisioned. Little did Yinkong know that as he concluded his narrative, the eyes of non-Hokage lineages like Uchiha and Hyuga subtly shifted toward him, their gaze scrutinizing the Hokage faction. The atmosphere grew palpably tense in an instant. After a considerable period of contemplation, Kakashi finally spoke, but I have also stated that given the current strength of the White Fang, no one could kill him. Yinkong seemed to anticipate Kakashi's thoughts. Kakashi nodded, and yet Yinkong continued. However, while others may not be able to kill him, he himself could bring about his own demise. That in a hushed tone, Yinkong said, I am aware of a rather simple method to achieve his death. Would you care to hear it? Not only would it ensure his demise, but it could also leave him tainted with infamy. His gaze fixated on Kakashi, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, as if inviting admiration. What method? Kakashi asked, his voice strained with disbelief yet intrigued. The higher-ups outside quickly focused their attention on Yinkong's forthcoming revelation, their ears perked in anticipation. This could easily lead to a method capable of tarnishing the reputation of a ninja who could rival a Hokage. It is quite simple. If I were among Konoha's higher-ups intent on removing your father, I would begin with his fragile heart. First, I would assign him a task, a straightforward one. Then, I would pair him with a few unruly subordinates. During the execution of the mission, I would ensure those subordinates encountered various predicaments, leading to a failure. Upon your father's return to Konoha, I would relentlessly proclaim the importance of this task and the immense damage caused by our White Fang. Perhaps even coaxing those subordinates to shift the blame onto him. Yinkong articulated in simpler terms. During your father's mission, I would have his subordinates intentionally captured by enemy ninjas. Knowing your father's disposition, would he prioritize the mission or risk it to save his comrades? Yinkong queried. Kakashi fell silent. Understanding his father's character, he knew without a doubt that the White Fang would forsake the mission to rescue his comrades. Once the mission failed and he returned to face the village's wrath, combined with the reproach from his own allies and his proud nature, Kakashi hesitated to delve further into these troubling thoughts. Meanwhile, the gaze of the Konoha populace turned once more to Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake. His expression remained placid, much like before, seemingly oblivious to the scrutinizing glances around him. Yet, those observing noticed the fists he clenched tightly beneath the table. The words of that youth named Yinkong rang true. Should such a scenario befall him, not only would Kakashi foresee the outcome, did he not understand himself, given his own temperament? If that were not sufficient, I would subtly suggest to Tsukumo that only his death could quell the village's fury, restore his reputation, and ensure the safety of his beloved son and family. As Kakashi's shock deepened, Yinkong's voice dripped with a devilish allure, seductively weaving his words into Kakashi's ear. One by one, each syllable of Yinkong's discourse shattered Kakashi's last flicker of hope. If that were the case, no, it was not merely a possibility. It was a certainty. His father would inevitably come to realize that only by sacrificing himself could he appease the village's anger and redeem his honor. Most critically, it would safeguard his son and family. Then, once your father has perished, I shall cast a multitude of accusations upon him, labeling him a coward who took his own life out of guilt. After all, the dead cannot contest their guilt. They cannot defend themselves. Whatever I declare will become his fate. Should I perhaps feel a pang of conscience, I might allow you, Kakashi, to live in peace. After all, you have no storm to weather. If one finds you displeasing, they may casually assign you a perilous task, ultimately leading to your demise, as Yinkong insinuated. Moreover, there lies an advantage in this. Even if you were to ascend to the heights of someone like White Fang, you would find no evidence to substantiate your suspicions regarding the village's persecution of your father. What you would come to understand is that your father's unilateral decisions inflicted immense harm upon the village. What would you do, I wonder? Yinkong asked Kakashi with a smile. Despite the gravity of the question, the maliciousness of this situation was such that not only Kakashi, but even the high-ranking officials of the neighboring Konoha were left in a cold sweat by Yinkong's machinations. One could observe the usually composed Hatake Tsukumo now contorted in rage, veins bulging, confirming that Yinkong's words bore truth. This was no mere act of murder. The unseen hand had orchestrated the downfall of a master, allowing a peerless expert to bear the weight of infamy, dragging even his young offspring and their clan down with him. And even when the child matures, he could only carry the burden of his father's disgrace, silently toiling for the very village that once persecuted, perhaps even drove his father to death, shedding blood and tears to contribute to its foundation. Chapter 40. The Rift. It seems the plot would unfold in such a manner. Indeed, Kakashi was an indispensable pillar of Konoha. Yinkong suddenly thought, by Jove, I am truly a genius. Seizing the moment while Kakashi was still in shock, Yinkong indulged in a fleeting moment of self-admiration. Nearby, Orochimaru extended his long tongue, silently swirling it around his lips. He mused, I initially believed myself to be a master of manipulating hearts, yet I underestimated this youth. Orochimaru glanced around at the Konoha elite. Realizing he was not the only one who held this youth in high regard, there stood Shimura Danzo, his eyes gleaming with interest, were it not for the presence of the Hokage and others. It seemed he would have already made a move to claim the boy for himself. Never be astonished by the depths of a politician's shamelessness. Their lack of integrity knows no bounds. You are still young. Swear fealty to me as your elder brother, and I shall protect you henceforth, Yinkong said, patting the stunned Kakashi earnestly. However, this tactic only works on fragile individuals like your father. Someone like Obito has no need for such concerns, he continued, gesturing towards Obito, who was lost in fantasies of becoming as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Obito nodded, believing Yinkong was praising him. This was a testament to Yinkong's training. Whenever he signaled, Obito would comply, even if he had been outsmarted by Yinkong several times before. That I speak with sincerity. Let your father take me as his mentor. That I, in 3 months, he shall be ready. Fair pricing. No deception, Yinkong whispered to Kakashi, whose demeanor was still one of disbelief. Go ask your father. Perhaps he will come running, weeping and wailing, upon hearing that I wish to take him as my disciple. You would be my little brother, and your father my student, which makes you my grandnephew. See how much I am considering your welfare. Stick with me, and you shall never suffer loss or deception. Yinkong gazed expectantly at Kakashi, envisioning a future where, with Obito already in his grasp, he could further sway Kakashi to his side. Konoha would not merely be a village but the entire shinobi world, where they could eliminate any adversaries at his behest, all while collecting protection fees. Such was the life he envisioned. Kakashi dismissed Yinkong's earlier musings. Are you serious? White Fang would be your disciple? Do you truly believe that the villagers, or Lord Hokage, would permit such a thing? Kakashi retorted. Yinkong's assertions were far too sensational, bordering on the fantastical. Kakashi was desperate for Yinkong to provide him with some affirmation. What matter is it? Yinkong replied. As Kakashi observed Yinkong's incredulous expression, he continued to feign ignorance. In your sorrowful gaze, I finally recalled my jest. I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. Kakashi's expression darkened further. Is this not akin to boasting after a drink? Who would believe such nonsense? You cannot truly believe it. Yinkong pointed accusingly at Kakashi. Kakashi's face was a picture of exasperation, and the surrounding Konoha elites wore similarly grim expressions. Are you doing this on purpose? Your words have inadvertently implicated nearly every high-ranking official in Konoha. Do you intend to sever your ties with the village? The third Hokage cast a glance at Hatake Tsukumo, who nodded in response, then signaled discreetly to the head of the Inuzuka clan nearby. The Inuzuka clan leader quietly stepped aside, forming hand seals for a technique. Mind's eye technique, he directed at Kakashi. As Kakashi was about to rise, he was abruptly restrained. The Inuzuka clan leader swiftly took possession of Kakashi's body. Unbeknownst to Yinkong, he assumed Kakashi was merely inebriated. I will relay your words to my father to ensure he remains vigilant. After all, Hatake Tsukumo is already aware, Kakashi stated, the voice of the Inuzuka clan leader echoing within him. Fortunately, all of this was merely a conjecture of Yinkong. Though it served as a wake-up call for Hatake Tsukumo, the actions of Konoha's elite had yet to manifest. Even if Tsukumo harbored some doubts, they were merely speculative as to whether the villagers would indeed act upon such intentions. What do you believe is the cause of Konoha's decline? Even with the passing of White Fang, Konoha has merely lost a single expert, Kakashi remarked. If Yinkong were perceptive, he would have noted that Kakashi referred to Hatake Tsukumo directly as White Fang rather than father. Furthermore, he casually stated that Konoha had only lost one formidable ninja. Fortunately, Yinkong was currently intoxicated. Whether he noticed this anomaly and chose to overlook it, or simply did not care, remained uncertain. To lose a master. You make it sound so trivial. Konoha has only managed to maintain its stature through the strength of its elite. Yinkong scoffed. What if the 3 legendary ninjas were to abandon the village? Or if Minato were to perish in battle? He countered. Even if the 3rd Hokage could shoulder the weight of Konoha alone now, what of 10 or 20 years hence? We must remember that in 2 decades, the 3 ninjas will be at their peak, and Minato will also reach his zenith. The new generation could only thrive in their shadow, maturing through their protection. People like you, like me, Yinkong asserted. Should the three ninjas leave the village and Minato fall in battle, let us not even entertain whether we could rise to the battlefield that I ask you. In 20 years' time, will you have reached your pinnacle as a ninja? Yun Kong probed. Kakashi shook his head. Neither he nor the Inuzuka clan leader within him could envision such a future. The Konoha elites, including Hitaki Tsukumo, also shook their heads in unison. In 2 decades, Kakashi and Yun Kong would barely be in their mid-20s, while a ninja typically reaches their peak in their mid-30s. In 20 years, the third Hokage would be frail, and they would not have attained their zenith. Even if they were to rival the current three ninjas, the absence of a peak would remain a void. Perhaps rephrasing it would aid your understanding. In 20 years, we will lack peak ninjas. Without the highest echelons of the ninja pyramid, do you truly believe we are not in decline? Yun Kong posited. Drawing from the historical context of Orochimaru's destruction of Konoha, he recalled that had Jiraiya not returned to the village, Konoha might well have been obliterated. Yun Kong remembered that the village had been deprived of 2 generations of exceptional ninja power, Orochimaru's and Minato's. The absence of these 2 generations of strength equated to a grievous injury to Konoha's very foundation. Chapter 41. Discussing Orochimaru again. I understand what you wish to convey. All of this hinges on the 3 ninjas leaving the village and Minato meeting his end. You might even argue that the current 3 ninjas could represent the strength of their generation. Yet whether Minato is the pinnacle of their era remains questionable, Yun Kong remarked, seemingly able to decipher Kakashi's thoughts, or perhaps the thoughts of the Inuzuka clan leader within him. Kakashi nodded in agreement. In truth, I too harbor doubts. However, the reality is as it stands. How about we make a wager? Minato will undoubtedly rise to become a ninja as formidable as your father, perhaps even surpassing him in renown. What with Uchiha and Inuzuka, they would pale in comparison to him, Yun Kong proclaimed. The future Golden Flash, the 4th Hokage, and the decree that allowed him to abandon missions without consequence. These all signified that the accomplishments of Namake's Minato were on par with those of Hitaki Tsukumo. Upon hearing Yun Kong's praise, Minato blushed slightly, and the other Konoha elites began to regard him with newfound respect. Although Yun Kong is still an obscure figure at present, the malicious scheme he just recounted to Kakashi regarding the notorious Tsukumo Hitaki indicates that Watergate must possess some extraordinary qualities to garner such esteem from Yun Kong. Particularly, the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru meticulously scrutinized Watergate. They initially presumed he was merely a moderately talented ninja, yet they were taken aback by the profound regard Yun Kong held for him. In truth, there is no need for you to make any sacrifices. From now on, simply address him as Big Brother, Yun Kong remarked. Kakashi remained composed, or rather, the head of the Inuzuka clan within him refrained from expressing any sentiments. Were it not for the knowledge that Yun Kong's words were directed at Kakashi, the head of the Inuzuka clan might have erupted in indignation, intending to teach Yun Kong the values of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young, though the issue might pertain solely to the former. It would undoubtedly leave Yun Kong in a precarious position. How did you discern that? Can you see into the future? Kakashi inquired. What do you think? Yun Kong replied with a cryptic smile. Fool, Watergate bestowed upon me a ninjutsu. So naturally, I must speak highly of him. Otherwise, it would be an act of ingratitude, Yun Kong stated, turning to Obito beside him. Obito hastily nodded in agreement with Yun Kong's assertion. In the hearts of the higher-ups from Konoha, a collective sentiment arose. Damn it. Are you mocking us on purpose? Have you discovered our presence? More than one person pondered. All right, let us not digress. Let us return to my earlier point regarding the departure of the 3 Sannin from the village. Why do I mention this? It all relates to the contention surrounding the 4th Hokage. Yun Kong mused aloud. How so? Kakashi asked. Yun Kong sidestepped Kakashi's question and turned to Obito. Obito, what are your thoughts on Lord Orochimaru? As Yun Kong's topic shifted to Orochimaru, the gazes of the Konoha elite gradually redirected towards him. Indeed, it seems Yun Kong is intentionally targeting prominent figures, first Tsukumo Hitaki, then Watergate. And now Orochimaru. Is this youth planning to criticize everyone from Konoha? Lord Orochimaru, Yun Kong teased Obito, who appeared visibly overwhelmed. He could not allow Obito, who was stuffed, to remain by his side belching while he himself suffered from thirst. That would be quite unfortunate. After a moment of contemplation, Obito responded kindly. What the hell? This clearly sinister figure, whose name is even derived from a cold-blooded creature, and you dare to call him kind? Are you out of your mind, Obito? Yun Kong silently scoffed. And it was likely that the Konoha leadership shared similar thoughts. Yet, The typically frosty Orochimaru's face momentarily flushed. What do you think? Yin Kong tossed the question back to Kakashi. Lord Orochimaru, Kakashi, or the head of the Inuzuka clan, pondered before replying. Lord Orochimaru should become the fourth Hokage. At the very least, he is a figure of great insight. Jokingly, Yin Kong retorted, do you truly believe that in your eyes, Lord Orochimaru is bound by such limitations? Orochimaru, next door, performed his signature gesture, pondering, could this youth potentially be my confidant? Perhaps he has acknowledged the assistance I've rendered him on 2 occasions. What is the first impression that Lord Orochimaru gives? Yin Kong inquired, cold and powerful. However, one could argue that he is somewhat taciturn. Individuals of this nature typically either turn malevolent in their silence or become distorted. Yin Kong answered before Kakashi and Obito could respond. It seems both aspects pertain to Orochimaru, he thought. Rather than merely a ninja, it would be more accurate to describe Lord Orochimaru as a scientist. As he spoke, Yin Kong poured himself another glass of drink. Scientists share a common trait, obsession. Yet, from another perspective, if a scientist is not obsessive, he does not deserve the title. Designing a scientist doesn't seem particularly difficult, Yin Kong remarked if you were in his place. What would you do? Kakashi asked. That is even simpler. You know, research invariably requires live subjects. Sometimes these subjects are animals. Yet to validate a ninjutsu, the ultimate test subjects must be human, Yin Kong stated, disregarding the astonished expressions of Obito. Kakashi, or the head of the Inuzuka clan, nodded. Though these matters are clandestine, they are somewhat public knowledge. After all, every village engages in such activities to strengthen its own power. Some darker dealings are inevitably necessary. The existence of the Umbu is precisely to address matters that cannot be resolved openly, isn't it? Thus, it suffices to say that once Lord Orochimaru is anchored in Konoha, especially at the critical juncture of his experiments nearing completion, Yin Kong continued. From the perspective of a scientist, if he is obstructed by such factors, it is likely that Lord Orochimaru would undertake questionable actions without external provocation, Yin Kong remarked, a villainous smile gracing his face. Chapter 42. A series of conspiracies, questionable actions, Kakashi mused. For instance, diverting attention from the village civilians. As the research deepens, he might gradually begin to target the village ninjas. Yin Kong elucidated. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging the possibility. For a scientist, any impediment to their research is unforgivable, particularly for someone like Orochimaru. At that moment, upon realizing that Orochimaru might begin to prey upon the villagers due to his research, it would be the moment for me to act, Yin Kong declared. What actions? To stop him? Kakashi queried. Yin Kong rolled his eyes. Are you foolish? In the grand scheme of things, is a civilian more significant than a ninja of Lord Orochimaru's caliber? Revealing his intentions at this juncture would be futile. Even as one of Konoha's elite, you would not comprehend the minutiae of Orochimaru's plans. It would merely alert him and potentially lead to your downfall. At this point, we must actively stir the pot. I will discreetly send someone to assure Lord Orochimaru that he may continue his research unimpeded, for the Hokage is already aware of it. And we support him wholeheartedly, Yin Kong stated. What do you think Lord Orochimaru would do in such a situation? I believe he would not readily trust you, considering Kakashi began. Considering that individuals of Orochimaru's caliber are not fools. Yet, I have never expected Orochimaru to trust me that I merely provide him with a legitimate reason to convince himself, an excuse to alleviate his moral dilemmas, Yin Kong explained. Precisely because he is clever. He will feign ignorance and pursue his research, Yin Kong asserted. I previously mentioned that Orochimaru's ambitions transcend mere villages or nations. Do you truly believe that the elusive title of Hokage could constrain him? Yin Kong questioned. Next door, the third Hokage also cast a glance at Orochimaru, pondering. Indeed, this once-in-50 years genius, my prized disciple, can the position of Hokage truly restrain him? Fortunately, the third Hokage's gaze merely swept over him before shifting away. Then, when the election for the fourth Hokage occurs, I shall disclose this matter to the third Hokage. I believe at that point, Lord Orochimaru will have become deeply entrenched, even if the third Hokage feels reluctant, heartbroken, or unwilling. Under the banner of righteousness, he will have no choice but to act, Yin Kong reasoned. The village will not permit a ninja who preys upon its own villagers to ascend as the fourth Hokage. Thus, one of the principal candidates for the position, Lord Orochimaru, will be eliminated. Yin Kong spun his glass thoughtfully at that juncture. The only option left for Lord Orochimaru, aside from biding his time, would be to defect. The ensuing events would not require meticulous planning. Given Jiraiya's bond with Orochimaru, once Orochimaru defects, Jiraiya will undoubtedly forsake everything to pursue him. Consequently, Jiraiya will be compelled to leave the village due to Orochimaru's obsessive nature. Two of the Sannin have departed. Yun-Kong placed 2 cups on another table, signifying the departure of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya from the fray, with the addition of the cup representing the already defeated Konoha White Fang. Kakashi Hitaki, it signifies that 3 individuals have been eliminated. Next among the remaining 3 shinobi is the last ninja, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan. Logically, it would seem that Tsunade's ascension to the position of the 4th Hokage should be a natural progression. Unfortunately, Tsunade is a woman, and women are inherently more emotional beings. Thus, with the departure of Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya from the village, as the only remaining member of the legendary 3, will Tsunade choose to remain in this chaotic village? It is needless to say, given the circumstances, Tsunade would likely depart. Yun-Kong once again placed a cup on another table. All potential candidates for the 4th Hokage have been eliminated. If nothing unexpected occurs, the position of Hokage will fall into the hands of Lord Danzo Shimura, a former rival of the 3rd Hokage. This could be seen as a fulfillment of Lord Danzo's long-held ambition that was thwarted in the past. Yukong indeed seems to be casting aspersions. After targeting White Fang in the legendary 3, it appears that Danzo, the head of the root, has now become Yun-Kong's next target. This almost suggests that the architect of this entire conspiracy is none other than Danzo Shimura himself. Consequently, the gaze of Konoha's higher-ups has shifted once again to the current head of root, Danzo Shimura. However, matters rarely unfold to suit the desires of the unseen puppeteers, Yun-Kong remarked, picking up another cup. The departure of the legendary 3 is a blow to Konoha village, yet it also presents an opportunity for the ninjas within. Following the exit of the legendary 3, new ninjas will inevitably rise to shoulder the burdens of Konoha and etch their names into the annals of the ninja world. Yukong stated. Noticing Kakashi's hesitant expression, Yukong continued, "You guessed correctly. I am referring to Minato Namikaze, the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. After the departure of the legendary 3. The illustrious achievements of Minato will undoubtedly make him a leading candidate for the position of 4th Hokage. If you were the 3rd Hokage, would you choose a rival who once competed for the Hokage position to succeed you, or would you prefer your own apprentice?" Yun-Kong tossed the question back to Kakashi. Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. Could such a topic be discussed casually? You are young and can speak without restraint. But does everyone not know that I reside within Kakashi's body? I cannot simply interject carelessly. The head of the Inuzuka clan thought angrily. From the perspective of the 2nd Hokage, Danzo is a legitimate heir, a figure who could unite forces against the non-legitimate Konoha White Fang. However, from the viewpoint of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo is no longer a legitimate heir of the Hokage lineage. He is no longer an ally, but rather an adversary that needs to be vanquished, Yun-Kong explained. Here, I must express my admiration for the cunning of our 3rd Hokage, who is now enticing the puppeteer behind the scenes with the allure of the 4th Hokage position, while eliminating the non-legitimate ninjas. Thus, the 3rd Hokage will effortlessly reap the rewards, removing the unseen hand that orchestrates the chaos. Yukong said, shaking his head in feigned admiration. Chapter 43. I speak in drunken rapture here. I must express my admiration for the cunning of our 3rd Hokage, who is now enticing the puppeteer behind the scenes with the allure of the 4th Hokage position, while eliminating the non-legitimate ninjas. Thus, the 3rd Hokage will effortlessly reap the rewards, removing the unseen hand that orchestrates the chaos, Yun-Kong said, shaking his head in feigned admiration. The higher-ups of Konoha could not help but internally scoff. It was not merely Yun-Kong's speculation regarding the 3rd Hokage's scheme that incited their disdain, but rather that Yukong had successfully cast aspersions on the 3rd Hokage himself. Yukong, are you a provocateur? Do you intend to disparage every high-ranking official in Konoha today? The higher-ups speculated among themselves. Danzo turned his gaze toward the 3rd Hokage. Is this your counterattack, Hiruzen? Danzo secretly pondered. He had to admit that everything Yun-Kong had said thus far was, in fact, the best outcome for him. However, if the 3rd Hokage were to take action, it would not yield the most favorable conclusion for Danzo. Am I destined to live forever in your shadow? Hiruzen, have you truly surpassed me by such a margin? Danzo contemplated. Thus, under the subtle influence of the 3rd Hokage, let us assume that Minato is to become the 4th Hokage when the puppeteer behind the scenes realizes he has been used. Will he direct his aim at the already retired 3rd Hokage or the newly appointed 4th Hokage? Yun-Kong inquired of Kakashi. If he were to become enraged and lose his composure, he might indeed target the third Hokage. Yet, if he is, as you suggest, the puppeteer must undoubtedly be an exceedingly rational, or rather, a cunningly shrewd individual that I suspect he would set his sights on the fourth Hokage instead, Kakashi deduced after some contemplation. You're not entirely dim-witted, are you? Yinkong exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent. Bah, the head of the Inuzuka clan scoffed inwardly. I am not a fool. You have articulated your thoughts so clearly. Do you expect me to remain completely oblivious? Thus, I wager that Minato will meet with tragedy. It will then be our time to shine. Yukong exclaimed with newfound excitement, punching the East Mountain kindergarten, kicking the Southwest nursing home, and shouting in the morgue. Anyone who dares to defy me. Stand up. Not a single soul would dare to make a sound, Yukong declared, relishing the thought of such a life. What do you think? He asked. Oblivious to Yukong's machinations, Obito stood in front of Kakashi, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was the unrivaled champion of the world. See, following me guarantees a life of luxury. What do you say? Are you not eager to bow before me? Yukong grinned at Kakashi. Observing Yukong's grin, one could almost see the words "come worship me" written across his face. If you were to confront Minato, how would you proceed? Kakashi queried. Confront Minato, you ask? Yukong mused thoughtfully. That is of no concern to me. After pondering for half a minute, Yukong responded with a lack of decorum. Calm down, calm down. Were it not for my good breeding, I would have surely displayed him in various poses, the head of the Inuzuka clan endured. Suppressing his ire, plotting against Minato is far too trivial compared to our grand aspirations. What we need to do is to live fully and completely, until they turn against each other, until they are frail and decrepit. Yinkong asserted that you're kidding me, punching the East Mountain kindergarten, kicking the Southwest nursing home, and shouting in the morgue. Anyone who dares to defy me, stand up. Such a foolish dream need not even be realized. You can achieve it right now. Can't you aspire for something a bit more meaningful? The head of the Inuzuka clan once again restrained the impulse to spank Yukong. You claim Minato is comparable to the Konoha White Fang. Does he not also possess character flaws akin to his? None, Yinkong replied decisively, shaking his head. Then, Kakashi pressed for further insight, but Yinkong abruptly interjected, is it not possible to approach a person by targeting those around him? If one can use you against your father, why not apply the same strategy against Minato? To my knowledge, Minato's current girlfriend is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, correct? I have also heard that the seal becomes particularly vulnerable during childbirth. And it seems there are quite a few who have their eyes on the Ninetales. If a ninja were to coordinate and release the Ninetales, the subsequent events would be painfully evident. Yinkong articulated as Yinkong's words hung in the air. The smile on Minato's face, as well as that of Konoha, faded instantaneously. All that Yinkong had spoken was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary youth, revealing countless secrets that should not have been so easily divulged. Enough of these trivial matters. Let us not dwell on the details. Have you made a decision about joining me? Yinkong asked Kakashi. Suddenly, Kakashi's head drooped, and he unexpectedly fell asleep before Yinkong. Goodness, at such a crucial moment of decision, you have succumbed to slumber, Yinkong remarked, observing Kakashi's foolish state with a casual sigh, not realizing that at that moment, the head of the Inuzuka clan was lifting the seal. Upon the release of the seal by the head of the Inuzuka clan, Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, rose and began to applaud gently. Although the applause was soft, it resonated remarkably clearly in the quiet barbecue restaurant. Before Yinkong and Obito could stand to investigate the source of the sound, Orochimaru appeared at the entrance of their booth. Ah, do you and Lord Orochimaru truly share such a fateful connection? Yukong mused, finding it curious that his first reaction was to marvel at the bond he perceived with Orochimaru. I had always believed you merely possessed the potential to become powerful. I now realize that I have underestimated your true worth. Orochimaru spoke candidly and without pretense, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. However, I am quite curious. There are certain matters that, even as one of the legendary three ninjas, I have no means to uncover. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge? Orochimaru's tongue flicked out habitually as he addressed Yinkong. If I were to claim that these are mere guesses, would you believe me? Yinkong's complexion bore an unnatural flush, perhaps a consequence of intoxication. Chapter 44. Belief or doubt. If I were to say that these are mere guesses, would you believe me? Yinkong's face still exhibited a slight, unnatural redness, likely due to his inebriation. Orochimaru remained silent, yet a distinct smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if to silently challenge Yukong. Do you think I would believe you? It was evident that Orochimaru, without a doubt, did not trust him. In truth, if you choose not to speak, I shan't be perturbed, Orochimaru rasped, drawing nearer to Yukong and his companions. Though Orochimaru seemed to take a simple 2 steps forward. Yukong's heart involuntarily raced. What folly am I engaging in? The individual before me is the notorious perverse scientist. Yukong inwardly chastised himself for becoming somewhat overconfident. Was it truly because of what Obito had said about Orochimaru's recent kindness that he allowed himself to feel this way? Yet, Orochimaru did not dwell on such thoughts. He had ample reason to believe that Yukong would divulge the information he sought without reservation. This was the confidence that came with strength. Moreover, he was convinced that Yukong was an intelligent individual. Intelligent people ought to engage in clever actions that if Yukong chose silence now, the next person to appear would not be as benevolent as himself. Indeed, Orochimaru was far more amiable than the sadistic interrogators of the wood industry. Yukong, being the astute individual he was, gradually approached Orochimaru, regaining his composure despite the lingering blush on his cheeks. He appeared fully alert and serious, stealing a glance at Obito. Yukong felt a certain connection with Orochimaru. Orochimaru acknowledged Yukong's gesture, indicating his understanding. His yellow pupils slightly dilated as they focused on Obito, who, already somewhat inebriated, quickly succumbed to a drunken stupor, collapsing to the ground. Within a minute, the sound of snoring filled the air. Illusion. Yukong marveled inwardly. To think one could cast an illusion merely with a gaze. Wasn't that a unique ability of the Sharingan? Nevertheless, Yukong quickly reconciled himself to the notion that a ninja as formidable as Orochimaru could easily subdue Obito with a mere glance. Sasuke in his prime was undoubtedly not as strong as the present Obito and had once been ensnared by Orochimaru's genjutsu, though at that time, Orochimaru was indeed more powerful than he was now. Yukong's astonishment was fleeting, and he swiftly reined in his emotions, adopting a serious demeanor once more. All of this unfolded under Orochimaru's keen observation, leaving him quite satisfied with Yukong's reactions, whether it was the initial shock at witnessing his jutsu or his ability to swiftly dispel distractions and regain composure. Orochimaru-sama, Yukong addressed him with gravity, preparing to explain his actions. Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement. Do you believe in spirits or deities? Yukong, as before, did not directly explain his actions, but instead posed a question to pique Orochimaru's interest. Previously, Yukong had contemplated these matters. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never risk venturing forth without thorough preparation. It was only due to the seal left in his mind by his father that the interrogators of the wood industry could not pry into his secrets. Thus, Yukong endeavored to ascertain if he could salvage the tragic fate of the Hidden Leaf Village, encompassing Orochimaru's defection, the Nine Tails incident, and the subsequent Uchiha clan massacre. If he could not secure his own safety, Yukong's character would lead him to remain indifferent to the plight of others. Therefore, he had already prepared his reasons and even inquired of his father whether the current Hidden Leaf Village could uncover their identities and if certain marks could be made on his body. Orochimaru-sama, do you believe in spirits or deities? Yukong asked earnestly. Had this question been posed in the past, or by another, Orochimaru would have undoubtedly replied with a resounding no. Yet, the events occurring around Yukong compelled Orochimaru to ponder whether spirits truly existed. Just as he steadfastly believed that the white snake could confer immortality, he rationalized that spirits were merely constructs of human imagination, something he could never accept as truth. Yukong replied, as if unfazed by Orochimaru's dismissal. The world of the Hokage was perplexing. It bore the semblance of an ancient era yet was dotted with modern conveniences such as watches and televisions. Conversely, it lacked contemporary weaponry. Yukong did not exhibit any emotional upheaval in response to Orochimaru's denial. Then, do you believe in immortality? Yukong asked, a smile playing on his lips. You do not believe in spirits, yet you actively pursue immortality. Do you not find that contradictory? Yukong mused internally, even as Orochimaru posed the same question to himself. Upon hearing Yukong mention immortality, Orochimaru momentarily feared that his research had been exposed. After all, the apprentice he had once confided his aspirations to, Mitarashi Anko, was merely 4 years old. In the fleeting moment, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Orochimaru's mind, though it was but a momentary lapse. He felt as though he had been seen through. I believe, Orochimaru declared. True to his nature, he was unwilling to betray his convictions. Nor did he find it necessary to lie before Yukong, even with the presence of high-ranking officials from the wood industry nearby. I believe that Orochimaru can achieve immortality, Yukong asserted with unwavering confidence. Though Yukong was merely an insignificant figure, at that moment, Orochimaru found his belief in immortality reinforced, as if Yunkong had illuminated a beacon on the path ahead. Then, do you believe in spirits or deities? Orochimaru-sama. Yukong abruptly shifted the conversation back to this inquiry. This time, Orochimaru found himself ensnared in deeper contemplation, although he could easily respond with either belief or disbelief. The meticulous nature of a scientist would not permit him to mislead Yukong. Rather than deceiving Yunkong, Orochimaru did not wish to deceive himself. Dio spirits truly exist. Orochimaru silently questioned within his heart. After all, if he could believe in something as improbable as immortality, why not entertain the notion of spirits? Which appeared equally implausible. He pondered for a considerable time, his head bowed in thought. Meanwhile, the gaze of the third Hokage in the adjacent room grew increasingly grave. Orochimaru's obstinacy was becoming all too apparent. Chapter 45. Or perhaps an illusion, the third Hokage's expression became increasingly solemn. Orochimaru's stubbornness was undeniable. He had always been aware of this trait. After a prolonged silence, which felt like an eternity to Yunkong, yet merely a fleeting moment for Orochimaru amid his cycle of questioning and counter-questioning, he finally declared, "I do not believe." That a smile graced Orochimaru's lips as he reaffirmed his previous stance. Yunkong's countenance bore no trace of the disappointment that Orochimaru had anticipated. Internally, Yunkong mused that attempting to sway someone with such steadfast convictions as Orochimaru was a futile endeavor. Even if one were to grasp at his vulnerabilities. Upon hearing Yunkong's response, Orochimaru was taken aback. I once did not believe, but just a few days ago, I discovered that I had been disbelieving all along. Yukong confessed, a hint of conflict apparent on his face. What do you mean? Orochimaru inquired, intrigued by Yunkong's evolving demeanor. Even for Orochimaru, who was typically unflappable, Yunkong was proving to be an intriguing character. Perhaps it was true that both were individuals with aspirations and strong opinions. On the third day of my chakra training, I obtained a jutsu known as summoning technique. Yukong explained before Orochimaru could voice his curiosity. It was a gift from my father, who said that a summoning beast is vital for a ninja. He also mentioned that one cannot force a summoning beast. You will recognize it when the time is right. Despite any preconceived notions about Orochimaru or how he had been depicted in the series, the warmth emanating from the current Orochimaru was unlike anything Yukong had encountered in either of his lifetimes. It was no wonder that many, fully aware of Orochimaru's manipulative nature, willingly chose to lay down their lives for him. Orochimaru undeniably possesses an extraordinary charisma. He sat quietly before Yukong, occasionally nodding to signify his respect. It is noteworthy that Yukong, at present, is not even a low-ranking ninja, while Orochimaru is indeed one of the illustrious Sannin. Thus, on the day I acquired ninjutsu, curiosity compelled me to attempt this technique. Yunkong recounted. He recalled how Jiraiya's summoning toads were transported to Mount Myaboku, because Jiraiya executed the technique without having signed a contract. A matter well known to both Jiraiya and the third Hokage. Yunkong intended to weave this into his own alibi. Orochimaru remained silent, listening intently to Yunkong's narrative. After the ninjutsu was performed, nothing transpired, and in disbelief, I repeated the technique several times. Yukong paused momentarily at a critical juncture, creating a slight suspense. He was acutely aware that if he dared to utter anything about future events, Orochimaru would swiftly make him aware of the ominous fate awaiting him. Initially, no incidents occurred, but after my despair, just before I was to retire for the night, I inadvertently glimpsed a cluster of crimson eyes lurking in the shadows of the corner. Yukong explained. I initially presumed it was merely a hallucination induced by the potion I had brewed. But before I could examine it further, I found myself slipping into unconsciousness, and soon my mind was inundated with a torrent of inexplicable information. As for the earlier occurrences, they were merely conjectures on my part. Yukong stated. Orochimaru, non-committal, nodded impassively. He partially believed Yunkong's words. In the world of Naruto, children are generally precocious, given the ample information available. Certain truths are not difficult to ascertain. It mirrors the ancient formation of aristocratic families, which stemmed from a monopoly on knowledge. In Naruto, many ambiguities arise from a lack of information. Despite this, I often sensed an invisible hand guiding my thoughts in that direction, as if similar instances inexplicably presented themselves before me. And according to the information I gathered, they bore a striking resemblance to the current circumstances in our Leaf Village. Indeed, they were almost identical. Yukong proclaimed. Are you suggesting that your thoughts are being manipulated? Orochimaru inquired. Is it a form of jinjutsu? Yes, it must be a type of jinjutsu, and I have formulated a remarkable hypothesis, Yunkong replied. The pair of red eyes from that night left an indelible impression on me, obscuring the figure's identity, revealing only those blood-red orbs. I can conceive of no other entity aside from a ghost or a deity, Yukong remarked. Yet, just yesterday, when I heard Obito speak of the Sharingan, I suddenly realized that it might indeed be a person. Yukong continued, someone we all believe to be deceased, yet who has, in fact, been alive all along. A person who possesses such profound understanding of the first Hokage and the legacy of the Hokage, and who is thoroughly acquainted with the secrets of the Leaf Village. I can envision no other than him, Yukong asserted. Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru slowly articulated the name Yukong had previously mentioned. Regardless, you will inevitably emerge to meddle in affairs. Even in death you will find no rest. I trust you do not mind if I cast aspersions upon you now. Yukong silently reflected as Orochimaru expressed what he wished to convey. This also serves as a timely warning to the people of the Leaf Village, preventing them from realizing that Uchiha Madara might still be alive only when the fourth Hokage, Minato, falls in battle. Unfortunately, by that time, Uchiha Madara would merely be Obito masquerading under Madara's name. Impossible, he is dead. Upon uttering that forbidden name, Orochimaru rasped. Perhaps Orochimaru's heart had begun to entertain doubts, yet he was reluctant to confront them. I once thought the same, but aside from the first Hokage, who has ever seen Uchiha Madara's corpse? Yukong queried. Perhaps out of guilt for his comrades, he recalled hearing that Uchiha Madara's body was personally recovered by the first Hokage. Even the second Hokage, the younger brother of the first, was not involved in this. Is this truly the case? Yukong's words struck heavily against the hearts of Orochimaru and the higher echelons of the Leaf Village. The nearby officials of the Leaf Village involuntarily directed their gazes toward the third Hokage and his advisors, including Danzo. This generation had all experienced Uchiha Madara's time in the Leaf Village, his subsequent rebellion, and the later Valley of the End battle. The third Hokage slowly shook his head. Shortly after the first Hokage's confrontation at the Valley of the End, he passed away, while Uchiha Madara was branded with a forbidden seal upon his defection from the Leaf Village. Chapter 46. The Test. The third Hokage slowly shook his head. Shortly after the first Hokage's confrontation at the Valley of the End, he passed away, while Uchiha Madara was branded with a forbidden seal upon his defection from the Leaf Village. Good grief. Observing the third Hokage's reaction, the higher-ups of the Leaf Village, particularly the Uchiha clan leader, simultaneously cursed in their minds. Such a terrifying figure, and yet you remain oblivious to whether he is alive or dead. Are you all fools? I trust in the first Hokage. If he claims Uchiha Madara is dead, then it must be true. Moreover, the second Hokage should have seen Uchiha Madara's corpse, Orochimaru retorted, dismissing Yukong's speculation. After all, the first Hokage would not lie to deceive his descendants. Even if Uchiha Madara was his dear friend, upon choosing to become an adversary, the first Hokage would not be so foolish as to let a tiger return to the mountain. However, a thought has persistently occupied my mind, or perhaps it is an order bestowed upon me by that individual. Yukong responded, collect the Sharingan. Even to procure a single Sharingan. Furthermore, he has left me a ninjutsu, claiming it could save my life in dire circumstances. Yukong offered no suspense, directly elucidating. The name of this ninjutsu is Izanagi. If Lord Orochimaru has the time, it would be prudent to inquire with the Uchiha clan leader regarding the nature of the Izanagi technique. Yukong suggested, should it pose a challenge for Lord Orochimaru to approach the Uchiha clan, he might also consider consulting with Lord Danzo, for I have received another warning in my mind, urging me to keep my distance from Lord Danzo, as he too seems to be collecting Sharingan. I cannot ascertain whether Lord Danzo is aware of this ninjutsu, Yukong stated. The gaze of the Chunin once again converged upon Danzo, particularly the Uchiha clan leader, who fixed a malevolent stare upon the concealed right eye of Danzo. Danzo had previously extracted a Sharingan from Kakashi, and in the years since, it remains uncertain whether he has come to know of the Izanagi technique. However, Yukong merely sought to cast suspicion and provide a timely warning to the Uchiha clan, whether it be Itachi or the future Sasuke. Both were characters Yukong held dear, yet Itachi's tale is one of tragedy. While Sasuke has succumbed to darkness over time, perhaps Yukong also felt sympathy for the one known as Shunshin no Jutsu, pondering that had he still lived, the future Leaf Village might have seen the emergence of another formidable ninja akin to the Yellow Flash. Moreover, there are likely numerous sealing techniques capable of enacting a seal that activates later, Yukong mused, suggesting that perhaps Uchiha Madara truly met his demise before the first Hokage, or perhaps he feigned his death before the first Hokage. In my humble opinion, I would rather believe in his existence than deny it, Yukong concluded. Having said all that could be said, He felt powerless regarding the future of the Leaf Village. The most pressing matter now was to ensure survival. Orochimaru nodded. I shall convey these matters to the Hokage. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here today? Just as Orochimaru was about to inquire why Yukong had shared such information, or whether he had intentionally drawn the third Hokage and others to this place. Yukong, seemingly aware of his thoughts, suddenly posed the question. Orochimaru fixed an impassive gaze upon Yukong, realizing that the expression on Yukong's face was genuine confusion regarding his presence here. No particular reason. I merely happened to pass by and was intrigued by your astonishing remarks. So I came to inquire, Orochimaru stated. However, I find it curious that such matters should be so openly discussed, as they pertain to your very life and death. How do you dare to speak of them so brazenly? Orochimaru's golden eyes bore into Yukong, penetrating deeply. Though his demeanor was typically fierce, at that moment, his gaze could be described as piercing. Yukong understood that his forthcoming response would bear significant implications for his future. Yukong was acutely aware of the necessity to provide a reasonable response, all while ensuring that Orochimaru remained oblivious to his prior preparations. The weight of this secret felt overwhelming. It was a burden too heavy for him to bear alone. Confiding in his two dear friends seemed like a release, and he trusted they would safeguard his secret. Little did he expect that it would reach the ears of Lord Orochimaru. That a look of distress crossed Yukong's face. Yet he swiftly offered an answer to Orochimaru. Upon hearing Yukong's reply, Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the reaction one might expect from a 6-year-old child. Were there flaws in Yukong's words? Certainly. Who would so brazenly divulge a secret? Moreover, how could Yukong be certain that Obito and Kakashi would keep it to themselves? What if Obito and Kakashi inadvertently revealed it? Yet, when viewed through the lens of Yukong's identity, it all seemed reasonable. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. Even though the youths in the world of Naruto often displayed remarkable maturity, even the renowned Itachi, capable of contemplating like a Hokage at the tender age of 4, was simply thinking. Itachi was unique. There would only ever be one. The survival of Uchiha Madara was merely a conjecture, and those unrealistic thoughts compelled this 6-year-old to seek an outlet for his feelings. Clearly, there were matters he preferred to discuss with peers rather than his parents. With this realization, Yukong's explanations became more plausible. After contemplating for a moment, Orochimaru remarked, "The matters you have mentioned are of great significance. I hope you refrain from spreading them further, as should Obito and Kakashi. That I will entrust the 3 of you to the Umbu of Konoha. Do not be afraid. It is merely a standard procedure." Noticing Yukong's involuntary shudder at the mention of the Umbu, Orochimaru surprisingly offered a word of reassurance. Upon hearing Orochimaru's guarantee, Yukong felt a wave of relief wash over him, directing a grateful gaze toward Orochimaru. He understood that his life had been spared. His risk had at least not plunged him into an irretrievable abyss. Without Orochimaru's assurance, it was likely that the third Hokage would have shown a modicum of mercy. But a more severe consequence could have resulted in his eradication. Yukong surmised that such selfless acts would be a rarity. Relinquishing control of his destiny to others felt profoundly unsettling. Moving forward, he resolved to prioritize strengthening his abilities, for maintaining a low profile would be the theme of his existence. Chapter 47. Another year. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. And during this time, Yukong and his companions made remarkable strides in their training. Their progress extended beyond the realm of ninjutsu. More importantly, they developed the qualities befitting a true ninja: taijutsu, weaponry, situational analysis, stealth, assassination, coded communication, and intelligence gathering. Over the course of 1 year, Yukong, Obito, and later Kakashi, whom Yukong had drawn into their trio, experienced considerable advancement. At this juncture, Kakashi was 7, Yukong was 7, and Obito was on the brink of turning 8. Once again, by the stream where Yukong and Obito practiced, the 3 engaged in a vigorous sparring session. "Kakashi, take this," Obito shouted, swiftly forming hand seals for the fire release. Phoenix fire technique. A dozen fireballs, each the size of a fist, rapidly formed at Obito's mouth, spiraling forth like shuriken toward Kakashi, who was not spared by Yukong either. Anticipating the attack, Kakashi and Yukong deftly evaded, leaving behind sizable craters where the fireballs had struck. Over the past year, the trio had grown accustomed to such chaotic battles. Their engagements varied. At times, Yukong and Obito would unite to overwhelm Kakashi, while at other times, Kakashi and Yukong would join forces against Obito. and occasionally, Obito and Kakashi would team up against Yukong. In terms of strength, Kakashi now stood as the most formidable, with Yukong and Obito evenly matched. Hence, they often collaborated, but after successfully fending off Kakashi, the two would swiftly turn against their former ally. Throughout the year, Yukong, Kakashi, and Obito had made significant progress, no longer flustered by external interruptions during combat. Their fighting styles had evolved, allowing for greater versatility. As Yukong dodged Obito's fire technique, a handful of shuriken appeared in his hand, tracing a cunning arc as they were launched toward Obito, while also targeting Kakashi, who had just been attacked. Kakashi mirrored Obito's movements perfectly, sending shuriken flying toward Yukong and Obito. With a deft flick of his finger, Yukong produced a kunai, launching it with remarkable speed to deflect Obito's shuriken. Meanwhile, Kakashi unsheathed the short blade gifted to him by the White Fang of Konoha, swiftly parrying Yukong's shuriken. Obito's technique closely resembled Yukong's, as he too effortlessly dodged the incoming shuriken. The sound of clashing weapons echoed as the trio converged, their kunai and Kakashi's short blade intertwining in a dance of steel. A faint smile crept across Yukong's lips as he declared, "Water release, water surface wave." In astonishment, both Obito and Kakashi watched as a torrent of water surged forth from Yukong's mouth, propelling them away. Despite their attempts to maintain balance, the force of the water was too great, sending them tumbling several meters away. Naturally, such an attack posed no real danger to Kakashi and Obito, who quickly regained their footing with agile flips. During this process, Kakashi's blade collided with Obito's kunai, yet neither relinquished their desire to fight. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder, Yukong intoned, forming seals to unleash another ninjutsu. The water release technique, water surface wave, and the lightning release technique, electromagnetic murder, were among the simplest and most commonly paired ninjutsu. Over the past year, Yukong had not only mastered additional fire techniques, but also acquired several new lightning and water ninjutsu. He had even attempted to learn earth techniques, though his success was limited to a rudimentary technique akin to Naruto's digging, leaving him baffled by the rest, including the basic earth wall technique, lacking the requisite chakra affinity. Yukong found himself grappling with the complexities of ninjutsu. Further deepening his admiration for the third Hokage, renowned as the professor of ninjutsu. To attain such prowess as an ordinary ninja, Yukong recognized the immense dedication the third Hokage must have invested. Within the torrent, Obito and Kakashi were swiftly struck by a surge of electricity. Though the current lacked intensity, it rendered their bodies numb, causing them to lose balance and be propelled by Yukong's powerful water stream. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yukong seized the opportunity, unleashing a massive fireball measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, which spiraled toward Kakashi and Obito. A thunderous explosion resonated through the forest, flames erupting in a spectacular display. Time seemed to blur as Yukong, Kakashi, and Obito lay exhausted on the ground, their faces bearing various scrapes and bruises. Yukong took a deep breath, reflecting on the day, which felt no different from any other. Yet, it marked over a year since Yukong had arrived in this world. On that fateful day, accompanied by Orochimaru, Yukong had been taken to the Konoha Ambu, where he spent an entire night in an interrogation unit. Only to be released the following morning, he remained oblivious to the information the Hokage had gleaned. He pondered whether his father's genjutsu, crafted with the Sharingan, had been discovered by the Ambu's investigative team. If it had, it would significantly bolster the credibility of his words. However, for 3 months following that day, Yukong felt the eyes of the Ambu upon him. Yet, his father, having long abandoned the ninja life, seemed unaffected by their scrutiny. Life continued as it always had, and even after the Ambu had departed, Yukong remained uncertain whether they still monitored him and his family. As for the White Fang of Konoha, rumors circulated that he had dealt with those in high positions whom he deemed threats, including our beloved Danzo. All of this was relayed to Yukong by Kakashi, who merely mentioned that his father had not suffered any losses. Yukong agreed. With the strength of the White Fang, few in Konoha could pose a challenge to him. Certainly, perhaps it is due to the nonsensical musings of Yukong in the past that Kakashi, intentionally or otherwise, imparted to Yukong a few techniques of swordsmanship, which, though simplistic, proved to be remarkably practical. Chapter 48. The ambush. The day passed swiftly, and before they realized it, dusk descended upon them. It's getting late. We should head back, Yukong suggested. The wounds on the three of them had largely healed under Yukong's ministrations, marking a significant achievement after a year of studying some medical ninjutsu. Although he was still a novice, he had no trouble treating minor injuries. The only regret was that his mentor was not the renowned Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas. However, Yun Kong remained unconcerned. It was better for him to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention to himself. I hope we can practice together again sometime. I've decided to apply for graduation tomorrow. My father is not opposed to it, Kakashi revealed, trailing behind Yun Kong and Obito. After contemplating for a while, he shared this news with them. You're graduating? Yun Kong and Obito turned in surprise. Kakashi was only 7 years old now, and it was rumored he had graduated at SIX. It was uncertain whether this claim held true, as Kakashi's current age might merely be a facade. Nevertheless, Yun Kong and Obito were merely surprised, not incredulous. In fact, Yun Kong felt he had exhausted all the knowledge the Ninja Academy had to offer. Still, he intended to offer some counsel. The ninja world is not particularly peaceful at the moment, and given our ages, there is no rush to graduate. It would be wiser to solidify our foundation first, Yun Kong advised. He understood better than anyone the importance of fundamentals for a ninja. Obito nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yun Kong's viewpoint. The trio's current achievements were more than sufficient for graduation, yet they were still quite young, and age did not exempt one from the harsh realities of being a ninja. Some ninjas from various villages even took pleasure in tormenting young prodigies. Thus, Obito also advised Kakashi against graduating prematurely. It is precisely because I am aware of the tumultuous state of the ninja world that I have decided to graduate now. To become a ninja early and begin accumulating experience, I wish to prove my worth in the impending war, Kakashi declared. Over the course of the year, rumors of war had gradually circulated throughout Konohagakure. Yun Kong nodded, refraining from further persuasion, while also silencing Obito. Kakashi was now at least half a year behind his timeline in Yun Kong's memories. In those memories, Kakashi had graduated from the Ninja Academy in just 6 months and should have already been promoted to CH Nin by this point. Yun Kong recalled that when Obito graduated, Rin had celebrated with him, coinciding with Kakashi's promotion to CH Nin. Well then, let us graduate together. I've had enough of the Ninja Academy, Yun Kong proclaimed. Rather than languishing in the academy, it is far better to become a ninja now. The trio, under Yun Kong's leadership, had become the notorious trio of the academy, with Obito's support and Kakashi's eventual inclusion. They had gained a fearsome reputation, leaving their peers powerless against their combined might. Among their classmates, Uchiha Pin and Uchiha Mao bore the brunt of their dominance. If they were to graduate now, aside from Obito feeling a tinge of regret, the other students would undoubtedly celebrate their departure with open arms, right? Yun Kong glanced at Obito, and Kakashi's eyes followed suit, while Yun Kong sought Obito's opinion. He knew there were matters he would decide for Obito, yet others would be left for him to choose. Yun Kong skillfully maintained a balance, allowing those around him to feel his respect. Of course, I've long yearned to make a name for myself. In the future, I will ensure the entire ninja world trembles at the sound of my name, Obito asserted. Then it's settled. The three of us will apply for graduation together tomorrow, Yun Kong declared, raising his fist before Obito and Kakashi, who placed their hands atop his in agreement. In the days to come, we shall be more revered than the three ninjas, Yun Kong stated, setting a small goal for the trio. However, at that moment, I believe we should first address this minor predicament. Though his expression remained unchanged, Yun Kong's eyes flickered with apprehension. Kakashi nodded, sensing that this was indeed a troubling situation. You noticed it too? Yun Kong inquired, tilting his head to survey their surroundings. It appeared to be a CH Nin, just as the three of us were about to depart. I sensed a murderous intent. The ability to conceal oneself so perfectly suggests they are not an ordinary CH Nin. Perhaps they are an elite ninja, or even a special J Nin, Kakashi speculated in a low voice. Can our combined strength contend against this ninja? Obito whispered. As Kakashi analyzed the situation, both he and Yun Kong discreetly scanned their surroundings, taking in the scene before them. Defeating this ninja should not pose a problem. But Yun Kong replied uncertainly. It seems there are 2 other ninjas as well, Kakashi remarked after scanning the area. To the 11 o'clock position, it appears someone is concealed within the treetops, Kakashi echoed Yun Kong's observation. And almost simultaneously, the three realized they had been unwittingly surveilled. Initially dismissive, they quickly awakened to the reality that these were not the village ninjas, but rather those with ill intent. The trio had contemplated feigning ignorance to escape unnoticed, but it became evident that their adversaries had no intention of letting them go. It seems we are surrounded, Obito murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Even this was merely a movement of his lips, allowing Yun Kong and Kakashi to read his unspoken words. Very well, I have a little plan. Let us see if it works. Yun Kong's mind raced, and in a matter of moments, the three withdrew their hands that had previously expressed their resolve. Judging by their demeanor, it appeared the trio was preparing to make their exit. In the shadows, the three ninjas concealed in the darkness fixed their cold gazes upon the departing trio, judging by their appearance. They were indeed from Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. They smirked, their fingers tightened around their shuriken, akin to predators lurking in the dark, waiting for Yun Kong and his companions to reveal a larger opening. The three of them, under the scrutiny of the sand ninjas, turned to leave. Chapter 49. The unmasked ruse. As Yun Kong and his companions turned to depart under the watchful eyes of the sand ninjas, Yun Kong, walking at the back, suddenly called out to the turning Yun Kong and Obito. Yun Kong's abrupt motion caused the sand ninjas, poised to launch their shuriken, to involuntarily tremble, gripping their weapons tightly. It appeared Yun Kong had something to pass to Obito and Kakashi. He unfastened his ninja tool pouch from his waist, and, while retrieving items for his companions, inadvertently dropped a small, purplish-red pill from the pouch. Act now, Yun Kong exclaimed as the purple pill hit the ground. In an instant, the moment the pill made contact, it erupted, enveloping Yun Kong and his companions in a 3-meter-wide cloud of purple mist. A smoke bomb, one of the sand ninjas muttered unconsciously. As if in unison, the three sand ninjas hurled their shuriken into the mist, which quickly filled the air with their projectiles. That moment, Yun Kong and his companions surged forth from the purple haze, evading the barrage of shuriken raining down around them. Simultaneously, a brilliant firework shot up into the sky. This served as a distress signal from the trio. As over the course of the year, many ninjas in the village had come to recognize that Yun Kong and his companions often trained in this area, while the noise of ninjutsu might lead some to believe they were merely practicing. The significance of the firework was unmistakable. Yun Kong was confident that even if nearby ninjas were unaware of the fireworks' meaning, they would come to investigate. Of course, the trio hoped that Konoha's White Fang or someone from the Uchiha clan would come to their rescue. As Yun Kong and his companions burst forth from the purple mist, they did not pause for a moment, accelerating in unison and dispersing in 3 different directions, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. The movements flowed seamlessly like a stream, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Although the 3 individuals fled from 3 distinct directions, their destination was unified, the defensive stronghold of Kunai. Only by reaching the stronghold, or at least its vicinity, could Yun Kong and his companions ensure their survival. The 3 sand ninjas exchanged knowing glances and nodded, splitting into separate paths to pursue the fleeing trio. As they departed, a meter beneath the shroud of purple smoke, Yun Kong and his companions huddled within a confined space. They must have entered the mist, thought Obito, assessing the tremors beneath their feet, communicating through lip movements. It turned out that the trio who had burst forth from the purple fog and swiftly escaped were merely shadow clones. Upon realizing the malicious intent of the ninja monitoring them, and with Kakashi discerning that one among them was an elite Nin, or even a special Nin, Yun Kong swiftly devised this ruse, having employed the tactic of sending out shadow clones to lure the enemy on previous occasions. He had anticipated this moment. They had even resolved that if their ruse was uncovered, they would exploit the brief moment of shock experienced by the sand ninjas to break through once more using shadow clones. Until they could ensure a successful escape, however, they had not anticipated such smooth sailing. Thus, at the moment of deploying the smoke bomb to obscure their figures, Yun Kong quickly utilized the shadow clone and transformation techniques to disguise themselves as Yun Kong, Obito, and Kakashi. Obito promptly released a smoke signal for help, while Kakashi employed his earth release technique to conceal the trio underground. It seemed that this strategy had proven effective, as it had successfully diverted all 3 sand ninjas. Wait for 5 minutes. If there is no movement, we will break out, Yun Kong communicated through lip movements in response. Although their plan could be deemed flawless, one could never underestimate the unpredictability of fate. If they were discovered and the 3 sand ninjas turned the tables, setting a trap for Yun Kong and his companions, it would spell disaster for them. Hence, it was prudent to remain here for a few more minutes. Moreover, the longer they stayed, the more advantageous it would be for them, considering they were still within the confines of Kunai, and having released the smoke signal, the sand ninjas would not linger. Kakashi and Obito nodded in agreement with Yun Kong's suggestion. Falling silent as they prepared themselves, they needed to conserve their energy, uncertain of how the situation would unfold. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yun Kong glanced at Obito and Kakashi, observing them both nod in acknowledgement of his intended action. Just as Yun Kong was about to leap from their subterranean refuge, Kakashi suddenly grasped his shoulder. The sand ninja had inexplicably appeared above the ground where the trio stood. "Come out. You almost deceived me, you three little mice," the sand ninja boasted, standing confidently at an angle to Yun Kong and his companions. "If it weren't for my proficiency in earth release techniques, your little ruse would have indeed gone unnoticed." Noting that Yun Kong and his companions remained motionless, he continued, "Since you choose not to reveal yourselves, I shall bring you out." Kakashi, peering through the gap created by the earth release, assessed the standing sand ninja, an elite J-nin. Kakashi silently remarked to himself, the sand ninja's attire bore a darker vest, a hallmark of a J-nin, yet it also bore a unique insignia, indicating a possession of special abilities that warranted his elevation to special J-nin. Clearly, this sand ninja had no intention of wasting time here. He believed he could easily eliminate these youngsters, who had yet to fully embrace their roles as ninjas. Thus, despite having discerned their plot, he chose to remain silent and returned alone. However, sparing Yun Kong's shadow clone could potentially allow it to seek reinforcements. Therefore, from any perspective, the sand ninja had no justification for delaying. "Since you refuse to emerge, I shall unearth you," the sand ninja sneered. Observing the prolonged silence from Yun Kong and his companions, that he swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, "Earth release." Crumbling earth palm, with both hands striking the ground. One of the fundamental techniques of earth release was unleashed. The surrounding earth shattered into fragments under the sand ninja's jutsu, turning over as if plowed. Kakashi, hidden beneath the surface for the sake of concealing Yun Kong and the others, found their depth insufficient as the sand ninja's crumbling earth palm easily unearthed the trio. Without hesitation, Yun Kong, Kakashi, and Obito abandoned their hiding spot, leaping from the heap of rubble. Yun Kong and Obito gripped kunai tightly, while Kakashi had already unsheathed his white fang short blade. Chapter 50, A Triad Assault. Yun Kong, Kakashi, and Obito decisively vacated their concealment, emerging from the debris, with kunai firmly in hand, and Kakashi wielding his short blade. They prepared for an all-out confrontation. Since evasion is no longer an option, we must fight with all our might, Yun Kong mused internally. Over the past year, the trio had often engaged in combat with their mentor, Yamada, mostly involving evasive maneuvers as Yamada pursued them. Nevertheless, this had afforded them a modicum of insight into their own capabilities. Together, they were unlikely to be weaker than the average ch-nin. Yet, Yun Kong questioned the accuracy of their previous assessments, for Yamada would never approach their encounters with a lethal intent, that in stark contrast. This sand ninja before them undoubtedly bore the intent to eliminate them in the ensuing battle. Observing the poised trio, a hint of mockery surfaced on the sand ninja's face. "I never expected these little mice to have learned to bite," he taunted. "Let me see just how much weight the little mice from Konohagakure carry." With disdain etched upon his features, he commanded, "Attack." Unperturbed by the sand ninja's derision, Yun Kong felt no emotional disturbance. Having resolved to engage, they would not hesitate. Even if they faced an adversary stronger than themselves, they would leave their mark. Exchanging glances, Yun Kong suddenly stepped forward, launching kunai and shuriken in a rapid, linear assault towards the sand ninja. The velocity of his throws was astonishing, as all the shuriken were released nearly simultaneously. Kakashi, seizing the moment, transformed into a shadow and charged fiercely towards the sand ninja. While Yun Kong closely followed in his wake, Obito lagged behind, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The trio executed a coordinated triadic assault, with Kakashi leading, Yun Kong providing support, and Obito offering ranged assistance. Yun Kong's thrown shuriken descended upon the sand ninja from various angles, effectively constraining his evasive maneuvers. "Interesting," the sand ninja murmured, mildly impressed by the onslaught of shuriken. However, he exhibited no inclination to evade. Drawing a kunai from his equipment pouch, he skillfully deflected the incoming projectiles, creating a barrier before him. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the shuriken were repelled. Following the barrage, Obito's fireball arced through the air, soaring past both Yun Kong and Kakashi towards the sand ninja. The ensuing explosions reverberated through the air as the sand ninja deftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the inferno. He withdrew a considerable distance. Having completely evaded Obito's technique, exhaling a sigh of relief, the sand ninja reflected on his earlier mockery. He was fortunate to have not underestimated the trio. Observing their initial coordination, he recognized that these youths were not to be trifled with. Yet, he concluded that their abilities were still limited. That moment, the sand ninja suddenly found himself in darkness as Kakashi materialized above him. With a swift motion, Kakashi leaped high, executing a classic downward strike aimed at the Sand Ninja's head. The blade gleamed menacingly, creating an illusion of cleaving through with a single stroke. The Sand Ninja, unfazed, raised his kunai to meet Kakashi's descending attack. While his approach was sound, regrettably, he was facing Kakashi, noticing the Sand Ninja's conventional defense. Kakashi smirked inwardly. Accelerating the strike midair, he brought the blade down forcefully upon the kunai. A sharp sound resonated as the Sand Ninja's hand trembled, nearly losing grip on his kunai from the impact. Under the looming presence of Kakashi, the Sand Ninja instinctively retreated several meters. As the Sand Ninja stumbled back, Yukong surged forward from behind Kakashi, kunai poised in hand, seizing the moment when the Sand Ninja was off balance. Yukong advanced, carving a gash of over 10 centimeters across the Sand Ninja's chest. Enraged, the Sand Ninja realized that his momentary underestimation had led to his injury, inflicted by mere youths who were not even true ninjas. Suddenly halting his retreat, the Sand Ninja clenched his left fist and launched a powerful punch at Yukong. The kunai that Yukong had raised to defend himself was effortlessly sent flying by the force of the Sand Ninja's blow. In that instant, the other kunai in the Sand Ninja's hand aimed directly for Yukong's throat. With mere moments to spare, Yukong deftly flicked the kunai aside with his fingers and ducked beneath the incoming strike. Before the Sand Ninja could mount another attack, Kakashi, who had lagged slightly behind, rushed forward, his white fanged short blade slicing through the air to intercept the approaching kunai. Yukong swiftly placed a foot against Kakashi's shoulder, propelling himself forward to deliver a kick to the Sand Ninja's chest, forcing the latter back once more by several meters. The Sand Ninja's face flushed with humiliation and anger. He could hardly believe that as a special jonin, he had not only failed to dispatch 2 mere Leaf Village youths, but had found himself at a disadvantage throughout the skirmish. As he retreated again, the Sand Ninja spun his kunai around his thumb and hurled it towards Kakashi, who skillfully deflected it with a flick of his short blade. The Sand Ninja stood momentarily stunned, surprised that Kakashi did not seize the opportunity to attack, a stark contrast to the relentless style of the two younger ninjas. The previous exchanges had been marked by Yukong and Kakashi's aggressive onslaught. Suddenly, the Sand Ninja recalled the third youth. He had been engaged in battle with 3 of them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as the Sand Ninja contemplated the location of the third individual, Obito, who had appeared from behind, took a deep breath and shouted that a massive 4-meter fireball swiftly formed, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery glow as it erupted forth with a deafening roar. The fireball rapidly engulfed the Sand Ninja, producing an explosive sound that reduced everything within a 10-meter radius to ashes, leaving behind a deep crater from which dark smoke billowed. Yukong and Kakashi quickly positioned themselves in front of Obito, alertly observing the smoke-shrouded pit. Chapter 51. The 3 under duress in the wake of the Sand Ninja's oversight, the fireball had consumed him with ferocity, leaving behind a crater that emitted thick smoke. Yukong and Kakashi swiftly moved to stand before Obito, their gazes wary as they regarded the obscured pit. The flames crackled ominously as they gazed into the crater left by the fireball. "Is it done?" Obito inquired, noting that the potency of this fire technique would surely have obliterated an ordinary ninja. Yet both Yukong and Kakashi sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. Even Obito, who posed the question, seemed to seek reassurance from them. Crackling sounds emanated from the flames, akin to eggshells shattering, and gradually, a humanoid figure emerged from the dying fire. Yukong's pupils constricted. Indeed, a special jonin was not so easily vanquished. The Sand Ninja was enveloped in a layer of earth release armor, which had saved his life from Obito's overwhelmingly powerful fire technique. Nevertheless, his appearance was undeniably disheveled, with various degrees of burns marring his body. The protective armor had not fully withstood the onslaught of Obito's fire technique. Impressive, truly impressive. I never anticipated that my moment of carelessness would nearly cost me my life, the Sand Ninja, Matisse, declared as he stepped forth from the flames. The earth release armor had been utterly ravaged by the heat, crumbling away in pieces from his body with a series of crackling sounds. Indeed, the Leaf Village, home to the strongest of ninjas, has produced such talented youths, even among those merely graduating, the Uchiha clan, and that short blade. It must be the white fang of the Leaf Village, yes? I never expected that one day I, Matisse, would have the chance to eliminate such prodigious talent. How thrilling, Matisse spoke, his tone laced with hatred and a hint of exhilaration at the prospect of extinguishing these young talents. Yukong, Kakashi, and Obito instinctively clenched their fists or gripped their weapons tightly. Under Matisse's scrutinizing gaze, The pressure on the trio intensified. The murderous intent of the Jonin enveloped them. If Matisse had feigned nonchalance moments before, he was now entirely serious. The three youths found themselves in a peculiar standoff with Matisse. He remained motionless while they dared not move. Within a minute, beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads, betraying their unease. Yukong felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, akin to having sprinted several kilometers, the air refusing to fill his lungs despite his desperate attempts to breathe deeply. Suddenly, Yukong's brow furrowed as he locked eyes with Matisse's malevolent gaze. His heart raced, and just as he prepared to sound a warning, Matisse vanished from 10 meters away, reappearing before Yukong with a swift sidekick. The movement was simple yet executed with blinding speed. Yukong barely managed to raise his left arm in defense before Matisse's kick slammed into him, forcing him backward like a soccer ball, sending him crashing into a massive tree. Cough, cough. Yukong gasped, struggling to breathe as he coughed violently that Matisse's kick had been brutally powerful. Although Yukong had attempted to shield himself with his arm, it had proven futile against such overwhelming force. The impact left Yukong with a painful sensation in his left arm, likely a minor fracture from the blow, yet it had served its purpose. At the very least, it had prevented a more grievous injury to his chest. Yukong realized that had he not managed to block that kick, he would now be struggling to breathe, and several of his ribs would surely have been broken. Meanwhile, as Matisse sent Yukong flying, Kakashi and Obito reacted swiftly. Kakashi's short blade arced gracefully, slicing toward Matisse. Obito charged forward, delivering a heavy punch to Matisse's chest. Although Kakashi's response was a fraction of a second delayed, Obito was closer to Matisse. Yet as Obito struck, he sensed something amiss. Matisse's left hand shot up to block his punch, gripping Obito's fist tightly. Without hesitation, Obito leaped, driving his knee into Matisse, though he typically played a supporting role in their trio. Obito was no slouch in close combat. Matisse's right arm intercepted Obito's powerful strike, while Kakashi's short blade followed from behind, forcing Matisse to relinquish his hold on Obito. A kunai appeared in Matisse's hand, which he thrust backward, clashing with Kakashi's descending blade, sending sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity, Obito retreated, distancing himself from Matisse's range of attack. Matisse pivoted effortlessly, deflecting Kakashi's strike with his kunai and utilizing his other hand to produce another kunai. Thrusting it towards Kakashi, unfazed, Kakashi withdrew his blade, using its broad edge to block Matisse's attack, but a cacophony of clashing sounds erupted as, with Obito's assistance, Kakashi managed to hold his ground against Matisse, though peril lurked at every turn. I never expected you to withstand my onslaught for this long. Matisse suddenly hurled his kunai, forcing Kakashi and Obito to retreat. Earth release. Earth spike. Even as they recognized the danger of Matisse's sudden offensive, Kakashi and Obito could do little but watch helplessly as Matisse prepared to unleash his technique before them. Matisse slammed his hands against the ground, and the earth trembled beneath him. That moment. As Kakashi and Obito struggled to maintain their footing, spikes of solidified earth erupted forth. Without hesitation, they leaped backward, evading the onslaught of the protruding spikes. Water release. Water whip. Due to the time that Kakashi and Obito managed to buy for Yukong, he was able to briefly regain his composure. Upon witnessing Kakashi and Obito ensnared in a perilous situation, Yukong resolutely employed his ninjutsu to render assistance. Chapter 52. One more try. Water release. Water whip. Thanks to Kakashi and Obito's efforts, Yukong momentarily gathered his wits. Observing the dire predicament of his comrades, he decisively activated a ninjutsu to rescue them. A whip-like stream of water surged forth from Yukong's hand, splitting behind Kakashi and Obito to entwine around their waists. With a powerful tug, Yukong pulled Kakashi and Obito out of the attack range of the Earth Release long spear, regrettably lacking the Shadow Snake Hand of Orochimaru, which is an agile and versatile ninjutsu that requires no hand seals. He felt somewhat limited. As he drew Kakashi and Obito back to safety, Yukong swiftly formed hand seals once again. The stream behind him seemed to be stirred by invisible hands, causing the tranquil river surface to boil violently. Water release. Clear wave. The surging stream rushed past Yukong, charging towards the advancing Matisse. Lightning release. Earth walk. In the midst of retreat, Kakashi unleashed his lightning ninjutsu, his hands crackling with electricity as the energy surged into the stream. The river instantly became enveloped in a crackling tempest of lightning. The formidable Matisse, confronted by the combined efforts of Yukong and Kakashi, was compelled to abandon his assault, retreating under the onslaught of the rushing river. Matisse, feeling a tingling sensation coursing through his body, began to regard the situation with increasing gravity. He had initially perceived these young ninjas as mere trifles to be dealt with swiftly. Yet they had managed to engage him for a full 10 minutes. Furthermore, judging by the determination in the faces of the three youngsters, they had not yet reached a point of desperation. In that moment, Matisse found himself wavering. It was not that he could not eliminate the three young ninjas, but he was aware of his location within the confines of Konohagakure. While this may not be an area of great significance, it nonetheless fell within the village's territory. Employing standard methods to eliminate them would likely consume considerable time, and at this juncture, it was difficult to guarantee that no one would come to their aid. Conversely, resorting to unconventional methods, such as utilizing exceptionally powerful ninjutsu, posed its own risks. Creating too much commotion here would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting disaster. Matisse found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The four individuals once again found themselves locked in a standoff. Yinkong and his companions hesitated to make a move, fearing that separation would lead to their demise, while Matisse pondered how best to proceed, sinking into a silence of his own in the midst of their tense standoff. Yinkong slowly spoke. The chakra affinity of this sand ninja appears to be earth-based, though it is not entirely ruled out that he possesses other affinities as well. Our ninjutsu inflicts minimal damage upon him. During the casting of our techniques, we invariably grant him the opportunity to utilize earth release for defense, which is well known for its formidable protective capabilities. Yinkong analyzed, in other words. We cannot kill or severely injure him using ninjutsu? Obito inquired. That is about the gist of it. Even if there exists ninjutsu capable of breaching his defenses, those techniques are beyond our current mastery, Yinkong replied. Thus, if we wish to defeat him, we must engage him in close combat. Kakashi stated, gripping his white fang short blade, alternating between tightening and loosening his grip. In that case, I shall take the lead in the assault, Kakashi murmured, taking a couple of steps forward to position himself in front of Yinkong and Obito. Very well, I will collaborate with Obito to create opportunities, Yinkong affirmed. Obito exchanged a glance with Yinkong, nodding in agreement. The chance was singular, and failure would spell doom, unless reinforcements arrived in time. What's this? You little brats, you truly have the audacity. If you were to turn and flee, perhaps one or two of you might escape, but by so recklessly challenging me, I assure you that you are only paving your way to death. Matisse feigned concern as he admonished them. Such simple taunts are unnecessary. Once we eliminate you, we shall all survive. Rather than fretting over us, you should be more concerned for your own safety, for we are within the realm of Konohagakure. Yinkong scoffed at a psychological assault, akin to the audacity of one who claims to be the second best. The legendary Naruto, renowned for his verbal prowess, had yet to be born. Since it is so, prepare to meet your end. Matisse's face contorted into a malevolent grimace as he flicked his wrist, sending a barrage of shuriken hurtling towards Yinkong and his companions. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito, sharp-eyed and swift, quickly formed hand seals. Leaping aside to avoid Yinkong and Kakashi, the flames acted as a screen, shielding Yinkong and Kakashi from the onslaught of shuriken, which were consumed by the inferno. The swirling fireball did not diminish in strength. It blazed fiercely, advancing towards Matisse. Earth release. Earth barrier. Matisse slammed his hands onto the ground, a wall of earth materializing before him, serving as a shield. Shadow clone technique. As Obito initiated his ninjutsu, Yinkong surged forward towards Matisse in a flash. Along the way, the shadow clone technique was activated, and 6 additional Yinkongs appeared around him. Kakashi followed closely behind, trailing in the wake of Yinkong's numerous clones. The explosion of flames shattered the earth wall into disarray, leaving deep, charred scars on either side. Nevertheless, the earth release technique successfully withstood the fireball. Despite the devastation, Matisse remained unharmed. From within the cloud of smoke generated by the flames, a figure suddenly emerged. A kunai materialized in Matisse's hand, and he lunged forward with a thrust. Yinkong, having just entered the smoke, deftly twisted his body to deflect the kunai, leveraging Matisse's arm to pivot and execute a sweeping kick aimed at Matisse's head. Matisse ducked to evade Yinkong's oncoming strike, decisively grasping Yinkong's leg and flipping him over with a sidekick, each movement fluid and seamless. A pained cry escaped Yinkong's lips as he was struck, transforming into a cloud of smoke upon impact, vanishing from Matisse's view. Shadow clone. Matisse realized, his heart racing. In a flash, 4 additional Yinkongs materialized around Matisse, some poised to strike, others sweeping low, while a few brandished kunai as they charged at him. Earth release. Rock explosion. Matisse crossed his arms tightly together. A boulder was kicked into the air, shattering into countless fragments that rained down upon Yukong like bullets from a machine gun. The four Yunkongs, unable to evade, found themselves bombarded by the relentless barrage of rocks. Despite their vigorous attempts to defend, 3 of them were swiftly consumed by smoke, and the last Yukong emitted a final cry as he was sent flying. In a moment of peril, Matisse had dispatched all 4 Yunkongs, releasing a breath of relief as he reflected. That was close. I nearly fell victim. Chapter 53. A Pyrrhic victory. In a moment of peril, Matisse had dispatched all 4 Yunkongs, releasing a breath of relief as he reflected. That was close. I nearly fell victim. Truly remarkable youngsters, Matisse mused, gripping a kunai anew. If you were to mature, you would undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. A thorn in the side of any village, Matisse continued, advancing step by step towards Yukong. Regrettably, you shall not have the chance to grow. Utilizing the cover of smoke, he stealthily approached Yukong, who had cunningly employed a shadow clone to lure him. Then, taking advantage of the moment Matisse had sent Yukong flying, the clones launched a coordinated assault from all directions. Such a clever ploy. Matisse approached Yukong, towering over him. The sensation of snuffing out a genius is indeed exhilarating. With a sudden flick of his wrist, Matisse thrust the kunai directly into Yukong's chest. Such a blow would typically herald Yukong's demise. Matisse turned, searching for the remaining Kakashi and Obito. Boom! Just as Matisse began to relax, the seemingly weakened Yukong transformed into a cloud of smoke behind him. Another shadow clone, Matisse gasped, scanning his surroundings in alarm. Outside the smoke, 3 indistinct figures stood, shrouded in haze. Matisse felt an inexplicable relief. The pressure these youngsters exerted on him had been unexpectedly intense. He self-deprecatingly mused, have I been overly anxious? Do these 3, who are hardly even ninjas, truly merit such attention? Standing tall, Matisse resolved not to prolong the encounter. Even if discovered by Kanehagakure, he decided to employ powerful ninjutsu to eliminate Yukong and his companions once and for all. That moment, the ground beneath Matisse's feet suddenly cracked open, behind Matisse. Kakashi suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, his short blade held horizontally. In a moment of surprise, he inflicted a grievous wound upon Matisse's chest. Blood gushed forth from Matisse, and while the severity of the injury could be deemed life-threatening, it was not an immediate peril to his life. Matisse, seething with rage, could hardly believe that despite his utmost caution, he had sustained such a serious injury due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. In a swift motion, he reached behind him, grasping Kakashi, who had just passed by, leaving a significant wound in his wake. That moment, Matisse unleashed the terrifying power of his endurance, forcefully slamming Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi barely managed to land on his feet, attempting to mitigate the damage, yet the impact caused him to taste blood at the corner of his mouth. The force of the fall had shaken Kakashi's insides. As Matisse brought Kakashi down, he swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an earthen gauntlet that enveloped his fist. The glove solidified into a rock-like substance and came crashing down towards Kakashi's head. Should this blow land, regardless of Kakashi's future strength, it would spell his demise in that very moment. With a desperate roll, Kakashi narrowly evaded Matisse's strike, but the punch struck the ground with such force that the earth around the impact point shattered like fragile eggshells, disintegrating into powder. The shockwave from the blow reverberated through Kakashi, forcing him to expel another mouthful of blood. Helplessly sprawled upon the ground, Kakashi had been rendered utterly defenseless by Matisse's relentless onslaught. Matisse, laughing in fury, approached Kakashi, clutching his wound as blood streamed down, leaving a trail of crimson behind him. I always believed I had taken you seriously enough, yet here I am, having underestimated you, he exclaimed. But this ends now. With a kunai gripped tightly in his hand, Matisse's face twisted in pain and rage. Kakashi had completely lost the ability to resist, barely clinging to consciousness if Matisse reached him. Kakashi's only fate would be death. Am I really going to die? This thought flashed through Kakashi's mind at that critical moment. Yukong leaped from the tunnel, propelling himself into the air with remarkable speed. In an instant, he reached Kakashi's side, lifting him and tossing him backward. Daitu, catch him, Yukong shouted. Upon witnessing this, Matisse's expression turned savage. You seek death, he roared at Yukong, who had ruined his plans. As he saw the defenseless Kakashi being thrown, Matisse prepared to launch his kunai. Just then, another Yukong sprang forth from the tunnel, Moving with a speed that eclipsed even lightning or meteors that in a flash, he appeared before Matus, locking him in place, completely immobilizing him. Once again, Matus found himself caught off guard by Yunkong's sudden appearance. The kunai he had yet to throw quickly reversed, piercing through Yunkong's chest. Boom! The Yunkong impaled and the chest dissolved into a cloud of smoke. A mere clone. The Yunkong who had just thrown Kakashi was the real one to AT that moment. Another Yunkong seized the short blade that Kakashi had dropped and thrust it forward, driving it into Matus's chest, deepening the wound left by Kakashi. You! Matus gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly astonished to find himself at the mercy of three mere youths, none of whom were even true ninjas. Matus raised his fist, still encased in rock, knowing that such a grievous injury would prevent him from ever leaving Konoha. His current state effectively sealed his fate. If that is the case, you shall die with me. Matus shouted, blood trickling from his lips as he struggled to deliver a crushing blow to Yukong. The Matus was prepared for a mutual demise. Yukong, having gained the upper hand, would not grant him such an opportunity. Fire release. Flame bullet. At the moment the short blade pierced Matus's chest, Yukong formed hand seals without hesitation, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Matus. Boom! A violent explosion erupted before Yukong. The flames so close that they also consumed him. The fiery blast sent shockwaves, uprooting the earth within a 3-meter radius, shrouding the scene in a cloud of dust and debris. Yunkong! Daitu cried out in the blink of an eye. The catastrophic flames had enveloped Yunkong. Daitu had just caught Kakashi, who had been thrown to him, when the inferno erupted, leaving no time to rescue Yunkong. The immense fireball exploded before Daito's eyes, sending him tumbling back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Hastily, he set Kakashi down and rushed toward the smoldering remnants of the flames. Yunkong! Yunkong! Where are you? He called out. All he could see were the charred remains and the devastated earth from the blast. In the vast crater, there was nothing but desolation. Could it be? A profound sorrow welled up in Daitu's eyes. Just half an hour ago, the three of them had been filled with hope. Now, Kakashi lay gravely injured and unconscious, while Yunkong seemed to have perished, leaving him alone and unscathed. In a fit of anger, Daitu pounded the ground, realizing that during the battle, both Kakashi and Yunkong had shielded him, inadvertently placing themselves in peril. His powerlessness had led them into this dire situation, and he spiraled into deep self-reproach. If only I were stronger. Unbeknownst to others, Daito's eyes transformed, his dark pupils igniting into a blood-red hue. The iconic Tomo of the Uchiha clan swirling into existence. Thud, thud, thud. A series of faltering footsteps echoed from behind the veil of ash and smoke, revitalizing Daitu momentarily. Yunkong, is that you? He exclaimed, rising with a glimmer of hope. However, that excitement was swiftly extinguished upon recognizing the figure emerging from the smoke. Matus stood in a wretched state, his left arm completely gone, his right hand pressed against the gaping wound in his chest, dragging his broken left leg toward Daitu with a painful limp. His face was nearly unrecognizable, charred beyond repair, suffering from severe burns covering 80% of his body, and Daitu could even smell the scent of roasted flesh. You little brat, how dare you reduce me to this state? Matus snarled, dragging his mangled leg closer to Daitu. Instinctively recoiling, Daitu took a step back, cold sweat trickling down his face as he felt a primal fear. He is still alive, he murmured. Though his voice was low, it reached Matus's ears. Die. You overestimate yourself, brat. I won't perish until I've dispatched both of you. Matus roared, his fury evident as blood seeped from his mouth once more. As Matus drew closer with each painful step, Daitu retreated instinctively, grappling with feelings of inadequacy. Am I truly so inferior to Yukong and Kakashi? He lamented internally. He raised his trembling arm, realizing, I am afraid. Indeed, Daitu was gripped by fear, psychological terror. Despite Matus's current state, he was not a match for Daitu. Yet, the memories of Kakashi's grave injury and Yunkong's reckless bravery instilled an unshakable dread within him. Step by step, Daitu stumbled backward until his foot inadvertently landed on Kakashi's hand lying on the ground. Startled, he quickly lifted his foot, apologizing profusely to the unconscious Kakashi, who had been in a deep slumber for quite some time. Gazing at Kakashi's pained expression and recalling Yunkong's reckless charge, Daitu felt as though something had pierced his heart. They had suffered for his sake, and here he was, devoid of the courage to fight. I am such a coward, he reproached himself. In such a state. What right did he have to be a ninja, let alone a partner to Yunkong and Kakashi? As these thoughts consumed him, Daito's trembling resolve began to solidify. I am a ninja. I am a member of the noble Uchiha clan. I am destined to become Hokage. Obito's voice, once a mere murmur to himself, gradually intensified until the final declaration of his ambition to become Hokage was nearly a shout. I will become the man who is Hokage. His voice diminished, yet this proclamation surged through his heart like a potent tonic. Trembling, Obito drew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. It is now my duty to protect my comrades. Despite the oppressive presence of Matus, Obito took a hesitant step forward. This movement astonished Matus, who was all too aware of his own waning strength, having been severely injured by Kakashi and then by Yukong. Matus had lost much of his capacity to resist. Now, he relied solely on the last vestiges of his breath and the imposing aura of a J-Nin in hopes that it might intimidate Obito into retreat. However, Obito's sudden advance felt akin to placing a stone in the middle of a raging river, obstructing the torrent and shattering Matus's accumulated momentum. With both hands tightly gripping the kunai, Obito fixated his gaze on Matus, his blood-red eyes spinning slowly. This was the Sharingan, Matus bitterly murmured, recognizing the potential of these three youths. The first two had fought valiantly, inflicting serious wounds upon him, and he had assumed this one would be somewhat timid. Yet, to his astonishment, Obito awakened the Sharingan at such a critical moment that I never imagined a member of the Uchiha clan could manifest the Sharingan at such a tender age. What a pity it would be to perish here at merely 6 or 7 years old. Matus rasped out, I truly do not wish to kill you. Can you? Obito retorted, having fully regained his composure. The Sharingan enabled him to perceive the dwindling chakra within Matus, given his current state. It was evident that his chakra had been nearly depleted. Especially after surviving the recent fire technique. You may have escaped with your life, but I suspect you have exhausted your chakra in the process. Furthermore, the wound upon your chest is likely fatal. You are in no position to boast about killing me. As Obito spoke, he deftly hurled 2 kunai, which struck Matus squarely in the shoulders, forcing him to the ground. Drawing another kunai, Obito declared, you should focus on how to survive in my presence. Chapter 55. A different Obito with a fierce expression, Obito proclaimed, you should really be contemplating how to survive at my hands. He flung another kunai, which pierced Matus's chest, pinning him to the ground. Matus, now missing his left arm, was utterly devoid of any means of resistance. Simultaneously, 2 kunai pierced through Matus's legs, even through the already broken left one. This tactic was one they had learned at the Ninja Academy. Never give the enemy a single chance to escape or retaliate. Just as Obito was about to end Matus's life, a voice from below called out, stirring Obito's excitement. Wait, don't kill him yet. It was Yukong's voice. In that moment, Obito's menacing expression softened, quickly replaced by surprise. Before he could respond, Yukong emerged from beneath the rubble, pushing aside several rocks. He appeared disheveled, his hair singed and curled from the flames, his right sleeve reduced to ashes, revealing burns on his arm. The rest of his attire was riddled with small holes from the fire, rendering it nearly destroyed. Yet, compared to Matus, Yukong fared considerably better, as the fire technique had primarily targeted Matus. Yukong struggled to rise from the ground, and Obito rushed to his side, supporting him as he nearly collapsed. What a disaster! I almost got burned to a crisp by my own fire technique. Thank goodness for the hole Kakashi dug beforehand. Otherwise, I would have become a laughingstock in ninja history. Yukong's spirits seemed relatively high, as he still had the presence of mind to jest. However, this levity was predicated on the fact that Matus was now incapacitated and posed no threat. Is Kakashi all right? Yukong inquired, recalling that he had tossed Kakashi to Obito earlier but had no time to assess his injuries. He should be fine. It seems he merely suffered some internal bruising. His breathing is weak, but I don't believe his life is in danger, Obito replied, bringing relief to Yukong. Although their circumstances were dire, the trio had managed to take down a J-Nin, albeit a special J-Nin. By the way, why not just finish him off? Obito helped Yukong to sit beside Kakashi, allowing Yukong to conduct a brief examination. Having studied medical ninjutsu, Yukong was somewhat of a healer. After checking Kakashi, he sighed in relief. Kakashi's condition was stable, merely requiring a few days of rest for recovery. This Sand Ninja infiltrating Konoha must have some ulterior motive, while we can extract information from the deceased. A living ninja holds far greater value, Yukong reasoned. However, just to be safe, let's sever his limbs first. As long as he lives, that will suffice. Yukong insisted, I've already taken care of that. Obito nodded in response. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. This is one of the fundamental lessons taught at the Ninja Academy. At that moment, dozens of shurikens suddenly flew from the trees, aimed directly at Yukong and the others. Even targeting the downed Kakashi, Earth-style, Earth Barrier, Obito, ever vigilant, quickly crouched and performed an Earth-style defensive technique. A towering earthen wall rapidly formed before Yukong and the others, blocking the incoming shuriken. Two ninjas leaped from the forest, and upon seeing the shattered wall, one of them laughed derisively. Matus, you truly are useless. How could you allow these three youngsters to bring you to such a state? This sand ninja sauntered towards Obito and the others, casting a predatory gaze upon them. As the two ninjas appeared, Yukong's expression shifted. This meant that all of his shadow clones had been eliminated without him realizing it. It was supposed that shadow clones would relay their experiences back to him. This could only indicate one thing. Either Yukong had been exceptionally lucky or unlucky, and the clones hadn't been defeated but had dissipated due to his momentary loss of consciousness, resulting in a loss of chakra control. In that brief span, the two sand ninjas had returned. Obito, if the opportunity arises, you should escape. Take Kakashi with you if you can. Yukong struggled to stand tall, keeping a wary eye on the advancing sand ninjas, who were indeed genuine genin. Had his previous stratagem been discovered by these shinobi, prompting them to dispatch Matus to eliminate the three of them? That didn't seem plausible. With their strength, they shouldn't have allowed his shadow clones any chance to flee. Perhaps they had other matters to attend to and had only returned by coincidence in mere moments. Yukong rapidly analyzed the information he had gathered. Today truly is my unluckiest day, Yukong lamented. Should his analysis prove accurate, he would consider finding a tofu block to end his misery. To experience such misfortune in a single day was unprecedented. Yet, Obito suddenly stepped forward, his eyes wide open, the black pupils swiftly morphing into a vivid crimson. With two tomo clearly visible, Yukong, in your current state, even if I stay behind, you won't be able to escape. Allow me to be the one to hold them off while you take your chance and flee with Kakashi. Yukong froze. Was this truly the same Obito? He felt as though Obito had transformed somehow. Indeed, he had changed. The Obito of old would have shed tears at the slightest hint of conflict, burdened by self-doubt and a fear of battle. This was precisely why he wore goggles. And now, Obito, at the very least, no longer harbors fear. Chapter 56. The long-awaited reinforcements. Yukong was acutely aware, and Obito was even more so. Remaining behind in this state essentially equated to certain death. Even bringing Kakashi along was far from a prudent decision. Yet, both Yukong and Obito clung to the hope of saving Kakashi. Wow, I never expected it would be the Sharingan, exclaimed one of the sand shinobi with a flippant tone. To think you unlocked the Sharingan at such a tender age of 6 or 7. You must be a prodigy even among the Uchiha clan. What a pity it will all end here. The sand shinobi lamented with a look of regret. With a flick of his hands, the sand shinobi summoned over a dozen kunai that hovered ominously before him. With his fingers poised, the kunai sharp tips elevated menacingly. As he intoned, Puppet's secret technique, Dark Strike. With a sharp command, the kunai hurtled towards Yukong and his companions from multiple directions in a synchronized assault. Obito exerted himself fully, gripping the kunai tightly to shield Yukong and Kakashi, while the tomo in his Sharingan spun increasingly rapidly, ultimately converging into a singular form. The sound of clashing metal rang out, yet it was not Obito's defense that repelled the kunai. Rather, the projectiles aimed at Yukong and his companions were intercepted mid-air by other kunai. In a flash, four figures materialized before Obito and Yukong, effectively separating them from the two sand shinobi. Leading the group was a man with striking white hair, styled into a small braid that cascaded down his back. He donned a Leaf Village turtle green jacket and bore a short blade akin to Kakashi's. It was none other than the illustrious Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Yukong collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Obito, too, found himself momentarily slackened by the sudden sense of relief, failing to catch Yukong as he crouched. Damn, Kakashi, that pretentious fool. He carries a fake blade and yet boasts endlessly about its former glories. It was peculiar, but at that moment of relaxation, this thought unexpectedly crossed Yukong's mind. Behind Tsukumo were 3 Uchiha clan members from the Konoha Guard. The foremost among them was a Jonin, accompanied by 2 elite Chunin. One of the Chunin quickly approached Yukong and his companions, inquiring with an amiable tone, "Are you 3 all right?" Although his tone lacked warmth, Yinkong felt an unprecedented sense of kinship with these Uchiha members. Yinkong shook his head, responding, "I'm fine, just exhausted." He remained crouched, not out of unwillingness to stand, but rather due to the sudden relaxation after the tension that left him devoid of strength. Fortunately, the elite Uchiha Chunin paid him no mind. Turning instead to Kakashi, "Ts fine. Just some internal injuries, the couple of days rest will suffice." Yinkong replied on behalf of the unconscious Kakashi. Though Kakashi lay in a faint, his breathing remained steady, indicating that his injuries were not severe. Much like Yinkong, he had merely collapsed from exhaustion. Upon hearing Yinkong's words and the elite Uchiha Chunin's assessment confirming Kakashi was unharmed, Tsukumo's body involuntarily trembled. Indeed, even the stoic and cold Konoha White Fang harbored deep affection for his beloved son. Finally, the elite Chunin turned his gaze towards Obito. It was notable how the Uchiha clan exhibited such courtesy, first checking on outsiders like Yinkong and Kakashi before attending to their own kin. This was not only due to Obito's apparent lack of injuries, but also a testament to their refined upbringing. In this regard, the Uchiha clan truly deserved their reputation as Konoha's foremost prestigious family. When the elite Chunin saw Obito's rapidly spinning double tomo Sharingan, he took a deep breath and, with a tone markedly different from before, asked with respect, "Are you all right?" There was a hint of reverence in his voice. Obito appeared no older than 6 or 7, perhaps 8 at most. To awaken the Sharingan at such a young age, and to possess the double tomo, marked him as a genius surpassing even Uchiha Madara, who, according to legend, had unlocked his Sharingan at 6, but only with a single tomo. The legendary Itachi, who would later master the Sharingan at 8, had yet to be born. Thus, the moment Obito awakened his Sharingan, it was destined that he would leave a significant mark on the Uchiha legacy. Naturally, the respect he garnered from the Uchiha clan was well-deserved. Who could guarantee that Uchiha Obito would not one day eclipse that legendary figure, as the double tomo in Obito's eyes gradually slowed and eventually vanished? His crimson Sharingan morphed back into ordinary black pupils. Feeling slightly disoriented, he gently pressed his hands against his eyes, taking a moment before opening them again and shaking his head to signal that he was fine. The elite Chunin nodded solemnly, only to suddenly inquire, "May I ask your name and age?" His gaze was filled with eager anticipation. Feeling somewhat bashful under the scrutiny, Obito replied, "I am Uchiha Obito, 7 years old, and will turn 8 in a few days." At that moment, Yinkong finally discerned that the elite Uchiha Chunin also possessed double tomo Sharingan. That a revelation dawned upon him. No wonder this elite Chunin held Obito in such high esteem. The man appeared to be in his 30s, perhaps nearing 40, and had only recently unlocked his double tomo Sharingan. Unless significant changes occurred in his life, his achievements would likely remain limited. Yet here was Kakashi, merely 7 or 8 years old, already wielding the double tomo Sharingan. Even as an elite Chunin, the man had no choice but to accord Obito the respect he deserved. Yinkong found himself eagerly anticipating the moment he would unlock his own Sharingan. The remaining 2 Uchiha clan members and Tsukumo also cast their eyes over Obito. To awaken the Sharingan at such a young age, particularly the double tomo, only heightened their regard for him. Even though they had already begun to regard Yukong and his companions with seriousness upon witnessing the dire state of Matsu's, their respect for Obito intensified further upon the arrival of reinforcements. The 2 Sand Shinobi reigned in their previously casual demeanor, adopting a serious countenance, especially upon recognizing Tsukumo, the renowned Konoha White Fang. "Sand Shinobi, do you intend to instigate a war between Konoha and the Sand Village with your reckless intrusion?" the Uchiha leader demanded sternly. Chapter 57, The Terrifying White Fang. "Sand Shinobi, do you intend to instigate a war between Konoha and the Sand Village with your reckless intrusion?" the Uchiha leader asked sharply. The Sand Shinobi, who had just launched the kunai, quickly retreated to join his comrade, producing 2 scrolls in the process. With 2 explosive puffs of smoke, 2 humanoid puppets emerged before the Sand Shinobi. Assuming a defensive posture in front of him, the other Sand Shinobi swiftly drew his kunai, bracing for confrontation. After all, the 4 individuals before them included the Konoha White Fang and members of the esteemed Uchiha clan, none of whom could be taken lightly. The Uchiha leader stepped forward, ready to deal with these audacious intruders who dared to infiltrate Konoha, nearly killing the genius of their clan and the son of Konoha White Fang. "You brought this upon yourselves." Yet, unexpectedly, Tsukumo halted the Uchiha leader, commanding, "Tsuyo, stand aside and ensure they do not escape." Slowly, he drew the short blade from his back, an aura of faint but palpable killing intent emanating from him as he unsheathed the silver blade. The intensity of his murderous aura intensified, causing even Tsuyo, a fellow Jonin, to instinctively take 2 steps back, distancing himself from Tsukumo. This was the true essence of the White Fang, not the courteous and affable middle-aged man he typically presented. Tsuyo felt a shiver run down his spine. Clearly, the Sand Shinobi had clandestinely infiltrated Konoha and had nearly harmed his beloved son, Kakashi. Tsukumo was now genuinely enraged. With a wave of his hand, Tsuyo directed 2 other Uchiha clan members to position themselves in front of Yunkong and the others, protecting them. The emphasis was on Kakashi and Obito, yet Yunkong remained unfazed. This world was inherently unfair. Without the presence of Kakashi and Obito, he would not have received such protection. With that thought, he felt no further grievances. Tsukumo lowered his blade slightly, addressing the Sand Shinobi. Tell me your purpose for coming to Konoha, and I may spare one of you. With deliberate steps, he advanced towards the 2 Sand Shinobi. The oppressive aura surrounding him took on a near-tangible quality, forcing the 2 Sand Shinobi to retreat slowly under the weight of his presence. That fool Matsu's has taken far too long to deal with 3 individuals who are hardly even shinobi. It is quite disheartening that one cannot extinguish this threat. And yet it has inadvertently led to the emergence of such a formidable entity as the Konoha White Fang. Upon encountering White Fang, the sand ninja controlling the puppets berated the barely conscious Matus, who lay on the ground, countless times. The moment the Konoha White Fang appeared, the only thought in the minds of the 2 sand ninjas was to flee. Their immediate concern was whether they could escape, as the mission had long been cast aside in their minds. The directive to forfeit one's mission upon encountering the Konoha White Fang had already been enshrined in the codes of conduct of all villages. Do not underestimate him. Just as Kakashi Shma approached the 2 sand ninjas with ease, the puppet-controlling sand ninja shouted, curling his index finger. Suddenly, a puppet under his command opened its maw wide, unleashing hundreds of shurikens that shot toward White Fang like raindrops. Meanwhile, the other sand ninja threw a shuriken from his hand, forming seals with both hands, invoking wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, propelling the shurikens with increased speed. In an instant, the shurikens were upon White Fang, yet he remained unfazed, gazing at the approaching projectiles. Just as they converged upon him, Kakashi Shma vanished from their trajectory in a swift blur. Body flicker technique? The sudden disappearance of Kakashi Shma astonished the sand ninja controlling the puppets. Be careful, the other sand ninja warned loudly. Hearing his companion's caution, the puppet-controlling ninja once again curled his finger, retreating the 2 puppets in a desperate attempt to shield himself. However, it was evidently too late. A short blade, devoid of any warmth, pierced through the back of the puppet-controlling sand ninja. The information gleaned from your mind suffices. White Fang has never known mercy in his actions. At least, that is how it appears to Yunkong. Kakashi Shma twisted the short blade in his hand, shattering the sand ninja's heart. In a flash, the blade glimmered. The dying sand ninja's head was sent soaring from the swift stroke of Kakashi Shma. Despite the fatal blow, he severed the head cleanly, demonstrating the vigilance of White Fang. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground, and White Fang gripped the short blade tightly, declaring, "Next is your turn." The blade shone with a brilliant light, untouched by a single drop of blood. With a swift slash, it would seal their fate. Truly, it is a fine weapon. How could such a splendid blade have been broken by that spendthrift Kakashi? Yunkong pondered. This moment, the sand ninja wielding wind release engaged White Fang in combat. The gruesome death of his comrade did not deter this sand ninja. Rather, it ignited a fierce ferocity within him. The clashing of shurikens and the short blade echoed, yet Yunkong felt as though the strikes lacked true conviction. Each impact seemed to repel as if they were mere distractions. Neither the Konoha White Fang enhanced by lightning release nor the sand ninja quickened by wind release was visible to Yunkong's naked eye. However, beside him, Obito activated his Sharingan, intently observing the combat styles of the 2 ninjas. Wind release, pressure damage, wind release, vacuum sphere. In less than 10 seconds, the sand ninja succumbed to Kakashi Shma's taijutsu, compelled to resort to ninjutsu for defense and offense, and was forced to employ another technique. The fierce wind seemed to hinder Kakashi Shma, while the vacuum spheres acted like shuriken, compelling him to cease his pursuit. Seeing White Fang slightly obstructed, the sand ninja's face lit up with joy as he swiftly retrieved a scroll. Yet before he could unfurl it, a short blade imbued with lightning streaked through the air, piercing the Sand Ninja's chest. The Sand Ninja, akin to a duck caught by the throat, pointed at Kakashi Ma, attempting to utter something, but Ma had already vanished, reappearing before the Sand Ninja, swiftly turning the blade to shatter his innards. Once more, the glint of white flashed as the Sand Ninja's head soared into the air. Kakashi Ma disregarded the fallen body, grasping the head of the Sand Ninja, where disbelief was still evident on his features. Chapter 58. Shamelessness. Kakashi Ma ignored the fallen body and seized the Sand Ninja's head, where disbelief lingered in its expression. He casually tossed the head to Uchiha Tsuruyo. His demeanor unchanged. It was as if he had merely slaughtered 2 chickens rather than 2 elite shinobi from the Sand Village. Yukong was left in awe. This is the true Konoha White Fang. Such a shinobi is rare. A village typically boasts no more than a handful of elite ninjas, generally not exceeding 3 in number. Even the most powerful Konoha shinobi number no more than 200. Yet, Ma dispatched the 2 Sand elite shinobi with the same ease as one would butcher a fowl. Yukong thought to himself, this is the goal I aspire to achieve. Yuyo, take these 2 heads and that half-dead Sand Ninja back to await orders. Leave these 3 rascals to me, Kakashi Ma instructed after eliminating the 2 Sand Ninjas. Understood, Uchiha Tsuruyo replied respectfully, bowing. Witnessing Kakashi Ma's display of might had profoundly impacted this Uchiha elite. Given Uchiha Tsuruyo's prowess, even if he were slightly stronger than the 2 Sand Ninjas, it would not be by much. The ease with which Kakashi Ma dispatched the 2 Sand elite shinobi indicated that he could effortlessly eliminate Tsuruyo as well. The might of Kakashi Ma compelled even this proud Uchiha elite to lower his head in deference. Uchiha Tsuruyo collected the severed heads tossed by Kakashi Ma, while another elite Chunin delivered the head of the puppet-controlling Sand Ninja. Tsuruyo stowed the heads within a storage scroll, and his subordinates had already completed the task of clearing the battlefield. Hundreds of shurikens, 2 intact puppets, and the Sand Ninja's corpse were simultaneously secured within the storage scroll. The 2 Uchiha elite shinobi wore expressions of satisfaction. Acquiring such spoils without engaging in battle constituted a significant gain for them. Setting aside the village's rewards, the 2 intact puppets alone held considerable value. These trinkets, dismissed by Kakashi Ma, were of considerable worth to the 2 Uchiha ninjas. After clearing the battlefield, Uchiha Tsuruyo approached Kakashi Ma, respectfully stating, Lord Kakashi, we shall take our leave now. Kakashi Ma nodded without expression. Uchiha Tsuruyo signaled, bowing deeply in respect to Kakashi Ma before vanishing behind him. Kakashi Ma then turned to Yukong and Obito. As Yukong and Obito stood in a state of confusion. Kakashi Ma addressed Yukong. You are Yukong, correct? Yukong stood up with effort and respectfully bowed to Kakashi Ma. Hello. Kakashi Ma nodded. Indeed, that I have been informed of your remarks through Kakashi. You are young yet quite astute. Yukong was momentarily speechless. Fearing that Kakashi Ma had come to reprimand him for the perilous circumstances he had unwittingly caused by choosing such a remote location for training, nearly costing their lives. To his surprise, Kakashi Ma was indeed there to address him, but it was not due to any injury inflicted upon Kakashi. Rather, it seemed to stem from Yukong's previous comments regarding Kakashi Ma's sensitivity. Youngster, I apologize for my drunken ramblings. I beg your pardon, esteemed uncle. Yukong quickly bowed deeply, seeking forgiveness from Kakashi Ma. You did not err. I should be thanking you for your reminder, Kakashi Ma replied, embodying the straightforward nature of a man who accepted Yukong's apology without pretense. Then, esteemed uncle, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Perhaps by teaching me the Kakashi sword technique, or even taking me as your disciple? Yukong shamelessly pressed on, seizing the opportunity. Kakashi Ma regarded Yukong's earnest, sparkling eyes and sighed. The audacity of this boy certainly qualified him to be his student, despite having been in the wrong. Yukong boldly made demands as if Kakashi owed him a great favor. Kakashi Ma sighed, contemplating whether it was good or ill for his son to befriend someone like Yukong. Ignoring Yukong's earlier question, Kakashi Ma stated, in the future, refrain from training in such remote locations that I will ensure to notify you, and you 3 can train at the 5th training ground henceforth. His gaze then shifted to Obito. You are Obito, correct? Obito nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed. Truly, a Uchiha ninja, and so young to have awakened the Sharingan. Your future accomplishments are boundless, Kakashi Ma remarked, Kakashi smiled and complimented, "Uncle Kiki, look at me. I too possess a unique physique and a depth of ambition. My future achievements are boundless. Would you not consider taking me as your disciple?" Yun Kong shamelessly interjected, recommending himself once more. His words elicited a vein of frustration on Kakashi's forehead. It takes a remarkable lack of shame to boast so brazenly about oneself. Unique physique, depth of ambition. Even Obito, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by Yun Kong's audacity, for he was indeed my little brother, able to maintain such an audacious demeanor even in the presence of the illustrious Konoha White Fang. Kakashi turned away, ignoring Yun Kong, and hoisted Kakashi, who lay on the ground, onto his back. "Let's go. I'll escort you both to the hospital," he declared, striding away as if evading a plague. Obito quickly followed suit. Supporting Yun Kong, this place was far from secure. Although the likelihood of encountering other ninjas was minuscule, it was prudent to stay close to Kakashi, their formidable ally. Upon reaching a more populated area within the village, Kakashi left them with a brief instruction to head to the hospital before disappearing from sight while carrying Kakashi. "Damn it, that White Fang creature. After I warned him, he treats me this way. Does he think I'll perish if he takes me to the hospital?" Yun Kong cursed inwardly. Of course, Yun Kong was not afraid of a ninja attack. They were now within the village walls, where intruders would find it exceedingly difficult to breach. Even if they did manage to infiltrate, reinforcements from the village would arrive in under a minute. Yun Kong's concern lay in the fact that he had been chattering incessantly to White Fang, and it appeared he was finally on the verge of persuading Kakashi when Kakashi vanished from before him. Chapter 59. An unexpected encounter with Minato. Yun Kong was not afraid of an impending ninja attack. They were well within the village walls, which would not easily allow intruders from other villages. Even if they were to infiltrate, it would take no more than half a minute for the village's ninjas to arrive for reinforcement. Yun Kong was preoccupied with the fact that just as he seemed ready to convince Kakashi, Kakashi had simply disappeared. Obito was speechless. The fact that Kakashi had tolerated Yun Kong's presence for so long was already commendable. Throughout their journey, Yun Kong had demonstrated what it truly meant to be shameless, to the point where even Obito felt a tinge of embarrassment in Kakashi's company. "Forget it, Yun Kong. Your demeanor gives off an impression of being insufferably shameless. For Kakashi's sake, it would be wise to temper your approach," Obito advised. Yun Kong nodded, understanding that Obito was concerned Kakashi might misinterpret his persistent engagement with Kakashi as a scheme of ulterior motives. However, Yun Kong was aware of his limits. While he had been buzzing around Kakashi's ear like a fly, it was predicated on Kakashi's lack of annoyance. Yun Kong prided himself on his ability to read the room and had not sensed any disdain from Kakashi. What Yun Kong did not realize was that ever since he had revealed snippets of his past memories in the barbecue shop, the higher-ups of Konoha, regardless of whether they believed Madara was alive or not, had begun to monitor him closely, evaluating his worthiness for cultivation. After a year of observation, they deemed Yun Kong to possess significant talent deserving of investment. Consequently, Kakashi was not averse to the idea of Kakashi forging a friendship with Yun Kong and Obito. Moreover, during the journey, Kakashi had gleaned from Obito's explanations how the sand ninja, Mattias, had ended up in such dire straits at the hands of the trio. This revelation further piqued Kakashi's interest in Yun Kong. Long before Kakashi and the duo had forged their friendship, Kakashi had dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate Yun Kong and Obito. Otherwise, how could Kakashi have permitted Kakashi to associate with them? Not long after Kakashi's departure, a member of the Uchiha clan suddenly approached Yun Kong and Obito. The ninja knelt respectfully before Obito and said, "Lord Obito, the clan leader requests your presence." Goodness, just as Kakashi leaves, Obito is summoned back by the Uchiha clan. "I wonder why," Yun Kong mused, fully aware of the reason. Obito had awakened the double Tomo Sharingan at such a young age, placing him among the Uchiha's elite. Thus, the previously overlooked Obito was now receiving the attention he deserved. Obito was evidently taken aback by the title Lord Obito, not having anticipated being addressed in such a manner. His gaze instinctively shifted to Yun Kong. "Let us go. Your clan leader is looking for you. It seems a bright future filled with delightful prospects is on the horizon." Yun Kong encouraged Obito. Obito nodded, somewhat bewildered, and after a few steps, turned back to ask Yun Kong, "Are you sure you can make it home by yourself?" Yun Kong, noticing Obito's concerned expression, thought to himself, "Haha, I am indeed clever. You lot have only just realized Obito's genius and the need to pay him heed. Where were you all this time? I have already advanced 100 steps ahead. However, Seeing Obito's worried countenance, Yun Kong reassured him, "It's all right. These minor injuries are but trivial matters to me." Obito, encouraged by Yun Kong's insistence that he was fine, followed the Uchiha ninja and vanished from Yun Kong's view. "Well, it seems I am left all alone now," Yun Kong lamented inwardly, kicking a pebble in boredom. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared before him, startling Yun Kong as he half wondered if he had awoken in a dream. As the smoke dissipated, Minato appeared before him. "Yun Kong, it has been a while." Minato greeted warmly. Perhaps it was due to Yun Kong's previous prophetic insights. But over the past year, the third Hokage had increasingly valued Minato. Although this was a reflection of Minato's own efforts, he remained grateful for Yun Kong's earlier words. Upon seeing Minato, Yun Kong relaxed his guard. "Ah, it is Lord Minato," he thought respectfully. "Please, no need for formality." Minato waved dismissively, approaching Yun Kong. Before Yun Kong could inquire about Minato's purpose, Minato proactively explained, "The Hokage heard you were attacked by a sand ninja and sent me to gather information and check on your well-being." Minato observed Yun Kong closely. To be frank, Yun Kong's current state was far from optimal. The effects of the fire technique had left him with a rather unconventional hairstyle and singed clothing that resembled a tattered sack draped over him. "Haha, I'm just fine." Yun Kong chuckled awkwardly. "I merely had an unfortunate encounter with a fire technique." Minato nodded. Despite Yun Kong's disheveled appearance, he seemed to be in good spirits. "Let me escort you home," Minato offered. Yun Kong readily accepted. The two walked side by side along the roads of Konoha. "Have you sensed any ominous signs lately, Yun Kong?" Minato casually inquired as they strolled. Yun Kong shook his head. "No. Aside from a year ago when I experienced that sensation, there has been nothing since." He was fully aware of the ominous signs Minato referred to. "I believe there are only two plausible scenarios. If that person is still alive, either they have observed me and decided to abandon me, whether due to my lack of satisfactory performance or because they have realized that I am currently under scrutiny by Konoha," Yun Kong articulated. Minato nodded. The possibility was reasonable. It was conceivable that Yun Kong's talents had not met expectations, leading to his abandonment. However, given the observations of the past year, Konoha's higher-ups had concluded that, while Yun Kong's combat abilities might not be the most exceptional, his strategic acumen and vision rendered him undoubtedly a genius. As for being discarded due to Konoha's scrutiny, that too was not out of the realm of possibility. After all, the revelations Yun Kong had shared were sensational, making monitoring him an inevitable measure. Chapter 60. More surprises. As for being discarded due to Konoha's scrutiny, that too was not out of the realm of possibility. After all, the revelations Yun Kong had shared were sensational, making monitoring him an inevitable measure. However, it seemed that Yun Kong was not particularly concerned about being watched. And what about the second scenario? Minato inquired. "He is casting a wide net. I am merely one among many," Yun Kong replied. "For now, I can only say that I am merely one among many. He will only reveal himself when I have grown to a point where he deems me capable of making an impact." Yun Kong emphasized. "So, not only you, but our village also harbors shadows like you?" Minato asked incredulously. "Our village?" Yun Kong scoffed. "You truly underestimate the ambition of Uchiha Madara." Of course, Yun Kong would not express his views so bluntly. "I fear it is far more complicated than just our village," Yun Kong stated gravely. "That if that person is still alive, it likely extends beyond just the Hidden Leaf village. That I believe all 5 great ninja villages would harbor his shadows." Minato nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Although he harbored doubts about Yun Kong's words, he chose not to express them. Besides, Yun Kong's assertions were merely conjectures. "All right, let's put aside these troubling matters. Rest assured, the village will protect you." After a brief silence of half a minute, Minato immediately pressed his hand on Yun Kong's head with an innocent smile. "Damn it," Yun Kong thought, rolling his eyes internally. "What the hell? You were the one who brought it up first." "I'm not worried at all. This is merely a fabrication of mine to deceive you. Madara has no time to concern himself with me. He's clearly busy frolicking with that group of mist ninjas in the land of water." "By the way, Yun Kong-kun, what have you been busy with lately?" Minato asked, as if searching for conversation. "Geez, your skills in initiating small talk are abysmal. I truly wonder how you managed to woo Naruto's mother with such clumsiness." "Oh, nothing much. Just researching the transformation and nature of chakra," Yun Kong replied innocently, as if stating he merely eats, sleeps, and plays games every day. Minato's seemingly casual demeanor was shattered by Yun Kong's unexpected declaration. "What? You're already researching chakra transformation and nature change?" Minato asked, clearly astonished. Given that he was a student of the third Hokage, he had only just begun to touch upon such topics. Observing Minato's surprise, a glimmer of mockery flashed in Yunkong's eyes. You thought you could treat me like an ordinary child without revealing something substantial, huh? Is that really so difficult? Yukong pretended to feign ignorance as he inquired of Minato. The simplest transformation should be water. It is one of the chakra attributes where transformation is most commonly applied. However, I have developed a jutsu, or perhaps developed is not quite the right term. I can only say I am in the initial stages. Yunkong stated nonchalantly, as if he had merely overindulged in a bun after a meal. See? This is the correct way to show off. Hurry, praise me. Yunkong thought. Can you demonstrate it for me? Minato inquired, but his reaction was not as astonished as Yunkong had anticipated. Instead, he asked calmly. What? I was expecting you to be utterly shocked. What happened to the adoring starry-eyed gaze? Yunkong pondered. Confused by Minato's calm demeanor, Minato's reaction was not as expected. However, Yunkong, having traversed 2 lives, quickly discerned Minato's thoughts. He was questioning the authenticity of Yunkong's words. Or rather, he did not believe that Yunkong had made significant progress in chakra transformation and nature change. Understanding Minato's thoughts, Yunkong refrained from explaining, instead extending his hands before him, palms facing each other. A visibly small chakra sphere appeared in Yunkong's hands, rapidly spinning and enlarging as the chakra sphere grew. Minato's astonishment gradually increased. Initially thinking Yunkong was merely rambling, he was taken aback to find that Yunkong was indeed delving into transformation and had even reached the application stage. For a moment, even Minato could not help but admire Yunkong's talent. The chakra sphere between Yunkong's hands expanded swiftly. When it reached the size of an infant's fist, Yunkong's previously serious demeanor suddenly relaxed. The chakra sphere quickly dissipated. Embarrassed, Yunkong scratched his head, explaining, I just went through a fierce battle. My chakra is depleted. Typically, I can manage to create a sphere the size of an average person's fist. It was uncertain whether Yunkong's embarrassment was genuine, yet Minato paid it no heed. I can't believe you truly accomplished it. Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, that's more like it, Yunkong thought, wishing for Minato's admiration to grow even stronger. Though he was reluctant to show off in front of him. After all, this jutsu was originally created by Minato himself. Ignoring Minato's surprise, Yunkong continued. However, it isn't as impressive as you might think. I can't throw it. Moreover, this jutsu is based on wind attribute transformation that I discovered that I lack wind affinity, allowing only for the transformation of wind, but not the nature change. Thus, its future development is limited, at most becoming a jutsu that requires no hand signs. However, it can be utilized by ninja with abundant chakra. A deficiency in quality can be compensated for with quantity. In my original conception, the normal completion state of the jutsu would be the size of a palm. But should I ever break through the chakra limit, the chakra sphere could grow to the size of a basketball or even a person, naturally increasing its power exponentially. Yunkong paid no mind to Minato's astonishment as he eagerly showcased the jutsu he had created, or rather, borrowed, before the original inventor Yunkong-kun. Have you truly completed this jutsu? Minato asked in disbelief, having initially thought Yunkong was merely dabbling or had not even begun. That Yunkong's mention of an incomplete state did not refer to the incompleteness of transformation, but rather that the transformation had yet to merge with the nature change. Minato gazed at Yunkong as if he were an alien. What is happening in this world? Is it truly the case that a sage appears every 500 years? I once thought of myself as quite the genius, but now, Minato's thoughts swirled within him. Then how are you researching chakra nature change? Didn't you mention you were also studying it? Minato inquired. That aspect is still incomplete. Although there are no theoretical issues, neither Kakashi nor I can currently withstand this jutsu with our bodies, so I am merely researching it, Yunkong humbly replied. Under Minato's watchful gaze, Yunkong reluctantly nodded that Minato's intent was clear. He wanted Yunkong to demonstrate. However, he did not press the matter, as jutsu were highly valued and not easily shown to others. Minato hesitated to directly request it, knowing Yunkong had already shared his progress on transformation. With a snap, Yunkong swiftly formed hand signs, completing the simple sequence of in, Mao, shun in the blink of an eye. Grasping his right wrist with his left hand, he focused intently on his right hand. For a long moment, 2 full minutes, Yunkong remained in that pose, yet nothing further occurred. Under Minato's gaze, Yunkong let out a sigh. His chakra was exhausted. Yunkong stated helplessly. Minato noticed Yunkong's fatigue, having learned of the fierce battle Yukong had recently endured against a special elite ninja from the Sand Village. When Yukong demonstrated the chakra transformation, he had already depleted his chakra. In such a short span, Yukong had no time to replenish it. Minato nodded, not pressuring Yukong. The two exchanged no words and quickly arrived at Yukong's doorstep. Well then, Yukong-kun, I shall take my leave. If I have time tomorrow, I would like to visit you again to discuss chakra transformation and nature change, Minato said. Yukong nodded. After all, there were some matters he could not accomplish alone, and entrusting them to Minato would be advantageous. It would also allow Minato to owe him a favor, laying a solid foundation for learning the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Yukong-kun, this is a specially crafted kunai for you, Minato said, handing Yukong a kunai resembling a three-pointed two-edged blade from his ninja tool pouch. This is a jutsu I completed just now, although I am not yet particularly proficient with it. Minato elaborated, this kunai is slightly heavier than an ordinary one, but you will find it quite handy once you become accustomed to it. Furthermore, this mark allows me to instantly appear before you. Minato pointed to the marking he had inscribed on the kunai, the Flying Thunder God technique. Gazing at the kunai that resembled the one from the anime, Yukong smiled and remarked, do you know? This makes Minato somewhat curious that I have heard it is a jutsu from the second Hokage, which apparently has some flaws. Have you, Lord Minato, managed to overcome those shortcomings? Yukong replied candidly, taking advantage of the previous incident as an excuse. Upon hearing Yukong's response, Minato appeared quite pleased. Indeed, it is a technique invented by the second Hokage, though I have made certain modifications to render it more applicable, Minato replied, having conquered challenges that the second Hokage had not. Minato felt a sense of pride in his achievements. Yukong, meanwhile, scrutinized the kunai in his hand, observing it from various angles, and inquired, is this the technique of the Flying Thunder God? Thank you, Lord Minato. Yukong expressed his gratitude with a bow. Regardless, the gift from Minato held great value. It was not merely about practicing the Flying Thunder God technique with this kunai, but rather the assurance that in times of need, Minato could appear before him in an instant. Akin to having a formidable ally at his side, significantly enhancing Yukong's sense of security, Minato waved his hand, forming a hand sign, and in the blink of an eye, vanished before Yukong. 3 days swiftly passed in Yukong's dazed existence. He stood behind Obito, who was flanked by numerous classmates, all eager to graduate. During these 3 days, Kakashi and Obito had been absent, while Yukong was engaged in demonstrations of transformations under Minato's guidance. Particularly with the Rasengan, although Yukong initially intended to rename it, he ultimately relented to Minato's persuasion that Minato's instruction enabled Yukong to master the Rasengan, a technique that previously required 2 hands, which he could now execute with 1. Albeit not yet with perfect proficiency. Nevertheless, he had made significant progress. As for nature transformation, that aspect was relatively straightforward. Yukong merely mentioned it casually, for Konoha had conducted extensive research on it. Beyond these topics, Minato also imparted some of his experiences with the body flicker technique to Yukong, subtly indicating that if Yukong possessed the talent, he would be willing to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. This revelation filled Yukong with immense joy. During these 3 days, Yukong submitted his graduation application, along with those of Kakashi and Obito, without consulting them first. Displaying his loyalty, he affirmed to Kakashi and Obito, who shot him murderous glares, that no thanks were necessary, as he performed good deeds without seeking recognition. Yukong, why hasn't Kakashi emerged yet? Obito murmured in Yukong's ear. Kakashi had been inside for 20 minutes without any sign of movement, which made Obito somewhat anxious. Could it be that Kakashi's proficiency was insufficient to pass the exam? Obito pondered, believing that since acquiring the Sharingan, he was not significantly weaker than Kakashi. No need to worry. Yukong replied nonchalantly. It's probably just a complicated test. Given Kakashi's strength, with a bit of practical training, he could even participate directly in the Chunin exams without issue. The current Chunin exams are not as formal as they will be in the future. Obito, let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, refrain from relying on your Sharingan unless it's a matter of life and death, Yukong cautioned. The Sharingan is merely a tool, akin to the kunai in our hands. Ultimately, we must depend on our own strength. Of course, exceptions apply during training. Yukong earnestly advised Obito, recognizing that excessive reliance on the Sharingan was not merely Obito's tendency, but a broader trend within the Uchiha clan. Chapter 62, The Graduation Exam Part 1. Yukong earnestly advised Obito, aware that excessive reliance on the Sharingan was not unique to him, but rather a prevailing inclination within the Uchiha clan. Under Yunkong's serious gaze, Obito unconsciously nodded. I promise. Although Obito did not fully grasp Yunkong's reasoning, it did not hinder him from agreeing. Over the past half-year, a profound friendship had developed between Yunkong and Obito, to the extent that Obito had grown accustomed to relying on Yunkong. While Yunkong and Obito were engaged in casual conversation, Kakashi emerged from the examination room with an impassive expression. Kakashi always seemed to wear a stoic demeanor. And since he wore a mask, even if he had an expression, others could not discern it. So, how did it go? Did you succeed? Obito eagerly approached Kakashi with anticipation. That it's evident. I sent it. Just look at the forehead protector on Kakashi's head. I sent it clear. Yunkong remarked from behind Obito. Congratulations. Yunkong offered his felicitations to Kakashi. From today onward, you are a fully fledged ninja. A broad smile broke through Kakashi's mask, his expression visible in the curve of his face. By the way, congratulations to you too. Obito quickly chimed in, extending his congratulations to Kakashi as well. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. No need for congratulations. Once you both pass, I'll be the one congratulating you. He cast a glance at Obito, signaling that a Chunin instructor had arrived to summon them. Didn't they say we only needed to fight for 5 minutes? Why were you in there for nearly 20? Yunkong inquired curiously after Obito left. The requirement for the ninja graduation exam was indeed to engage in a 5-minute battle against a Chunin instructor, and if one could avoid defeat within that time frame, they would pass. Upon learning this, Yunkong had mentally berated the Konoha higher-ups numerous times. He finally understood why each generation of ninjas seemed to be less competent than the last. The applicants for the exam, like Yunkong, were generally around 7 or 8 years old, while in Naruto's generation, they graduated at the age of 12, and their examination content consisted of nothing more than a simple clone technique. Kakashi smiled shyly, and to Yunkong's surprise, he could see Kakashi smiling. The reason it took me longer is that I defeated the Chunin instructor I fought against. Upon hearing this, Yunkong raised an eyebrow and shot Kakashi a sidelong glance. And after a moment, he said, impressive, truly impressive. Your entire family is impressive. Yunkong's extravagant praise left Kakashi with a furrowed brow and a head full of dark lines. After engaging in light-hearted banter with Kakashi, they soon spotted Obito bounding out with exuberance. Yunkong, Kakashi, guess whether I passed or not? I didn't even use my Sharingan this time. Obito exclaimed joyfully as he approached Yunkong and Kakashi. What a pointless question. Is it interesting to ask such nonsense? Yunkong and Kakashi simultaneously rolled their eyes at Obito. With your eagerness to flaunt your thoughts, if you hadn't passed, would you be so jubilant? They exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, you didn't pass. Ha! You guessed wrong. Obito proudly produced his ninja forehead protector, waving it in front of Yunkong and Kakashi. Hurry up and congratulate me. From today on, I'm also a fully fledged ninja. Obito proclaimed. Congratulations, indeed. Yunkong clapped Obito on the shoulder, delivering his congratulations with feigned insincerity. Before Obito could respond, Yunkong turned to the Chunin instructor who had come to summon them again, entering the examination room. It was nothing like the wooden structure Naruto faced during his exam. It resembled the stone chambers typical of Chunin exams. Yet, upon first glance from outside, there was no apparent difference. Yunkong surveyed the room. It was smaller compared to the one used in Naruto's Chunin exam. In the center of the room, Yunkong's instructor, Yamashita, was already awaiting him. Seated in the stands were several school teachers and a few high-ranking ninjas from Konoha, including Minato. Had these ninjas arrived so early to select students? Yunkong pondered, discerning their intentions. They likely wished to observe this battle to ascertain the strengths of students like Yunkong, while simultaneously scouting potential disciples. Yunkong waved to Minato in the stands, not to curry favor with the ninjas, but because he felt it was better to involve them in certain matters, rather than letting them idly watch him toil. Is this the genius you mentioned, Minato? An unfamiliar Chunin remarked to Minato. Meeting him certainly lives up to the reputation. At first glance, Yunkong appeared rather foolish, exuding an innocuous demeanor. Many ninjas who had initially taken an interest in him began to question whether such a person was truly suited to be a ninja. The content of the Chunin exam, as you are aware, prohibits the use of explosive tags or similar explosive ninja tools. To succeed, one must endure 5 minutes against a Chunin instructor. The Chunin instructor, who had brought Yunkong into the arena, began to elucidate the rules. In truth, the scenario was akin to a real battle. The prohibition against the use of explosive tags was implemented to maintain fairness. After all, this was not a genuine battlefield, and thus, there was no necessity for unscrupulous tactics to secure victory. Moreover, the aim of the examination was fundamentally to assess your capabilities. Noting Yunkong's momentary bewilderment, the Chunin instructor clarified that the restriction on explosive tags was indeed a newly instituted requirement, not directed solely at Yunkong. The prior announcement of the examination's content had not included such a stipulation, which explained Yunkong's surprise, prompting the instructor's explanation. Yunkong nodded in understanding. The Chunin instructor acknowledged this with a nod, and then declared, "Let us commence." As Yunkong approached Yamadano, the instructor swiftly performed a body flicker technique, vanishing from the space between Yunkong and Yamadano. "Now, let the duel begin, Yamadano-sensei," Yunkong proclaimed as he reached for his equipment. "Very well. I too am eager to witness the extent of your growth, Yunkong-kun," Yamadano replied, presenting a kunai defensively before him. Holding steadfast to his role as an instructor, Yamadano refrained from launching an offensive, allowing Yunkong the initiative. Without hesitation, Yunkong glanced at the upper ninja's defenses and swiftly launched 2 shurikens. Chapter 63, Graduation Examination, Part 2. "Now, let us begin, Yamadano-sensei," Yunkong declared, reaching into his tool pouch. "I too am eager to witness how much you have grown, Yunkong-kun," Yamadano responded, brandishing a kunai in defense, adhering to his role as a teacher. Yamadano chose not to attack, granting Yunkong the opportunity to strike first. Yunkong, undeterred, cast a quick glance at the upper ninja's formation, and 2 shurikens were swiftly propelled from his grasp. The shurikens did not fly directly towards Yamadano. Instead, they arced high into the air. With a sharp clang, the 2 shurikens collided mid-flight, causing one to plummet downward towards Yamadano, while the other, whether by design or happenstance, veered towards the group of upper ninjas nearby. Yunkong rapidly formed hand seals, having completed the necessary signs just as he released the shurikens. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique of the shuriken. The single descending shuriken instantaneously split into 2, which then multiplied into 4. In the blink of an eye, they filled the room, aimed not only at Yamadano, but also targeting the unwitting upper ninjas. That Yamadano's reflexes were undeniably swift. He formed a hand seal in an instant, invoking water release. Water barrier. At that moment, a voice rang out from the viewing platform. True to their reputation, the upper ninjas, despite being caught off guard, effortlessly neutralized Yunkong's surprise attack. The shurikens cascaded against the protective water barrier with a sound reminiscent of pebbles being tossed into a stream. Lightning release. Earth walk. Yunkong, embodying the principle of seizing the advantage, unleashed a lightning attack immediately after executing the shuriken shadow clone technique. Tendrils of electricity surged forth from the ground towards Yamadano, while another bolt, shimmering with azure luminescence, targeted the upper ninjas. If the earlier shuriken attack could be deemed a mere coincidence, it was now clear to Minato and the others that Yunkong's actions were deliberate. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Minato stepped forward, utilizing the wind release technique to dissipate the incoming lightning. The gust did not cease. After dispersing the lightning, the residual force surged toward Yunkong. Yamadano, however, was not one to let the wind release technique shield him from the approaching lightning. He swiftly retreated, dodging the bolts, as the water barrier crumbled before him, allowing the shurikens to crash to the ground. In that moment, Yunkong seized the opportunity, utilizing the wind release technique released by Minato. Yunkong's speed became alarmingly swift, appearing suddenly before Yamadano. With a kunai in hand, he executed a powerful downward strike. Yamadano pivoted his kunai, raising his arm to deflect Yunkong's assault, while his other hand reached for Yunkong. In a flash, their arms intertwined, each gripping their kunai as they clashed while simultaneously pulling against one another. As Yunkong and Yamadano engaged in their fierce struggle, another Yunkong materialized behind them. Yunkong leaped high into the air, invoking fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 3 meters descended from above, engulfing both Yunkong's clone and Yamadano. How swift! When did he form the hand seals for the shadow clone? One upper ninja on the platform mused, his eyes narrowing. The speed with which Yunkong had completed his seals was so remarkable, or rather so concealed, that it had eluded their notice. The fireball crashed down, creating a massive crater approximately half a meter deep and 3 to 4 meters in diameter, even within the confines of the sturdy room. Yamadano, encased in water chakra, burst forth from the fireball. Although he had timely executed the water release technique, He had not entirely evaded the flames that I never imagined that in just 1 year, the boy who once struggled to escape my grasp has evolved to this extent. Yamadano reflected inwardly. When did he master the practical application of the shadow clone technique without my awareness? Yamadano dismissed any lingering underestimation. He now regarded Yinkong not merely as a student, but as an equal adversary. Yamadano's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, yet he pondered whether it was too late to adopt this mindset. In Uchiha Clan Ninja, with his Sharingan slowly rotating, remarked, "Perhaps it is a bit late." Minato murmured in agreement. Just as Yamadano resolved to treat the situation with utmost seriousness, Yinkong unexpectedly reappeared behind him. "Yamadano-sensei, where are you looking?" Yamadano turned in astonishment, spotting Yinkong at his back, having materialized without his notice. "And the one in front of me?" Yamadano glanced ahead, catching sight of the Yukong who had just executed the fire release technique, a smile adorning his face. "Oh no, the one in front is a decoy. I have been far too careless," Yamadano thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Yukong's kunai pierced through Yamadano's form, yet Yukong felt no thrill of triumph. The Yamadano before him erupted into a cloud of smoke. "Substitution technique. I can hardly believe I forced you, sensei, to employ the substitution technique." In the spot where Yamadano had stood, a cacophony of sounds erupted as 7 or 8 Yunkongs materialized around him. Encircling the instructor, "I thought I had given you sufficient regard, yet I still underestimated you." Yamadano's expression held no trace of disappointment. Rather, it brimmed with pride. "This is all thanks to your teachings, sensei," though they remained in combat. Yukong bowed earnestly in gratitude. Yamadano nodded, clearly pleased with Yukong's respect for his instruction. At this juncture, the battle had progressed to a point where further conflict served no purpose. "Congratulations, you have graduated," Yamadano declared earnestly to Yukong. His intent was unmistakable. Having reached this stage, Yukong had demonstrated the prowess of a fully fledged ninja. With a pop, Yukong's shadow clone dissipated into smoke. As the skirmish came to a close, Yukong released his ninjutsu. "Thank you, sensei." Yinkong bowed formally once more. "From this moment, you are no longer a mere child. You are a ninja of Konoha who can stand on your own," Yamadano proclaimed, presenting Yinkong with a Konoha headband. Yukong accepted it, realizing that he had officially graduated and could now be referred to as a ninja. Reflecting on the past year of school, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. Yet, this sadness quickly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ambition for the future. Chapter 64. Becoming a ninja. Yukong accepted the headband. He had officially graduated and could now be referred to as a ninja. Reflecting on the past year of school, a tinge of melancholy washed over him. Yet, this sadness quickly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ambition for the future. At last, I have become a ninja. Yukong mused. "Be sure to arrive on time for the graduation ceremony tomorrow. It is of utmost importance. You must not be late or absent," Yamadano emphasized. He was all too aware of Yukong's penchant for mischief. Had he not reiterated this point, he could only imagine the chaos Yukong might incite. In Yamadano's eyes, Yukong epitomized the archetypal troublesome student. Tardiness, absences, and all manner of misbehavior. However, Yukong is an exceptionally talented individual. Even though Yamada may begrudgingly disagree, he must acknowledge that Yukong's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass his own by a considerable margin. Yukong nodded, recognizing that aside from the graduation ceremony tomorrow, the most significant event would be the class division, transitioning from a large cohort to a smaller group that would receive focused training from the elite jonin. Suddenly, figures darted into view, and several jonin appeared before Yukong. Minato spoke first, saying, "Congratulations, Yukong-kun. From this moment on, you shall stand as an independent ninja." "Thank you," Yukong replied with a smile. This seemingly simple matter did not evoke any joy in Yukong. Yet he still responded with humility. "A remarkable prodigy indeed. At the tender age of 6, you've reached such heights, and it appears you still possess untapped potential. How about we engage in a friendly duel?" One of the jonin remarked, offering praise before unexpectedly shifting gears, eager to assess Yukong's abilities firsthand. The abrupt halt called by Yamada during their previous battle left this jonin somewhat unsatisfied, prompting him to wish to personally gauge Yukong's prowess. How absurd. Yukong thought inwardly, questioning whether ninja abilities were meant to be kept secret. "What gives you the right to test my skills when we are mere strangers?" The reason Itachi could decisively defeat Orochimaru lay not only in his Sharingan but also in the asymmetry of information. Itachi was fully aware of all Orochimaru's techniques, while the latter knew nothing of Itachi. By this comparison, it was indeed peculiar for Orochimaru to have triumphed. Although Yun-Kong maintained a facade of composure, inwardly he felt disdain. Very well, he replied resolutely. The other ninjas exchanged knowing smiles, perceiving a hint of arrogance in this young boy. Did he truly believe he could confidently stand against a Jonin just because he managed to hold his ground for a moment against a Chunin? They understood that Jonin and Chunin were in entirely different leagues. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. A little tough love might serve him well in his future endeavors. After responding, Yun-Kong swiftly leaped back to create distance between himself and the Jonin. Naturally, not all ninjas would engage, but given their proximity, he felt compelled to act. With a swift motion, he launched a small projectile from his hand that in a textbook retreat. He threw not shuriken, but a flash bomb. The bomb erupted in brilliant light, flooding the room with dazzling radiance. Although the Jonin reacted quickly, closing their eyes or turning their heads, the intense glare still caused a momentary disorientation among them. How does this brat possess a flash bomb? The ninjas cursed inwardly. Minato, however, understood that while such devices were precious to ordinary genin, they were hardly surprising for Yun-Kong, whose family owned a weapon shop. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Following the blinding light, a massive fireball surged forth, engulfing the room and hurtling toward the Jonin. Earth release. Earth barrier. Fortunately, one of the Jonin regained their senses in time to conjure a defensive technique to shield against the oncoming inferno. The flames collided with the earthen wall, which did not yield as easily as water would have. Exploding rocks scattered everywhere, enveloping the distinguished Jonin in debris. When the flames subsided, the Jonin emerged, covered in rubble. While Yun-Kong had already vanished from sight, seizing the brief opportunity, he stealthily slipped out of the room. The Jonin, viewing their disheveled state, felt a blend of exasperation and disbelief. This impudent boy had left a lasting impression among them. Albeit not a favorable one, but just look at who has the misfortune of being assigned as this brat's mentor, one Jonin lamented. One anticipated that Yun-Kong would display such audacity, showing little respect for these revered Jonin. Yun-Kong now understood why Kakashi lingered for so long. It was likely because these insufferable Jonin would not permit Chunin instructors to rest, forcing Kakashi into prolonged battles against his students. Otherwise, given the nature of Chunin instructors, if they felt overmatched, they would surely conclude the fight with the same dignity as Yamada-Ye. Yun-Kong suspected that Yamada-Ye's swift conclusion to their battle stemmed from prior experiences. Just as he exited the testing room, Obito and Kakashi approached from opposite sides. Noticing their intent to speak, Yun-Kong quickly interjected, "Enough with the congratulations. I'm treating for lunch today, and Kakashi is picking up the tab." Upon hearing Yun-Kong's invitation, Kakashi, who had just been smiling, suddenly wore a crestfallen expression. Clearly, this was not the first time he had encountered such a demand. "Why is it always me?" Kakashi protested, clearly frustrated. It was evident that he had uttered this line countless times before, and each time, Yun-Kong would retort with the fact that Kakashi was wealthy, while it was true that Kakashi's family was affluent. Being the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, it was still his father's money that Kakashi's allowance was limited, despite the irony that Yun-Kong's father, a successful merchant, was just as wealthy. However, Yun-Kong's father indulged him beyond measure, making Yun-Kong the most affluent among the trio. Nevertheless, the responsibility of treating others often fell on Kakashi. Yun-Kong's primary expenditure was on ninja tools for the three of them. He ensured that they were equipped with practice tools, combat gear, explosive tags, flash bombs, and more. As for Obito, everyone knew the hardships he faced, living with only his grandmother. Consequently, in their small group, Obito bore the brunt of the more arduous tasks. Chapter 65. Let go of that girl. Allow me to go first. Thus, the responsibility of treating others usually fell to Kakashi. Each of them contributed in their own way, and with Yun-Kong mediating, their small team grew increasingly cohesive and unbreakable. I wonder how our class division will turn out. It would be wonderful if we could all be placed in the same class, Obito mused. Unfortunately, the division aims to balance the academic performance of each class. If we were grouped together, wouldn't we have the last place and second to last place right in our class? Kakashi chuckled. The last place would undoubtedly be Yun-Kong, with Obito as the future boss in second to last. It should be noted that if Obito were to take the exam seriously, he would likely rank quite high, given that Yun-Kong had significantly improved his skills. Yet, regrettably, Yun-Kong's guidance had not only enhanced Obito's abilities, but had also led him astray. The previously obedient Obito had transformed into a delinquent, often arriving late, skipping classes, and engaging in fights under Yun-Kong's dubious mentorship. Typically, following Kakashi's teasing, Obito would retort, leading to playful banter between them, often resulting in a brawl that disregarded the situation or the time. Invariably, Obito would end up looking foolish, while Kakashi would resemble a panda, both ultimately subdued by Yun Kong. However, today's circumstances were indeed peculiar. Obito surprisingly refrained from retorting. Both Yun Kong and Kakashi were taken aback by the sudden change in Obito's demeanor. A few days ago, I was summoned back to my clan. They mentioned that I might need to join the Konoha security force in the future, which would likely restrict my freedom to take on missions at will. Obito said, sounding somewhat dejected. Since awakening his Sharingan, Obito had garnered increasing attention from his clan. While some gains came with losses, the price Obito paid was his freedom. For his protection, it was likely that he would primarily undertake missions under the auspices of the Uchiha clan. No longer able to make spontaneous decisions like Yun Kong in the original timeline. The reason Obito became Minato's disciple was likely due to his being overlooked by the Uchiha clan, but in this current timeline, with his Sharingan activated and the Uchiha clan valuing him, would Obito still have the opportunity to become Minato's disciple? Yun Kong found himself momentarily troubled by this uncertainty. Stop overthinking it. The class division system was established by the second Hokage. Even the Uchiha clan must adhere to the village's decisions, Kakashi stated coldly, pulling the two from their mental quagmire. Indeed, even if the Uchiha clan is filled with prodigies, would they not abide by the village's choices? Even if they wish to protect Obito, it would only extend to looking out for him during missions. Realizing this, Yun Kong inwardly berated himself for his foolishness. Right? Enough of this nonsense. Yun Kong gently placed a reassuring hand on Daito's shoulder. Pondering the separation of their classes, even if we are divided, does that mean we can no longer be together? The comforting words from Yun Kong gradually lifted Daito's spirits, prompting Yun Kong to cast a flirtatious glance at Kakashi. Surprised by his articulate demeanor, only to receive a dramatic eye roll in return. As the trio laughed and linked arms on their way to lunch, they stumbled upon a narrow alley where four boys surrounded a girl. Judging by their attire, it was evident that they were classmates of Yun Kong and his friends. The four boys pushed the girl into the center, hurling insults at her, although Yun Kong initially intended to mind his own business. He felt compelled to intervene under Daito's heroic influence. In a matter of moments, Yun Kong grasped the root of the conflict. The girl had unexpectedly passed her graduation today, while the four boys had failed the examination. Observing the girl's delicate demeanor, it was unclear whether their hostility stemmed from envy or resentment, as they sought to teach her a lesson. What a splendid opportunity for a hero to save a damsel in distress. But wait, let me see just how beautiful this girl truly is before deciding whether I should take action or leave it to Daito and Kakashi. She appears quite ordinary. Wait, why does she seem so familiar? Oh no, the girl Daito would later harbor feelings for, Noira Rin, the one who would fall victim to Kakashi's blade. Yun Kong mused, what a twist of fate to encounter Noira Rin here, the future Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. To save her or not to save her, it's worth noting that Rin is the primary reason behind Daito's eventual descent into darkness. Should I allow Daito to forge a connection with her? Throughout the year, under Yun Kong's influence, Rin had not crossed paths with Daito, leaving Yun Kong in a state of uncertainty. However, the moment Yun Kong recognized Rin, he knew he could not turn a blind eye. With a commanding voice, Yun Kong declared, "Release that girl and let me handle this." His proclamation immediately captured the attention of the four boys, as well as Daito and Kakashi. Little did they know, Yun Kong's audacity exceeded their expectations. Who has the gall to boldly demand the release of a bullied girl? Both Daito and Kakashi thought simultaneously. Yet, Yun Kong was undeterred. As soon as he shouted, two of the boys turned to face him. Their expressions menacing. Consider this a warning. Stay out of our business, they snarled, their hands clenching their chests with ominous cracking sounds. What a Na'vi bunch of youths, still resorting to such theatrics to intimidate others. Yun Kong thought, exchanging a glance with Daito and Kakashi. Without hesitation, Yun Kong stepped forward and delivered a swift punch to one boy's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Before the other boy could react, Yun Kong swiftly maneuvered beside him and delivered a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi appeared beside the remaining two boys, knocking their heads together, causing them to collapse. Daito approached Noira Rin, extending his hand to help her up. Rin's innocent and enchanting visage captured Daito's attention, momentarily leaving him in a dazed "oh no, it seems Daito has fallen for her," Yun Kong thought to himself. Noticing Daito's stupor, Yun Kong mused, "Thank you. Rin whispered to Daitu. Attempting to withdraw her hands from his grasp, lost in his reverie, Daitu remained unaware that he was still firmly holding Rin's hands. Only when he felt her efforts to pull away did he snap back to reality. Apologetically, Daitu released her hands, scratching his head shyly. Sorry, I just got lost in thought for a moment, he explained. It's nothing. Thank you, Rin replied, her head bowed. A hint of color rising to her cheeks as she noted Daito's earlier awkwardness. The perceptive young ninjas understood the reason behind Daitu's days. What is going on here? Are you students from the Ninja Academy? Yinkong inquired, gesturing towards the boy he had just incapacitated. Although he had already pieced together the situation, he instinctively asked to facilitate Daitu's introduction to our in an instant. Yinkong resolved that he did not need to forcefully alter history. He would simply let events unfold naturally. His question about Rin being a student stemmed from the fact that she wore the headband of Konohagakure. I am Noera Rin, a student from Class 2. She introduced herself. Yinkong exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, he pondered why Rin was not in the same class as Daitu and Kakashi. How would they eventually form a ninja team? Could it be that my presence has altered the course of history? Hello, I'm Yinkong from Class 3, he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Class 3, Hataki Kakashi. Kakashi chimed in, stepping forward to introduce himself. Yinkong nudged the still absent-minded Daitu, prompting, introduce yourself. Huh? Oh, I'm Uchiha Daitu, he stammered, finally snapping to attention. Yinkong, unwilling to let Daitu continue, interjected, what is the story here? With your skills, you should have easily graduated. So why were those boys giving you trouble? It was just a minor disagreement among classmates. Rin responded as for why she didn't retaliate. Perhaps it was due to her medical ninjutsu specialization or simply her overly gentle nature. Endless forbearance in such situations won't resolve your troubles. Kakashi advised, stepping closer. Rin nodded gratefully at Kakashi. Are you here alone? We're planning to celebrate. Would you like to join us? Daitu unexpectedly invited her in. Be careful on your own. Farewell, Yukong thought, suppressing his words as Daito's invitation took precedence. Daitu, you scoundrel, how could you forget your friends so easily? Yukong mused inwardly, turning to see Kakashi nodding in agreement, as if he shared Yukong's sentiments. The following day marked the beginning of a new chapter. The day of class division and the formal announcement of Yukong and his friends as ninjas. Yukong and Kakashi exchanged disdainful glances at Daitu, who fixated on the lovely Rin. Under Daitu's insistence the previous day, Yukong and Kakashi had feigned enthusiasm to invite Rin to their gathering. Now, Daito's gaze lingered on her. The classroom was filled with students who had passed the examination. Thus, it was a mixed group, transcending mere classmates and grade levels. Unlike Naruto's graduation, which had nearly achieved a 100 passing rate, this year's graduation was limited to exceptional talents or students a year or two ahead of Yinkong and his peers. An unfamiliar Nin instructor delivered an emotionally stirring and profound graduation speech. Now, we shall commence with the class assignments. The instructor announced that Yinkong's heart raced with anticipation, eager to discover how this division would unfold in light of his presence. Yinkong pondered. The instructor slowly began to call out names. Class 4. Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurinai, Inazuka Kiba. Yinkong was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the son of the third Hokage today. This future tragic figure was still a youthful, handsome lad at this moment. Yinkong jested inwardly. Inazuka Kiba and Yuhi Kurinai are acquaintances. I've merely heard of the name Inazuka Akamaru, yet I suspect he is no ordinary individual. After all, can just anyone claim to be shameless? Yinkong continued to entertain himself with these thoughts. In Class 6, there were Hinata Yuhi, Oilwoman Shiyu, and Yukong. What on earth is happening? Yinkong's musings were abruptly interrupted as his name was called, causing him to glance at the two individuals whose gaze had also turned towards him. A man and a woman, easily identifiable. The man must be the shameless Inazuka, or rather, Akamaru, as evidenced by the small dog cradled in his arms. The woman, with eyes that rivaled the pallor of a blood disease, was Hinata Yui. She was quite pretty, though her name left something to be desired. Her personality remained a mystery. Yinkong offered a nod to them, and the three returned their gazes to their own affairs. Obito, equally astonished, looked at Yukong, pondering if their luck was truly this poor, were they not placed in the same team. Obito reflected, uncertain if he would be able to adapt to Yinkong's absence, having grown accustomed to relying on him. Chapter 67. The guiding Jonin. The Jonin instructor paid no mind to the subtle exchanges among Yinkong and the others. Nor was he privy to their inner thoughts. He continued, unperturbed, at his steady pace. Team 7. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. Yukong unexpectedly exhaled a sigh of relief. The inertia of the original timeline was indeed not so easily altered. The trio remained together, though the identity of their Jonin instructor remained to be seen. Would it still be Minato Namikaze? The glances exchanged among Obito, Kakashi, and Rin revealed that, despite Yukong's absence, Obito could accept this arrangement, especially with Rin on the team. As for the other ninja squads, apart from Team 9, which consisted of the legendary Inuzuka, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, individuals Yukong took note of for their prominence in the original narrative. Yukong hardly acknowledged the rest, including the likes of Might Guy and the inconsequential group led by Nara Shikaku. Perhaps they were not among this year's graduates, Yukong mused. 10 minutes later, with all teams assigned, the Jonin instructor closed the roster and announced, "Please wait here for a while. Your Jonin instructor will arrive shortly." With that, he hurriedly exited the room. The moment he left, the classroom erupted into chaos. The three who had been assigned to their team began to mingle, as they were previously unfamiliar with one another. The instructor's departure had created an opportunity for them to familiarize themselves. Unexpectedly, Kakashi, your words rang true that we three indeed did not end up in the same team, Yukong remarked, rising to sit atop a desk as he spoke to Kakashi. It was a curious, albeit unsurprising, phenomenon in the grouping. This year's ninja assignments did not mimic those of Naruto's generation, where individuals with special talents were clustered together. Instead, the teams were formed with a balanced consideration of each member's abilities. Aside from the Inuzuka trio, it was unlikely they would be separated, as their collective strength could only be fully realized when united. Take Team 4, for instance. Inuzuka Akamaru excelled in close-quarters combat. Yuhi Kurenai specialized in genjutsu, while Sarutobi Asuma was adept in ninjutsu, perfectly balancing their skills. This year's team formations adhered to this pattern almost uniformly. To bluntly state, if the three of us were to form a team, it would be a waste of talent. Team formations must consider the greater good, Kakashi remarked without reservation, stating that it was implausible for three elites to be placed in the same team. However, Kakashi was indeed a prodigy, and his assertions went unchallenged. Your arm is all right now, isn't it? Yukong inquired of Kakashi. After their celebration the previous day, Yukong and Kakashi had successfully completed the development of the Chidori. Minato's assistance over the past 3 days had been invaluable, enabling Yukong to finalize the Rasengan and complete the Chidori that he and Kakashi had previously worked on together. Kakashi flexed his bandaged hand, responding, "It's fine. It's already healed. And you, hurry and master the Rasengan. It is a powerful ninjutsu, simple yet practical, for someone without lightning affinity. It is the best close combat technique. Do not think that just because we are not in the same team, you can let yourself go," Yukong said sternly, feigning seriousness at the sight of Obito's dejection. Obito nodded, his spirits lifting slightly at Yukong's words. "Indeed, it's not as if we can't see each other just because we aren't on the same team. Get to know your teammates better. It seems fate has brought you all together. You just saved the day yesterday, and today, you find yourselves in the same team." Yukong teased Obito. "All right, enough of that. We'll talk later. I should also go get acquainted with my teammates," Yukong declared, turning to approach Hinata Yuhi and oil woman Shiyu. As the majority of the students in the classroom engaged in lively conversation and mutual flattery. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed, sun-kissed ninja entered the room. It was Minato Namikaze. His arrival plunged the classroom into silence, all eyes fixated upon him. Yukong also turned his gaze towards Minato, wondering if he would choose Kakashi and the others as his disciples. Just as in the original narrative, Minato smiled gently, announcing, "Team 7, follow me." With that, he led the way out of the classroom. Team 7, comprising Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, rose to follow in Minato's wake. Observing this scene, Yukong couldn't help but sigh. Just as I thought, Minato's disciples are indeed Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. This left him pondering whether the changes he had instigated as a mere butterfly would have a significant impact, at the very least. Konoha's white fang still lived, and Kakashi had not yet become the infamous deadpan face of the future. Just as Kakashi and the others departed, another ninja with yellow hair and a small braid appeared in the classroom. "Class 6, follow me." Before anyone could react, the ninja had vanished from sight. This yellow-haired figure turned out to be Yamanaka Inoichi, who would later become the father of Yamanaka Ino, one of the Konoha 12. Yukong and his companions quickly rushed out of the classroom. just in time to see Yamanaka and Noichi waiting for them at the end of the corridor. The lively classroom chatter faded behind them, along with the innocent, beautiful memories of their past. Under Yamanaka and Noichi's guidance, the group traversed through the hallways until they arrived at a secluded rooftop. With a stern expression, Yamanaka and Noichi finally spoke. "Feel free to sit down. Let us first get to know each other." After instructing them, he took a seat cross-legged. Yinkong and his companions followed suit, settling before him. "First, I would like to congratulate you on officially becoming ninjas. However, whether you can stand on your own remains to be seen." Yamanaka and Noichi, seeing the three seated before him, eagerly began to assess them. "Currently, you merely possess the qualification to be ninjas. Whether you can become independent ninjas will depend on your own efforts." Yamanaka and Noichi succinctly stated. Chapter 68. "I want to spar with you first. I would like to congratulate you on officially becoming ninjas. However, whether you can stand on your own remains to be seen." Yamanaka and Noichi, seeing the three seated before him, eagerly began to assess them. "Currently, you merely possess the qualification to be ninjas. Whether you can become independent ninjas will depend on your own efforts." Yamanaka and Noichi succinctly stated. "Well then, Yamanaka and Noichi," Yukong thought to himself, "you truly embody the serious yet blunt demeanor of the original narrative. Such a teacher truly suited for me," he pondered, reflecting inwardly. "Now, let us follow the customary procedure and introduce ourselves." Yamanaka and Noichi promptly shifted the topic, providing no moment of respite for Yukong and his companions following his critique. This also conveniently spared them from potential embarrassment. "Self-introduction? What should we include?" Hinata Yuhi inquired. "Your name, hobbies, favorite foods, strengths, cherished companions, and so forth. This will help us gain a better understanding of one another. As we shall spend a considerable amount of time together in the future, we may become partners who care for and support one another, and even strive together," Yamanaka and Noichi explained. After exchanging glances with Hinata Yuhi and oil woman Shiyu, Yukong spoke up. "How about you introduce yourself first, teacher?" Shanzhong Hai cast a glance at his several self-important disciples, choosing not to refuse them. For Hai, Yukong and the others were not merely his subordinates. They would become companions with whom he would share life and death in the future. Shanzhong Hai stated, "I am called Hai, a member of the Shantian clan, skilled in illusion techniques and perception. My interests include cultivating flowers, and I have a fondness for various foods, such as pudding, pork belly, and sashimi. I cherish my companions, particularly the other two from the Zhu Lu Dai trio." Hai introduced himself in a straightforward manner, devoid of any circumlocution. Observing Hai's candid self-introduction, Yukong and the others felt obliged to follow suit. They exchanged glances, and it was Hinata Yuro who took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Hinata Yuro, a branch member of the Hinata clan. I enjoy illustration and have a sweet tooth. My dream for the future is to become a capable ninja. It is well known that the Hinata clan excels in gentle techniques, making close combat my forte." As Yuro concluded her introduction, Shanzhong Hai was the first to applaud, serving as encouragement for her to speak up. Following Yuro, Aburame Shiyu then introduced himself. "I am Aburame Shiyu, belonging to the Aburame clan. My interests lie in insects, and I possess a knack for raising them. My preferred foods are vegetables and winter melon, while I have an aversion to strongly flavored dishes." After Shiyu's introduction, Hai turned his gaze towards Yukong, the young man frequently praised by Minato. Hai was curious about what made this commoner named Yukong worthy of attention. Under the scrutiny of the three, Yukong pretended to clear his throat twice and said, "I am Yukong, with Yun representing the sky. I have many likes and dislikes, as well as numerous interests that I am not quite sure what I excel at. As for my future aspirations, I'll need to ponder that further." This segment echoed a certain remark from Kakashi in the original text, a statement brimming with arrogance that had once sparked a significant trend. "Is that all we know about you aside from your name?" the forthright Shiyu interjected, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "Is this fellow looking for trouble?" Yukong thought, casting a sidelong glance at Shiyu. Noticing Shiyu's unperturbed expression, Yukong took a deep breath. "Forget it," he sighed. "It's common knowledge that members of the Aburame clan are highly intelligent, but lack emotional intelligence, that I shall simply pretend I did not hear such blunt words." Yukong reassured himself that in light of this, he considered himself a noble person, one who had transcended base interests. With this thought, his earlier displeasure dissipated, replaced by a slight sense of pride. "Well then, now that we are all acquainted, let us meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the 6th training ground. Shan Zhonghai declared after listening to the introductions of the three. His expression remained unchanged despite Yun Kong's smooth demeanor. With a command, he vanished from their sight. Becoming a ninja might not be so bad after all. Yun Kong mused, at least for now. It seemed the teacher preferred solitude over being with them. He had not anticipated that becoming a ninja would afford him a greater sense of ease. Well then, goodbye, I shall take my leave, Yun Kong announced, rising to bid farewell to Shiyu and Yu Rou as he prepared to depart. Wait, Shiyu called out, halting Yun Kong in his tracks. What is it? Do you need something? Yun Kong questioned, puzzled. It seems we have little in common that I think we should deepen our understanding of one another. Shiyu replied, adjusting his glasses, which nearly obscured his entire face. That's so? What's your point? Yun Kong asked. That you're not suggesting we fight, are you? He added casually. Upon witnessing Shiyu's surprised expression, Yun Kong realized he had unwittingly hit the mark. You can't be serious about wanting to fight me? Yun Kong asked uncertainly. Shiyu did not appear to be the type to instigate conflict like Might Guy, yet he proposed a battle so soon after their introduction. Shiyu nodded resolutely, explaining, I heard that after graduation, our supervising Jonin will conduct another assessment. With a pass rate of only 67%, that means 1/3 of us will be eliminated. I do not know what your strengths are. And it seems you have no intention of revealing any information. To better understand you, I believe a sparring match would be beneficial. All right, Yun Kong nodded. Not in agreement with Shiyu's suggestion, but acknowledging the logical analysis characteristic of the Aburame clan. However, he had no intention of engaging in combat with Shiyu. The Aburame clan's method of fighting with insects was utterly repugnant to him. He had no desire to battle someone of that ilk. Just imagine, battling an opponent who commands a swarm of insects. No matter how many you eliminate, they will simply return, akin to swatting flies, endless and unrelenting. Moreover, should he inadvertently incinerate all the insects Shiyu had raised, Shiyu would surely seek retribution. Thus, Yun Kong chuckled lightly. There's really no need for that. Besides, if any combat occurs tomorrow, we will undoubtedly face it together. Then we shall see everyone's strengths and merits. I am making my move. You'd best be careful, Shiyu declared. Clearly, Yun Kong's words had little effect. Shiyu stepped forward and delivered a direct punch aimed at Yun Kong's left cheek. Shiyu was evidently not adept in close combat. Perhaps his punch was merely a test. Though swift and somewhat unexpected, it was rife with openings in Yun Kong's eyes. With a gentle push of his palm, he deftly blocked Shiyu's punch and seized his fist. Let us leave it at that. Yun Kong said that a person as reclusive and averse to conflict as he was would turn and flee when a Jonin asked for a spar. Naturally, Shiyu's challenge was merely a nuisance to Yun Kong. Unleash your full power. Let us have a proper match, Shiyu insisted, undeterred. Another punch came from an awkward angle, targeting Yun Kong's abdomen. Yun Kong, exasperated, thought, how can a rational member of the Aburame clan be so combative? He caught Shiyu's fist and pushed him aside, simultaneously bending backward to evade Shiyu's follow-up punch. Yun Kong leaped back, creating a distance of 4 or 5 meters between them. In terms of close combat, Shiyu could not hold a candle to Yun Kong. His two attacks were effortlessly thwarted, and it was clear that close-quarters fighting was not Shiyu's forte. I'm joining in as well, Yun Kong. You'd best watch out. Perhaps because Shiyu's close combat was woefully inadequate, Hinata Yu Rou, who had been observing, decided to join in. Unfortunately, she was not there to assist, but rather to complicate matters. As Yu Rou joined the fray, she quickly surpassed Shiyu and approached Yun Kong, executing the initial stance of the gentle fist and striking towards him. The seemingly simple and slow punch made Yun Kong wary. He would not underestimate her, for the Hinata clan's gentle fist was renowned. He did not believe Yu Rou would simply extend her hand without any follow-up. Yun Kong countered with an offensive strike, deflecting Yu Rou's palm, and before she could initiate her next move, he leaped back, directly jumping off the rooftop. Below the school roof lay the woods outside. Yun Kong intended to lose both Yu Rou and Shiyu among the trees. However, he had underestimated Shiyu's determination to engage him in battle. After Yun Kong jumped down, Shiyu followed closely, with Yu Rou trailing behind. Entering the woods, Yun Kong's figure vanished from their sight. Byakugan. The lagging Yu Rou decisively activated her Byakugan to search for Yun Kong's whereabouts. Damn it, Yun Kong, hidden among the canopy of a tall tree, couldn't help but curse upon seeing Yu Rou use her Byakugan. What was I thinking? Who are these two behind me? If you include the Inuzuka clan. This is essentially a special tracking team from Konoha. How could I be foolish enough to think I could hide from them? Yun Kong leapt forth from the treetops, diving headlong into the dense forest. Found you! At the moment Yunkong sprang out, Hinata Yuro uttered a soft exclamation. Almost immediately, several shurikens were embedded behind Yunkong. Shadow clone technique. As Yunkong plunged into the lush foliage, a series of soft thuds echoed. And 5 more Yunkongs appeared around him. Scatter! Yukong commanded, and the 6 figures instantly dispersed in different directions. Secret technique. Infestation bugs. Oil Girl Ji was not to be outdone. A swarm of insects erupted from her body, billowing over the treetops. Despite Yunkong's desperate attempts to escape, he found himself tragically surrounded by Ji Yu's tracking duo. The 5 clones encircled Yunkong, gazing up at the swarm of insects above, a headache brewing. I absolutely detest this kind of ninja combat. Thud, thud, thud. The shadow clones beside Yunkong began to vanish one after another. Realizing escape was futile, Yunkong resolved to confront them head-on, confident that he could handle both Ji Yu and Hinata Yuro. However, when it came to experience in battle, he felt utterly outmatched. Ji Yu, I shall say this once more. If you do not clear the way, I will not hold back. Yunkong shouted, I already told you not to hold back. Strike. Ji Yu replied from her perch on a branch before Yunkong. Upholding the principle of striking first, Ji Yu, despite her words, did not wait for Yunkong to make a move. Clenching her fists, she unleashed her secret technique, spindle technique. The insects swirling in the sky coalesced into arrow-like projectiles aimed at Yunkong. Yunkong swiftly retreated, sidestepping an arrow while leaping off the trunk of a tree. The black insect arrows whizzed past him, embedding themselves in the trunk, whereupon the bugs began to swirl, gradually forming a cyclone of insects that advanced toward Yunkong. With no path of retreat, Ji Yu, you are forcing my hand. Finding himself unable to evade any longer, Yunkong swiftly completed the hand seals for his fire technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A 3-meter-wide flame surged forth from Yunkong, roaring towards the encroaching insect swarm. The vibrant flames collided with the dark mass of bugs, illuminating the sky. Boom! The flames enveloped the swarm. The sounds of insects being scorched echoed through the air. On the ground, some charred bugs fell to the earth, while in the heart of the inferno, the previously buzzing swarm was reduced to mere ash. The flames cast a crimson glow upon Yunkong's face, as the once gloomy sky was rent open, revealing a vast gap like sunlight piercing through dark clouds. Chapter 70. Mutual Testing, Part 2. The flames illuminated Yunkong's visage, creating a stark contrast against the now brightened sky, where an enormous gap emerged amidst the dense insect horde. The charred bugs rained down like droplets of rain, forming a curtain between Yunkong and Ji Yu. Suddenly, a figure darted towards Yunkong. Hinata Yuro. With a swift motion, she appeared before him, her palm glowing with a pale blue chakra as she struck towards him. Yunkong sidestepped, narrowly evading her attack. However, the gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan was not so easily dealt with. Yuro astonishingly halted her advance, twisting her body to deliver another strike with the back of her hand. Simultaneously, Yunkong stepped forward, but as he moved, it seemed as if he had calculated perfectly, evading Yuro's gentle fist attack. In that instant, Yunkong countered with a palm strike, clapping against Yuro's hand, disrupting her momentum. Yuro was taken aback. How could he be so familiar with the gentle fist? If the first time Yunkong had managed to create distance had surprised her, the second time left her utterly astonished. It was as if Yunkong possessed a deeper understanding of the gentle fist than she did. Otherwise, how could he evade her so effortlessly? Little did she know. The gentle fist, which relied on softness overcoming hardness, bore a striking resemblance to the Tai Chi techniques Yunkong had studied. Fortuitously, Yunkong had grasped the principles of Tai Chi, understanding that softness is a form of power, enabling it to overcome rigidity. As Yunkong distanced himself from Yuro, Ji Yu completed another technique, secret technique, summon bugs. The sky darkened once more as insects surged from Ji Yu, replenishing the numbers lost to Yunkong's fire technique. Secret technique, insect tide. The insects surged forth like waves of water, cascading toward Yunkong, effectively obscuring Ji Yu from view and complicating Yunkong's plans. How am I supposed to fight this? If these bugs can regenerate with chakra, I might exhaust myself before I can eliminate them all. Fire release, great fireball technique. Out of sheer necessity, Yunkong unleashed another massive fireball, propelled toward the oncoming wave of insects. This was a desperate gambit. While he wished to engage Ji Yu in close combat, her bugs formed an impenetrable barrier, leaving him with no options. This time, Yinkong was clearly calculating his moves as the flames surged toward the insect tide. Jiyu swiftly commanded her swarm to split, allowing it to evade the fiery onslaught. What a cheeky tactic, Yinkong thought, exasperated. Yinkong retreated, recognizing that the insect's mass gathering would hinder their flight speed. He had observed this phenomenon during previous skirmishes. Perhaps it was a weakness inherent to the Oil Girl clan's combat style. Yinkong hastily distanced himself from the tide. Jiyu, with no other choice, directed the swarm to divide into several smaller groups. Charging toward him with renewed speed, Yinkong swiftly climbed the treetops, his training in tree climbing allowing him to navigate with ease. Enough of this evasion. This method of combat is intolerable. Yinkong halted, his gaze fixed on the approaching insect tide and the watchful Hinata Yuro nearby. To strike down the leader is to subdue the army. With this newfound resolve, Yinkong shifted his focus from the swirling insects to Jiyu, the one controlling them. Onward, Yinkong urged himself, propelling himself off the tree trunk like a cannonball aimed at Jiyu. Sensing his intentions, Jiyu quickly commanded the insect tide to form a defensive barrier before her, while sporadic bugs shot towards Yinkong like projectiles. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. As he advanced, Yinkong swiftly performed the hand seals, summoning fireballs the size of heads from various angles to intercept the incoming swarm. The fireballs struck the tide, exploding into vibrant displays reminiscent of fireworks, with scorched insects raining down afterward, displaying remarkable agility. Yinkong navigated through the encircling swarm, forging a path toward Jiyu. Secret technique. Insect wall. Under Jiyu's command, the flying insects coalesced into a formidable barrier before her. Almost simultaneously, Yinkong reached Jiyu's front, when suddenly, shurikens flew from behind him. Due to Yinkong's rapid advance, Hinata Yuro was unable to intervene effectively, left trailing far behind. Consequently, Yuro could only launch a few shurikens in a feeble attempt to slow Yinkong's momentum. Shadow clone technique. In midair, Yinkong performed the hand seals, and with a pop, a clone appeared beside him, its kunai weaving a protective net before him. The shurikens were deflected as the clones surged toward Yuro, who was now closing in. Fire release. Flame bullet. A 4-meter-wide pillar of fire surged forth, crashing into the insect-walled as Yinkong utilized his shadow clone to obstruct Hinata Yuro. He hesitated not for a moment, pouring the remnants of his chakra into the art of fire release. The classification of fire ninjutsu has always been somewhat nebulous. Even a jonin wielding a C-rank technique can unleash power far superior to that of a genin executing an A-rank fire technique. What truly matters is not the jutsu itself, but the wielder behind it. In this moment, what was once an ordinary fire technique transformed under Yinkong's full commitment, the vibrant crimson flames taking on a rich hue of purple. The insects that formed the wall crumbled layer by layer into ash under the relentless assault of the fire. With a resounding boom, thick black smoke enveloped Yinkong and Aburame Shiyu. As the dense smoke dissipated, Yinkong found himself half kneeling on the ground, drained of energy. Before him lay the charred earth, a vast pit cloaked in a thick layer of ashes. Aburame Shiyu appeared equally disheveled. The power of the flames had not been entirely mitigated by the protection of the insects. As a result of the fire release, various degrees of burns marred Shiyu's body. It seemed that this was the end of the line. With great effort, Yinkong managed to rise to his feet, while the shadow clone confronting Hinata Yuro vanished in a puff of smoke. Secret technique. Insect sphere. A swarm of surviving insects emerged behind Aburame Shiyu, gradually encroaching upon Yinkong. In the original work, Shiyu had unknowingly dispatched countless ninja with this technique. Once covered by the insects, the outcome of the battle was practically sealed. The sparse swarm surged toward Yinkong, lacking the overwhelming momentum it had possessed moments earlier. Yield, Shiyu declared, her expression cold. Although the outcome was grim, she believed she had discerned Yinkong's capabilities. At this juncture, Shiyu no longer pressed Yinkong to act but sought to conclude the conflict with dignity by urging his surrender. Ninjutsu, Yinkong sighed, responding, "It seems I was inclined to concede long ago." Such a combative disposition was certainly not characteristic of the Aburame clan. Even Shiyu felt her cheeks flush at Yinkong's words. Yet, it was understandable. Who among the youth has not experienced bouts of competitive fervor? Very well, I concede, Yinkong remarked, raising his hand at the impending swarm of insects. Shiyu promptly recalled the flying insects, which had not survived Yinkong's fire jutsu. His flames had obliterated all the insects she had nurtured, and those remaining were born from her dwindling chakra. In truth, Shiyu was also nearing her limits. If the battle were to continue, it would devolve into a mere contest of willpower. You are formidable, Shiyu acknowledged. The subsequent course of events would typically involve her praising Yunkong and offering apologies, leading to a reconciliation between them. However, Yunkong, utterly exhausted, lacked the capacity to endure any further flattery. With a sudden puff, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing before Shiyu and Hinata Ayuru, a shadow clone. The expressions of both Hinata Ayuru and Aburame Shiyu brightened with intrigue. The fact that the Yunkong they had just barely overcome was merely a shadow clone was a revelation that ignited their emotions. When did he do that? Hinata Ayuru exclaimed in astonishment. I had been vigilantly monitoring Yunkong with my Byakugan. There was no way he could have concealed the use of a shadow clone from me. Unless he employed the shadow clone before entering the woods, diverting our pursuit, Shiyu interjected. The realization struck them that Yunkong had slipped away from them in a mere instant, prompting them to ponder when he had executed the shadow clone technique. Damn brat, Shiyu cursed. For anyone who had just triumphed over an adversary only to discover it was a mere shadow clone would inevitably feel a surge of frustration. Nonetheless, as a member of the Aburame clan, her anger was fleeting. She had come to understand Yunkong's strength and combat style, which she deemed a significant gain. The question of whether the battle was a true victory became less relevant to her. He's no ordinary opponent, Shiyu murmured softly. Hinata Ayura nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued as to how Yunkong had become so well-versed in gentle fist. Throughout their confrontation, she had gained not a single advantage. It appeared that Yunkong's understanding of the technique exceeded her OWAS. Yunkong's shadow clone faded from existence. The original Yunkong, now back at home, hesitated momentarily during his training, although he had grown accustomed to receiving feedback from his shadow clones in an instant. That was primarily when both he and the clone occupied the same space. Yunkong felt a brief wave of fatigue and a slight headache, but these sensations dissipated swiftly. He gently shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and paused his training to methodically sift through the information relayed by the shadow clone. The following morning, or rather, by the time it approached 9 o'clock, Yunkong's routine had become utterly chaotic since he had embarked on his journey to become a ninja. Thanks to his rigorous training, his body had adapted to endure longer sessions and bear greater fatigue. With the aid of his rudimentary medical ninjutsu, Yunkong gradually began to establish a schedule that suited him. After all, each individual is unique. Following the crowd does not necessarily yield the best results. What suits oneself is paramount. Yawning, Yunkong arrived at the 6th training ground, where, like Naruto and others, he was subjected to Kakashi's scrutiny. To his surprise, he was the last to arrive at the training field. In stark contrast to Kakashi's laid-back demeanor, Yamashiro Kai was known for his seriousness and strictness. Thus, both Yamashiro Kai and Aburame Shiyu, along with Hinata Ayuru, stood before the wooden posts awaiting the arrival of their tardy yet exceptional student. Good morning, everyone, Yunkong greeted, entirely unashamed of his lateness, yawning and wiping his eyes as he approached Yamashiro Kai and the others. Yamashiro Kai nodded, refraining from reprimanding Yunkong, for it was still before 9 o'clock, and he had not truly arrived late. Since Yunkong was not tardy, Yamashiro Kai's nature would not permit him to scold Yunkong. His demeanor was serious, bordering on rigid. Now that you are all present, I shall announce today's mission. Once Yunkong, Shiyu, and Ayura were in position, Yamashiro Kai produced 2 small bells from his pocket. Chapter 72. I also have bells now that you are all present. I shall announce today's mission. Once Yunkong, Shiyu, and Ayura were in position, Yamashiro Kai produced 2 small bells from his pocket. Bells, those wretched bells. Yunkong thought to himself, having initially harbored a glimmer of hope that things might be different, only to realize that since the establishment of the Leaf Village's Ninja Academy, nothing had truly changed. Your task is to seize the bells from my hand within 1 hour. Those who fail to procure a bell will be deemed unqualified. Yamashiro Kai stated as he spoke. He unconsciously jingled the bells, which emitted a clear, ringing sound. Why are there 2 bells? Hinata Ayuru inquired, her attention to detail evident. Yunkong recognized that had he not already been aware of this type of test, he likely would not have scrutinized the number of bells so closely. Her question, Yamashiro Kai offered a rare smile, noting, because there are only 2 bells, one of you will inevitably fail. His expression resembled that of a mischievous child who had succeeded in a prank. Why? Yunkong inwardly cursed. Can't you think of something innovative? Perhaps rock, paper, scissors, where the winner passes and the loser fails? Wouldn't that be better? However, Yamashiro Kai and the higher-ups of the Leaf Village remained oblivious to Yunkong's internal grievances. What are the consequences of failing? Shiyu asked calmly, her demeanor as composed as ever, which was a testament to the Aburame clan's influence in contrast to the mere question of passing or failing. It is the consequences of failure that Yunkong and his companions should ponder with utmost seriousness. To fail would signify a failure of their mission, or rather, it would imply that they are not suited to become ninjas. Thus, the best outcome for them would be to be sent back to school, replied Yamashiro Kaichi. Following Yamashiro Kaichi's response, Yunkong suddenly felt the gazes of oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru turn decidedly unfriendly. Could it be? Yunkong thought to himself with a wry smile. I don't believe I have offended you. So why the hostility? Little did Yunkong know that after yesterday's trial, oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru had realized that individually, neither of them stood a chance against Yunkong. Consequently, under the shadow of Yunkong's formidable threat and the limitation of only 2 passing slots, they were compelled to unite against him. However, even if Yunkong were to comprehend their intentions, he would likely find them perplexing. If I am stronger than the 2 of you, it follows that I will surely seize one of the bells. Therefore, rather than opposing me, you should ally with me against others. That would be the most logical course of action. Unfortunately, the scenario Yunkong envisioned did not materialize. Perhaps only one among you will fail. Or perhaps none of you will pass at all. Yamashiro Kaichi secured the bell to his waist, declaring that even the use of shuriken was permissible. Without a mindset to kill me, one cannot obtain the bell. Suddenly, Yamashiro Kaichi's expression darkened as he cruelly suggested to Yunkong and the others. I am well aware of that. After all, during my spar with Obito, it was not merely a chaotic display of shuriken. Yunkong rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless, suspecting that the teacher still regarded them as children. Thus, upon my command to begin, you may unleash your attacks. However, with 3 of you and only 2 bells, how will you choose? Yamashiro Kaichi stated. Just as he was about to signal the start, Yunkong took a decisive step forward. It appears you are ready, Yamashiro Kaichi exclaimed. Then let us commence. Yamashiro Kaichi directed his gaze towards the advancing Yunkong and signaled. Yunkong swiftly reached into the ninja tool pouch at his waist, while behind him, oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru quickly assumed attacking stances, exchanging glances. Oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru planned to let Yunkong expend some of Yamashiro Kaichi's stamina before they would seize the opportunity to benefit from the situation. The presence of 3 individuals vying for 2 bells inherently negated the possibility of cooperation among Yunkong's trio. The aim of this trial, aside from assessing the students' abilities, was to instill the importance of teamwork. The sound of a clear bell rang out, not from Yamashiro Kaichi's waist, but from Yunkong's hand. What Yunkong retrieved from his pouch was not shuriken, but 3 bells identical to the one in Yamashiro Kaichi's possession. With the gentle breeze accompanying the melodious chime of the bells, Yunkong, with a benevolent expression, remarked, "Why engage in a fierce battle over 2 bells?" As he spoke, he handed 1 bell each to oil girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru. Here, take 1 each. This way, we need not resort to conflict. As for the 2 in the teacher's possession, he can keep them for himself. After all, it is his privilege as a teacher. After distributing the bells, Yunkong earnestly counseled Yamashiro Kaichi and the others. We are all good friends, so why let 2 bells disrupt our camaraderie? Yamashiro-sensei, do you not agree? Yunkong inquired sincerely of Yamashiro Kaichi. Do you really think so? Yamashiro Kaichi inwardly seethed, cursing. Do you believe we are so idle as to fight over 2 bells? Today's task is to seize the bells, not to share them. Gritting his teeth, Yamashiro Kaichi glared at Yunkong, demanding, throw away the bells in your hand. With a darkened expression, Yamashiro Kaichi warned, do not doubt me. Should you persist in your unreasonable antics, I shall not hesitate to demonstrate the terror of a jonin to you. Just toss it. Why get so worked up? Do you not know that excessive anger is harmful? Be cautious, or you might burst a lung. Yunkong thought to himself, yet noticing Yamashiro Kaichi's impending eruption, he chose to refrain from provoking him further. It was not that Yunkong sought trouble. Rather, he was simply weary. Having just engaged in a bout with oil girl Shiyu yesterday, it appeared he was on the verge of another fight today, one he was certain to lose. Yunkong secretly hoped that Yamashiro Kaichi would become so enraged that he would expel him. However, judging by Yamashiro Kaichi's demeanor, the likelihood of being expelled was slim, while the probability of receiving a beating was considerably higher. Upon witnessing Yunkong obediently discard the bell, Yamashiro Kaichi's expression softened somewhat. Very well, let us begin. Your task is to seize the bell from my possession, within this training ground, regardless of the method you employ. As long as you can acquire the bell, you will be deemed successful. With Yamashiro Kaichi's words, Yun Kong, along with Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, vanished from his sight in an instant. Chapter 73. Chidori. As Yamashiro Kaichi finished speaking, Yun Kong and his companions, regardless of their earlier antics, swiftly disappeared from his line of sight. The sixth training ground was sufficiently expansive, allowing the trio to quickly locate suitable hiding spots. Excellent, Yamashiro Kaichi silently commended. Though under his perceptive abilities, Yun Kong and his companions had nowhere to hide, their efforts at camouflage were commendable for mere genin. Now, from whom shall I begin? Yamashiro Kaichi mused to himself, though. Yamashiro Kaichi turned in surprise. For the previously hidden Yun Kong stood right behind him. Are you an idiot? Yamashiro Kaichi inquired. Or do you believe your strength is sufficient to surpass mine? Yamashiro Kaichi was genuinely curious about Yun Kong's audacity. As he did not strike him as a fool. Should one be weaker, would it not be prudent to utilize the terrain for a surprise attack? Yun Kong shook his head, clearly stating, I am no fool. Nor am I so arrogant as to think I could defeat you. Then I am genuinely curious about your reasoning for this approach. Yamashiro Kaichi questioned. It is quite simple. The Yamashiro clan excels in Jinjutsu and sensory techniques. Does it not? I do not believe my rudimentary concealment could deceive you. Yun Kong replied that to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in countless battles. If I cannot even gather this basic information, what use is there in fighting? Yun Kong thought to himself. I see. It appears you have indeed put in some effort. Your intelligence gathering is commendable. Did Minato inform you? Yamashiro Kaichi remarked, as he assumed Yun Kong's source of information was Minato, who had previously praised Yun Kong's talent before the trio. However, it is rather unwise for you to be so brazen. Yamashiro Kaichi smiled. I too believe it to be unwise. Alas, not everyone perceives that you would employ your full strength against us. Furthermore, rather than collaborating as a team, they are more inclined to see us engage in mutual destruction or at the very least, expend some of your stamina. Yun Kong replied, if that is the case. Their folly is apparent, yet I am still puzzled as to why you would step forward. Yamashiro Kaichi remarked. Knowing their intent to exploit you, why would you still dare to reveal yourself? Do you possess some form of assurance? Yamashiro Kaichi's eyes narrowed slightly as he mentally scanned the surroundings, confirming that no ambush lay in wait. Recently, I have developed a new ninjutsu, though I have yet to utilize it. I thought perhaps you would be an excellent candidate. Teacher, shadow clone technique. Yun Kong formed hand seals, and 6 clones of himself appeared, standing protectively in front of the original. Teacher, I shall only employ this technique today. Should you withstand it, I shall concede defeat. Yun Kong asserted, and I will gladly instruct the remaining 2 youngsters on the essence of teamwork. The original Yun Kong stated, as the 6 clones positioned themselves before him. Teacher, please do not underestimate me, or else you may find yourself in dire straits. The 6 clones of Yun Kong swiftly launched shuriken towards Yamashiro Kaichi. It seems your ninjutsu is not yet fully developed, Yamashiro Kaichi observed, recognizing that Yun Kong's use of shadow clones was a tactic to buy himself time. You appear quite confident in this technique. Unfortunately, I am not one to be overly arrogant. I will not allow you to utilize this ninjutsu so effortlessly. In the heart of the mountains, Yamamoto Hachi swiftly maneuvered, his form flickering as he traced a broad arc, evading the shurikens hurled by Yun Kong, and closed in on him. The 6 shadow clones of Yun Kong rapidly advanced, effectively blocking Yamamoto Hachi's path. One of the clones executed a sweeping kick to intercept Yamamoto Hachi, while 2 others immediately followed suit with shurikens. Yamamoto Hachi sidestepped the incoming shurikens and seized the leg of the attacking clone, using it to propel himself forward. With a resounding bang, the clone that stood before him dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The clones, having divided Yun Kong's chakra into fractions, were utterly unable to withstand a determined Yamamoto Hachi. He had resolved to teach this somewhat arrogant youth a lesson. Indeed, Yun Kong's demeanor struck Yamamoto Hachi as overtly haughty, despite having gathered ample intelligence. He lacked the patience to persuade his comrades and maximize the potential of the knowledge he possessed. Yamamoto Hachi believed that this arrogance was the root cause of the current predicament. Thus, he had resolved from the outset to exert his full effort to discipline Yun Kong. As one shadow clone vanished, the remaining 4 clones of Yun Kong surged toward Yamamoto Hachi in unison, unleashing a chaotic barrage of shurikens and kunai, intending to entangle him and delay his assault. with a series of punches and kicks. Yamamoto Hachi effortlessly dodged the erratic shurikens, delivering a swift combination that obliterated the four clones without even a moment's hesitation. At that instant, the last remaining clone of Yunkong shouted, "Fire release. Great fireball technique." Yunkong's plan was to launch a collective attack with the clones, a tactic reminiscent of Kakashi's approach against Itachi, which had become a staple in Yunkong's combat repertoire. Regrettably, the four clones had been dispatched far too swiftly. Yet, at that very moment, a fireball of 3 meters in diameter engulfed Yamamoto Hachi, shattering the earth and rocks under its intense heat, leaving a substantial crater filled with roaring flames. Regardless of whether it struck Yamamoto Hachi, it at least hindered his advance. The clone that unleashed the fire technique also dissipated into smoke with a loud pop. As the flames spread and vanished into the air, Yamamoto Hachi's figure re-emerged beside the gaping pit. The power of your fire release technique is commendable. For one of your age, it is indeed something to take pride in, Yamamoto Hachi remarked. The disparity between the two was stark. If Yunkong could obliterate Yamamoto Hachi with a single fire technique, it would indeed be remarkable. However, during that brief delay, Yunkong had completed his own technique, lightning release, Chidori. Standing still, Yunkong raised his left hand, where a visible mass of lightning chakra emitted the sound of chirping birds. The thunderous noise gradually intensified, culminating in what seemed like the chorus of hundreds, if not thousands, of birds. Kakashi's only original technique now resided in Yunkong's grasp. With lightning crackling around him, Yunkong's left hand formed into a claw-like grip. "Be careful, Hachi-sensei," Yunkong warned, leaning forward in preparation for his assault. Yamamoto Hachi gazed in astonishment at the visible lightning chakra in Yunkong's hand. What sort of technique was this? The chakra was palpable to the naked eye. At that moment, Yamamoto Hachi had completely relinquished his earlier dismissive attitude. Yunkong was not merely boasting. Concentrated to such a high density, even a misstep could prove fatal. Yamamoto Hachi's gaze remained fixed on Yunkong. His mental acuity heightened to perceive every subtle movement of his opponent. Meanwhile, he could not afford to concern himself with Yuya and Hinata at this juncture. This was precisely why Yunkong had chosen Yamamoto Hachi as a test subject for his technique. With Yamamoto Hachi's heightened awareness, he could decide whether to defend or evade before Yunkong's strike landed. "Chidori," Yunkong shouted, and propelled by the surge of lightning, he moved with astonishing speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. As Yunkong's left hand sliced through the air, the ground beneath him yielded effortlessly, carving a path as though it were mere tofu. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yamamoto Hachi. Thrusting his left hand forward, the thunder roared as Yunkong's strike shattered the earth beneath Yamamoto Hachi's feet. Dust billowed, obscuring the figures of both combatants in a cloud of debris. Was this the extent of Yunkong's true power? Yuya felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, realizing that Yunkong had not even revealed his full strength during their previous spar. The speed and force of such a technique left him with no semblance of resistance. Hinata, her Byakugan flaring, also felt a bead of sweat on her brow. This was the true Yunkong. She mused, questioning whether such a powerful technique could genuinely be mastered by a mere genin. As the dust began to settle, the silhouettes of the two adversaries gradually became discernible. Yamamoto Hachi was perspiring. He had indeed been taken aback that Yunkong's speed, enhanced by the lightning, was such that had he not been vigilant, he believed even his jounin prowess would have fallen victim to it. As the dust cleared, Yunkong's left hand was seized in Yamamoto Hachi's grip. Although Chidori was formidable, it did not entirely mask the gap in strength between them, as Yamamoto Hachi swiftly redirected the power of Yunkong's technique elsewhere. Such a powerful technique, it nearly could have severely injured me, Yamamoto Hachi acknowledged, holding Yunkong's left hand with an appreciative glimmer in his to develop such a powerful technique at such a young age. Yamamoto Hachi could not help but commend Yunkong as an extraordinary talent. Yet, Yunkong was evidently unwilling to remain passive. He leaped into the air, driving his right knee toward Yamamoto Hachi, taken aback by Yunkong's tenacity. Yamamoto Hachi was caught off guard as Yunkong advanced to the next phase of his attack without a hint of hesitation. However, in Yamamoto Hachi's eyes, such an assault was trivial. He raised his left arm effortlessly, blocking Yunkong's strike with ease. At that moment, Yunkong's right hand descended at a sharp angle toward Yamamoto Hachi's head. In a split second, Yamamoto Hachi tilted his head back, narrowly evading Yunkong's punch. He observed the corners of Yunkong's mouth curl into a smile. Indeed, Yunkong had a plan. His descending fist transformed into an open hand, reaching for the bells at Yamamoto Hachi's waist. Don't be foolish. Yinkong had no intention of causing harm. His target was the bells. The sequence of movements was inspired by the battle between Sasuke and Kakashi over the bells. However, Yinkong was determined not to suffer the same fate as Sasuke as Yinkong's hand reached for the bells. Yamamoto Hachi, realizing Yinkong's intention, swiftly attempted to evade. Yet, Yinkong was not about to grant him that luxury. He grasped Yamamoto Hachi's wrist and yanked him forward. Caught off guard, Yamamoto Hachi found himself with his bells snatched from his waist. As Yamamoto Hachi broke free of Yinkong's grasp, his expression darkened. He never anticipated that a fleeting moment of carelessness would lead to his undoing, allowing Yinkong to seize the opportunity and snatch the bells from his waist. How could he teach Yinkong the spirit of teamwork now, having been bested by a mere genin? Thank you, Hachi-sensei, Yinkong exclaimed, lifting the two bells triumphantly. Ignoring Yamamoto Hachi's now grim demeanor, he shook the bells in his hands and called out. You two should have seen enough by now. Hurry over here. First come, first served. Yinkong's voice echoed through the woods, prompting Yuya and Hinata to leap into view, to Yinkong's surprise. However, the two were not engaged in a battle against each other, but instead glared menacingly at him. What in the world is happening? This is not how the story was supposed to unfold. Yinkong gazed at the envious glances exchanged between Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, and internally sighed. What is this? Now that there is only one bell, your hostility towards me seems utterly futile. He raised the bell in his hand, gesturing towards Yamashiro Hachi and Hinata Yuru in the mountains. Hurry up and turn against each other so I can enjoy the show. Quickly, quickly, Yinkong urged in his mind. Unfortunately, his wishes went unfulfilled. Oil Girl Shiyu coldly remarked, Naturally, we are no match for Teacher Hachi. But we are quite confident in snatching the bell from you. Her icy words completely dismantled Yinkong's lewd aspirations. Hey, are you two conspiring against me? Can you read my mind and discern my innermost thoughts? Yinkong speculated. Chapter 75. A lesson. Oil Girl Shiyu's chilling remarks utterly shattered Yinkong's base desires. Are you two really playing me? Can you truly read my mind? Yinkong pondered. However, it was evident that Yinkong was overthinking. Even the current clan leader of Yamashiro could not simply conjure someone's thoughts out of thin air. Facing the encroaching Shiyu and Yuru, Yinkong unexpectedly chuckled. Are you both foolish or genuinely naive? Surely, you do not believe that I am an easy target. Since you are so obstinate, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of Teacher Hachi. With that, Yinkong tossed the bell onto the ground. Seeing Yinkong carelessly discard the bell he had fought so hard to seize, Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru dared not underestimate him. It was clear that Yinkong was enraged. Though whether his anger stemmed from their mutual hostility was debatable. You seem to be taking this seriously now. Come on, Yinkong, let us settle this openly and fairly, Oil Girl Shiyu declared, with a buzzing sound. Countless parasitic insects surged from her, swirling in the air. The essence of a ninja lies in their ability to avoid the foolish. Yinkong, possessing some experience, noted that Shiyu's demeanor was uncharacteristic of the Oil Girl clan, who were typically composed and exuded a sense of steadiness. Why did he not detect any of that in her, especially when this lad dared to propose an open duel? Without uttering a word, Yinkong lunged forward, thrusting his hand like a spear directly at Shiyu. She hastily retreated, realizing that in close combat, she was no match for Yinkong. Hinata Yuru rushed forward to aid Shiyu in a one anticipated Yinkong's speed would be so formidable. Just moments ago, he had not exhibited such terrifying swiftness. Astonished, Hinata Yuru gazed at Yinkong. Yet, despite her surprise, she resolutely positioned herself in front of Shiyu as her ally. She could not abandon Shiyu out of fear in the face of a powerful adversary. Years of ninja training had transformed the gentle girl into a resilient ninja of Konoha. Hinata Yuru leaped forward, striking Yinkong's hand aside, freeing Shiyu from his encroaching threat, before she could properly initiate her gentle fist technique. Yinkong swiftly swung his left hand, unleashing 7 punches that nearly appeared instantaneously before Hinata Yuru. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Hinata Yuru urgently spun, activating her clan's absolute defense that stood firm against Yinkong's assault. The rapidly rotating Hinata Yuru was enveloped in a pale blue chakra shield, effectively blocking Yinkong's advance. It was well known that the Hinata clan's return heaven was a versatile ninjutsu, adept at both offense and defense. Behind Hinata Yuru, Oil Girl Shiyu, finally able to catch her breath due to Yuru's intervention, raised her hand skyward, invoking the secret technique, Insect Devour. Thousands of insects buzzed ominously in the sky, resembling a dark cloud descending upon Yunkong. The battle between Yunkong, Oil Girl Shiyu, and Hinata Yuru erupted in an instant, yet their mentor, Yamashiro Hachi, remained unfazed as he picked up the bell that Yunkong had carelessly discarded. Still too inexperienced, Hachi mused, lamenting how a petty squabble had led to the loss of his hard-earned achievement. As time slipped away unnoticed, Hachi finally rose from his spot, where he had been quietly observing the spectacle. You have 5 minutes remaining. If you do not retrieve the bell from my hands within that time, all 3 of your scores will be failing. Hachi pointed to the clock mounted on the wooden post, which now indicated 55 minutes. This marked the final 5 minutes of the test he had assigned to Yunkong and the others. Whether Yunkong could complete the task hinged on these last 5 minutes. With a smile, Hachi regarded the 3 combatants, particularly focusing on Yunkong. What will you do now? My requirement is for you to successfully seize the bell. Once you accomplish that, as your teacher, I shall not stoop low enough to reclaim it. However, since you tossed it, the situation is quite different, Hachi chuckled, his eyes nearly squinting with anticipation for Yunkong's response. Both Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru visibly froze at Hachi's announcement of the 5-minute warning. Yet Yunkong seemed to have anticipated this development all along. Unfortunately, his expression did not reflect the excitement Hachi had hoped to witness. Ignoring Hachi's playful gestures, Yunkong approached Hinata Yuru and Oil Girl Shiyu. Now then, what have you learned from today's events? If you can satisfy me, as your leader, I might just suffer a bit and help you reclaim it, Yunkong said, crossing his legs and unexpectedly positioning himself beside them, kneeling as if he were a teacher rather than a student. What have we learned? Are you suggesting that our internal strife provided teacher Hachi with an opportunity? Oil Girl Shiyu inquired. Even she recognized the importance of teamwork. Otherwise, she wouldn't have involved Hinata Yuru in her confrontations with Yunkong. And then what? Yunkong pressed. Is there anything else? Oil Girl Shiyu questioned in confusion, realizing that the test's primary purpose was to instill the significance of teamwork in the current Konoha seedlings. Through their years of examinations, although the straightforward act of snatching the bell had not yet been fully grasped, the essence of the test lay in cultivating cooperation among the young ninjas. And then what else? Not just Oil Girl Shiyu, but even Yamashiro Hachi was filled with curiosity, eager to see what Yunkong would articulate. There are indeed many lessons to be learned. For instance, you foolishly thought I gave you the bell so you could turn against each other, intending to provide teacher Hachi with an opportunity to educate you, yet you chose to unite against me. How utterly foolish. Secondly, never allow petty disputes to cause you to forget your objectives. When did ninjas start to engage in open duels like this? If ninjas truly began to fight openly, that would be utterly ridiculous. Chapter 76. The true and false bells, Yunkong disdainfully remarked, his contemptuous tone causing Oil Girl Shiyu to feel an urge to find a hole to hide in. Moreover, you two have failed to comprehend the most crucial point, Yunkong continued. What is it? Both Oil Girl Shiyu and Hinata Yuru asked in unison, unwittingly intrigued. You are not my opponents. Even if you joined forces, you still would not stand a chance against me. Yunkong smirked, his tone dripping with disdain, inciting waves of anger in both Shiyu and Yuru. However, before their fury could manifest, an unexpected event occurred. Another Yukong suddenly erupted from beneath their feet. Yunkong's fist struck the chin of Oil Girl Shiyu with tremendous force. Shiyu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, followed by an overwhelming surge of pain. Yet, Yukong showed no signs of relenting. With a powerful punch, he sent Shiyu soaring into the air, and in a split second, he pivoted and delivered a kick to her abdomen. Shiyu let out a horrific scream, hurtling through the air like a cannonball before crashing against the trunk of a large tree. Landing several meters away, in the blink of an eye, Yunkong had incapacitated Shiyu without affording Hinata Yuru any chance to intervene. However, Yuru had managed to regain her composure from her initial panic. Rushing towards Yunkong with a single hand raised, regrettably, Yunkong had no intention of allowing Yuru an opportunity to strike. He needed to assert his dominance and establish his absolute authority. As Yuru approached, Yunkong extended one hand, conjuring a swirling mass of chakra that rapidly formed into a blue sphere, the Rasengan. Yunkong thrust the Rasengan into the ground before Yuru, and with its immense power, the earth between them erupted. A vortex of raging winds and violent chakra surging forth, propelling Yuru backwards in the wake of the Rasengan. A 2-meter deep spiral crater formed between Yunkong and Yuru, the moment Yunkong unleashed the Rasengan. Yamamoto Hachi's demeanor shifted from playful amusement to grim seriousness. He had not anticipated that Yunkong possessed not only the formidable Chidori technique, but also a jutsu that required no hand seals to utilize. This technique was equally as fearsome as Chidori, capable of visibly manifesting chakra. Fortunately, Yunkong exercised restraint, opting to target the ground rather than strike Yuro directly. This boy is truly terrifying, Yamamoto Hachi mused internally. Reflecting on whether he had ever possessed even half of Yunkong's prowess at that age, he concluded that he had not. As the felled Shiyu and Yuro attempted to rise, kunai suddenly appeared before them, pressed threateningly against their necks. Unbeknownst to them, Yunkong had concealed 3 shadow clones that easily subdued the two, with Yunkong's original form not needing to lift a finger. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed lightly as Yunkong demonstrated his strength, and the 3 shadow clones vanished into thin air. The reality was that Yunkong's chakra reserves were dwindling. After all, both Chidori and Rasengan were chakra-intensive techniques, and prior to this, he had engaged in battle with Yamamoto Hachi, as well as fought Shiyu and Yuro for an extended duration. Yet, who would notice such a detail, even with the Byakugan, which could perceive the flow of chakra within one's bloodline? It could not discern Yunkong's remaining chakra reserves. Thus, when I suggested relinquishing a bell to allow you two to engage in mutual combat, it was, in fact, an opportunity one extended to you both, Yunkong stated. Of course, Yunkong was not as strong as Yamamoto Hachi and the others had imagined. His ability to swiftly incapacitate Shiyu and Yuro stemmed from the element of surprise. After all, even Naruto had managed to knock Neji out cold unexpectedly. How many ninja battles have concluded due to a moment's carelessness leading to an enemy's ambush? Just think of Naruto's KO of Neji. It was the first time someone had articulated a desire to incite conflict among others so refreshingly and audaciously. In light of this, one might argue that Yunkong's verbal prowess rivaled Naruto's. Albeit Naruto's banter was imbued with positivity. Since you two could not seize the opportunity, I regret to inform you that I alone shall pass this test, Yunkong declared. With scarcely 2 or 3 minutes remaining, Shiyu struggled to rise, tauntingly retorting, "Even if I cannot pass, how much better can you do?" Shiyu's derisive laughter momentarily evoked a sense of the oil girl family's demeanor in Yunkong. Could this boy also be a master of disguise, feigning weakness to deceive others? Yunkong pondered in astonishment. Enough? I never anticipated that, at this critical juncture, you would still be engaging in infighting, Yamamoto Hachi bellowed, his frustration more directed at the discord among the 3 than at Yunkong's impressive display. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that collaboration was not on their agenda. I hereby declare that you all have failed. Yamamoto Hachi's voice was cold. Shiyu sneered, while Yuro appeared bewildered, and Yunkong, anticipating Hachi's reaction, turned towards him with palpable irritation. Yunkong, I know what you wish to say, but the rules are as they are, Yamamoto Hachi replied, not genuinely intent on expelling the trio back to the Ninja Academy. Recognizing that everyone makes mistakes, especially impetuous youths like Yunkong. However, a necessary reprimand was in order. Yet, in a turn of events that surprised Yamamoto Hachi, Yunkong produced yet another bell from his ninja tool pouch. Presenting it before Hachi, "Teacher Hachi, do you have any evidence to prove that the 2 bells in your possession were seized from me?" Yunkong inquired with a smile, the bell in his hand jingling gently in the breeze. The bell chimed sweetly in the soft wind. Yamamoto Hachi's complexion darkened. This was the genius that Minato had spoken of, and yet he evoked an irresistible urge to slap him into silence. In a flash, Yamamoto Hachi executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Yunkong and delivering a forceful strike to his abdomen. Whether it was due to Hachi exerting his full strength, Yunkong found himself powerless against the blow. Crashing to the ground, the bell in Yunkong's grasp was effortlessly snatched away by Hachi. Having reached his limit, Yamamoto Hachi disregarded his position, intending to reprimand Yunkong thoroughly. At that moment, the alarm clock chimed, its sound resonating in the ears of Yunkong and the others. Yamamoto Hachi tossed the bells he held into the air, lamenting, "Alas, you have lost." Yunkong, however, had ample reason for pride. Compelling AJ Nin to abandon decorum in delivering a lesson was a testament to his exceptional abilities. As Shiyu and Yuro looked on in astonishment, Yamamoto Hachi reveled in his triumph, only to hear another bell ringing from Yunkong's hand. "Teacher, the time has already elapsed. You cannot seize it from me now," Yunkong declared, having retrieved another bell from his pouch, without them noticing. What transpired next could only be described as a scene of utter devastation. In Yamamoto Hachi's fury, Yun Kong experienced the true meaning of unbearable pain. Yet, perhaps due to Yun Kong's light-hearted mockery, after venting his frustrations, Yamamoto Hachi unexpectedly refrained from mentioning the trio's passing or failing the test. Astonishingly, Yun Kong, Shiyu, and Yuro had inadvertently passed Yamamoto Hachi's assessment. Following the test, Yamamoto Hachi briefly addressed the trio, leaving them with a few words. This scene left Yun Kong puzzled. Why were the teachers in this world of Naruto so irresponsible? Kakashi's habitual tardiness was a result of his nostalgia for Obito. Yet Yun Kong's encounters with teachers, whether it was Yamamoto Hachi or the previous Yamada, always concluded with them vanishing immediately after their lessons. Were all the instructors in Naruto so dedicated to their roles? It felt more akin to neglect. After Yamamoto Hachi departed, Yun Kong intended to leave, but was intercepted by Shiyu and Yuro. Yun Kong sighed. Oh, come on. After battling all morning, you two aren't planning to fight me again, are you? Given their history of teaming up against him, Yun Kong felt the urge to escape and get some exercise. Surprisingly, this time, Shiyu and Yuro showed no inclination to attack. Yuro even approached Yun Kong, scrutinizing him closely, prompting a blush to creep across his face. Could this girl be developing feelings for me? Yun Kong mused, am I really that handsome? He unconsciously stroked his chin, affirming his own attractiveness. What are you thinking about? Why are you spacing out like this? Yuro remarked, catching Yun Kong off guard. With Yuro's interruption, Yun Kong snapped back to reality that I know I look good when I smile, but you don't have to stare at me like that. Yun Kong's words were abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Ri Xiong Yuro, who chimed in, I will be shy. This elicited an exaggerated eye roll from Ri Xiong Yuro, although her eyes were already predominantly white. I never expected you to be so formidable. Indeed, there are no falsehoods beneath such a renowned reputation. Strangely, Yunu Jiyu's tone was calm, devoid of the earlier hostility, which had conveyed an attitude of petty spite. As if to say, even if I fail, I shall drag you down with me. Yun Kong stepped back decisively, wondering if these two had mastered the art of duplicity in such a brief span of time. The disparity in their demeanor, one moment arrogant, the next obsequious, was too vast to comprehend. Yun Kong felt a sense of awe towards both Yunu Jiyu and Ri Xiong Yuro. However, the two seemed entirely indifferent to Yun Kong's caution. Rest assured, there is no conspiracy, Yunu Jiyu asserted. Noticing Yun Kong's wariness and attempting to foster goodwill, he approached Yun Kong without a trace of defensiveness. No conspiracy. Then why do I feel a twitch in my eyelids? Yun Kong pondered internally. Nevertheless, judging by Yunu Jiyu's demeanor, he did not appear to harbor any ulterior motives that in truth, our previous confrontations, including today's, were merely tests of your strength, or perhaps a means to gauge our own capabilities, Yunu Jiyu explained decisively, having perceived Yun Kong's skepticism. After all, anyone faced with someone who had persistently troubled them would instinctively suspect deceit upon receiving sudden kindness. Yunu Jiyu offered an explanation that was not quite a reason, yet Yun Kong refrained from displaying disbelief. That I know you must be curious why we sought to test your abilities. Or rather, to use you as a benchmark for ourselves, he continued. Yun Kong nodded, questioning his own notoriety that he touched his face, considering himself quite handsome, yet doubting he was famous enough. After all, he was not a figure like Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Renowned throughout the ninja world. It is because the three of you are the tyrants of the academy, notorious in your own right. That I have heard that several members of the Uchiha clan have fallen to your hands. Ri Xiong Yuro elucidated to Yun Kong. Currently, the Uchiha clan still held the title of the strongest clan in Konoha, producing numerous prodigies. Naturally, those who could easily vanquish the Uchiha, like Yun Kong and his companions, became benchmarks for ninjas in the academy. Though we fought yesterday, we could not truly ascertain your capabilities. Hence today's continuation of our evaluations, Yunu Jiyu stated. If you are wondering why, stop. Yun Kong interjected. Now that is more like it. This is the demeanor of the Yunu clan. How could a Yunu ninja be a simpleton? Do you not wish to hear my explanation? Yunu Jiyu replied ominously, his expression darkening at being interrupted. Rumor had it that such individuals held a deep-seated pride, or perhaps an excessive one, and demanded respect, the foremost of which was to not be disregarded. Yun Kong contemplated this, swallowing hard. Of course I want to hear. How could I not? He replied with determination. However, upon seeing the strained expression on Yun Kong's face, Yunu Jiyu lost interest in elaborating. As long as Yun Kong's attitude was clear, there was no need to emphasize further. After all, Yinkong already understood the reasons. Are you all so dismissive of this test? Is that appropriate? Yinkong inquired. Yet he quickly realized that for ninjas of common origin, the importance of teamwork would require emphasis from a teacher. Conversely, for clan ninjas with a legacy, the significance of teamwork was already well understood. Thus, this assessment was merely a means to evaluate the strength of their subordinates. A formality, at best. Enough. The teacher has left. Let us disperse and return to our respective homes, Yinkong declared, despite only having engaged in a couple of brief battles. An unexpected camaraderie had developed among Yinkong, Yunu Jiyu, and Ri Xiang Yuro. These would be his companions in life and death. Observing the two beside him, Yinkong noted that, based on their current performance, they were no less capable than the members of the legendary Konoha 12. How could they remain so obscure? Unable to find clarity, he ultimately attributed it to the protagonist's aura. Having concluded the tests, Yinkong exchanged farewells with the two and hastened to follow Yamamoto Kaichi's lead, disappearing into the depths of the forest, leaving Yunu Jiyu and Ri Xiang Yuro behind. With the time still shy of noon, returning home was not yet an option, yet Yinkong found himself at a loss for what to do, as their teacher had been driven away by the trio. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito were likely still undergoing scrutiny by Minato. So dull, Yinkong lamented, having initially planned his day meticulously, only to find himself with an unexpected void of time that I suppose I shall lend a hand at the Konoha hospital. He muttered to himself. However, reality proved to be beyond Yinkong's control. Suddenly, a kunai shot from his hand towards the rear, and he leaped up from a branch, landing atop a towering tree that a kunai soared from the forest. Intercepting his thrown weapon, and almost simultaneously, 4 masked ninjas appeared around him. Yinkong's gaze narrowed, yet he quickly relaxed. The Konoha Anbu, he thought. The attire of the 4 ninjas confirmed their identity. Black uniforms, purple-gray vests, long swords at their backs, and masks obscuring their faces. He recalled that the Anbu had monitored him in the past, but over the past year, Konoha had seemingly given up on him, or at least, there was no longer overt surveillance. What, then, was the purpose of this sudden appearance of 4 Anbu ninjas? Yinkong, Lord Danzo has summoned you, one of the Anbu stated bluntly, blocking his path. Instantly, Yinkong's previously relaxed demeanor tensed once more. Danzo, the head of Root. What business could this man have with him? It was a puzzling situation, and one that rarely boded well. Although Yinkong held no personal bias against Danzo, he was certainly not eager to engage with him. Danzo was a figure shrouded in infamy, a man whose hands were stained with blood, one who lurked in the shadows beneath Konoha, seeking light in the darkness. He was a butcher despised by many. A man whose existence symbolized bloodshed and violence. In the grand scheme of good and evil, Danzo might be considered a villain. His hands were sullied with the blood of many, and his actions bore a heavy weight of sin. Yet, he was an integral force, silently supporting Konoha's growth from the shadows. Without roots, how could leaves flourish? For the sake of peace and Konoha, he had taken many lives, those who deserved to die, and those who did not. It was impossible to judge the rightness or wrongness of his actions, for the consequences had already solidified into reality, leaving only the acknowledgement of his deeds. As Konoha thrived, subjective evaluations did not apply to him. Or rather, he did not seek validation. He continued along his path, striving for peace, justice, and the glimmer of light amidst the darkness. This was a sentiment Yinkong had encountered online regarding Shimura Danzo. Yet, despite his lack of prejudice, he wondered, what do you want from me? I have no connection to you. Observing the 4 Root ninjas, it was evident they had no intention of seeking Yinkong's consent. Their demeanor suggested that whether he complied or not, he would be taken along regardless. Shall we? One of the Root ninjas gestured towards Yinkong, seemingly oblivious to his reluctance. Their demeanor indicated that his agreement was of little consequence. If he refused, they would simply bind him and take him along. It is entirely in line with Danzo's modus operandi. From the perspective of the Root ninjas, it was certain that Yinkong would not decline Lord Danzo's request. Within the confines of Konoha village, even someone as formidable as Orochimaru would not dare to disregard Danzo's authority, apart from the Hokage himself. Thus, Yinkong's refusal took the 4 individuals completely by surprise. I apologize, but I must report to Lord Minato regarding a mission that I will hasten to you as soon as I have concluded my meeting with him, Yinkong stated, intending to make his escape amidst the astonished gazes of the root ninjas. However, it was inconceivable that the root ninjas would allow Yunkong to depart merely on such a statement that at present, Minato was not yet the Hokage. Among those Yunkong knew in Konoha, aside from Orochimaru, Minato was the only one of significant renown. The critical factor was that Yunkong had no intention of approaching Orochimaru, fearing he might be ensnared instead. The reason for choosing Minato over Kaizen Yamashiro was twofold. Minato was intrinsically linked to the Hokage's lineage. Being the direct disciple of the third Hokage and a pupil of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Secondly, Yunkong had yet to leave the sixth training ground, while Minato and the others were stationed at the seventh. Therefore, Minato was the closest to Yunkong at that moment. The four root ninjas exchanged glances and simultaneously shifted their stances, effectively surrounding Yunkong on all sides. Apart from the apparent leader before him, the other three had already drawn their blades. Is such an elaborate display truly necessary? Yunkong mused, surveying his surroundings. He could distinctly sense the genuine killing intent emanating from the four ninjas. A cold, emotionless resolve that showed no sign of leniency simply because Yunkong was a ninja of the village. At this juncture, Yunkong, seemingly resigned to his fate, nodded. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet Lord Danzo. However, I request that you deliver this scroll to Lord Minato, Yunkong declared, raising one hand in a gesture of peace while extending the other towards his storage pouch. Observing Yunkong's demeanor, the expressions of the four remained unchanged, yet a hint of amusement flickered in their eyes as they sheathed their killing intent. Suddenly, Yunkong let out a cry, as if he had inadvertently fallen from the treetops. The four root ninjas became alert, but upon witnessing Yunkong's descent, the leader couldn't help but think, he is still young. Despite having caught Lord Danzo's attention, he is visibly nervous in our presence. But will this demeanor truly earn him Lord Danzo's favor? He is bound to disappoint. The instant Yunkong tumbled from the treetop, he swiftly withdrew four shurikens from his ninja pouch, expertly positioning them between his fingers to launch at the four root ninjas. The captain of the root ninjas narrowed his eyes, not out of fear of the incoming shurikens, but due to Yunkong's audacity to strike at them. What a bold lad. It is no wonder he has garnered Lord Danzo's notice. The captain mused inwardly. However, admiration would not deter him from fulfilling Danzo's orders. With a deft flick of their blades, the four ninjas deflected Yunkong's shurikens in unison. They leaped forward, resembling ferocious tigers pouncing on their prey. Yet, Yunkong, lying on his back as he fell, did not display any sign of panic at the sight of the four root ninjas advancing toward him. Swiftly forming hand seals, he shouted, "Fire style! Great fireball technique!" Unleashing the jutsu he had mastered. "Remarkable," the root captain exclaimed in awe. "Could I achieve such prowess at his age? Not only does he deftly handle four root ninjas, but he also dares to retaliate in their presence, something I doubt I could ever accomplish." The four root ninjas simultaneously kicked off the nearby tree trunk, evading the flames that surged toward them. Although the fire roared with ferocity, it failed to make contact with them. Yet Yunkong's face broke into a grin. He had never anticipated that he would escape from their encirclement. Even as a Chunin, he doubted his ability to do so. Yunkong's strategy had always been to send a message to the outside world. He had no fear of facing Danzo, but he was determined that others should be aware of his meeting with him. Otherwise, falling victim to Danzo's underhanded schemes would be a grave misfortune. Yunkong was not naive enough to believe that Danzo would uphold the ethics of a Konoha ninja, extending him mercy simply because they belonged to the same village. In the aftermath of the flames, a brilliant burst of fireworks erupted from the dissipating inferno. The explosion captured the attention of many, including Minato, Kakashi, and Obito, who were engaged in combat at the 7th training ground. The members of Minato's team halted their actions, gazing toward the sky where the fireworks bloomed. "It's from the 6th training ground. It's Yunkong," exclaimed Obito, having glimpsed the moment the fire-style technique vanished through his Sharingan. Yunkong was in peril, but this was the training ground of Konoha Village. Not some secluded stream where he could be ambushed. How could danger possibly arise here? Obito pondered, while Kakashi shared his confusion, yet this did not hinder their resolve. In a flurry, Obito and Kakashi bolted toward the location of the fireworks. Just as they moved, Minato appeared before them, obstructing their path. "Minato-sensei," Obito urged, clearly imploring Minato not to impede their efforts to assist Yunkong. Minato smiled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, Yinkong is equipped with a special kunai I left for him. If I utilize my jutsu, I can reach his side in an instant. Therefore, you should remain here to avoid being caught in the ensuing battle. Moreover, you three must remain vigilant. If any enemies infiltrate, their target could be anyone. After instructing Kakashi and the others to be cautious, Minato positioned his fingers in a hand seal and vanished from their sight with ethereal grace. Meanwhile, in the 6th training ground, Uyuki Shiyu and Hinata Yuru also witnessed the fireworks illuminating the sky. Its in the direction Yinkong departed. They may not have noticed the fire-style technique Yinkong unleashed, but this signal of distress has certainly caught everyone's attention. Uyuki Shiyu halted Hinata Yuru, who intended to approach. We must first ascertain the situation. If Yinkong's assailants are too powerful, rushing in would only lead to our demise. Hinata Yuru nodded, activating her Byakugan. Thick veins appeared on her forehead, and her vision expanded into a sea of white. Like a long-range telescope, Yinkong's figure materialized before her eyes. 4 ninjas are pursuing Yinkong, Hinata Yuru reported. Chapter 80. Minato emerges. Hinata Yuru nodded, activating her Byakugan. Thick veins appeared on her forehead, and her vision expanded into a sea of white. Like a long-range telescope, Yinkong's figure materialized before her eyes. 4 ninjas are pursuing Yinkong, Hinata Yuru stated. Uyuki Shiyu's heart sank at the sight of 4 ninjas chasing Yinkong. What are the Uchiha clan up to? When did Konoha's defenses become so porous? They must belong to the Umbu, Hinata Yuru remarked, unaware of Uyuki Shiyu's thoughts. Umbu? Uyuki Shiyu questioned, perplexed as to why Umbu agents would target Yinkong. He knew Yinkong well. Being a native of Konoha, he could not possibly be a spy from another village. Are you certain they belong to the Umbu? Uyuki Shiyu inquired. Hinata Yuru responded firmly. Yes. Uyuki Shiyu pondered for a brief moment. If they were indeed Umbu agents, there must be some misunderstanding. Let us move closer. Hopefully, Yinkong can hold out until we arrive. As members of Konoha's ninja clans, they believe that even Umbu would not dare to strike at them without cause. Thus, upon confirming that Yinkong's pursuers were from the Umbu, Uyuki Shiyu resolutely decided to approach. Unbeknownst to Yinkong, who was unaware that Hinata Yuru and Uyuki Shiyu had spotted him, he grasped a branch mid-fall. Regaining his balance, he flipped upright and landed heavily on a tree branch, leaving a half-inch deep footprint. Utilizing the rebound force, he shot forth like an arrow, breaking free from the encirclement of the 4 ninjas. Remarkable, even the 4 root ninjas, who stood opposed to Yinkong, could not help but admire the elegance of his maneuver. It was as fluid as flowing water, executed with unparalleled finesse. Yinkong effortlessly broke free from the encirclement of 4 root ninjas. However, this was only possible because the 4 ninjas did not aim to kill him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yinkong to escape their grasp so easily as he dashed out of their circle. The 4 ninjas either used their hands for leverage or flipped their bodies to maintain balance, swiftly altering their direction to pursue him. Yinkong had successfully evaded the shadowy ninja's encirclement at that moment. Hinata Yuru, while rushing alongside Aburame Shiyu, suddenly spoke up. He broke through the encirclement. Aburame Shiyu inquired in astonishment that in just a few minutes, under the siege of 4 shadow ninjas, how did Yinkong manage to escape? His curiosity was piqued, stemming from a genuine interest in Yinkong's true capabilities. He didn't come our way. He headed towards the 7th training ground. Hinata Yuru continued. Aburame Shiyu nodded calmly. That makes sense. Yinkong likely believes that even with the 2 of us, we couldn't help him escape, and he didn't want to drag us down, so he opted for the 7th training ground. The instructor there appears to be Lord Minato, who is said to be a direct disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yinkong. It was the illustrious Minato Namikaze. Lord Minato, Hinata Yuru exclaimed, halting in her tracks, after breaking through the encirclement of the 4 root ninjas. Yinkong hurried towards the 7th training ground. However, as a mere genin, he was gradually being overtaken by the pursuing ninjas. In that instant, a ninja materialized beside Yinkong, grasping him and swiftly transporting him to a branch of a large tree through the Flying Thunder God technique. The newcomer was none other than the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze, although at this point, he had yet to earn that illustrious title. The sudden appearance of Minato startled the 4 root ninjas, though their surprise was quickly tempered. They halted before Minato, standing at attention. Lord Minato, They greeted respectfully. As Yunkong was seized by Minato, he felt a dizzying whirl, realizing only afterward that he was beside Minato. It was evident that Minato's strength far surpassed Yunkong's. In his presence, Yunkong felt as though he would be effortlessly defeated. The root ninjas were equally taken aback by Minato's arrival. As a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, they recognized the challenge he posed. Especially given Minato's formidable prowess. Lord Minato, the four ninjas bowed respectfully. We are here on Lord Danzo's orders to request Lord Yunkong's presence at the root. Minato nodded and turned to Yunkong, perplexed by the situation. As the ninjas clearly hailed from the village Do, so you were sent by Lord Danzo to summon me. Yunkong replied, finally grasping the situation. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were outsiders. The leader of the root ninjas, visibly irate, felt that Yunkong's response was dismissive, as if he had failed to appreciate the gravity of their message. Yet, the root ninjas remained stoic, fully aware that Minato would not obstruct Yunkong's meeting with Danzo. As anticipated, Minato looked at the four ninjas, then leaned down to speak quietly to Yunkong. You can trust them. I will inform the Hokage about this matter. Clearly, Minato sensed Yunkong's distrust towards Danzo and sought to reassure him. Yunkong nodded, understanding that Minato's current reputation would not suffice to shield him from Danzo's influence. If it were Jiraiya or one of the other legendary Sannin, it might be different. However, Yunkong's intention was never to have Minato confront Danzo on his behalf. He simply wished to avoid an unannounced meeting with Danzo. For both his safety and future, Yunkong did not want to inadvertently find himself coerced into joining the root, a place not meant for the ordinary. As long as he communicated the fact of his meeting with Danzo, at least he could prevent Danzo from openly threatening him and avoid being forced into actions he did not consent to. Thus, he found himself with some room to maneuver. With his objectives achieved, Yunkong smiled at Minato, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Minato." He bowed slightly in gratitude. Minato understood that Yunkong was not afraid to meet Danzo, but rather did not wish to do so in silence. Once word spread that Yunkong had been summoned by Danzo, their meeting would be out in the open, no matter Danzo's character. He could not act against Yunkong in public, for the village would not tolerate a ninja turning against its own. This was reminiscent of the fallout after the Orochimaru incident, where all of Orochimaru's contributions to Konoha were disregarded. Minato initially intended to report this to the Hokage to exert pressure on Danzo for Yunkong's protection. But it seemed unnecessary. As long as the third Hokage was informed of Yunkong's departure with Danzo, Yunkong's safety would be assured. Let us go, Yunkong said, stepping away from Minato to address the four root ninjas. Understanding Yunkong's intentions, Minato did not hinder him. Watching as Yunkong followed the four ninjas into the unknown, Hinata Yuro, who had come to a halt, turned to Aburame Shiyu. What happened? Did Lord Minato not stop him? Aburame Shiyu replied with a slight shake of his head. Could it be that the Hokage invited him? Did Yunkong ask Lord Minato to verify the identities of those four ninjas? He pondered. Despite being members of ninja clans, they had no access to the intelligence of the root. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, he stood before a figure instilling fear across the five great nations, the root leader. Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Danzo did not exhibit the cunning of his later years, though a palpable aura of menace surrounded him. Clad in the attire of a shadow ninja, his right eye was obscured by thick white bandages, nearly concealing the right half of his face. I asked that a Sharingan concealed beneath those bandages. Has Danzo already undergone the transplant? Yunkong mused. Had Kakashi not been the first to receive a Sharingan? It was said that Obito's fate had been tied to Kakashi's acquisition of his eye, leading him down a path of coveting others' bloodlines. However, Yunkong soon realized that, as an ordinary ninja within Konoha, he lacked the standing to engage with Danzo or uncover his secrets. Thus, he stood before Danzo, lost in thought, until Danzo broke the silence. You are the first individual since the third Hokage to dare lose focus in my presence. Danzo's words jolted Yunkong from his reverie. Do you flatter me? He responded, uncertain of Danzo's exact meaning but perceiving a hint of praise in his tone, and thus offered his thanks politely. Yet, this polite response was seen by Danzo as a sign of disrespect. Nonetheless, Danzo dismissed it. His status was too elevated to be perturbed by such trivialities. I hear you have been quite reluctant to meet with me, Danzo inquired. Reluctant, indeed, Yunkong thought to himself. Why would I wish to meet with the leader of the shadows? You are hardly a captivating figure. Yet, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, knowing that defiance could jeopardize his standing in Konoha. Acknowledging the difference in their statuses, Yinkong shook his head vehemently, denying any reluctance. When Lord Danzo extends an invitation, how could I possibly decline? It would be an honor to respond to your summons, Yinkong stated, adopting a deferential tone, as is customary in the world of shinobi where one must acknowledge their superiors. However, Yinkong realized that such a response was ill-suited. What if Danzo, that wretched fellow, seized the opportunity to ensnare him within the roots? In that case, Yinkong would find himself bereft of solace, unable even to shed tears. Thus, after much contemplation, Yinkong could only respond with, however, in Danzo's eyes. This became evidence of my impoliteness, so, you dare not come? Danzo inquired. Damn it, Yinkong cursed inwardly. You are a high-ranking official in the village. What do you seek by nitpicking the words of a mere nobody like me? Can you not exhibit a modicum of magnanimity? Yinkong could only offer a hollow laugh and, with an acute sense of self-preservation, chose to remain silent in the face of Danzo's interrogation. Yet, it was evident that Danzo was not inclined to let Yinkong evade this scrutiny so easily. He deemed it necessary to admonish Yinkong, at least instilling in him a sense of reverence for the roots, to take pride in being part of them, though it appeared that Yinkong did not possess such reverence. In fact, Danzo sensed that Yinkong regarded the roots with disdain, akin to a plague. His expression was almost a proclamation that anyone who encountered them would meet with misfortune. Under Danzo's penetrating gaze, Yinkong felt trapped. That it seemed that unless he provided a satisfactory explanation, Danzo would maintain this relentless scrutiny until Yinkong's sanity began to fray. Indeed, Yinkong felt as though he were spiraling into madness. He thought to himself that if he must remain idle, he might as well embrace the stillness. Initially, he intended to keep silent, but every time his mind began to wander, Danzo's gaze pierced through him like a sharpened blade. Reminiscent of a student being called upon to answer a question just as he began to drift off in class. After enduring this for a couple of instances, Yinkong mused, if this continues, I might very well suffer a heart attack. It became clear to him that unless he offered Danzo a plausible explanation, Danzo would not relent. Reluctantly, Yinkong spoke with deference. The reason I hesitated is because. He paused momentarily, allowing enough time to capture Danzo's attention before continuing. My reverence for you, esteemed sir, is akin to the boundless flow of a mighty river, ceaseless and uncontainable. Initially, Yinkong had intended to liken it to the flooding of the Yellow River. But he quickly realized that the world of Naruto likely had no such river. Thankfully, he was quick-witted enough to amend his statement. Thus, for a figure of your stature, someone who instills awe across the 5 great nations, I hold you in profound esteem. Naturally, this reverence leads me to maintain a respectful distance. Distance breeds unfamiliarity, and unfamiliarity breeds fear, which in turn results in my reluctance. Yinkong concluded. Chapter 82. The Robbed Caravan. Yinkong's response was, in essence, a nonsensical fabrication, a clever evasion of Danzo's inquiry. Although Danzo was aware that Yinkong's words were mere drivel, he simply replied, you may leave now, his tone calm, devoid of any hint of anger at being outwitted. What? Yinkong involuntarily exclaimed upon hearing Danzo's words. You want me to go back? Do you not wish to leave? Should I keep you here for a meal? Danzo humorously quipped, a surprising jest emerging from his lips. No, it would be improper to impose upon you. Please, do not see me off. Realizing that Danzo had issued an order for him to depart, Yinkong leapt away, hastily exiting. The roots of Konoha indeed resembled those of a great tree, with the true core lying directly beneath the room Yinkong occupied. Yet, given his current standing, entry was utterly out of the question. As Yinkong left the building, he cast a seemingly casual glance around. The roots? I wonder when I might visit them, he pondered. Observing Yinkong's exuberant exit, a flicker of a smile broke through Danzo's usually somber demeanor. Such abysmal acting. Do you truly think I would allow you to slip away so easily? Regrettably, the roots are not a place one can merely choose to reject. Unbeknownst to Yinkong, Danzo's thoughts were far from his own. Bursting forth from the roots edifice, Yinkong basked in the warm sunlight, the grand sun illuminating his figure. Habitually squinting, he exhaled deeply. The roots, a ghastly abode, emanated an air of chilliness. After standing in the sun for a while, feeling the warmth envelop him, Kong straightened his posture and vanished into the bustling crowd. His time spent in the roots had been scarcely 10 minutes, most of which had been shrouded in silence. Glancing at the time, he resolved to head to the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Are all the teachers in Konoha so irresponsible? They all rush off after class, and yet only my instructor is so unreliable, Kong mused. Having lived in this world for 7 years, he found himself momentarily at a loss regarding his intentions. Fortunately, this brief moment of confusion quickly dissipated. Last night, I was able to save a fish from suffocation. I wonder what medical ninjutsu we shall practice today, he muttered to himself. Leisurely, Kong made his way to the hospital. Stopping for a meal at a restaurant along the way, it had been ages since he had wandered about so aimlessly, and he relished this rare moment of tranquility. However, this leisurely interlude came to an abrupt halt upon his arrival at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. Inside, he was met with the sight of over a dozen severely injured individuals, along with numerous moderately injured middle-aged men awaiting treatment. Has the third great ninja war begun? Kong pondered anxiously as he approached a less severely injured man. Sir, what has transpired? This middle-aged man bore a laceration on his arm, crudely bandaged with a torn piece of cloth from his clothing. Initially, he had no intention of addressing Kong, but upon noticing the forehead protector on Kong's brow, his demeanor shifted. One cannot judge a ninja by his age. Since you are a ninja, I shall treat you accordingly. We were ambushed by bandits near Blackstone Mountain on our way back. The middle-aged man began to explain, but he was soon interrupted by a nurse calling for him. Kong, eager to uncover the full story, could only roll his eyes in exasperation. Nurse, your timing is impeccable, he muttered inwardly. However, with so many injured parties around, he gleaned enough from the snippets of conversation to understand that the caravan had been inexplicably attacked by a band of robbers while passing through Blackstone Mountain. In truth, the world of Naruto had never been particularly peaceful. Being robbed was a common occurrence. Moreover, bandits typically sought wealth rather than bloodshed. Yet, unexpectedly, one impetuous youth from the caravan, emboldened by his martial prowess, had taken it upon himself to challenge the odds, facing a multitude of foes alone. This skilled but reckless youth was not even a ninja, merely an apprentice to a fallen samurai. Consequently, the entire caravan suffered as a result of this foolhardy bravado. After managing to take down 2 bandits, the youth was swiftly overwhelmed by the rest. Had it not been for the desperate efforts of his companions, he would likely have met a grim fate. I detest those who lack strength yet still strive to play the hero. Worthless when it comes to actual deeds, Kong lamented internally, feeling that his day was decidedly off-kilter. Observing the chaos in the hospital, it was clear that his medical instructor would be far too preoccupied to teach him today. As Kong stood up to leave, he was fortuitously enlisted by his instructor, who happened to pass by. Kong's medical teacher was a middle-aged man with small eyes named Kawashima Naoto. That he appeared unremarkable, enveloped in the standard attire of Konoha's medical ninjas, an ordinary figure among them. Just in time, Kong, I have a critically injured patient. Come help me extract the blade from his chest, Kawashima Naoto instructed. The teacher appeared to have been laboring for some time, beads of sweat visible on his forehead. Kong nodded, figuring he had nothing better to do, and followed along to observe. Despite his unassuming appearance, Kawashima Naoto was quite skilled in medical ninjutsu. While one could describe his proficiency as commendable, it did not reach the heights of renowned figures like Tsunade or Kabuto. Kong followed Kawashima Naoto through a series of corridors until they arrived at an operating room, where a young man, no older than 17 or 18, lay half reclining on a bed. The reason he was only half reclining was due to a long blade having pierced through his chest. Kong was taken aback by the sheer improbability of someone sustaining such a grievous injury and yet still clinging to life. However, as he approached, he quickly realized that the situation was far from what he had initially presumed. The wound on the young man appeared quite terrifying, yet the long blade had miraculously evaded all vital areas of his torso, penetrating through the gaps between his ribs. Chapter 83, The Piercing Wound. To sustain such a grievous injury and still be alive is indeed remarkable for this youth. Upon first sighting the wound, Kong's immediate reaction was this. However, as he drew closer, he realized that the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The young man's wound, while alarming, had evidently only received minimal treatment and the bleeding had ceased. Moreover, an intravenous needle remained embedded in the youth's arm, suggesting that if the blade were to be removed, he would likely survive unscathed. Yin Kong, I'll tend to the bleeding. You must carefully extract the blade from his chest, Chuanzhong Jiren instructed, having approached the young man. Relax. This injury is not as severe as it appears. As long as we remove the blade, he will be fine. Chuanzhong Jiren's reassuring smile conveyed a sense of competence in his expertise. Yin Kong nodded. Isn't it just a matter of pulling out a knife? Worry not. I can accomplish this in the blink of an eye. With that, he placed his hand upon the hilt of the blade. Yet, before he could draw the weapon, the youth trembled as if struck by a heavy blow. Your shaking makes it impossible for me to extract the blade. Calm yourself. My movements will be swift, so quick that you won't even notice. Yin Kong assured him that I'm not afraid. It simply hurts, the young man replied. Beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his pale face. Hurts? Chuanzhong Jiren inquired, to which the youth nodded vigorously. Yin Kong produced a kunai, swiftly slicing through the fabric before the youth. Upon inspection, he confirmed the gravity of the situation. The youth was indeed fortunate. Had the blade deviated even slightly, it could have severed his spinal cord, leaving him destined to a life in a wheelchair. Yet, this also posed a challenge for treatment. Any miscalculation during the extraction could lead to the youth's demise, not at the hands of the assailants, but rather due to an error made by Yin Kong himself. Yin Kong, you tend to the bleeding while I remove the blade, Chuanzhong Jiren decisively stated, as Yin Kong had already made contact with the hilt, and time was of the essence. With no option to refuse, Yin Kong nodded and switched places with Chuanzhong Jiren. Perhaps he never anticipated that after saving a fish the previous day, he would now be saving a person. His past experience with Kakashi and Obito had involved merely revitalizing their blood circulation. That I shall begin, Chuanzhong Jiren declared gravely, gently grasping the hilt of the blade embedded in the youth's chest. Meanwhile, Yin Kong enveloped the wound with his green chakra, initiating the healing process. If it hurts, speak up, Chuanzhong Jiren instructed, while his hands continued their task, slowly extracting the blade as the long knife was drawn. Blood occasionally seeped from the wound, yet under Yin Kong's ministrations, it was promptly sealed. Thus, the blade was gradually removed until only about 1/10 remained, at which point Chuanzhong Jiren's hand suddenly halted. What is it? Yin Kong noticed the unusual pause and whispered that it has deviated from the anticipated path. If I continue to pull, I may sever a major artery near the cervical spine, Chuanzhong Jiren explained. Upon hearing this, Yin Kong fell into silence. The thought of an artery, such a frightening prospect, filled him with dread. If he failed to staunch the bleeding, the outcome would be dire. It was said that one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade's lover, had perished when his internal organs were ruptured, leading to a severed artery. Even Tsunade found such scenarios challenging, let alone Yin Kong, who had only recently embarked on the path of medical ninjutsu. There is another way to remove it. Yin Kong's mind raced. If injury to the artery was unavoidable, perhaps sacrificing a limb to save the whole was the best course of action. Paralysis was preferable to death. After all, there is another method, Yin Kong whispered. What? Before Chuanzhong Jiren could inquire, the youth impatiently interjected. First, we must ensure your survival, Yin Kong replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, both Chuanzhong Jiren and the youth grasped the intention behind Yin Kong's words. Yin Kong fixed his gaze on the young man, awaiting his response. He had never been one to shy away from difficult choices. As long as the green hills remained, he need not fear the absence of firewood. Faced with such a dilemma, his priority was always survival, with healing being a secondary concern. After all, who could predict the miraculous outcomes that might arise in the future? However, without life, nothing else mattered. Regrettably, the youth did not share this perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "If I am to be paralyzed for life, I would rather die." His pallid visage belied the determination evident in his eyes. Yin Kong exchanged a glance with Chuanzhong Jiren. "Very well, we shall respect your decision. But rest assured, the situation may not be as grave as you envision." Yin Kong reassured him, acknowledging the youth's unwavering spirit as commendable, even if it differed from his own beliefs. Without further ado, and while neither the youth nor Chuanzhong Jiren were paying attention, Yin Kong deftly pinched the remaining portion of the blade with 2 fingers and, with a gentle flick, extracted the last fraction of it. The surge of azure light enveloped his hand, completely sealing the young man's wound. As Yin Kong completed this task, both Chuanzhong Jiren and the youth finally registered what had transpired. However, blood gushed forth from the youth's chest. no longer in delicate trickles, but rather in a torrent. It was evident that the artery had been ruptured. Teacher, control the blood flow. I will attempt to repair the vessel. Yun Kong commanded, placing his other hand swiftly upon the youth's chest. Under Yun Kong's concentrated efforts, the blood loss from the youth's wound gradually diminished. Teacher, look, hurry. Yun Kong urged, in mere moments. He felt his chakra depleting rapidly. The fierce battles fought earlier that morning, the Chidori, Rasengan, and the use of shadow clones, had left him far from fully restored at that moment. The youth had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Chuan Zhongji inhaled deeply, unsure whether to lament Yun Kong's impulsiveness or to commend his decisiveness. Nevertheless, he immediately moved to the youth's side, a radiant green light appearing behind the young man as Chuan Zhongji began to apply his own healing techniques. Chapter 84. Never surrender until the end. Chuan Zhongji took a deep breath, contemplating whether to lament Yun Kong's impetuousness or to applaud his resolve. Nonetheless, he hastened to the youth's side, a halo of green light forming behind him as he proceeded to treat the injuries in accordance with Yun Kong's method. With Chuan Zhongji intervention, the flow of blood from the youth's chest wound noticeably slowed. Hurry up, I cannot maintain this for long, Chuan Zhongji urged. Balancing the reduction of the youth's blood flow while sustaining his vital signs posed a formidable challenge. Yun Kong nodded, urging himself to be more meticulous. If one were to observe closely, the green light emanating from his hands resembled fine threads entwining around the youth's chest as they began to stitch the wound. In an instant, the green light was like countless strands weaving through the gash, visibly mending the injury. The artery that Yun Kong had inadvertently severed began to close under his careful repair. Hurry! Sweat poured down Yun Kong's brow, and he felt his body begin to tremble slightly. Managing such a significant injury with medical ninjutsu was proving to be a daunting task for him at this stage. Chuan Zhongji urged once more. The minute wound created by Yun Kong's previous action was only a few micrometers in size. Yet it was far more challenging to treat than all the previous wounds combined. As the wound diminished, the pressure at the site gradually intensified, even with Chuan Zhongji controlling the blood flow of the unconscious youth. Yun Kong strained to maintain the wound's condition as it remained precariously small. Yun Kong, I can sustain this state for no more than 5 minutes, Chuan Zhongji announced. Half an hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Yet despite Yun Kong's efforts, the wound continued to hover at a few micrometers in size. This is all I can do, Chuan Zhongji said, his complexion mirroring that of the youth. Both drenched in sweat from their exertions, Yun Kong was equally drenched, cursing silently in frustration. The self-healed wound, under the impact of blood, would almost instantaneously be torn apart, rendering any therapeutic effect utterly ineffective. It was imperative to mend the injury in a fleeting moment and then reinforce it. Much like sealing a breached dam, one must first block the floodwaters before gradually fortifying the structure to effectively manage the river's flow. Yet, the current medical capabilities of Yun Kong were insufficient to close all the wounds of this young man in an instant. Is it truly time to surrender? Yun Kong pondered, observing the profound weariness etched upon the young man's face, and instinctively remarked, perhaps ending it here is a commendable choice. The healing beam emanating from Yun Kong gradually diminished. I have done my utmost. Yun Kong witnessed the wounds beginning to spiral out of control with the cessation of treatment. A wave of melancholy overwhelmed him. Yun Kong, a thunderous voice jolted him from his despair. He had nearly forgotten the ethical duty of a physician, but to abandon a patient who has entrusted their life to you is unconscionable, declared Chuan Zhongji with fervor. The desolation in Yun Kong's eyes was palpable, evident to all, and particularly to Chuan Zhongji, the code of a doctor. Yun Kong was taken aback, noting the pallor of his mentor's face. It appeared that Chuan Zhongji was nearing his limits as well. Yet how could he possibly heal this patient? Yun Kong hastily intensified his efforts, but it resembled a desperate struggle for survival. If only Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, were present, she would surely have the means to save this young man's life, Yun Kong mused. Suddenly, it felt as if Yun Kong had been struck by a profound revelation. Tsunade, cellular activation. The moment he thought of Tsunade, those very words unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Indeed, if external forces could not mend the wounds, why not rely on the patient's own body for healing? Much like Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. With this thought, Yun Kong felt as though a door had swung open in his mind. Teacher, Please hold on a moment longer, I shall make one final attempt, Yunkong declared. Upon receiving Chuan Zhongji's affirmation, Yunkong, much to Chuan's astonishment, began to form hand seals with one hand. This was Yunkong's first attempt at one-handed seals. Although he had tried before, it had always been with a nonchalant attitude. This time, however, he understood that success was imperative. For failure would mean the loss of this young man's life. The seals, Shun, Chun, Zi, Yu, Cho, Si, Shu, Wei, Shun, were executed swiftly. Visible to the naked eye, strands of lightning began to coalesce around Yunkong's right hand. His only method for stimulating cellular activity remained the electric charge. Yet, the situation was evidently more complex than Yunkong had anticipated. Upon completing the Chidori seal, he was met with excruciating pain coursing through his right hand, as if his very nerves were being torn asunder. In an instant, Yunkong's previously rosy complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming and cascading down his cheeks. The pain in his hand dulled his consciousness to a foggy haze. However, Yunkong had no intention of merely completing the Chidori seal. He aimed to convert his chakra into the lightning attribute to activate the cells at the site of the young man's wound. The crackling sound of electricity emanated from his right hand, accompanied by the agonizing tremors coursing through his body. Yet enduring pain was not Yunkong's sole objective. He endeavored to maintain the lightning attribute chakra while simultaneously reducing its destructive force. The effort to temper the chakra's harmfulness was far more exhausting than merely enduring the pain itself. Through Yunkong's relentless perseverance, the roaring lightning chakra began to stabilize, transforming from a cacophony of thunder to mere flickers of light. The piercing shrieks now silenced. The moment of truth was upon him. Yunkong thought, casting a meaningful glance at Chuan Zhongji. Chuan Zhongji renewed the green luminescence in his hands, and Yunkong sensed the flow of blood from the young man's chest diminish slightly once more. Excellent, Yunkong thought, as the lightning chakra intertwined with his medical ninjutsu was applied to the young man's chest. A muffled groan escaped the unconscious youth, yet he did not awaken. The overwhelming pain merely elicited an involuntary cry. Had Yunkong possessed the Sharingan, he would have witnessed the cells along the young man's arterial vessels rapidly dividing under the stimulus of the lightning, their DNA swiftly separating, transitioning from interphase to mitotic phase. In the blink of an eye, the swiftly dividing cells sealed the last remnants of the wound in the young man's artery. With the rupture sealed, blood could no longer escape and was compelled to circulate through the body anew. Although Yunkong had yet to awaken his Sharingan, he could clearly discern the changes in the young man lying on the bed. The blood from his chest had ceased its flow. With a thud, Yunkong collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, feeling as though his right hand had succumbed to exhaustion, devoid of strength to lift it. Chuan Zhongji, controlling the blood flow from behind, glanced at Yunkong, who nodded in relief. Chuan Zhongji swiftly moved to examine the young man's injuries more closely. With a smile of approval, he nodded, placing his hands once again upon the young man's chest, now that the arterial wound had been sealed. Treating the penetrating injury was a trivial matter. Turning his gaze back to Yunkong, he marveled at the unexpected talent displayed by this child of his colleague. The severe wound that had just been treated would have posed a challenge even for him. Could it be that this young ninja, who had only begun his training in medical ninjutsu less than a year ago, had achieved such a feat? Yunkong had only completed the test of reviving a fish the previous day. Observing Yunkong's fatigue, Chuan Zhongji began to suspect that Yunkong had been concealing his true potential. The penetrating wound on the young man's chest was swiftly managed by Chuan Zhongji. Who would have thought you could accomplish such a daunting task? After confirming the young man's safety, Chuan Zhongji unceremoniously plopped down beside Yunkong. Witnessing his teacher's disheveled state, Yunkong felt a rare pang of guilt. Had he not hastily pressed the knife against the young man's chest, his mentor would not have had to face this ordeal alongside him. Yunkong resolved to exercise greater caution in the future, for recklessness could lead to the loss of lives, whether his own or others. Teacher, I should have been more careful if not for my actions. This young man would not have come so close to losing his life. Yunkong confessed. His remorse was genuine. Despite appearing carefree, he was not devoid of compassion. Should this young man have perished due to Yunkong's folly, the burden of guilt would haunt him for eternity. Yet you performed admirably. Not only you, I too did not anticipate the severity of this young man's wounds. Chuan Zhongji reassured Yunkong. Ultimately, this is still on me. Had I examined the youth's injuries more closely, This situation could have been avoided. Nevertheless, your method was truly remarkable. Such a grave wound healed in an instant. Chuan Zhongji remarked in awe. Curiosity piqued. He yearned to understand the technique behind Yunkong's success. However, being Yunkong's mentor, he felt it inappropriate to pry into his student's secret technique. Yunkong, astute as ever, discerned the anticipation in his teacher's gaze. Akin to a martial artist yearning for an exceptional martial arts manual, a medical ninja, Chuan Zhongji naturally desired to learn an effective healing technique. Actually, it's not an extraordinary method, it's the cellular activation I mentioned before. Previously, it was merely a theory, and I lacked the means to implement it. This time, utilizing lightning for stimulation was a gamble. His survival was merely fortunate, Yunkong explained, withholding no secrets from his mentor, Chuan Zhongji. As Yunkong's instructor in medical ninjutsu, Chuan Zhongji was well aware of Yunkong's frequent references to the concept of cellular activation. This issue is reportedly being researched by one of the current legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade. Although he has previously attempted various methods to activate cellular activity, regrettably, even the slightest misstep could lead to cellular death, rendering any real effects non-existent. It is quite astonishing that Yunkong has managed to put this into practice. However, Nakagawa Naoto is well aware that Yunkong's assertion of relying entirely on luck holds some truth. Activating cellular activity is a simple task, as is stimulating the cells. The challenge lies in controlling the degree of that activation. If the activation is too minimal, it may yield no effect at all, while excessive activation could result in abnormalities in organs or tissues. Thus, employing cellular activation for medical ninjutsu remains merely a theoretical possibility. Once Nakagawa Naoto comprehended the reason behind this, he recognized that Yunkong was not deliberately concealing anything from him. With his discerning eye, he could not be mistaken, and the burn on the young man's chest was unmistakably the result of Yunkong's excessively strong lightning stimulation that had scorched some cells. At that moment, the young man lying on the bed let out a soft groan and slowly opened his eyes. "Am I dead?" The young man's voice was somewhat hoarse, likely due to the pain that had caused him to scream and strain his throat. Before he could wallow in self-pity or reminisce about the beauty of his past life, Yunkong interjected, "It seems not. You are still among us, still here with us." The young man turned his gaze towards Yunkong. "Did you save me?" he rasped, his eyes filled with gratitude yet tinged with an indescribable complexity. Yunkong cleared his throat twice, thinking it hardly constituted a rescue, had it not been for his reckless action of pressing down on the blade's handle. The young man might not have found himself in such a perilous situation. Thus, Yunkong found it difficult to shamelessly accept the young man's gratitude. However, the young man thought otherwise. He struggled to sit up, intending to thank Yunkong, only to be pressed back down onto the bed by Yunkong. Chapter 86. The Scroll of Ninjutsu. Yunkong cleared his throat again, thinking it hardly constituted a rescue, had it not been for his reckless action of pressing down on the blade's handle. The young man might not have faced such a dangerous predicament. Therefore, Yunkong found it challenging to brazenly accept the gratitude reflected in the young man's gaze. However, the young man had no such thoughts. He struggled to rise, intending to express his thanks to Yunkong, yet was again held down by Yunkong. Observing the gratitude on the young man's face, Yunkong felt it inappropriate to claim the credit for himself and instead pointed to Nakagawa Naoto beside him, stating, "In truth, the credit primarily belongs to my teacher. Had I not stabilized your life functions, you would not have endured long enough for me to dress your wounds." Upon hearing this, the young man hastily attempted to rise again to express his gratitude to Nakagawa Naoto. "No need for thanks," Nakagawa Naoto replied with a pat of his hand. "This is simply our duty." He continued with humility. "Although your wounds are no longer severe, the treatment process has nonetheless depleted some of your vitality. I estimate you will need to stay in the hospital for over a week." He advised the young man on what to expect during his hospitalization, instructing Yunkong to escort him to the ward. Yunkong nodded, feeling utterly exhausted and relieved that he would not need to exert himself further that day. With that thought in mind, he and Nakagawa Naoto worked together to lift Nakagawa Naoto onto the stretcher, pushing the young man out of the medical room. Having loosened his stiff shoulders, Nakagawa Naoto returned to his office. Yunkong needed to document the successful treatment of the young man using cellular activation and submit it to Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Since Yunkong had become Nakagawa Naoto's apprentice to learn medical ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade had been sending individuals to ensure that every detail of his learning process was meticulously recorded for her review. Given the significance of cellular activation and the success of this case, it was imperative to document it, even if the success was 99.9% reliant on luck. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, Nakagawa Naruto was engaged in activities behind the scenes. Throughout their conversation, Yunkong learned the young man's name was Juan. However, the name Juan bore no resemblance to this young man in his 20s. During their lighthearted banter, Yunkong discovered that this young man was, in fact, the instigator of the skirmish. Surprisingly, the real cause of the conflict was the daughter of a merchant in the caravan. Nevertheless, Yunkong deftly sidestepped the topic, showing no interest in the tale of a hapless man infatuated with a phoenix-like woman, only for bandits to come and abduct her. However, after sustaining such serious injuries, why hasn't the wealthy merchant's daughter come to see you? Yukong inquired. Admittedly, Yunkong was not particularly skilled in conversation. He should have kept his curiosity to himself rather than voicing it. Fortunately, Jiawan did not take offense. He merely chuckled softly and seamlessly shifted the subject. The hospital was not large, especially the ward and medical room, which were typically in close proximity. After settling Jiawan in, Yunkong contemplated leaving, feeling utterly drained from the chaotic day and eager to return home for a good night's sleep. Wait a moment, Yunkong, big brother, Jiawan called out just as Yunkong was about to exit the room. Big brother? I'm only 7, and you're a young man in your 20s. It feels odd for you to call me that. Yunkong thought to himself. Dismissing such musings, Jiawan reached to retrieve a scroll from his waist. I in gratitude for saving my life. I have nothing else to offer, but I happen to possess a ninjutsu scroll I acquired by chance. Unfortunately, I am not a ninja, so I am passing it on to you. You must be a shinobi from the Hidden Leaf Village, right? Jiawan remarked, handing the scroll to Yunkong. Yunkong hesitated briefly before responding. All right. Thank you. He did not think much of it. After all, Jiawan, as a wandering warrior, might not possess any powerful ninjutsu. Thus, Yunkong graciously accepted the scroll with both hands. Thank you, he reiterated. Jiawan nodded, saying, Yunkong, big brother, if you find you cannot master this ninjutsu, I hope you will pass it on to someone suitable, ensuring its legacy does not end with me. With that, Jiawan wearily reclined back onto the bed. Yunkong silently nodded, pondering whether this truly was a high-level ninjutsu. As Jiawan's expression suggested, he solemnly thanked Jiawan, assuring him, rest assured, I will not allow this ninjutsu to be lost. Jiawan weakly nodded, and as Yunkong closed the door to the room, 2 silent tears streamed down Jiawan's face. Father, I lack the ability to carry on this ninjutsu. The burden of our family's mission is too great. Having faced death once, I have seen the truth. Father, if I give up like this, you won't blame me. Will you? Jiawan whispered almost inaudibly, but Yunkong, already outside the room, could not hear him. Yunkong casually placed the scroll into his tool pouch. He was utterly exhausted and had no energy to investigate what kind of ninjutsu it contained. For now, he decided to set it aside. He greeted Nakagawa Naruto, noticing he was still busy with some tasks, and refrained from disturbing him. Furthermore, Yunkong lacked the energy to focus on learning medical ninjutsu today. With a weary face, Yunkong returned home, greeting his father, who was watching over the shop, before heading straight to his room to lie down and sleep. When Yunkong awoke once more, the sky was dimly lit. Just breaking dawn, he lazily stretched and wiped away the tears caused by his yawning. From the afternoon of the previous day until now, Yunkong felt his spirit had fully revived. However, his stomach began to grumble impatiently. Yet, Yunkong made no move to get up. Breakfast was not yet prepared, and even if he did rise, it would only result in his parents enlisting him to help with the morning meal. Given Yunkong's temperament, he preferred to continue sleeping rather than contribute. However, it was evident that Yunkong was overestimating his chances. After such an extensive sleep, he could hardly expect to drift off again, with a swift motion. Yunkong sat up. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to retrieve the scroll Jiawan had given him. It contained merely a simple sealing technique, and Jiawan had already informed Yunkong of the method to activate it. Like every ninjutsu a shinobi carries, it generally includes a sealing technique to ensure that, should it accidentally fall into the wrong hands, it would self-destruct upon unauthorized activation. This method is similarly employed for important information scrolls. Chapter 87. The technique of transformation. Just as certain significant intel scrolls are handled, so too was this one. Yunkong gently erased the seal on the scroll, unfurling it before him. Upon reading the name of a ninjutsu at the top of the scroll, Yun Kong was taken aback, despite the fact that he did not wear glasses. The words secret technique, elephant transformation technique boldly adorned the beginning of the scroll. Elephant transformation technique. Yun Kong silently mused. Was that not a ninjutsu exclusive to those with the Rinnegan? The mere presence of these words piqued Yun Kong's curiosity, for the elephant transformation technique was exceedingly formidable, akin to an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, a superlative upgrade. No less. Once activated, this technique allows others to assume the appearance of a specific individual and utilize all the techniques that individual possesses, including bloodline limits, albeit at only 30% of the original's capabilities. With their actions controlled by the original, resulting in a perpetual loss of self-awareness. Upon the depletion of chakra, the controlled body perishes, reverting to its original form thereafter. Naturally, this is an incredibly cruel ninjutsu for the recipient. Yet for the original, it proves to be an extraordinarily advantageous technique. In the original narrative, when Kakashi and Naruto sought to rescue Gaara, far away, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki employed this technique, instantaneously appearing before Kakashi and the others. As a variant of a puppet technique, the elephant transformation technique differs from ordinary puppet techniques. While superficially similar to the puppets of Sasori, traditional puppet techniques rely on chakra threads for control, whereas the elephant transformation technique is governed by the will of the caster. This is a terrifying aspect. As long as the will exists, one can engage in combat without necessitating their physical presence on the battlefield, allowing for calm observation of the situation without external interference. Particularly in reconnaissance and infiltration missions, one could unwittingly fall into an endless encirclement. However, with the elephant transformation technique, such predicaments can be entirely circumvented. From a personal standpoint, it merely serves as a means of self-preservation, but for a village, it could potentially avert countless unnecessary losses in combat. Accumulated over time, such advantages could lead the village to an overwhelming state of power. Regrettably, Yun Kong did not intend to share this ninjutsu with the village. If this technique were to fall into the hands of the Umbu, especially those of the root, Yun Kong could easily imagine how his life would descend into chaos. Yun Kong nearly read the scroll in a single glance, greedily absorbing the information contained within. Thanks to his remarkable memory, he managed to imprint all the details of the scroll into his mind within half an hour. Closing his eyes, he contemplated the elephant transformation technique. While not particularly difficult, it was indeed exceedingly ruthless. Techniques that require the sacrifice of a living person as a prerequisite are inherently cruel. Moreover, this ninjutsu bears a striking resemblance to the Edo Tensei technique, both involving the occupation of one individual's body by the soul or will of another, thereby enabling manipulation of the host's actions. However, the elephant transformation technique forcibly commandeers the body of the recipient through the caster's will. While Edo Tensei employs the will of a deceased ninja to seize control, with the caster's body acting as a vessel to impose the deceased's will, the sacrifice of a living individual serves as the fundamental prerequisite for the elephant transformation technique. Yun Kong glanced at the scroll's description, momentarily lost in thought. However, his contemplation did not revolve around whether or not to employ this ninjutsu. In this chaotic world of shinobi, where lives are as expendable as weeds. Such sentiments have never crossed Yun Kong's mind. Since being cast into the world of Naruto, he had resigned himself to confront the brutal reality of the survival of the fittest, the unvarnished law of the jungle. Yun Kong pondered whether Orochimaru had improved upon the Edo Tensei technique. It bears noting that among the two ninjutsu Yun Kong most desired to learn upon entering the Naruto world, one was indeed Edo Tensei. This technique, capable of influencing the entire world from the safety of a cave, perfectly suited someone like Yun Kong, who preferred to lurk in the shadows and engage in nefarious deeds. Alas, as a super S-rank forbidden technique of kunai, Yun Kong's abilities rendered it impossible for him to acquire it. Sighing deeply, he resolved to set aside such worries, believing that everything would fall into place in due time. Raising his head to observe the now brightening sky, he unconsciously yawned, standing up and tucking the scroll under his arm as he descended the stairs. This ninjutsu was not only advantageous for Yun Kong, but it also held significant value for his father, a retired ninja of the Uchiha clan. Certain matters in Yun Kong's plans necessitated the involvement of someone unrelated to him, a figure who could act without drawing attention. Brothers fight side by side, father and son take the field together. Even if Yun Kong wished otherwise, he had to acknowledge that some situations required his father's assistance. This technique undoubtedly ensured his father's safety and preserved Yun Kong's anonymity. Stretching languidly, Yun Kong exited his room. Half an hour later, he stepped out of his home, invigorated. The ninjutsu in his possession astonished his father, who had never encountered such an extraordinary technique, even claiming that its value was on par with the Edo Tensei developed by the second Hokage. However, Yun Kong merely smiled. While the value of the elephant transformation technique may rival that of Edo Tensei, it still had numerous flaws compared to the improved version that Orochimaru and later Kabuto would utilize. It was only 7:30, and their assembly was scheduled for 8:30. Leaving Yun Kong with an hour to spare, he decided to visit the hospital to check on the young man named Jioen. Yun Kong was unaware of the origins of Jioen's ninjutsu and had no interest in uncovering them. Nevertheless, since Jioen had bestowed such a valuable technique upon him, Yun Kong felt compelled to express his gratitude. Leisurely, he made his way to the Konoha hospital, cherishing this rare moment of relaxation. It was during these intervals that Yun Kong could empty his mind of pressing concerns and drift into quiet contemplation. Indulging in his whimsical thoughts. Chapter 88. On the same path, Yun Kong strolled leisurely toward the Konoha hospital. Relishing this precious time of respite, it was only during such moments that he could clear his mind and quietly ponder, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. However, reality seemed intent on disrupting his tranquility. Out of nowhere, Obito appeared, having seemingly emerged from a corner, and caught sight of Yun Kong, who was lost in thought, with swift agility. Obito concealed himself at one end of the alley where Yun Kong was about to emerge. Yun Kong's vigilance was commendable, yet it was predicated on the assumption of hostility, or at times, murderous intent from others. Clearly, Obito bore no such malice, not even casting a fleeting glance at Yun Kong. Unaware of Obito's presence, Yun Kong ambled along, preoccupied with devising a plan to obtain the Edo Tensei technique from Orochimaru. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, an instinctual feeling that something undesirable was about to occur. In an instant, he snapped back to reality, only to find a large sweep aimed directly at him. Startled, Yun Kong instinctively reacted to the rush of air caused by Obito's leg. Before Yun Kong could utilize the substitution technique, Obito's sweeping kick was already perilously close. In a split second, Yun Kong shifted his feet, retreating swiftly as he leaned back, narrowly evading the oncoming kick. With a swift motion, Yun Kong planted his toes on the ground, propelling himself backward while simultaneously raising his hand to hurl a few shuriken at the assailant. Upon glancing up to face his attacker, he was astonished to discover it was none other than Obito. Armed with a kunai, Yun Kong deftly maneuvered it in front of him, creating an impenetrable barrier. The shuriken he launched were effortlessly deflected by Obito, who appeared entirely unfazed by Yun Kong's retaliatory actions. Obito, what's wrong with you? What are you playing at? Upon recognizing Obito, Yun Kong immediately understood he was merely indulging in mischief. Clearly, his moment of distraction had been interrupted by Obito's antics, leaving him in a rather irritable mood. Yet, despite his annoyance, Yun Kong had previously warned Obito countless times against such behavior. Unfortunately, given their current relationship, no amount of admonition seemed to curtail Obito's reckless disregard for Yun Kong's wishes. "All right, Yun Kong, just let it go," Obito said, appearing at Yun Kong's side and casually draping an arm over his shoulder, smiling broadly. This had once been Yun Kong's trademark gesture. However, under Yun Kong's subtle influence, Obito had become something of a reflection of him. "Where are you headed?" Yun Kong queried, unsure if Minato had assigned Obito any tasks. Thus, he initiated the conversation to me. Obito paused for a moment, as if just realizing the question posed to him. As Daitu casually draped his arm over Yun Kong's shoulders, it was evident that he had inherited some of Yun Kong's admirable qualities, instantly drifting into a state of reverie. "Today, our instructor assigned us to rendezvous at the Konoha hospital, apparently to safeguard the daughter of a wealthy merchant. However, for the past couple of days, our duties had merely entailed providing protection within the village, essentially acting as both tour guides and bodyguards for this merchant's daughter," Daitu remarked nonchalantly. Typically, missions are expected to remain confidential. However, given that this was a D-rank assignment and involved Yun Kong, Daitu possessed little sense of discretion. This what they call a disparity. Yun Kong mused after hearing Daitu's words that wasn't it commonly understood that, upon becoming a ninja, Tasks generally involved mundane activities like walking dogs or weeding gardens. Why were Dai Tu and his companions thrust into such high-tier responsibilities as bodyguards? Such tasks were typically classified as C rank, were they not? Yet, if it was deemed a D rank mission, it must surely be one of the finest within that category, Yun Kong reflected. Could this be attributed to the instructor's influence? Yun Kong pondered, unaware that Dai Tu's team was fundamentally serving as guides, with the likelihood of encountering any real danger in Konoha being minimal. Even for freshly graduated Jinin A.S. Yun Kong and Dai Tu bantered. They arrived at the Konoha hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, Dai Tu suddenly halted and inquired, Yun Kong, what brings you here? Yun Kong was taken aback, incredulous that after walking together all this way, Dai Tu only now thought to ask. Dai Tu, how oblivious can you be? She thought, stifling her exasperation, that I came to visit a friend who is hospitalized. I'm here to check on him, Yun Kong replied. Come on, let us go, she urged, based on the information provided by Dai Tu. Yun Kong surmised that their first mission target was likely the daughter of the merchant whom Jio and had a crush on. Where are you going? I still have a mission to attend to. Dai Tu protested. Yet, despite his words, he faithfully followed in Yun Kong's wake. The friend I met yesterday is probably connected to your mission target, since he asked you to meet at the hospital. I assume he is here to see my friend, so you can just follow me to meet this mission target, Yun Kong explained, disregarding Dai Tu's bemusement. Just follow me. What are you worth? A mere 100 pounds of meat. I won't sell you. Don't worry. As Dai Tu's confusion deepened, Yun Kong deftly changed the subject. The hospital where Jioan was admitted was nearby, and within 2 minutes, they found themselves outside his room. However, an unexpected sight greeted them, for burly men loitered at the entrance, accompanied by a visibly disgruntled Kakashi and a somewhat unfamiliar Rin Noira. The Kakashi's displeasure stemmed not from any source other than Dai Tu's tardiness. They had agreed to meet at the Hokage Tower at 5 in the morning, yet it was now nearly 8. Dai Tu, Kakashi exclaimed, grabbing him by the collar. Where have you been? He demanded angrily. True to form, Dai Tu stammered. Well, I encountered a lost black cat on the way and took it home. You're not referring to that black cat belonging to Yun Kong, are you? Kakashi shot a glance at Yun Kong, who stood nearby with an expression that suggested he was merely observing the spectacle. That I don't own a cat, so it's certainly not mine, Yun Kong replied. Why should I be dragged into this mess? He swiftly dismissed any implication that he was involved in Kakashi's outburst. Kakashi, undeterred, retorted, I didn't say the cat belonged to you. I meant that the black cat is you. He turned to Yun Kong, silently conveying that Yun Kong was the root of all of Dai Tu's undesirable traits, and even Kakashi himself had been influenced by Yun Kong's less virtuous teachings. Yun Kong silently scoffed, recognizing that it was Dai Tu who was inherently troublesome, not him. Yet, he refrained from voicing any of his thoughts, allowing the unspoken exchange between himself and Kakashi to linger. Kakashi released Dai Tu's collar, observing the defiance etched across Dai Tu's face, while Yun Kong sensed Kakashi's mounting irritation. Although Dai Tu had a history of tardiness, he had usually accepted criticism with humility. Now, it seemed he believed his lateness was a mark of individuality deserving of admiration from Kakashi and the others. In any case, Yun Kong would never admit that Dai Tu's current shamelessness was a result of his influence. By the way, Yun Kong, what brings you here? Is your purpose linked to our mission? Kakashi inquired after releasing Dai Tuesday. Does the daughter of this merchant possess such significance that 2 teams are required for her protection? Kakashi's gaze drifted toward the door. I'm friends with the injured individual inside. But it seems my timing may not be ideal, Yun Kong remarked self-deprecatingly. Wasn't it said that the situation hadn't yet developed? Why does it now appear otherwise? A solitary male and female alone in a room. This is quite the scenario. It seemed that the individual inside had no time to see him. In that case, I shall take my leave. Please inform him that I stopped by, Yun Kong said, pulling Dai Tu and Kakashi into a huddle. He whispered to them, tonight, if you're free, come to my place. I have an exceptionally powerful jutsu to share with you both. Before Kakashi and Dai Tu could express their curiosity, Yun Kong patted their shoulders and turned to depart. What kind of powerful jutsu could it be to warrant such mystery? Dai Tu and Kakashi pondered as they watched Yun Kong's retreating figure, their hearts brimming with anticipation, under the radiant sun. With splendid scenery surrounding him, Yun Kong lamented that such a beautiful day should be spent discussing life and aspirations with a charming young girl, rather than rushing to the designated meeting point at Training Ground 6. Ah, here I am. A proud homebody thrust into this chaotic world of war. How utterly frustrating, he thought. Just then, he spotted a petite girl with purple hair ahead. Despite her young age, she had an appealing figure. Wait a moment. How did she notice me? As Yun Kong approached the girl, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Goodness, he exclaimed inwardly as she turned to face him, almost causing him to tumble from the tree. Is the universe toying with me? He lamented, realizing that the girl before him was none other than his teammate, Hinata Yuro. How did I not notice before how well-endowed Yuro is? I only met her 2 days ago. Yun Kong mused, as some unsavory thoughts crept into his mind. Are all the girls from the Hyuga clan so well-endowed? I remember that Hinata, the Hyuga heiress, was also quite impressive. Clearing his throat, he worried whether his earlier embarrassment had been observed by Yuro. After all, his recent gaze had certainly bordered on lecherous. Fortunately, it was unclear whether Yuro had noticed or was merely pretending not to. She paused and awaited Yun Kong's approach to him. Good morning, Yun Kong stammered. Blushing slightly as he greeted her, Yuro hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the sky, questioning whether it was still morning to ease any potential awkwardness. She softly replied, Good morning. Her voice is lovely as well. Yun Kong thought to himself, but then he quickly became wary. What is going on with me today? Why am I feeling so flustered? Yun Kong. As he contemplated his unusual behavior, Yuro's voice broke through his reverie. Oh, I'm sorry. I just zoned out for a moment, lost in thought. Yun Kong replied sheepishly. Yun Kong spoke with a hint of apology in her voice. That it's nothing. Hinata Ayuru gently shook her head. I wanted to apologize to you. Yesterday, when I was with Oil Woman Shiyu, we did not intend to target you. That matter? It's fine. Didn't we already clear it up? Hinata Ayuru readily forgave her. Yun Kong, feeling somewhat guilty for making things difficult for such a seemingly delicate girl, thought it best to foster a good relationship with her, considering she might need her assistance in the future. Yun Kong pondered that if this incident had been instigated by that scoundrel, Obito, she vowed she would certainly peel a layer of skin off him. Kakashi would be no different. Yun Kong, I find you quite easy to get along with. Not at all like the rumors circulating in school, Hinata Ayuru remarked. Perhaps Yun Kong's magnanimity had sparked Hinata Ayuru's fondness for her, as she gradually found topics to discuss with Yun Kong. Ah, there are legends about me circulating in school, Yun Kong mused inwardly. Realizing her brother was no ordinary person that in the future, she could boast to her juniors. While I was absent from school, tales of my exploits were still being told. The mere thought of it brought her amusement. Apparently, your class has produced 3 bullies, particularly one named Yun Kong. Always tardy, leaving early, and involved in fights. All the negative influences in school seem to be attributed to him. Moreover, he particularly disdains the Uchiha clan, and I've heard he frequently picks on Uchiha youths, Hinata Ayuru said, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she smiled playfully. Is that so? Yun Kong thought to herself, feeling incredulous as she asked, Is that really how they talk about me in school? Indeed, Hinata Ayuru replied, still smiling as she observed Yun Kong's lack of anger. That I heard this from 2 Uchiha boys in your class, one of whom is named Uchiha Lu. The rumors suggest you intend to challenge the Uchiha clan by yourself. However, Hinata Ayuru's tone shifted slightly, now tinged with concern. Yun Kong, you should be cautious. The Uchiha clan is known as the strongest clan in Konoha. Even our Hyuga clan has a considerable gap compared to them. What should I be cautious about? I never planned to take on the Uchiha clan alone. After all, I am also part of the Uchiha clan. It's just that they are unaware of it. Yun Kong thought, but instead, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I didn't mean to target the Uchiha clan. It's just that those few scoundrels were too pathetic. They dared to provoke me without any real ability. So their words are not to be trusted. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern. When rumors are spread too freely, they could indeed provoke the Uchiha clan's hostility. I will be more cautious in the future. Yun Kong's heartfelt gratitude was met with Hinata Ayuru's ever-cheerful expression. What a gentle girl, Yun Kong sighed. After exchanging a few casual words with Hinata Ayuru, the two arrived at the meeting point, a grand temple entrance, where Oil Woman Shiyu was already waiting. Although their conversation had been brief, Yun Kong felt that her relationship with Hinata Ayuru had grown closer, the previous sense of estrangement dissipating. Just as Yun Kong had thought, Hinata Ayuru was indeed a remarkably gentle girl, and their interaction felt quite comfortable, as if she possessed a certain charm that drew Yun Kong in. Perhaps beautiful and gentle girls possess such allure, even at the tender age of 7 or 8. Yun Kong mused. You've arrived. Oil woman Shiyu greeted as she spotted Yun Kong and Hinata Ayuru. The oil woman family certainly exhibits good upbringing, Yun Kong commented. Good morning, she replied, recognizing the importance of fostering camaraderie among companions, as one never knows when one might need assistance. Good morning? Oil woman Shiyu remarked, a line of awkwardness appearing on her forehead as she raised her gaze to the sun already hanging in the sky. It's hardly morning anymore, but forget what I just said about the oil woman family having good upbringing. Yun Kong thought to herself. It seemed the oil woman family was rather lacking in conversational skills. No wonder they were often overlooked. Your unique way of conversing makes it easy to lack friends. Only someone as magnanimous as Lord Yun Kong would tolerate oil woman Shiyu's shortcomings, since it's not yet noon. It can still be considered morning. Besides, the teacher hasn't arrived yet, so we are indeed early to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Yun Kong promptly argued her case. Well, oil woman Shiyu seemed to acknowledge her own earlier clumsiness and simply nodded, refraining from further debate with Yun Kong. Yun Kong, didn't your parents teach you not to speak ill of others behind their backs? A cold voice came from behind Yun Kong just as she finished speaking. She realized that only Hinata Ayuru had been standing behind her moments ago. Unfortunately, the voice belonged to her teacher, Yamashiro Kaichi. Damn it, I didn't say anything bad about you. I was merely stating facts, she thought, though of course, she couldn't voice that sentiment. Not wanting to earn a beating, Yun Kong merely nodded and added something more provocative. My parents did tell me not to speak ill of others behind their backs. Yamashiro Kaichi promptly delivered a firm slap on Yun Kong's head. Kid, what do you mean by that? Do you think your teacher is too gentle? Feeling the icy aura radiating from Yamashiro Kaichi, Yun Kong inwardly regretted her words. Crap, I forgot. My teacher is known for his strict demeanor, the most formidable among the boar, deer, and butterfly trio. Yun Kong cried out internally, Minato, why didn't you choose me to be your student? Compared to the golden flash with a sunny smile, she clearly felt mismatched with Yamashiro Kaichi, whose face bore a perpetual seriousness. Yamashiro Kaichi, however, was not one to be overly perturbed by Yun Kong's disregard for decorum. After all, respect was not merely a matter of words. In Konoha, the relationship between teachers and students resembled that of friends more than anything else, like the third Hokage and the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya and Naruto, or Orochimaru and Sasuke. But that was a topic for another time. All right, I've released Yun Kong from his head-shaking struggle, Yamashiro Kaichi said. Now, let me explain today's task. Upon hearing his words, oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Ayuru instinctively stood up straighter. Even the usually carefree Yun Kong stood solemnly before Yamashiro Kaichi, ready to hear the task at hand. Yun Kong was no fool. She understood when it was time to jest and when to be serious. Your task today is to clean the temple behind you and fill the 18 large jars inside with water, Yamashiro Kaichi announced. Tsich. Yun Kong scoffed immediately after the task was declared, her disdain evident in her tone. What is it, Yun Kong? Do you have any objections? Yamashiro Kaichi asked, casting a disapproving glance at her. Teacher, do you lack status in front of the Hokage? This won't do. You need to make a good impression on the leader to advance your career, become a general manager, a CEO, win over a beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Yun Kong spoke. Yamashiro Kaichi's brow twitched, barely suppressing the urge to strike her down. Although he didn't quite understand what Yun Kong meant by CEO or beautiful women, it was evident from her expression that she was speaking ill of him. What exactly are you trying to say, Yun Kong? Yamashiro Kaichi glared at her, his intentions clear. You better behave yourself, or you'll regret it. Teacher, I didn't mean anything by it. Yun Kong ultimately conceded, recognizing that with his current strength, challenging Shan Zhonghai, it would be a futile endeavor. The outcome would undoubtedly be excruciating. Speak quickly, he urged, aware that Shan Zhonghai was not inclined to let him off so easily. Shan Zhonghai believed this insolent brat needed a thorough reprimanding, perceiving Yun Kong as the type who would only heed warnings after a stern chastisement. Why is it that Obito and the others received high-level tasks as bodyguards, while we are stuck with this menial, worthless assignment? Yun Kong questioned. Teacher, do you hold such a lowly status before Lord Hokage? He timidly inquired. Yun Kong had already articulated his concerns quite clearly, and this last remark, questioning the teacher's standing, was a devastating conclusion that could rival the most potent of techniques in its impact. The phrase echoed in Shan Zhonghai's ears like a song on repeat, darkening his expression progressively. Under the sympathetic gazes of Hinata Yuro and Yun Shiyu, Shan Zhonghai demonstrated to Yun Kong the terror of a jonin. It remained uncertain whether the sympathy from Hinata Uro and Yun Jiyu was directed at Yun Kong or at Shan Zhonghai in a mere 10 minutes. Shan Zhonghai transformed Yun Kong from a delicate young lad into a rather, shall we say, pig-headed version of himself. With dark circles under his eyes, Yun Kong trailed behind Shan Zhonghai, his body aching all over, yet not a single bruise marred his skin. A jonin is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Yun Kong mused, following obediently behind, realizing that he possessed a remarkable talent for being a well-behaved child. As he walked closely behind Shan Zhonghai, focused and diligent, Yun Kong noted the temple was quite expansive, bustling with monks. From the entrance to this point, he had encountered more than 10 monks. While he maintained his composure as a dutiful child, Shan Zhonghai paused to bow to a senior monk overseeing the area. The senior monk gestured around, indicating the tall grass in the courtyard that needed to be cleared, the gilded statues requiring cleaning, and the large vat that needed filling, among various other tasks. For 10 minutes, the senior monk spoke passionately, gesturing as if he were a general rallying troops. Once he concluded, Shan Zhonghai turned to the astonished trio of Yun Kong, Hinata Uro, and Yun Jiyu, stating, "Did you all hear that? Let us commence our task." With that, Shan Zhonghai bowed once more to the senior monk, intending to supervise Yun Kong and his companions as they completed the tasks, ones too menial for him to undertake. The workload was substantial, and if they did not hurry, they might not finish before nightfall. However, Shan Zhonghai had not yet turned fully when he sensed a disturbance in the atmosphere. Its source was none other than Yun Kong. As Yun Jiyu and Hinata Uro prepared to begin their work, the obedient child Yun Kong suddenly sprang forth, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at the senior monk. "Hey, you bald donkey!" Yun Kong's words transformed Shan Zhonghai's previously jovial demeanor into one of dark displeasure. "Yun Kong, are you attempting to disrupt our mission?" Shan Zhonghai thought, incredulous that Yun Kong would dare to shout at a monk within a temple. It appeared that Yun Kong was indeed seeking trouble. "Bald donkey, let me ask you, why does your temple consist solely of able-bodied young men, yet you require an elder like me to assist? Do you not understand that my time is precious? Simply sitting in a temple reciting scriptures serves no purpose." It seemed that Yun Kong was not merely seeking trouble, for his words carried a semblance of logic, prompting Shan Zhonghai and the others to ponder. This young disciple possesses remarkable insight, the senior monk mused, unfazed by Yun Kong's audacity, and replied confidently, "Of course, I understand that every act of sitting or standing is an exercise in cultivation." However, the senior monk paused, allowing for suspense before continuing. "Our temple possesses wealth. Thus, why should we engage in such trivial tasks? We merely need to chant our sutras, and the ninjas shall handle the mundane work." Yun Kong, stroking his chin, thought to himself, "You arrogant monks, living off the offerings of the villagers, yet you dare to be so brazen. Are you offering me an opportunity to act as a vigilante?" He gazed at the senior monk with a somewhat mischievous glint in his eye. "What a bold statement, but you are rather straightforward. Shouldn't a monk be more reserved? Do you not fear thieves coveting your riches?" After hearing the senior monk's response, Yun Kong exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Senior monk, you are quite remarkable. From this day forth, I shall be your protector, and no exorbitant fees are necessary. 8% of your earnings annually will suffice." He gestured grandly, indicating the amount he deemed appropriate. Before Yun Kong could bask in his own cleverness, Shan Zhonghai could no longer contain himself. In a moment of perceived triumph, he struck Yun Kong down to the ground, subjecting him once more to a merciless reprimanding in a mere 10 minutes. Shan Zhonghai repeated the same methodical punishment, meticulously adjusting Yun Kong's appearance. Throughout this ordeal, the senior monk maintained an unchanging smile, seemingly unaffected by the time passing, except when boasting about his wealth. "Get up, you little rascal, and apologize to the esteemed master," Shan Zhonghai commanded, kicking Yun Kong as he spoke. "I shall remember this." Shan Zhonghai, Yun Kong seethed inwardly. "Once I acquire strength, I will emulate Orochimaru and Sasuke, and take revenge." Suppressing his pain, Yun Kong rose and defiantly declared, "And you, bald donkey, do not think I cannot best you. How dare you mock me?" Gritting his teeth against the agony, he approached the senior monk and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, I was reckless, and I sincerely apologize." After bowing once more, he stood with his hands pressed together, appearing like a devout disciple. "Master, I have a question I wish to pose. Observing the senior monk's smiling yet dismissive demeanor, Yun Kong gazed skyward, his expression tinged with a somber wisdom, and began, Master, if you can answer my question, I am willing to offer 500,000 Rio in donations that I, Yun Kong, earnestly seek your guidance. In the astonished gaze of Shan Zhonghai and the others, Yun Kong produced a check from his ninja tool pouch and reverently placed it before the senior monk. The amount clearly inscribed as 500,000 Rio. Shan Zhonghai was taken aback, never having anticipated that Yun Kong possessed such wealth, an amount ample for even S-rank missions. The senior monk was equally astonished. Initially believing Yun Kong was merely jesting, but now realizing he truly held 500,000 RYO. The monk reached for the check. Yun Kong deftly withdrew it, evading the monk's grasp. The monk's smile shifted to one of eager anticipation. What question does the benefactor wish to ask? He inquired, treating Yun Kong with the deference typically reserved for wealthy patrons. The MY question is quite simple. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Yun Kong gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, his tousled bangs ruffled by a gentle breeze, yet this did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. His eyes reflected a hint of perplexity and sorrow. In that moment, Yun Kong appeared not merely as a youth, but as a sage weathered by the trials of life. Even the great monk in the temple occasionally falters in his concentration. Unable to fathom that the current Yun Kong is the same individual he had just pummeled, the aura exuding from Yun Kong embodies an intangible nobility, a lofty perspective that surveys all beings. Reminiscent of a sage who bears the weight of the world on his shoulders. Alas, the age-old debate of whether the chicken or the egg came first, a topic that has plagued my great nation for millennia, is hardly one that such a monk could elucidate. This conundrum encompasses a myriad of philosophical, psychological, and biological complexities, far beyond the comprehension of such an uninformed monk, despite several attempts to articulate an answer. The great monk finds his own theories rendered utterly insignificant under the pressure of Yun Kong's imposing presence, even as he contemplates deceiving Yun Kong for the sake of 500,000 taels. He feels that his usual profound words are rendered shamefully trivial in comparison. Eventually, the weight of Yun Kong's sorrowful gaze, directed skyward at a 45-degree angle, dissipates. Without a hint of worldly concern, Yun Kong poses a question. Indeed, it is a question, and he now radiates an aura that commands reverence, evoking an involuntary sense of worship from those around him. Do you understand? Yun Kong softly inquires, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Strangely, this contempt stirs no anger within the great monk, leaving only an overwhelming sense of shame. Do you understand? Do you understand? Each repetition of this phrase deepens the monk's embarrassment, until he feels as though he might retreat into his very clothing. Suddenly, Yun Kong takes 2 steps back, swiftly retracting the check from his hand, and in that instant, the sage-like aura vanishes without a trace. That I knew you wouldn't know that you're too foolish. Even if I offered you money, you wouldn't dare accept it, he mocks, followed by a sympathetic sigh. The monk's complexion shifts from red to purple, and finally to a dark hue. Recognizing that Yun Kong is merely toying with him, the monk is compelled to endure the taunts that go and get to work, he commands, turning to leave. His anger, born of humiliation, only adds to Yun Kong's amusement. What a bore, Yun Kong mutters, prompting the monk to quicken his pace. He resolves to blacklist Yun Kong for future tasks. The swift turn of events leaves the likes of Shan Zhonghai momentarily bewildered as the monk departs. Just moments ago, they were enveloped in the grandeur of Yun Kong's noble demeanor, only to witness him revert to his former mischievous self, leaving them at a loss to discern which version of Yun Kong is the true one. Fortunately, such matters do not warrant excessive concern. Clearing his throat, Shan Zhonghai states, enough of this nonsense. Let us get back to work. He casts a particularly stern glance at Yun Kong, a clear warning to behave and avoid causing trouble. Damn, I'm being so good, and you dare accuse me of causing trouble, Yun Kong retorts silently, though he realizes he is not the only one at a loss for words. The others would feel the same if they knew his true thoughts. Enough chatter, let us get to work. We have a heavy workload, and we aim to finish before nightfall. Shan Zhonghai instructs once more. In truth, the task of cleaning the courtyard is not arduous. The challenge lies in the dense thicket that conceals the rear of the temple. If left for Yun Kong and the others to clear, it would likely take an eternity. You two, go and clean the large Buddha statue inside the temple and tidy up the courtyard. Leave the task of clearing the thicket and fetching water to me, Yin Kong proposes. Among these tasks, the most time-consuming will be clearing the thicket, while fetching enough water to fill 18 large jars will be the most physically demanding. Each jar stands nearly 2 meters tall, and given the current capacity of Yin Kong and his companions, it would require 20 trips to transport a single jar of water. Remarkably, Yin Kong has chosen the two most challenging tasks for himself, delegating the simpler ones to Hinata Yuru and Yunyushiyu.is. This kid truly that energetic, Shanzhong Hai muses. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Hinata Yuru asks uncertainly. Her compassion makes her feel guilty about Yin Kong undertaking these tasks alone. Rest assured, Yin Kong replies, though it is Yunyushiyu who speaks for him. Yin Kong is not impulsive. If he has made a promise, he will certainly fulfill it. Who are you to say I can do it? Yin Kong thinks to himself, yet the affirmation from Yunyushiyu feels as sweet as honey. Indeed, flattery is universally appreciated. I'll handle it in no time. Yin Kong assures Yunyushiyu with a nod before swiftly moving towards the expansive thicket, which he estimates to cover a staggering 10 acres. This thicket has long since exceeded the boundaries of the temple grounds. He gestures to Shanzhong Hai, questioning, is this truly the thicket? Under Yin Kong's gaze, Shanzhong Hai shamelessly nods in affirmation, though he neglects to inform Yin Kong that only the interior of the courtyard needs to be cleared, while the area beyond can be disregarded. Yin Kong remains unaware and merely marvels at the vast expanse of grass, expressing a sigh of wonder. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Yin Kong forms hand seals, conjuring a 3-meter-wide fireball that scorches a massive swath of the overgrowth. Yet, in comparison to the 10-acre expanse, this fireball seems minuscule. Nevertheless, Yin Kong never intended for a single fireball to eradicate all the weeds. He merely aims to ignite various spots within the thicket. The dense growth of the weeds leads him to forego a meticulous approach, opting instead to light a few fires and let them consume the surrounding vegetation. Gliding along the edge of the thicket like a specter, Yin Kong sends fireballs into the underbrush, regrettably noting that the weeds, while abundant, are not yet dry enough to easily catch fire. Otherwise, he could have simply used a torch and run around the perimeter. Yin Kong's fire release technique proves effective. Within half an hour, he returns to his starting point, slightly breathless, but the entire thicket is now ablaze. Black smoke billows upward, shrouding the air. As he wonders what could be hidden within the depths of the weeds, perhaps their moisture is to blame. Nevertheless, he pays it no mind, as his sole task is to incinerate the thicket. With beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Yin Kong feels the fatigue set in after circling the expansive thicket and repeatedly employing his fire release technique. Not bad, Shanzhong Hai remarks simply, observing the flames engulfing the overgrowth. But how do you plan to extinguish the fire afterward? If it spirals out of control, you'll be in serious trouble. Most of the buildings in Konoha are made of wood. He questions, his tone casual, perhaps a subtle challenge to Yin Kong's seemingly effortless approach, oblivious to the challenges he faces in delegating these tasks. I want to let us set aside the fact that this thicket is isolated, but considering how I've set the fire, unless an unforeseen force intervenes, there's no reason for concern, Yin Kong explains. Having deliberately ignited the perimeter to prevent any unnecessary disasters, as for unforeseen circumstances, such as a sudden gale sweeping through and directing the flames toward the village, such occurrences are implausible given the weather and the geography of Konoha. Yin Kong recognizes the casual nature of Shanzhong Hai's inquiry and understands that it was merely a rhetorical question. He chuckles softly, choosing not to respond. Don't be disheartened, teacher. This task doesn't truly impart any knowledge. Are you attempting to teach us the art of disguise, or are you hoping to strengthen our physical endurance through these activities? Shanzhong Hai remains silent, but Yin Kong has evidently struck a chord. However, Yamahai harbored doubts. Since Yin Kong was aware of the purpose behind these tasks, why did he not execute them diligently? Such disguises held no significance. Did battles among ninjas truly concern the casualties of civilians? As a perceptive ninja, did you truly believe these disguises could evade your awareness? It seemed Yin Kong had seen through Yamahai's thoughts and explained, a ninja is a ninja, no matter how one conceals oneself. The unique aura of a ninja cannot be masked. Rather than expending energy learning to disguise one's identity, one should focus on honing their ninjutsu skills. Yamahai responded to this, regarding the physical training. It would remain merely an amateur endeavor. It would be prudent to prioritize completing these tasks and engage in more practical exercises. Before them, a raging inferno blazed, the flames having completely engulfed the wild grass. Chapter 94. The headache of genius. A ninja is a ninja. No matter how one conceals oneself, the unique aura of a ninja cannot be masked, rather than expending energy learning to disguise one's identity. One should focus on honing their ninjutsu skills. Yinkong reiterated, as for the physical training, it would remain merely amateur. It would be wise to prioritize completing these tasks and engage in more practical exercises. The sight before them was one of fierce flames, the fire casting a vivid glow upon Yinkong's face, revealing an indescribable expression that stood out starkly in the light of the flames. Yamahai placed a hand firmly on Yinkong's head, questioning, "Is this your rationale for carelessly burning this patch of wild grass?" His gaze was complex. It was undeniable that Yinkong's reasoning held some merit. Yet, in light of Yinkong's actions, that reasoning appeared utterly despicable. Ultimately, Yamahai refrained from further violence against Yinkong. "Since you possess such twisted logic, hasten to complete the water-fetching task in half an hour. Jiyu and Uro will finish cleaning the Great Buddha. If you can complete your task on time, we shall not undertake any haphazard missions this afternoon. I will conduct special training for you all." Yamahai stated. It was undeniable that Yinkong had a point. Ninjas indeed needed to conceal their presence and ambush from the shadows. However, the sort of disguise Yinkong proposed was exceedingly contrived, capable only of deceiving those who were not ninjas, while standing out like a flame in the darkness to those who were. Nevertheless, this does not imply that such disguises are unnecessary. After all, for the common folk, their adversaries are often mere bandits, and they seldom encounter ninjas, provided large-scale wars do not erupt. Although Yamahai sensed a certain unease in the ninja world, he remained unaware that the Third Great Ninja War was on the brink of eruption. This year marked the 41st year of Konoha, and Yinkong recalled that the impending Third Great Ninja War would likely commence around the 45th year of Konoha, perhaps sooner, perhaps later, but even if it were to extend to the 46th year. Only 5 years would remain. In 5 years, Yinkong would be 12 years old. Would he be able to shine in the chaos of the war? Yinkong did not know. The Third Great Ninja War was famed for being the battleground where Minato earned his renown, and Yinkong was uncertain if he possessed the capability to stand out. What he did know was that his foremost task was to survive, to live with all his might. It would be best if he could ensure the names of Kakashi, Obito, and others were remembered. "Yes, Hai-sensei." Yinkong nodded, his toes barely grazing the ground as he leapt onto the rooftop. The temple was well situated, with a small waterfall cascading nearby, providing the water for the temple. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Although Yinkong's water release ninjutsu was not as proficient as his fire release ninjutsu, or rather, due to the differing nature of their offensive capabilities, this water release technique required a greater degree of control. Boom! A powerful tremor shook the ground as a colossal water dragon slowly ascended behind Yinkong, coiling and writhing in the air, under the combined illumination of the flames and the sun. The water dragon shimmered brilliantly. The enormous water dragon spanned 10 meters, its tail still connected to the waterfall. "Let us begin," Yinkong muttered to himself, altering the hand seals. The water dragon did not crash into the courtyard. Although he had just set fire to the wild grasses surrounding the temple, Yinkong was not mad enough to unleash another water release upon the temple itself. With the transformation of Yinkong's hand seals, the water dragon let out a silent roar, its maw opening wide as a massive column of water fell from the sky, aimed directly at one of the 18 large barrels. Crash! The thunderous impact reverberated, causing Yamahai to feel the ground beneath him tremble. The descending water column splashed high upon striking the barrel. Fortunately, the barrels were all made of copper, sturdy enough to withstand the force. Had they been made of porcelain, Yinkong was certain they would have shattered into pieces. Even so, the force of the flowing water visibly drove the barrels deep into the ground, to prevent the sturdy stone slab beneath the barrels from fracturing. The barrels sank a good 10 centimeters. Oil Woman Jiyu and Hyuga Uro had already leapt from the room onto the rooftop, observing Yinkong as he executed the water release technique. The sunlight was just right, and the grandeur of the water dragon made Yinkong appear as though a deity had descended in less than a minute. All 18 barrels had been filled with water by Yinkong's water release technique. Yet, as was the case, maintaining such a large volume of water flow for an extended period was beyond Yinkong's current capabilities. 10 minutes would be his utmost limit. Moreover, Yinkong had cleverly utilized the water dragon's connection to the waterfall. preventing it from becoming independent. Otherwise, given his current abilities, sustaining it for even 15 seconds would have been a remarkable feat. In the original narrative, Kakashi controlled a similar water release technique on Mikazuki Island using his Sharingan, demonstrating immense power, yet the toll it took left him bedridden for a week. Although the pressure from the Sharingan accounted for 90% of that burden, it underscored the potency and impact of controlling such ninjutsu. Consequently, even now, Hyuga Uro gazed at Yun Kong with stars in her eyes. Once the 18 barrels were filled, the water dragon behind Yun Kong roared silently once more, transforming into a cascade of water that plummeted from midair. Yun Kong knelt on the rooftop, his complexion somewhat pale. The exertion of controlling such a water release technique had drained his chakra entirely, leaving him feeling as though he could not even move a finger. Merely squatting quietly on the rooftop. As for the monks within the temple, they were already bewildered. In that fleeting moment, they had believed Yun Kong intended to slaughter them. It was fortunate that Yamahai remained in the temple, or else the monks would have scattered in terror. The falling water flowed gently with the breeze, entering the temple, and soon it felt as though a light rain had begun to fall, drenching the entire temple in a misty drizzle. It was likely that these monks would never forget the young ninja they had once hired, who had set fire to their backyard only to bring forth rain moments later. Yamahai's gaze was complex, yet it was undeniable that Yun Kong was indeed a prodigy. However, could he truly teach such a genius? Yamahai found himself wavering, as this 7-year-old was already capable of wielding 2 chakra natures, accomplishing feats only Jonin could achieve. For a 7-year-old, this was both a blessing and a curse. In an instant, Yamahai was at a loss as to how to instruct this student of his. Chapter 95. The Obscured Instruction. Yamahai's gaze was complex, yet it was undeniable that Yun Kong was indeed a prodigy. However, could he truly teach such a genius? Yamahai found himself wavering, as this 7-year-old was already capable of wielding 2 chakra natures, accomplishing feats only Jonin could achieve. For a 7-year-old, this was both a blessing and a curse. In an instant, Yamahai was at a loss as to how to instruct this student of his. Yet Yun Kong could not fathom Yamahai's concerns. He bore a proud smile, exclaiming, "Hai-sensei, I've done it." Yun Kong leaped down from the rooftop, standing beside Yamahai, completely oblivious to the disapproving look in his eyes. "Your so-called accomplishment is hardly better than doing nothing at all." Yamahai felt a surge of anger within, yet it was true that Yun Kong had indeed completed the task assigned to him. The wild grass had been incinerated, and the 18 2-meter-deep barrels before them had been filled with water, albeit through a rather crude and forceful method. "Shall we proceed?" Yun Kong inquired tentatively, for what he yearned for most was to enhance his strength. Time, for Yun Kong, has never been in abundance since his rebirth in the world of Naruto. Tasks that are purely a waste of time, in Yun Kong's eyes, are better left unattempted. This has always been Yun Kong's assumption. Much like his belief that revealing the development of this world in advance could significantly alter the course of Konoha. However, Yamashiro Kaichi is not a person like Yun Kong who disregards rules. A task is a task, and even the most menial of assignments must be completed with utmost diligence. "Yun Kong, do you know what a ninja is?" Yamashiro Kaichi inquired. Yun Kong was perplexed by this question. The term ninja has circulated among those capable of using chakra for combat ever since the Sage of 6 Paths, yet, if pressed to define what a ninja is, Yun Kong found himself at a loss. Thus, he resorted to the simplest explanation he could muster. "A ninja is someone who can use ninjutsu," he replied. Upon hearing Yun Kong's answer, Yamashiro Kaichi smiled noncommittally, while Yun Kong's response seemed flawless at first glance. Upon reflection, it became evident that he had not truly answered the essence of Yamashiro Kaichi's question. Each individual's understanding of what it means to be a ninja reflects their own path of endurance. Just as Jiraiya explained in the original work, a ninja is one who excels in patience. From this statement, one can discern Jiraiya's own philosophy, while Yun Kong's answer, on the surface, merely scratched the surface of meaning. Like a hedgehog, he carefully concealed all his vulnerabilities beneath a facade of nonchalance, even when standing before Yamashiro Kaichi, the esteemed Jonin. Yamashiro Kaichi nodded slightly, acknowledging Yun Kong's response. "Yun Kong, I hope you remember that tasks cannot be completed with negligence," he said earnestly. Cursing inwardly, Yun Kong thought, "But I've already completed it. Should I pour out the water, extinguish the fire, and start over?" Of course, that was not Yamashiro Kaichi's intent. He merely sought to caution Yunkong that I understand your fervent desire to grow stronger. In due course, I will tailor my teachings to your performance and tasks. Unexpectedly, Yamashiro Kaichi reached out and ruffled Yunkong's hair, akin to a benevolent elder showing affection to a younger relative. This gesture caught Yunkong off guard. No one had ever treated him like this before. In that moment, a flicker of appreciation for this seemingly stern teacher ignited within Yunkong's heart. Yet, shortly thereafter, he vowed to act as if nothing had transpired. This kind-hearted Yamashiro Kaichi approached the recently reappeared monk, his smile tinged with an unmistakable air of obsequiousness, bordering on the slightly lewd. The life of a ninja, truly devoid of dignity. I suddenly find myself disinclined to pursue the path of a ninja, Yunkong mused, displaying no trace of shame. Unbeknownst to Yunkong, Yamashiro Kaichi and the monk had struck some sort of agreement, as when Yamashiro Kaichi returned. He wore a smile and beckoned. Come, Yunkong, don't you wish for me to commence your formal training? He called out to oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru, leading Yunkong and the others away from the temple. Despite Yunkong's bewildered expression, although this task had been fraught with failure due to Yunkong's interference, Yamashiro Kaichi graciously invited Yunkong and the others to a small restaurant for a hearty meal, declaring that the afternoon's training would be exceedingly grueling. With eager anticipation, Yamashiro Kaichi led the trio back to the 6th training ground, where they had previously engaged in their performance. Yunkong and his companions stood respectfully before Yamashiro Kaichi, awaiting his instruction. Among the three of you, only Yunkong is not a member of a ninja clan from Konoha, Yamashiro Kaichi stated. Surprisingly, Yamashiro Kaichi's opening remark broached such an awkward topic, showcasing conversational skills that rivaled even those of oil woman Shiyu. You need not regard me with such peculiar glances. While it is true that within Konoha, all ninjas are regarded as equals, it cannot be denied that clan ninjas garner greater recognition than those from civilian families. In fact, clan ninjas have a significantly higher survival rate on the battlefield compared to their civilian counterparts. A.S. Yamashiro Kaichi expounded. Yunkong and his companions nodded in unconscious agreement. If the number of clan ninjas in Konoha were 100, then the proficiency of civilian ninjas would amount to at least 1,000. However, among the elite ninjas capable of turning the tide of war, the ratio of clan ninjas to civilian ninjas is merely 2 to 1. This implies that, despite the tenfold numerical superiority of civilian ninjas, the actual number of elite ninjas they produce is only comparable to that of clan ninjas, underscoring the harsh reality of their circumstances. Of course, these statistics were merely Yunkong's conjectures, drawn from the original work where, apart from Might Guy, every elite ninja was a member of a ninja clan. Thus, aside from Yunkong, the two of you will only be learning the experiences of being a ninja under my tutelage. I have faith in the depth of your clan's heritage. Whether it be secret techniques or other skills, they are unlikely to pale in comparison to what I can offer, Yamashiro Kaichi elucidated. Yunkong's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Teacher, after meandering through such a lengthy discourse, even touching upon the sensitive topic of clan ninjas versus civilian ninjas, was your ultimate aim to suggest that oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru should not follow your teachings, but rather adhere to their clan's training? Naturally, Yamashiro Kaichi's words were not so simplistic. There was no need for such convoluted rhetoric to convey his message. Teacher, you imply that we should follow the methods laid out by our clan elders for self-improvement. While you will only address the practical issues we encounter, without deliberately interfering in our growth direction, oil woman Shiyu deduced Yamashiro Kaichi's intention. Upon hearing this, Yunkong immediately understood. For a ninja, the path that suits oneself is the strongest. Much like Naruto, who, under Jiraiya's guidance, discovered a growth trajectory that suited him, leading to a meteoric rise in strength. Conversely, Sasuke, who had once outpaced Naruto, faltered in his progress simply because he had not found a suitable path for himself, allowing Naruto to gradually catch up to him. Yamashiro Kaichi's intent was to prevent oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru from being easily influenced by Yunkong. After all, anyone observing Yunkong could undoubtedly label him a genius. With such a formidable teammate, oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru would inevitably find themselves imitating him. Therefore, by juxtaposing clan ninjas with civilian ninjas, Yamashiro Kaichi sought to convey to them the notion that their clan's training methodology, refined over generations, had evolved into the most fitting path for their growth. They should not alter their training methods simply because of Yunkong's prowess. Of course, such sentiments could not be articulated plainly. Yamashiro Kaichi merely aimed to counsel oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru against changing their training regimen due to Yunkong's influence. Now that you have all resolved to endure rigorous training, let me first assess your strengths and weaknesses. Yamashiro Kaichi decisively shifted the topic. As for the notion of remaining steadfast in one's path, it was sufficient to mention it in passing. Overemphasizing it might lead oil woman Shiyu and Hinata Yuru to uncover some unsettling truths. Yamashiro Kaichi gestured for Yunkong and the others to step back as they prepared to introduce their specialties. In the course of our interactions over these past few days, I have already discerned much about Yunkong's strengths. As for Yuru and Shiyu, your proficiencies are essentially the combat styles of the Hyuga and Oil Woman clans that I am more familiar with them than you are. What I now need to understand is not merely what you are aware of as your strengths, but also the aspects of your abilities that you may not recognize. Yunkong and his companions nodded in agreement, recognizing that one of the most crucial conditions for enhancing their strength is to gain a clear understanding of themselves. Now, you three shall engage in battle with one another, allowing me to observe your strengths and weaknesses, Yamashiro Kaichi commanded. The trio exchanged glances, contemplating how they would determine the order of combat. The three individuals, Yunkong, Yuro, and Jiyu, had yet to commence their discussions when Yamashita Hachi decisively suggested, Yunkong shall first engage in a battle with Yuro, limited solely to physical techniques. He emphasized this directive. As for Jiyu, observe closely by my side and glean whatever knowledge you can. The techniques of the Y Ninja clan are generally lacking, and I hope you can extract something beneficial from this. Upon hearing Yamashita Hachi's words, the trio nodded earnestly in agreement. They swiftly separated, with Yunkong and Hinata Yuro retreating to assume their combat stances, since this was merely a spar, not a life-and-death struggle. Yunkong had no intention of launching a surprise attack. Jiyu, meanwhile, seated himself beside Yamashita Hachi, his eyes fixed intently on the unfolding bout between Yunkong and Hinata Yuro. He could not help but acknowledge that both Yunkong and Yuro surpassed him in their physical techniques. Observing such a confrontation would undoubtedly be advantageous for enhancing his own skills. After establishing a distance, Yuro politely bowed to Yunkong, requesting his guidance. As she spoke, she adopted her battle stance, a rather conventional starting position, one hand extended forward while the other guarded her chest. In response, Yunkong raised 2 fingers to his chest, performing a ceremonial gesture typical of sparring. Then, with surprising swiftness and a hint of embarrassment, he grasped a kunai in his hand. Yuro's eyes widened slightly in astonishment at this unexpected display. Yamashita Hachi, too, coughed heavily twice, prompting Yunkong to realize the oversight. In a hushed tone, Yamashita Hachi reminded him, Yunkong, this is a sparring session focused on physical techniques. It was only then that Yunkong comprehended his mistake, hastily stowing away the kunai. During his past sparring sessions with Kakashi and Obito, he had become accustomed to relying on throwing weapons, and thus had inadvertently brought a kunai into what should be a bare-handed combat. Once Yunkong had sheathed the kunai and offered an explanation to Yuro, he sensed Yamashita Hachi's growing impatience. Why, Yuro, come at me with all you've got, he declared. Watch out, Yunkong, warned Yuro as she swiftly launched herself towards him, initiating a formal strike with a punch aimed directly at him. Yunkong sidestepped lightly, though he did not entirely evade her palm strike. The Hinata clan's gentle fist techniques were renowned for their relentless flow. Yunkong understood that any attempt to evade would place him at a disadvantage, as Yuro had countless follow-up moves prepared to counter his retreat. Therefore, he merely shifted his body slightly, positioning himself for a powerful counter. Yunkong's palm met Yuro's with a resounding clap. However, it was not the anticipated clash of force. Instead, he angled his hand to redirect the momentum of her strike, allowing her force to dissipate harmlessly. As they exchanged blows, Yunkong's other hand transformed into a knife-like shape, slicing towards Yuro. The gentle fist? Jiyu murmured to himself, astonished that Yunkong could employ the same gentle fist technique as Yuro, too, was taken aback, wondering how he could use such a technique without the Byakugan. Yet, despite her surprise, she maintained her composure and, leveraging her abilities, stepped forward to evade Yunkong's knife-hand strike. You know the gentle fist? Yuro inquired, turning to face him after avoiding his attack. Yunkong sighed, realizing that this sparring session was ill-suited for him. Just moments ago, as Yuro evaded his strike, he felt the urge to unleash shuriken, but he refrained. I do not, he replied, shaking his head. When did I ever learn the gentle fist? I merely recall a few moves from Tai Chi. There are indeed similarities between Tai Chi and the gentle fist, particularly in the principle of overcoming brute force with gentleness. Be careful now, he warned, and without further ado, he unleashed a surge of chakra, propelling himself to his utmost speed, leaving behind a few afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yuro. His hand poised like a blade, delivering a powerful downward strike. Yuro's muscles tensed, her Byakugan activated to its fullest extent. As soon as Yun Kong made his move, she instinctively adopted a defensive posture. Having been forewarned by him, however, merely adopting a defensive stance did not guarantee protection against his assault. Her gentle fist posture mirrored Yun Kong's previous defense. She angled her body slightly and aimed to deflect his arm with her right hand. Yet, the essence of the Konoha-style swordsmanship was far too refined to be easily thwarted by Yuro. The future leaders of the Hinata clan, such as Hinata Hayashi or Hinata Hizashi, would struggle against such a technique. As Yun Kong's arm descended, he suddenly exerted force, accelerating past Yuro's deflecting hand and targeting her shoulder. Given that this was merely a spar, Yun Kong had no intention of inflicting serious harm. As he breached Yuro's defenses, his speed diminished as he approached her. Nevertheless, the gentle fist was not easily subdued. Although one of Yuro's hands was ineffective, her other hand swiftly retaliated, creating a secondary line of defense. Simultaneously, her fingers poised to strike a vital point on Yun Kong's chest. With a resounding thud, Yun Kong's arm collided with Yuro's second arm, the tremendous force sending her sprawling 3 to 4 meters away. While her counterattack never reached him. In an instant, Yun Kong vanished, reappearing with one hand resting on Yuro's shoulder. You have lost, he whispered gently. While Yuro's expression was one of astonishment, despite her Byakugan being fully activated. She had completely lost track of Yun Kong's movement during that fleeting moment. Although Yun Kong had bested her, he bore no contempt for her skills. In facing his powerful downward strike, Yuro had exhibited remarkable composure and a blend of offense within her defense. Yet, Yun Kong's extensive combat experience, honed through rigorous training with formidable opponents like Kakashi and Obito, rendered him a challenge far beyond Yuro's current capabilities. Removing his hand from her shoulder, Yun Kong suggested, "Now it is your turn to attack, and I shall defend." He softly instructed, stepping back 2 paces to create distance. Yamashita Hachi nodded approvingly, permitting the sparring to continue, as the day's objective was not to determine a victor, but rather to gain insights and derive lessons from the experience of combat. "Prepare yourself," Yuro declared, quickly regaining her composure before advancing towards Yun Kong with a palm strike. While the gentle fist had a formidable reputation, its attack patterns were undeniably limited. However, Yun Kong did not remain stationary. Instead, he retreated 2 steps, pivoting his body to evade her oncoming strike. In response, Yuro executed a spinning kick, perfectly positioned to intercept Yun Kong's evasive maneuver. Indeed, Yun Kong mused, acknowledging the exceptional prowess of the gentle fist, which had been refined through generations. His earlier evasion had led him into a precarious position. The adage that the best defense is a good offense proved true. Just as Yun Kong's strike had curtailed Yuro's assault before it could gain momentum. Bending low, Yun Kong narrowly dodged Yuro's sweeping attack. As she swiftly pivoted, she thrust both palms forward, targeting Yun Kong's chest with precision. A prime opportunity, he thought, just as he straightened his posture, momentarily obscured from her line of sight due to their positioning. This was not only perceived as a favorable moment by Yuro, but also by Jiyu, who spectated from a distance, witnessing the spar between Yun Kong and Yuro. Yet, the disparity in strength between Yun Kong and Yuro was insurmountably vast. Yun Kong did not glance back at all. Suddenly, he stepped back a pace, a distance that perfectly evaded Hinata Yuro's linear assault. Before Hinata could adjust her attack direction, Yun Kong swiftly countered with a palm strike, landing squarely on her shoulder, under the force of Yun Kong's assault. Hinata found her footing faltering at that moment. Yun Kong pivoted and appeared at her side. Seizing the opportunity while Hinata was still unsteady, Yun Kong wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into his embrace. Let there be no misunderstandings. Yun Kong harbored no ulterior motives. Much like Kakashi's swift defeat of the Ghost Brothers in the original tale, Yun Kong secured Hinata's neck with one hand, while positioning a kunai threateningly at her throat with the other. At this juncture, the sparring had lost its purpose. With every exertion, Yun Kong could effectively eliminate Hinata in an instant. Setting aside the disparity in their strength, Hinata's combat experience was no match for Yun Kong's prowess. "That will suffice for now," Yun Kong stated as he released Hinata, and they both resumed their fighting stances. At that moment, Yamazaki Hachi rose and addressed them. Chapter 98. Reflection. At this point, the need for sparring had dissipated. Each time Yinkong exerted himself, he could decisively overpower Hinata. Setting aside their differences in strength, Hinata simply could not match Yinkong's combat experience. Let us conclude here for the time being, he reiterated. Once Yinkong had liberated Hinata, and they had resumed their combat postures, Yamazaki Hachi gestured for Yinkong and Hinata to approach him. Jiu, please share your insights, Yamazaki Hachi prompted, beckoning Yinkong and Hinata to kneel before him, forming a small circle with the four of them. Without preamble, Yamazaki Hachi posed his question directly. I shall provide my observations regarding Yuro's taijutsu. Yunyujiu nodded, commencing his discourse. While the power of the gentle fist should not be underestimated, I observed a tendency towards rigidity in her technique. Furthermore, Yinkong's familiarity with the gentle fist allowed him to predict her movements as though he were foreseeing her every action. For instance, during their initial confrontation, Yinkong disrupted Yuro's rhythm before her gentle fist had even fully manifested, drawing her into his own combat tempo. Moreover, he adeptly exploited his speed advantage. Even with Yuro's Byakugan, it proved challenging to discern Yinkong's movement trajectory in such a brief moment, a fleeting instant that often dictated the outcome of their clash. Yunyujiu adjusted his glasses as he concluded. Thus, I have summarized several key points to consider in combat. First, one should not become overly fixated on form, whether one employs a black cat or a white cat. What matters is the ability to catch mice. This teaches us to apply our knowledge flexibly. Second, always maintain focus on your opponent. Even the slightest motion can hold significant meaning, and negligence may lead to dire consequences. Thirdly, experience is invaluable. Whether we acknowledge it or not, combat experience is an irreplaceable asset, as for Yinkong. To be frank, I could not discern any weaknesses in his taijutsu. Although his technique appears unstructured, both his offensive and defensive maneuvers are impeccable in my eyes. His timing and rhythm, often seemingly mundane actions, frequently yield unexpected results, Yunyujiu remarked. Despite Yinkong's usual bravado, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had never received such unabashed praise before. Yinkong, where did you learn your taijutsu? Yamazaki Hachi, having listened to Yunyujiu's exposition, shifted the focus back to Yinkong. Momentarily taken aback by the question, Yinkong replied, I have never undergone systematic training in taijutsu. I have merely studied a few offensive and defensive techniques. Are these techniques self-developed? Yamazaki Hachi inquired. While the fundamentals of defense and attack are straightforward to learn in the Ninja Academy, applying them effectively in battle requires countless iterations and reflections. Such tactical knowledge is not easily imparted, even among close companions. Not entirely. Part of it was learned from Kakashi, and some from Uchiha Obito. Lord Kakashi has also offered guidance on a few occasions, Yinkong explained, acknowledging that despite his genius, and even with the daily skirmishes among the trio, it was improbable he could devise so many practical techniques solely by himself. The reference to Lord Kakashi was not about Kakashi himself, but rather his father, the Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki. No wonder I detected traces of the Uchiha clan's combat style and the shadow of the Hataki sword technique in your taijutsu. Yamazaki Hachi remarked. The combat style of the Uchiha clan bears a resemblance to Yinkong's approach, utilizing a broad field of vision to strike preemptively after discerning the opponent's attack trajectory. However, while the Uchiha rely on the Sharingan to predict enemy movements, Yinkong leans more toward instinct in battle, as he does not possess the Sharingan. Yamazaki Hachi, of course, was unaware of Yinkong's Uchiha lineage and could not fathom the potential for him to awaken the Sharingan. Thus, Yinkong, in the future, I would like you to serve as our team's representative for taijutsu, honing both Hinata and Yunyujiu's skills, Yamazaki Hachi declared. Yinkong felt a sense of disbelief. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Wasn't he supposed to be the student? Typically, the role of a shield bearer was assumed by the instructor, much like how the second Hokage diverted attention to allow the third and others to escape. And what of me? Yinkong queried, suppressing the thought that he might first need to serve as a mere punching bag before becoming the shield bearer. In the future, I shall take charge of your taijutsu training. Yamazaki Hachi stated. So this effectively secured my position as the leader of this small team. I mused to myself, Hachi-sensei, you certainly have a way with words. However, you too must also keep this in mind. When the day comes that Yinkong can no longer assist in your training, I shall intervene personally. Yamazaki Hachi, unlike the socially inept Yunyu, delivered this statement with an air of authority, causing both Hinata and Yunyu to light up with determination. Eager to surpass Yukong. Yunkong-kun, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Hinata bowed respectfully to him. Oh dear, how could I refuse such a heartfelt request from this adorable girl? Yukong nodded politely in response. Softly acknowledging her as for Yunyu, he simply nodded at Yunkong. There was no need for excessive words among men, though Yunkong recognized that, at present, Hinata could easily overpower Yunyu in taijutsu, given that Yunyu was not a close combat specialist. Very well, let us now engage in a ninjutsu duel. Yunkong, it will be arduous for you once more, as you shall face Yunyu in a ninjutsu confrontation. Yamazaki Hachi announced that Yunkong's expression soured. He had heard of taijutsu duels. But what was a ninjutsu duel? Was it merely a matter of exchanging jutsu in a mutual assault? How is a ninjutsu duel conducted? Yunkong hesitantly inquired. It is a free-for-all duel. You expect the two of you to merely exchange one jutsu after another and call it a day? Yamazaki Hachi replied coldly. Why not clarify your intentions? How was I to know what you meant? I thought that was your intent. Yunkong grumbled inwardly. Let the duel commence, Yamazaki Hachi commanded. Instantly, Yunyu sprang to his feet. Leaping backward over 10 meters, executing 2 consecutive jumps to create distance between himself and Yunkong, while simultaneously providing him with space to maneuver in battle. Under Yamazaki Hachi's watchful gaze, Yunkong reluctantly stood up. Feeling as though he were a foolish donkey, conscripted without permission and unable to protest. His initial desire had been for Yamazaki Hachi to offer him special training, whether in Jinjutsu or sensory ninjutsu, both of which Yunkong yearned for. The outcome, however, was far from satisfactory. Yamashiro Kaichi had utterly disregarded his responsibilities at the hospital, instead brusquely delegating tasks that were rightfully his to Yunkong. Suddenly, a smile crept onto Yunkong's lips, and he slowly resumed his seated position, for he had unexpectedly caught sight of 2 figures. With a thud, 2 clouds of smoke materialized behind him. Uchiha Obito emerged with a mischievous grin, a shuriken poised threateningly against Yunkong's neck. Kakashi, standing behind Obito, wore an expression of resigned amusement as he silently critiqued Obito's rather ostentatious method of stealth. Such a blatant and flamboyant entrance hardly seemed conducive to the art of assassination. Did he truly believe others to be so naive? Kakashi was certain that Yunkong had already detected their presence. Otherwise, his peculiar behavior of rising and then sitting back down would have been inexplicable. Yunkong casually pushed Obito's hand away from his throat, pondering the sharpness of the shuriken. Is this really something one can toy with? He mused inwardly. This is my mentor, the Jonin Yamashiro Kaichi, my teammate Hinata Yuru, and the oil-wielding Shiryu. After freeing himself from Obito's grasp, Yunkong drew him closer and introduced his mentor and Jonin to Obito and Kakashi. The two, despite their pride, understood that such arrogance was confined to their peers. Every Jonin in the village commanded respect. This is Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. After introducing his mentor and teammate, Yunkong reciprocated by presenting Obito and Kakashi to his own instructor and ally. Although the introductions were simple, they required a level of cleverness and tact. By first introducing his mentor and teammate, Yunkong demonstrated his respect for them. Obito and Kakashi, having developed a bond akin to brotherhood over the past year, were naturally unconcerned about such minor formalities. With Obito and Kakashi's arrival, the exuberant Shiryu and Hinata Yuru both bowed slightly in acknowledgement. Aren't you two supposed to be on a mission? How did it conclude so swiftly? Yunkong inquired. Puzzled, he found it difficult to comprehend how Obito and Kakashi, tasked with escort duties, could afford to abandon their post, even if it was during a rather private moment. Well, our target, the wealthy merchant's daughter, doesn't have a husband yet, Obito answered casually. After she sent us away upon returning home, we figured there wouldn't be any significant issues in Konoha, so we decided to pay you a visit. Yunkong was aware that their Jonin instructor, Minato, was often preoccupied and seldom around to supervise Obito and Kakashi. Furthermore, he understood that their sudden appearance was not merely due to boredom, but rather a burning curiosity sparked by the exceptional ninjutsu he had mentioned earlier that morning. However, with others present, Obito and Kakashi would refrain from broaching that topic. Obito, you arrived just in time. My teammate wishes to engage in a ninjutsu duel, and seeing as you're brimming with energy, why not take my place? Yunkong suggested, noticing Shiryu's growing impatience. The oil-wielding clan members detested being overlooked, and Obito's timely arrival effectively interrupted the brewing confrontation between Yunkong and Shiryu. Thus, before Shiryu could unleash her frustration, Yunkong nudged Obito forward to diffuse her ire. "What?" Obito exclaimed, bewildered. As Yunkong pushed him into the fray, Shiryu retreated slightly, granting the two combatants some space. Though flustered, Obito quickly readied himself for battle, a shuriken appearing in his hand. Uchiha clan members, are they? Yamashiro Kaichi pondered, contemplating their abilities. Before he could further speculate, Obito and Shiryu had already clashed. Whoosh! Two shurikens hurtled toward Shiryu. Although such straightforward attacks typically lacked effectiveness under Yunkong's tutelage, both Obito and Kakashi had grown accustomed to using shurikens to gauge their opponents. Shiryu swiftly dodged the incoming shurikens, but before she could counterattack, Obito surged forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. With an explosive burst of chakra, the ground beneath him shattered as he propelled himself toward Shiryu, his fist poised for a decisive blow. Boom! Shiryu was sent sprawling, a cloud of dust erupting from the ground as she was struck by Obito's forceful punch. Yukong nodded in approval. Finally, under his guidance, Obito had begun to harness chakra effectively, enhancing both his speed and power. While such control was an ability every Chunin possessed, it was especially simple for Obito, given his Sharingan. Yet, Yunkong felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Obito's substantial progress in speed. Obito clenched his fist, relishing the strength of his recent blow. Before Shiryu could recover, he produced another shuriken, launching it toward her throat. Buzzing, a swarm of insects erupted from the ground, intercepting Obito's shuriken as it veered off course upon entering the cloud of bugs. Slowly rising from the ground, Shiryu remained unfazed. A multitude of insects swirling around her, encircling her like a protective barrier. "Now the true battle begins," she declared coldly, her head lowered. Despite her calm demeanor, the shuriken Obito had thrown earlier was now reflected back at him, like an arrow returning to its archer. "Now this is interesting." Obito smirked, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a kunai, deflecting the returning shuriken. With a leap, he charged toward Shiryu once more. "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me," Shiryu thought to herself, smirking at the irony. Had it not been for the timely emergence of her insects during Obito's previous assault, he would have undoubtedly inflicted serious harm. This time, she vowed not to allow him to close the distance as Obito advanced. Shiryu commanded her swarm of insects to converge on him from all directions. Determined to prevent him from getting close enough to strike, that a mass of insects surged toward him, resembling a fiery orb that blocked his path. Obito dodged to the side, but before he could shake off the swarm, the remaining clusters enveloped him entirely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The insects swirled around Obito, gradually closing in around him. Shiryu's triumphant smirk deepened as she realized she had him cornered. "Got you. Let's see you escape now," she sneered, her hands forming a series of seals. The insects coalesced into a singular mass, spiraling toward Obito with increasing speed. Obito was in trouble. He had underestimated her. If only he had decisively employed a fire technique. Yunkong thought, observing the unfolding battle with keen interest. Yet, he felt a sense of reassurance. Obito, under his guidance, was far from foolish, and it was entirely possible that the Obito ensnared by the swarm was merely a decoy. As the tide of insects closed in, Yunkong relaxed, confident that Obito would prove his worth in this challenge. The battle was far from over. Approximately 30 seconds later, the swarming insects, under the deft control of Oil Woman Shiryu, soared into the sky. After all, this was merely a sparring match, not a life-and-death struggle. That as the swarm dispersed, it became evident, as Yunkong had anticipated, that what had been enveloped by the insects was not the true body of Obito, but rather a hapless stump that had lost its form. That a substitute. Oil Woman Shiryu gasped in surprise, hurriedly scanning her surroundings in search of any trace of Obito. Simultaneously, a multitude of insects flew through the sky, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Where is he? Where is he?" As 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 5 minutes slipped by in the blink of an eye, swarms of tiny insects ventured into the surrounding woods, probing for Shiryu's whereabouts. Indeed, she was truly deserving of her Uchiha lineage. Despite her youth, her proficiency in ninjutsu and her character were nothing short of exceptional. Observing the increasingly frantic Oil Woman Shiryu, Yamaguchi Hachi commented, "Clearly, Obito's disguise was utterly ineffective before the perceptive ninja Yamaguchi Hachi." Time ticked away, And just as Shiyu was on the brink of despair, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Grasping her ankle, earth release, heart decapitation technique. A low, resonant voice echoed from below, as the earth beneath Shiyu's feet shattered like brittle ice, burying her beneath the surface, leaving only her head exposed. You lost. Obito emerged from the ground, standing before Oil Woman Shiyu and declaring, "Did you teach him that?" Yukong inquired of Kakashi, realizing that the heart decapitation technique was indeed Kakashi's ninjutsu. Yet Obito had executed it so fluidly. Yukong couldn't help but marvel at the speed with which one could learn earth-release ninjutsu with an earth-based chakra. Unfortunately, he lacked the earth chakra affinity, and after more than a year, he had only managed to learn a simple technique like Doton, Earth Flow Wall, which he could scarcely execute. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging Yukong's question. Obito is in danger. Does this kid not understand the importance of being clean and decisive? After flaunting himself before Oil Woman Shiyu for such a duration, she must have already devised a countermeasure. Kakashi then turned to Yukong, noting that this tendency to show off was something he had learned from him. Obito had not picked up any worthwhile lessons from being by Yukong's side. That Yukong's expression darkened. "Could you refrain from placing all the blame on me?" He staunchly denied having taught Obito such arrogance. He knew all too well from his past life how many times he had witnessed villains fall victim to their own verbose taunts, allowing the protagonists to turn the tables. Had his philosophy of defeating the Great Serpent been misinterpreted by Obito? Watching Obito's audacious demeanor, Yukong felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few solid kicks. Buzzing, buried beneath the earth, Oil Woman Shiyu transformed into a swarm of insects in an instant, pivoting towards Obito. Behind him, she emerged from the cover of the insect horde. "Now this is interesting." Obito smiled as he turned to face Shiyu. Bang! The smiling Obito dissipated into a cloud of smoke just before the swarm could strike. Cursing under their breath, Yukong and Kakashi exchanged gestures of disdain towards Obito. Yukong's contempt for Obito had yet to fade when Kakashi, seated across from him, promptly mirrored his sentiments with an exaggerated gesture. "Why are you mimicking me? I'm just an honest kid. I certainly did not teach Obito to be this arrogant," Yukong retorted. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Kakashi turned away, dismissing Yukong's protests. "When did you realize I was not the real body?" Oil Woman Shiyu inquired, the buzzing swarm surrounding her giving her the appearance of a giant. Obito offered no reply. Instead, his pitch-black pupils suddenly transformed to a blood-red hue. The double tomo clearly visible in his eyes. Shiyu nodded, understanding. The revelation of Obito's Sharingan had already answered her query. The Sharingan possessed the ability to see through illusions, making her substitution technique easily discernible to Obito. However, the Sharingan was not infallible, Shiyu thought to herself as she suddenly charged towards Obito. Surprisingly, the typically cautious Shiyu took the initiative to engage, closing in on Obito. Yet, Obito did not remain passive. Yukong had always taught him that the aggressor holds the advantage. Slowly, Obito raised his hand, and 4 shuriken materialized in his palm. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Obito sent the shuriken flying in 4 distinct arcs towards Shiyu. Immediately following the first launch, Obito unleashed more shuriken, creating a relentless barrage that completely surrounded Shiyu, sealing off her escape routes. Secret technique. Insect barrier. Shiyu formed hand seals, and the insects swirling around her coalesced into a massive insect cocoon that shielded her from the onslaught. The shuriken embedded themselves within the swarm, causing not a single splash. Although the shuriken's attack proved ineffective, Obito remained unfazed. Observing Shiyu encased within her insect shield, a smirk crept across his lips. With a series of fluid seals, C. Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In. A large mass of chakra gathered at his chest. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A 3-meter-wide fireball surged towards the insect horde. The sound of sizzling insects echoed as they were scorched, the flames engulfing them in a cloud of black smoke. Bang! A gap appeared in the smoke, and Shiyu emerged, disheveled and covered in charred insects, which had shielded her from the flame's fury. Obito's initial attack with the shuriken was a strategic maneuver to draw the swarming insects together before unleashing his devastating fire technique. Clearly, Obito's scheme had succeeded. After forcing Shiyu to rely on her insects to defend against his shuriken, he was now free to unleash the full might of his fire ninjutsu upon her. Shiyu had completely fallen into Obito's trap, and now her once mighty swarm of insects that had blotted out the sky had dwindled to a mere few, aimlessly fluttering about, just as Shiyu burst forth from the black haze. Abito, wielding a kunai, swiftly closed the distance, his gaze fixed menacingly upon her. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Shiyu was compelled to utilize her dwindling insects to stave off Abito's advance. The remaining insects divided into a dozen clusters, resembling small orbs as they plummeted from the air. Yet, given Abito's prowess in taijutsu, the descending swarm was rendered inconsequential. Yinkong darted through the insect horde, rapidly approaching Shiyu. Shiyu shouted, her fingers poised, beckoning the scattered insects to regroup. With a buzzing swarm, they surged towards Abito from behind. In that moment, advancing offered a glimmer of hope, while retreating meant certain doom. Abito decisively chose to press forward, embodying the truth that the best offense is indeed the best defense. You want to get close to me so easily, Oil Woman, Shiyu declared. The few remaining insects coalesced before her, actively pushing against Abito. Simultaneously, the swarm behind Abito surged forward, seemingly intent on ensnaring him as before. Yet, there was no way Abito would allow Shiyu to trap him so effortlessly. Fire release, Abito shouted, and within the confines of the insect horde, a violent explosion erupted, sending billowing black smoke into the air. The swarm dispersed in chaos. Emerging from the explosive black mist, Abito bore the charred scent of flames as he advanced towards Shiyu at a single punch, and he halted before her. Oil Woman Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. Though obscured by her sunglasses, beads of sweat trickled down her face. You lost, Abito murmured, his fist hovering mere centimeters from Shiyu's forehead. To know. I haven't lost, Shiyu replied, her anxiety evident as sweat dripped from her brow. Yet she could not deny the cold composure of the Oil Woman clan. Abito's chest. A kunai was pressed firmly against him, held by Shiyu's trembling hand that a mere push would plunge it into his heart. However, in that instant, Abito's fist would undoubtedly shatter her skull. Well then, let us call it a draw. Abito's voice echoed to Yinkong from a distance. Yunjiyu turned her head, spotting a seemingly harmless individual beside Dato waving at her. Are you a shadow clone? Yunjiyu inquired. The response came in the form of a sudden poof, as the Dato before her transformed into a cloud of smoke. Indeed, it is a shadow clone. Yunjiyu murmured to herself in a low voice. With a nimble leap, she propelled herself back to Yinkong and the others, bowing in submission to the kneeling Dato beside Yinkong, declaring, I concede. Yunjiyu possessed the humility to accept defeat. Losing was merely a part of the game, and she was not one to shy away from it, for she could always strive to reclaim victory in the future. Chapter 102. A flimsy excuse indeed. It is a shadow clone, Yunjiyu murmured to herself. With a nimble leap, she returned to Yinkong and the others, bowing in submission to the kneeling Dato beside Yinkong, stating, I concede. Yunjiyu's character allowed her to gracefully accept defeat. Losing was simply an outcome, and she was not one to be disheartened by it, for she could always seek to triumph again another time. Truly commendable, a testament to the prowess of the Uchiha clan, Yamashiro Kaichi thought to himself, though his admiration remained unvoiced. As Dato had bested his own disciple openly praised Dato would be akin to publicly slapping Yunjiyu in the face. Now, let me witness the strength of the three of you, Yamashiro Kaichi declared as he rose, addressing Yinkong, Dato, and Kakashi, having heard that the trio had recently defeated a special jonin from the Sand Village. As Yinkong's mentor, he eagerly anticipated observing the extent of Yinkong's combat capabilities in tandem with his respective companions. Dato, who had just settled down, instantly sprang back up, his attire brimming with eagerness, while Kakashi slowly rose, his hand instinctively brushing against the short blade at his bat point. Two combative spirits, Yukong couldn't help but assess Dato and Kakashi. Let's pass on this, Kaichi-sensei, Yukong interjected, standing up in refusal. Although declining the guidance of a jonin seemed somewhat irrational, it was rare for a ninja to encounter a jonin willing to provide mentorship outside of their designated instructor. Yamashiro Kaichi appeared momentarily taken aback. It was a rarity for someone to turn him down, especially a student of his. The atmosphere shifted, and both Dato and Kakashi looked at Yinkong in astonishment, unable to fathom his reasoning for rejecting Yamashiro Kaichi's mentorship. These two have assignments to complete tomorrow. I would prefer not to see them feigning illness in bed and passing their duties on to us. Yinkong offered a seemingly reasonable excuse to Yamashiro Kaichi. Yamashiro Kaichi made no effort to press further. If Yinkong chose not to accept guidance, he had his reasons, and as for the excuse Yinkong provided, it elicited only a bemused smile from him. Only a fool would believe that. Why did you refuse? Dato quietly nudged Yinkong, his voice low. Dato was equally skeptical of Yunkong's reasoning, but lacked ulterior motives, feeling comfortable enough to inquire. Are you aware of the nature of Kaichi-sensei's ninjutsu? Yunkong whispered, fortunately, perhaps influenced by Yunkong. Dato had changed significantly compared to his original portrayal, demonstrating a newfound cleverness that, of course, the Yamashiro clan excels in jinjutsu and sensory techniques. Kaichi-sensei is likely no exception, Dato replied, knowing that Kaichi-sensei specializes in jinjutsu. Why would you still seek his guidance? Do you believe your Sharingan can nullify his illusions, or do you think Kakashi and I are adept in jinjutsu? Dato remarked quietly. Indeed, none of the trio, be it Yunkong, Kakashi, or Dato with his Sharingan, possessed significant prowess in jinjutsu. Against a jinjutsu specialist like Yamashiro Kaichi, a single illusion could spell their demise. Thus, Yunkong, being prudent, had every reason to decline Kaichi's mentorship. Whether in Dato's recent battle or Yunkong's previous encounters, their mastery of ninjutsu and taijutsu was commendable. Even if Yamashiro Kaichi offered guidance, it would merely entail sharing combat experience that, in contrast, Dato and Yunkong had never employed jinjutsu in their confrontations. While Yamashiro Kaichi thrived as a jinjutsu specialist, leaving Yunkong with no room for carelessness, receiving guidance from a jonin would certainly be advantageous. Yet being subjected to a harsh lesson from one would not be favorable for Yunkong. These words were perhaps more directed at Yamashiro Kaichi than Dato, as the excuse he had just given was far too flimsy, serving merely as a pretext, though this response was not entirely satisfactory. Yunkong had not conjured a better reason in haste. Very well. We shall conclude for today. Let us gather at the east bridge of the village at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. For now, disperse, Yamashiro Kaichi instructed. Yunkong nodded, exchanged farewells, and departed first, finally managing to leave before his mentor. Uncertain whether Yamashiro Kaichi had given extra instructions to Yun Jiyu and Hinata Uro, Yunkong hurried home alongside Kakashi and Dato. Mastering the elephant transformation technique a day earlier would grant them an advantage, potentially saving their lives in the future. Yunkong thought to himself, especially considering Dato, as the third great ninja war loomed just a few years away. Necessitating their preparedness, Yunkong yearned to shift the tides of fate, at the very least to protect Dato's name. Whether this endeavor would incite a butterfly effect or a series of changes in the future was a concern Yunkong chose not to dwell on at present. As they journeyed, Dato suddenly approached Yunkong, asking, "Why did you refuse such an excellent opportunity for guidance? Honestly, had it not been for you two, would I risk offending a jonin, especially my guiding teacher, by rejecting such an offer?" Yunkong retorted with irritation. For us, Dato clearly failed to grasp what Yunkong meant by that. "Have you forgotten what I said this morning?" Yunkong snapped. "Come to my house tonight. I'll teach you both a truly powerful ninjutsu." It was only then that Dato recalled the urgency with which he and Kakashi sought Yunkong, specifically, to learn about the formidable ninjutsu Yunkong had mentioned. "Wow!" Dato exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he urged Yunkong to hurry. Under Dato's relentless enthusiasm, the trio hastened back to Yunkong's residence. Yunkong procured a scroll from his father and led Dato and Kakashi into Dato's room. Yunkong's father displayed no surprise, having witnessed such scenes numerous times over the past year. Upon entering the room, before even closing the door, Yunkong tossed the scroll to the impatient Dato. Kakashi quickly followed suit, each grasping an end of the scroll and unfurling it. Secret technique. Elephant transformation technique. The bold characters met Dato's and Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 103. I hope we all survive. As time passed, the expressions on Dato's and Kakashi's faces shifted rapidly within mere minutes. From initial anticipation to joy upon receiving it, then astonishment upon discovering its contents, and finally contemplation. Yunkong, does this technique require a living sacrifice? Dato pondered for a moment before hesitantly glancing at Yunkong. I know, Yunkong replied calmly. He had long memorized the requirements for performing this ninjutsu. How could he possibly be unaware? Since you know, why? Dato began, confusion evident in his voice as he noticed the coldness in Yunkong's eyes. His words dwindling to silence. If you were to die one day, I would be deeply saddened, Yunkong said, gazing at the troubled Dato. Kakashi nodded in agreement, understanding Yunkong's sentiment.